Get your roots out and wave them like you just don't care. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rivals Fight Night featuring Iron Men.
Big boom. I give that 5 big boom.
5 big boom.
That is boom, boom,
boom.
Boom.
Biggest
Boom.
boom.
Boom. Boom. Boom. Let's go, baby.
Welcome back, everybody. You are looking at the 3 most handsome gentlemen to grace your monitor. since you started this broadcast. It's Rivals Fight Night. We have Uber, we have Jake. I am your host, Chris Puckett, fresh out of the shower and ready to get into the games. Uber, last week was spicy. Shroud-X in North America caused a little bit of chaos. They are our reigning champions, but here in Europe, Finzi, who has returned for his 3rd month of subscription, is also returning as his 10th time as champion.
I mean, something like that, right?
They've been stacking it up. They've been stacking it up.
Fight Night 11. So these guys have been running it for quite a while. Expect to still see them be a dominant force. They're the kind of team that can play everything. We've seen that so far.
Only nine. Sorry, chat. Sorry, continue, Uber.
Close enough. I mean, we've been helping fund Virtus.pro's operations in both of the games that we cover here at Fight Night. So I'm fine with it. These guys deliver every time. So I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yes, love having him here. xCloud18, a first-time chatter, and you're here at the start of the show. Jake, this guy's smart.
He's locked in. He's here with me, ready to learn, ready to see how the best in the game do it. And in EU, I'm pretty interested to see the competition spicing up. We got Team 1 taking on 0% here in the Challenger match. Team 1, a lot of basically the whole former roster of LG coming in now, continuing to be at that. I would call them the favorites. However, their opponents have been completely reworked. It's a very different roster than we've seen from 0% in the past.
All right, so I know what I'm getting out of Naga. Tell me a little bit about the rest of this team. What excites you here, Jake?
I've been really impressed by Rajaro, and trust me, they have looked really strong from my perspective, playing that front line. I think Vanguards are like the unsung heroes right now in Rivals. It's just so critical that you're winning those trades in the front line, that you have like the swap flexibility to have a better comp. And I think Vanguard is the role under the most pressure there. I've also been impressed with level 1 Crook, very stable in the back line, staying up, going to be key, I think, especially in this meta.
On the other side of things, Mitch, we have a known challenger. It's 0% making their return to the stream, but we've got a fresh roster here. Break it down for me.
Yeah, look, a very different look. I mean, this has been Lion Pro's project in the past, sort of after he had that really short stint with Fnatic. They dipped their toes in Rivals, and we'll see them sort of return at a later time. He's now put together a bit of a different team around him. A bunch of players that we don't know a ton about, right? Number of UK individuals here, Oniro, Frostmountain, and Legacy, I'm going to call them. Again, from that UK, but Lion Pro obviously been a strategist player in basically every top FPS that he's played. He's represented his country at World Cups, for example. So expect to see him cobble together a pretty sick roster. But this Team 1 team for me have always kind of felt like they're right up there in the top 3 in Europe.
Ready to fight on Fight Night.
They've been the team that's given the toughest tests to Virtus.pro, I think, time and time again. Although VP has consistently been ahead of the competition, they have always had Team 1 nipping at their heels. These players definitely know that this is a winnable match for them if they can have like their best game, if they can catch VP on an off day. I mean, VP obviously have to be the heavy favorites with the level of dominance they've shown in the past in Europe, just kind of uncontested at number 1. But Rivals Fight Night is that place where every single week you're going to get another shot at the throne. You're going to get another shot at taking on the Kings.
Now, I just looked down and I noticed we're only at 200 viewers. The show just started. So we are going to remind you of these rosters as the party continues. But a shout out. We had 80% of the audience at the start of the show also as subscribers. You're putting to use your Prime. Big shout out to Unclear. 3 months, always answering the questions. If I don't know the answers, they track it down and they put it in the chat for us. Jake, we got Hexagrams, unfortunately, who is back again for week 11.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how to get rid of that guy. We need to, send out the mods. Send out maybe a mutiny of the mod team has to be in order. We're gonna have to figure something out. This is some shipyard tactics to take down Hex.
It's not the guys like Barnacles, man. It's tough to get rid of him. We're gonna have to really use some elbow grease.
He is a tough one. He's a tough one.
These regulars. Welcome back, everybody. We're waiting for our players to get ready. I saw Line Pro was in the chat. Melio is in the chat. So they will be hearing what we say. Say nice things at the start of the day because Cooper-tastic is now the single highest healing per 10-minute character and player in Rivals Fight Night history, Jake. It's high honors, all earned by Cooper-tastic.
I believe that.
That is an impressive stat line, but you're going to need to do more to translate that into wins against a squad like VP. You can heal all you want, but in the end, you got to be able to put up kills. You got to be able to find frags, and especially with this more recent change to the ban pick system, with having a little bit more depth, more bans, more picks across the board, I think it's going to be interesting test for teams to dig deeper into their hero pools with additional heroes taken off the field. It's going to mean you're going to be forced to show more diversity if the other team wants to make you go there.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, honestly. Like now, like with this experimental feature just put into the game, which we're not playing on today, by the way. We're still using the standard sort of 3-ban to protect, but being able to sort of target certain heroes, but only ban them from your opponent, so they're not global bans, essentially, it adds a bit of depth. Yeah, it does mean that like that hero is still available for you to potentially pick for your team. So still standard stuff here, though, Puckett. Straightforward 3-ban to protect.
Do we get rid of a Groot? Are they not Virtus.pro? 0%. What do you do, Line Pro, with the new roster? It's a Groot ban. Europe continues to hate the rooted man.
Puckett is like, you guys don't need me. He's got the callouts. And a Human Torch first ban. That's kind of interesting, actually. Maybe this is just a comfort pick for 0%. And the Jeff Protect. We might have another Jeff Cap situation going on here. The Jeff Cap combo is so nasty. I feel like you kind of need to ban it right now if you're 0%, or it's might get protected.
Can you explain it? Because I haven't run into it in Diamond games recently.
I wouldn't recommend you ever play this
any of my lobbies.
Unless you really understand the game on an advanced level, because it really requires synergy and teamwork. The Jeff not only really needs to understand the mechanics of the hero, because you're functionally a DPS on Jeff in this strategy, and then Cap is also needs to understand how to like play the off angles, look for picks, but not overextend. And splitting the team, I think, is always going to be an advanced strategy. Look at like other games in the hero shooter genre. The hardest comps to the play are the ones where you split up, because you still need to be coordinated with your allies.
Right.
As I say that, they don't ban Cap here. They go with the Loki ban. So you could protect Cap right now. And I'm a little bit worried for 0%, unless they're just going to take the mare.
That might be a Crook respect ban. They know what he brings to the table on that character.
I think that Emma Frost Protect is pretty important, right? There's like a ton of mixes that you can bring alongside her. 0% might still want to play Cap themselves. Obviously, like Magneto's still seeing a lot of play. There's the Cap Protect, though. So that composition is just so powerful. Team 1 are also the kind of team that is going to push to play some of those more intricate setups here. So 0% likely just playing to a bit of an individual style here now, and a Morlock just getting taken out. Should the Star-Lord be an issue? We've seen him in some of those Jeff combos.
Jeff Cap. What do you combo with the Jeff Cap?
I think
I'm so excited, Jake.
Is like, it kind of doesn't matter a ton for me. Like, you just need
Psylocke?
Yeah, Psylocke's, I think, a popular duelist. Having some duelists who can also get in and play for that combo. Banning Magneto should help that as well. Like, the bubble can be a powerful save when you're targeting somebody down on the flank with the Jeff Cap. The bubble could protect them. Gives you a really strong front line as well. But I think I'm curious to see actually which Vanguards. Maybe it will be the Emma Frost plus Cap. And then we have often seen 2 additional strategists played. So with all the strategists that have been banned out, maybe it's something like Mantis and Luna Snow to heal in the main group, because Jeff is not really a support in this comp. You really are focused on dealing damage and distracting the enemy from the off angle.
Working like the Bucky here with the Cap team up can be pretty potent. Doesn't benefit anymore from the Rocket Raccoon team up, but still very powerful to try and involve here. Just like that extra bit of mobility for the Bucky is kind of massive, considering he's already pretty zippy as it is. Work that in. I do think it will be Emma Frost and Cap front lines for both these sides, with Psylocke probably mixed in there to a fair degree.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call, especially with, for me, Bucky being one of the most realistic characters that can deal with the Jeff, because if you're able to like hook him or uppercut him out of the ground, you have the burst potential to actually turn and trade on the Jeff, who is notoriously difficult to lock down. So it's actually going to be the Invisible Woman, Luna Snow. Both teams, same read on the comp, same read on the meta. This is going to be, I think, a lot of the test of the flank fight. I think that's most likely where the action is going to break down with lower numbers.
Guys, I don't heal. Does Jeff and Luna still have the team up? The Icy Chill?
I don't think so this season.
No,
I'm not sure, actually.
It's Luna.
Do we have any healers in the chat? Does anyone like to support or strategize?
No, I don't think so. I think it's Luna and Iron Fist still do have that team up. What is it?
Oh my, what?
That's pretty ridiculous.
Killed 3?
Okay.
Excuse me? What did he do? He insta-killed 3 players.
I don't know if we'll be able to get that scene back, but it looked like just a number of those crossbow bolts just hitting a close range there, and maybe even a dash through there. Nicely done. Team 1 kind of have that fight dragged out for a fairly extensive period before going in for the kill. Obviously, Team 1, by the way, you'll notice a couple of name changes here for them. Also, someone using Katakana, which is Super annoying if you don't read Japanese. So good luck figuring that one out. Oniro here, of course, is on the Winter Soldier, and again, really wants to try and make use of that mobility offered by being teamed up with the Cap here.
0% are working their way through. The question is, though, will their backline be able to sustain? See that immediate attack now on the Cap. Bucky showing a bit of presence, but Jeff is there supporting, and Cap's getting a lot of resource. Looking like a decent fight so far for Team 1. They're going to be the first ones to some ultimates.
The Jeff is Naga. For those wondering, he's just put his name in Japanese. That's his. That's how that reads. And should be a decent spit here. Gotta be careful though. Oh, gotta respect. Frost does come on in. Still with the spit out on Nama though. So secure that Lunar Snow. Fake gonna head upstairs here now. Of course, as we've got a cracking impact in play for 0%. That's got to be respected. Team 1, of course, just want to extend this lead further. 60% and counting. Rujaro does get caught. One of the few things that can stop Cap in motion is going to be that Emma Frostman. No follow-up there damage-wise. Psionic Seduction, though, does get thrown in. This is going to tease Rujaro back towards the point, but trust me and Melio get there and lay down the deeps.
Love that positioning from Fate. Just as the ultimate ends, he manages to dash up, play the high ground, and then just keeps everybody heals up, right? Like if those executes come in for 0% and the Winter Soldier, that fight probably just explodes from there and it would be a flip. But because Luna Snow is in such a great position, they can't execute the tanks. The ultimate essentially goes to waste. Now you're desperation mode, gotta set up the strange GP one last fight, but you don't have any ultimates and you're going in to Trust Me, who does have that Emma Frost ult if they need it. This is gonna be a very difficult fight for 0%.
Yeah, like you mentioned, very little to work with here, Jake, and trust me's happy just to be a bit of an anchor on the point. Eventually, we'll have to give a little bit of room here until he comes back in with a Psionic Seduction that's mostly blocked out by Frost Mountain Shield. Melio taken down, Legacy able to find a first crucial pick-off in this fight. Rajaro cannot hang. Team 1 also really lacking a lot of those key ultimates outside of the Seduction that Trust Me used earlier that was mostly shut down. So they're going to have to concede the point here to 0% for a time.
It's nice. I mean, it was an awkward fight, but the fact that 0% win that without any ultimates means now they're coming up into this next fight. They've got Line Pro with the Invisible Woman ulti. They've got options. Naga, though, in the backline on this Jeff, right? Like, played to perfection. Just constantly drawing the attention of the defenders towards the back. That's just creating more opportunities for the rest of Team 1 to walk up and take space. Naga also very close to that Jeff ultimate, so you got to be careful. Over grouping here on 0% would be deadly, and the Invisible Woman ult could end up being vulnerable to that Jeff combo.
All right, just to double back as well, the Luna and Jeff team up is still present. So obviously Jeff benefits a lot from that. Here comes the dance with the butterfly now towards the backside of Team 1. But as an eat coming in.
Grabbed.
Yeah, that is big. And of course, the one teammate that was eaten up gets spat out, and everybody gets a lava bath. Come with me, says Naga, if you want to die. And now will be Team 1 in great position. Freedom Charge ready for Rajaro. The rest of 0% should be chased off the point. And on these domination maps, in fact, not even just. So many of these, convergence, convoy maps. That's why Jeff is so desirable. Great team ups, of course, good flexibility, able to play those off angles and just easy 3Ks like that.
Capult's stalling a long time, but you need to find some kind of kills. Now you're down to on 0%. Seems to be the last gas. They're going to commit as well with this Vanguard ultimate, but I feel like they're throwing good money after bad here. The round is coming to a close. Team 1 still at full strength. Naga caught and stunned, but they don't have the follow-up damage. Emma Frost stalling the point is going to go down, and the desperation picks the touch. Still coming in here for 0%, but too little too late. Round 1 goes to Team 1.
Definitely felt like Legacy want to have a real crack at that. There's a belief that 0% could sort of take the round. It's obviously a seduction that won't be available to them next time. T1 get off to a great start here, and again, they do give up the point briefly to 0%. Well, they are very comfortably able to move back in and take over.
Team 1 is such a trolling name. I love it. By the way, it took me this long to load up my game, hop in, and find out the team up abilities. But Icy Disco, Luna Snow infuses ice energy into Jeff the Land Shark, who could then tap into the icy energy to power up abilities at will. What does Jeff get? Well, Jeffrey gets a frozen spitball. Luna Snow infuses ice energy into Jeff the Land Shark, who can then tap into the icy energy to power up abilities at will, which does a lot more damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously... So Luna Snow doesn't actually have an active part in that team up. It's just that she gives that over to Jeff. So you read the same text twice. But yeah, you got done by the compiling shaders bucket. We've all been there. Thank you, Dr. Awesomeness, for the 3 months of a subscription. Team 1 already looking like they're the team that will once again be putting Virtus.pro to the test. But remember, the first of 3 series, plenty of opportunity for 0% here, but so far, it's not been quite enough.
I mean, Naga is doubling up, more than doubling up on the Jeff damage. That basically can't be allowed to happen. getting Jeff gapped like this is a really rough place to be, because Jeff is a very important damage dealer, and Naga's also been alive so much. Isidore just out of position there, doing too much. Now Naga once again harassing from the flank. There's that frozen hit from Jeff, slowing everyone down. Cap coming in, and should just be an easy cleanup here for Team 1 in the mid fight.
Yeah, I mean, the frozen hit, of course, from that team up, making it impossible for people to actually run Jeff down, even if they have the bandwidth to turn around and address the flanking threat. It didn't help that there was a psionic seduction from the front line that Trust Me laid down. 0%. Caught in the exact wrong kind of sandwich. I gotta wonder, like, what happened there with Isidore in the front line? Clearly just took a face full of damage that couldn't be mitigated, but, you know, with the kind of composition they're running, you would think they'd be able to keep them topped. Luna is in the game, not banned out, and Invisible Woman ain't too shabby when it comes to that sustained game either.
Yeah, they're trying to get and deal with the Jeff, but I love this positioning from Melio, coming in to assist on the flank fight, playing adaptively between dealing frontline damage and then sometimes coming to overwhelm the flank light, right? Like creating a 3v2 here, where now Team 1 dominating, pushing through, forcing out the enemy Jeff and Cap, and the backline looks vulnerable.
Oh, yeah. Team up there, Melio getting doubled up now, and in we go with the dance of the blood. Wow. They got both strategist ults. That is the jackpot if you're Team 1. They are chilling. It looks like as well there was an eat there from Naga. Not sure what really came of it. Melio ends up dropping, of course, after committing pretty heavily with that Psylocke ultimate, but 0% just used both their strategist ultimates to try and hanky, but they're never even able to cap the point, and they weren't even able to sort of make any use of the player advantage. Now, Isidore, with that freedom charge comes out, Rajara is going to mirror it though. Now that Overshield be given over to Fate, he was getting pressured down, and there's a pause here initiated. An interesting time to do it midway through the fight. And we were having this discussion in our XQC Invitational last week, is that people were calling for pauses, didn't realize you can now call them in-game by hitting escape and clicking it on the menu. So glad Frost Mountain found it.
I mean, this fight looks really rough though already, right? Like Team 1 have been meeting out their ults bit little by little, very patient, very controlled. They still have a few key tools left, and they've already lost their Jeff, so Naga is kind of free here to get aggressive and take the fight to Team 1. Looks like it's going to be ready up. Back into the fight. Let's see if Team 1 can bring that, or rather 0% can bring this back. Team 1 in a great spot. Good ults already.
Look at the map rests on this fight. Like, how much has been committed here by 0%, and Team 1 is striking it all off. Oh my goodness, they can actually save the invisible boundary for after that seduction came in. And now they're going to get shoved out. Not a whole lot you can do. Naga playing in the front line this time around, helping to try and drag down his opposite number on the Jeff, and Nama as well. Not much to do here for 0%, but to move back, lick your wounds, and try and play for a big... It's Jeff?
Yeah, it's got to be, but I like this push at the spawn camp, ulting the spawn here. Even if you do fight in this position, you're not going to touch point, so 0% forced to split up, and that's going to be deeply punishing. Already 3 picks come in, 1 on point, but great awareness. They clean up absolutely everybody else. Just a matter of time here. Cap doesn't even look like he wants to touch, doesn't want to prolong this beatdown that Team 1 just delivered.
Yeah, absolutely dirty stuff there from Team 1. What we've come to expect from a roster of their caliber, and 0%. Look, able to hang in a couple of fights. I think an Eldritch Monument at least later in the round, able to start to build back into the game. But Puckett, the old economy that we saw from 0% there on that second round left a little bit to be desired.
How do you say this MVP's name? I don't speak Japanese.
Oh, no, it's Naga. It's Katakana.
We're just going to call him Naga. All right. Yeah. Well done, Naga. Golden Boy dropping in with a 10 gifted. Thank you very much.
Huge.
Big fan, Alex. Big fan. When are we
do not look at the Jeff stats, chat.
Don't
look at the Jeff stats. Oh my goodness.
Frost Mountain and I have the same numbers.
I'm a diamond. That is, yeah, that's pretty impressive. That's why this works. That's why this is remotely viable. 10 final hits, 3 deaths for Naga. That's just the direct translation for his name, so we don't have to guess. Yeah, just kind of put, and honestly, a little cheeky little 7k healing here. That's crazy.
Little 7.
Doubling up on Frost Mountains. Yo. Yeah, great example, I think, of the triple strategist comp with the Jeff and Luna team up.
All right, so why can't I play this in my games right now, Jake? What do I need? I need a
duo with a Cap. You need a duo with a
chrono shields. That's what you need. So when you invariably throw by playing this comp,
bro,
you won't be affected.
Yo,
that's the new Rivals BM. The new Rivals BM is like, bro, just use your Chrono Shield, bro. Just use your Chrono Shield, bro.
Just Chrono up, bro. You're good.
Oh, boy. You go next. I got Chronos.
Well, 0%. interesting start here. Team 1, putting them on their back. Isn't 0% supposed to be like our known challenger, or are we giving them a fresh start since this is a brand new lineup?
I mean,
A fresh start.
Jake, you've been through this, Mix.
ironically, right, like although Team 1 is a new team name, this team is one that we've seen before many times, has looked extremely strong. 0%, although we've seen the team name before, they haven't been in this variation. They've, like, I think recently started to play together, so they have a lot less experience as a team, and I think it's showing, especially in this comp. I mean, like for a while, right, where the meta was solidly 2-2-2, I think it was a little bit easier from a flexibility perspective. Like you knew you were going to have your 2 duelists and your 2 vanguards and your 2 strategists, and it was just a little bit easier to stick with that and kind of know what to expect in a given game and in a given meta. Now there's a big question. It's like, you might have a really good duelist player, like insane on Hela, but do they know how to play Jeff? Like, you just need to understand the character. It's not going to be enough to just be like a great aimer. You really need to understand all these tech mechanics. So I think somebody like Naga is showcasing the flexibility and looks game winning right now. I feel like you need to just get out of this combo for Team 0%. Like, I don't think you can hang in this meta with Team 1.
Mitch, you and I got excited for the thickness at the same time. You see the Psylocke, you smash the Psylocke, kick her against the wall, and she is broken. It's about time we've had a Vanguard who can punish you that way. I know we got a bunch more characters coming through. Have you thought more about which X person or other MCU character you would like to see added into Rivals?
Yeah, I do. I just want to see how they would make Cyclops work, honestly, because there's a couple of like continuous like beam-esque characters, but I want someone that has like a railgun-esque feel to them. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
So that would be kind of fun. Something that also is operating on like the longer range end of the spectrum, because obviously like Black Widow and Hawkeye are not really getting a lot of play. Something that feels like actually viable up there could be sick.
Trying to think. What would be the most railgunny character? Chat, help us out as we're jumping into game number 2. This is Midtown, Jake. This, of course, is going to be 0%'s pick. What kind of compositions do you want to roll on this bad boy? Something tight on the cart?
I will say I think this map is going to drastically slow the pace of the game down. It's much more front to back defensive. There's not too many opportunities to flank and get behind. I mean, you can get creative and make it happen, but I think it's going to be a little bit more straightforward, a little bit more likely to be playing something like a 2-2-2 setup. Maybe we could see Hellas come out, and that might be a meta where 0% is more comfortable. I mean, although there was such a crazy beatdown on map 1 on Hell's Heaven, I feel that part of that is just the strat coming in from Team 1, the execution being so much stronger with the split comp. I think it's a little bit harder to gap as a team on that level when you're playing more front to back style with Hellas and Groots and Magnetos. Yep. Like it's a little bit more straightforward, and that could help 0%, because remember, this team hasn't been together as long. They're still going to open with the group ban though.
The fact that they're holding just 1 L really matches up with ZP, who's in chat right now. ZP, they branded themselves the same as you. But I see dubs coming your way. Will it be 3? Will it be enough to get into round 2, where $1,000 will be on the line in the EU Championship? That is coming up later tonight against Virtus.pro. Right now that we have our ban and protects, and Emma is in once again. Trust me, you're welcome. And then Naga gets his Jeffrey. So now we just got to protect the captain, right?
Yeah, they're letting it through again. I
Luna.
think
Does that stop things?
Yeah, maybe without the Luna combo, it's not as potent, but I kind of think you might still do it. And they're going to ban Invisible Woman. That is interesting.
This also enables Star-Lord as well, that combo potentially. 0% probably have to spend their last ban on Adam Warlock, but obviously like removing the ability to cut line of sight is pretty important, and also 2 of the most powerful of those strategies ultimates. Yeah, Mr. Coop, thanks for the prime sub, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, see, there's the Adam Warlock protect. They are serious about trying to get a good Star-Lord in here.
Okay.
I also wonder about the Namor Hulk team up, not yet banned. I think it is actually kind of broken, even though we almost never see it. I feel like that's because we almost always ban that team up, because people really know how potent the Gamma team up. The Gamma Squid is a little bit OP, especially
never makes
the Jeff. Yeah, Hulk never makes it through, but last chance.
Yeah, okay. So no flyers whatsoever, 0%. Don't want to deal with them. I just want to point out that, like, Star-Lord is a real no-brainer here. Hela is still on the table. We see a lot of
Iron Man even good in this map. Like,
they're gonna get rid of Hulk because they don't want to deal with Naga, or the Namor rather.
Oh,
excuse me.
They're gonna ban
Captain. Now I'm confused.
Okay, I mean,
defensive options up still.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like we got Magneto Hulk. Naga could play Namor. We've got, I mean, there's like something to be said for like a straightforward Namor Hela comp here with Hulk and Magneto.
Emma and Psylocke probably still get mixed in as well.
Yeah. Psylocke, I'm interested to see how much Psylocke gets played. I think it's not unplayable by any means, but I think it's a tougher map for her since the ranges are a little bit longer. It's not quite so easy to play in the flanks and just like be tricky. And especially with Hela on, I think it's a little scary to play Psylocke where you can just get like stunned and two-tapped. Curious to see these teams' perspectives though. We've seen some interesting comps. We've seen some teams. I remember we saw a team 3 fight first point previously, which looked kind of sick, like holding the spawn super aggro, playing like a brawling comp for that.
Jubilee was the answer from the chat. We need to give a big shout out to Golden Boy and Mr. Coop after the 10 gifted and the Prime. We are up to 200 subs over on Twitch. We're also live on YouTube and on Twitter. Drop a sub, a follow, whatever you want to do. It's Rivals Fight Night for the people.
Honestly, yeah, Jubilee would be kind of sick. I'd be down for that one. I forget about, oh God, there's just so many heroes and powers. I mean, the X-Men, bro, that place is like teeming with folks. Keep your suggestions coming in. Do you want to see Marvel Rivals next? We're going to jump into the game though. 0% on the attack to start with. Is on the Hulk here, especially with the cap taken away by Team 1, who are on that Namor Hulk team up. Look, both teams are obviously trying to leverage that, but definitely feels pretty good defensively to abuse that. We've got Cloak and daggers for both sides.
Hulk's getting pressured really hard. Has to find a way to get healed up. Cart's not rolling at all. Team 1 are doing a great job, and Melio wins the fight on the flank. So the prio of the Namor. Both teams really valuing this combo, but the attackers, I think, are a little bit disadvantaged just by the nature of the character. It's a little bit harder for them to break these chokeholds.
All right, this is... looks like it might take a little bit. We've already got a God of Mischief online here for Crook. Nama as well, so plenty of action going on for those Lokis so far. 0% obviously having to really struggle to try and fight for that higher ground. Note that Rajaro is rotating in and taking aggro, and yeah, just the flank there. Legacy obviously finds that Psychic Spear. Pressure the soul down. It's damage that can't really be mitigated there. And there's a horde of Proteus being thrown out by Naga. Unclear if that found any value either. We've got a God of Mischief active now. Eternal Bond being used here. 0% definitely digging into the pocket here. Lion Pro pops that ultimate. 0% really want to get moving.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger buying a lot of time here. Team 1 are still stalling the card out, although the fight seems to be slowly going against them. That was the copied old Cloak and Dagger again. Naga, though, fighting that kill pretty big. Could be the moment to start building in towards some stability here. You've got to make it happen now. And that kill onto Fate really going to hurt. Without the Cloak and Dagger, very difficult to sustain now.
Yeah, no strategist ults either here for Team 1. They're just not in a position to have the staying power they need, most likely. So clear the monster spawn, clear the... Okay, wow, we're going for this. Trust me, Pop's ultimate there instantly shut down. Horde of Proteus, a lot of damage down, and it's pretty much impossible for Team 1 right now to contest. Great psionic seduction there, locks them up, but still no checkpoint just yet for 0%. Is it answer the butterfly that Frost Mountain has to respect? Generation Domain does get popped now. Horde of Proteus from the defense side. Nama gets caught out. Still contesting the card is Rajaro, but eventually he's going to be brought down.
And Team 1 looks like they're not going to be able to make this hold. They do still have the strange portal to tap in and out and keep this card contested. 1 kill from Melio, but it seems like it may not be enough. They're getting really aggressively attacked, but that spawn is so close. They're able to actually keep the contest through the portal, so really well positioned by the strange, but in the end, you get it over the line. A lot of stall, though, on first point. As much as that felt like kind of a dominant fight for 0%, Team 1 was very scrappy with it, and they really did delay and run the clock down more than you would have expected.
Yeah, decent looks for Team 1 here, but got to give it a 0% eventually. I'm going to run the defenders down. Now, of course, we head into this next phase where 0% position pretty far forward of the statue. They don't really want to allow Team 1 to filter out here and fill this space, and that's Frost Mountain just not getting ready for all of those deployables. Loki clones, Monstro spawns, it is all there, and it hits a lot harder than you otherwise would expect. Rajaro, Psychic Spear in that front line, big exchange there with Legacy now. There is a Psionic Seduction at the ready, should be required. Eternal Bond, got to be used to kick this off though by Lion Pro. Isidore in Hulk smash mode as well. So far, Team 1 trying to play defensive. Kite back on this, but Melio gets caught out. Lion Pro had to give him the slurp of a lifetime. And 0% in a 6 versus 4.
Fate with the ulti, stabilizing for the moment with the Cloak and Dagger, but you're up 2 for 0%. Seems like these kills are an inevitability, and they're going deep, aggressive with their own Cloak and Dagger ult. massive tick damage on everyone. Naga falls as well. The cart's going to start rolling here, but 0%, they want even more. They want some of these last-second cleanup kills. Trust me, just going to die on the cart here, looks like. Making the safe call here. Doesn't want to allow it to roll forward.
Buys a little bit of time. 0% able to snowball that previous fight fairly well. 2 first picks that really didn't come off the back of big ultimates necessarily. And they're going to open this one now with a Psionic Seduction. Straight away, Frost Mountain also in with the dance of the Butterfly. And seduced as they were, Team 1 couldn't do anything about the Psylocke damage coming their way. Vil, thank you very much for the subscription. There's a double down, though, off the Horde of Proteus. Oniro and Legacy out of the game. Half your front line and the lion's share of your damage in the Namor have been removed. And trust me, looks to capitalize.
You're losing a couple players in the back line. It's getting interesting. This 1v1 on cart could be decisive. And I think the trade is just good enough here for Team 1. Closer to their own spawns. Hulk is low, but he's going to be able to get healed up. And those early kills from Naga. I mean, if you didn't get 2 with that Horde of Proteus, that fight could have gone very differently. So it's a crucial fight for Team 1. They stabilize for now. Still a minute 30 on the clock, but 0% still a ways away. They don't have any ultimates right now. They need to maybe farm those up.
Mitch, how the hell did Hulk just survive that? You watched the same thing I did, right?
Yeah, he got topped up, I think, by the Loki clones that had line of sight to Isidore. And then he obviously popped the barriers he walked on out. So it would have been huge, actually, if Team 1 had been able to knock him into puny banner form. But was not to be. In he goes. Gives him a bit of a clap now. Psionic Seduction available here for Rajaro. But crucially, Eternal Bond already popped in this fight. Now Rajaro goes for the Seduction. Hard to catch people in this cone. I think you might just try and deal with those diving his backline. Use it more defensively and take some pressure off Team 1 for sure. Now, though, that Eternal Bond is going to expire. Corner Proteus comes in. Mostly avoided, though, by the defenders. Oniro already down. Trust me, holding onto this Hulk smack now just in case that extra durability is required. Spoilers, it won't be. Team 1 able to withstand 0% now. We're down below a minute.
It's solid layering of the scene deal, and they're even going to delay this Hulk as long as possible. Oh, this is really painful, actually. This is running the clock. We could be in a last fight scenario.
Is it all about to switch to?
He's going to pop it, but does he get out of this?
Unclear. Walks away now in puny battle. That is devastating.
So
that might be one of the worst daggers I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was really clean from them. And they're going to add insult to injury here, diving into the backline. They have the Hulk ulti. Trust me, unstoppable here, keeping a lot of the attention on himself, creating opportunities elsewhere to find kills. Loki's the first one to capitalize.
Line Pro gets in there. Trust me, does exactly what needed to be done there. Soaking up so much of the bandwidth of the attackers, and 0%, after getting off to a great start, making some good progress here, snowballing 2 consecutive fights, are ground to a halt, and it all starts with that 2 kill off the Horde of Proteus from Naga.
Some textbook stagger plays there. That's definitely that's Puckett, the advanced team plays that you will never ever see in a ranked game. But at this level, I'm coming to expect them more and more as people optimize the game, is stalling out that last enemy player, delaying the kill on them. And then just when the enemy shows up with their team, they think, okay, maybe we're going to save this guy and we're going to turn the fight around. Not only do you kill him, but then you instantly progress into a fight off of the objective. So even if you do go and touch for 0% here, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Your team will just get wiped. You'd be down 2 in the fight. Yeah, you might push card a meter or 2, but Team 1 will just clean you up and then come back and make the defense. So they've really done that quite a few times before Team 1, fighting off the objective in the overtime scenario on defense. And it's really crucial. It makes the game almost unwinnable if you're in that position.
I think the professional term is dick move when you keep one alive.
Yeah. It is a dick move, but it is.
Look, it's just business, baby. Nothing personal.
Yeah, nothing personal, honestly. It's that's kind of the rough part with the state changes. They can definitely sort of be used against you. And you're in puny banner form, you can try and get back into Hulk form, but they'll let you do that and then burst you down again. You want to try and run off the map if you can, but that was just a part of the map that's really hard to just find an environmental elimination on yourself. It's a nice way of putting it.
First hold was solid for the defense last time. Thieves 0% can match some of that success. Melio, he's been the one to crack open a lot of these stalemate situations.
All right, Melio, trying to stay out of harm's way here, but always getting that high ground can be tough for attackers on this map. For the time being, Team 1, especially with the loss of their Psylocke here, satisfied themselves with just sticking around. Oniro gets taken down. Not great. That's probably the most important target for 0%. Someone who can really deliver that sustained damage from a safe distance. And now, Nana gets exiled and then sent to the Shadow Realm in quick succession. The Team 1 have that high ground now, and they're on the move.
Do we give him the MVP now, or does Trust Me get it later?
honestly, he's kind of goated. I just love it. He's always playing the mobile tank, so it's fun to watch. Trust me, like this team in the past never really wanted to play like the double shield, the cringe setup. So I've always been a fan. You know, he was always on that Venom. You know, I mean, before it was cool.
Frostbound gets found out, caught in a potentially compromising scenario here. Has to back off from the pressure of that Hulk, and that's creating windows elsewhere. Team 1, though, struggling to really get the catches they're hoping for, trying to bridge the gap on some ultimates. Here's the Loki copy coming out immediately.
Oh, that's a big terror cape, actually. Nice blind comes in against 0%. You saw how important the Dagger Storm, by the way, is for healing.
Oh.
Trust me, jumping back in the direction of it. Team 1 got some pretty key ultimates online. Here they come. Horda Proteus. Oh, they're going to get juiced into the line as part of it. It doesn't look like that combo quite goes off the way Team 1 wanted it to. And now they've lost Crook. Here comes the seduction from Legacy now. And that's 0% of a chance to let go of some of their powerful ultimates, but Lion Pro does get boomed out into next Tuesday. And Legacy also falls. Team 1, honestly, on balance of ultimates, weren't really favored to win there. Somehow they've been able to turn it around. And they'll probably have this checkpoint off the back of this.
Naga goes down. Ripping the ult now is, trust me, they need to clear out this Mega Hulk in the backline. They're going to grab him, smack him down to the floor, but he's still pretty tanky. Need a little bit more damage to actually knock him down and get that car cap. Strange TP also coming in, so 0% still have a shot at this.
All right, in comes Isidore once more. Monstro Spawn needs to be cleared. Very annoying for Hulk to have to take care of. Okay, regeneration domain active right now for 0%. They're very well topped up in the back line. It's only Legacy trading in the front who's taking any damage. Frost Mountain looking to try and come forward here, of course, moving over towards the Strange in hopes of flipping this in their favor. Unfortunately, not to be. And now they're down. One Hulk. Oliver really has to step up and deliver the lion's share of the. They'll pop Cocoon now. Eternal Bomb being popped by Fate. Rojaro has ult. So does Naga. So they can go for this potential combo again. Seduction into Horner Proteus on the table.
They're waiting out the Cloak and Dagger ult too. Gonna have a bit of an advantage here. However, that was just the copy. The real Cloak and Dagger ult still available to come out, and they're gonna need it to try and stabilize through massive damage. Naga, though, still holding on to the Horner Proteus, waiting for the window to nuke. And yeah, burst it down. That's a huge kill from Frost Mountain. Shuts down the ultimate before it can even come in. Big stun connection there from Oniro. And time has started to run out here. 0% very close to making the hold. Now, the copy Cloak and Dagger ult, full commit here. Kind of your last chance for Team 1, committing your last bounty of resources.
Yeah, we're into the second full rotation of ultimates in the same fight, folks. That's why we're getting deja vu. You are correct. Oh, that's not good for Legacy, though. Back turned. Horner Proteus being held onto for such a long time, but the Monstro Spawn here, look at it, off the top left shoulder. Really putting work in for Naga. It looks like Team 1 have been able to win this. I'll be honest, an absolute war of attrition, a slugfest there in front of that first checkpoint.
Yeah, great hold from 0%. Really ran the clock down. Oniro on the Iron Fist is going to have to go back and swap, which is going to be a little bit painful in terms of the rollout, right? I wonder if it's going to cost you a fight. You might be just forced to make the hold in the next choke point. Have to see how the defenders approach this. You have a slight ult advantage here for Loki if you want to go with a copy Cloak and Dagger and try to play it really aggressive, but it's kind of a risky move on defense where the attackers can always just fall back if they want to.
Hulk Smash now active for Trust Me.
Trust Me, he's getting nuked, man.
Yeah, he's really trying to double back, get out of this fight. Now they're really a big extension here to try and get coverage on this Eternal Bond. Again, they can benefit from that tick healing fine, so they're able to reposition now. Also, Dagger Storm, a lot of healing here to rely on. And Naga does get taken down. Oniro able to set up pretty well. I really feel like the Eternal Bond makes things so forgiving. You can position rather aggressively, still don't get punished, but here's a problem. It expires, and Melio dives into the backline. Found both duelists here, and they might have undone 0%.
It's a massive ulti from Fate. Just getting cleaned up on the card now. With a few powerful ultis, 0% need to get it together here for this defense. However, clock is relatively low. This is still a winnable scenario for 0%. This first fight is going to be the most difficult, though. This is where your ult disadvantage is really significant. And Melio wants to end it before it can even begin. Already into the flank, already into the back line. Cloak and Dagger ult already out, though.
Lion Pro gets that field down. Still being looked at, though, here by Rojaro. Melio needs to wait this out before a Dance of the Butterfly could be considered remotely threatening to 0%. But Lion Pro's been dealt with. That's another big healer off the table. No Shroud-X ultimates to speak of now. It has feet. That's right. Horner Proteus drops in, but Frostmount was able to find a big double off the back of that. And crucially, both strategists were dealt with. That's enough to put Team 1 in the dumpster for this fight.
The trades came in, man. Lion Pro was full aggro here, went straight to the card, got punished for it, but ultimately the follow-up was there, just a little bit late for 0%, but they make the hold. And now this is not an easy victory here for Team One. As close as they are, they're coming down to a one-fight scenario with the poking that's going to take place. They need to try and build up a couple more of these ultimates. Fate would really love to get that Cloak and Dagger ultimate, but you're only at 58%. That's a bit of a long road with 30 seconds on the clock.
Not a lot to work with. We've seen Team One, outside of those big, powerful ultimates, have sometimes struggled to take these fights. They've got to deal with a god of mischief, so they're definitely unfavored in this situation. Let's see what they can make happen. Hulk smash here for Trust Me straight away. Trying to bait the stream, apparently. Trust Me taking too much damage now. Eternal Bond copied and applied over most of the field of battle. And Frostbat and Oniro getting in the back line. This is beautiful stuff. Team One, we've got nowhere to go, nothing to do. Now overtime comes in. They won't have the time to get a portal here from a Strange. I just don't think that's an option. Melio will attempt it as you have to. The stall here, actually. The Cocoon gave them an option, but Melio's too busy fiddling around with his magic. Can't get the rest of the team on that point. 0%. Keep it interesting in the series.
They do call him the Magic Fiddler. 1-1, 0% gets their map pick. Jake, are you impressed?
I thought they played really well. The C&D Loki combo is really interesting. I mean, there's so much survivability, even without ultimates, right? Like, it can really get into these like crazy levels of wars of attrition where the fights go super, super long. But I was impressed, you know. I think, honestly, Oniro had a lot of winning moments there, getting some key picks in those team fights. Same for Frost Mountain, clutching out in some scenarios that looked like the fight was starting to turn against them. So 0% hang in there and evening up the series, showing that Team One, this won't be an easy one for them.
Mitch, I was hyping up Trust Me on the other side. You see Isidore is going to get MVP from the game. 14 final blows to go with their 17,000 damage and 44k damage blocked. Not a bad game for your main tank.
It's actually insane. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that he only dies 3 times. You know, you mentioned earlier on, it's like, how did the Hulk survive there? Isidore, clearly a really good idea of like the ins and outs of like being that hypermobile sort of damage sponge tank player. So really impressed with what we saw there. This is important data, I think, for Team One to go on with and say, okay, we maybe need to consider like trying to play our cap here and not get set in a sort of a Loki mirror that doesn't really favor us too much here, because 0% beat them in the most honest way possible. It was just really solid Marvel rivals from them, where it just turned out their Hulk took over the game.
And you were the one who decided no cap. So interesting turn of events there, as Zero is going to get the game win for game 2. We're going into a game 3. This will be a Team One pick. As we revisit that game, though, Jake, what were the star moments for you? Who are the star players so far?
I thought Frost Mountain was making a great case for himself with that clutch kill. Like, there was a fight that was going Team One's way, like on the objective at the final cap with about a minute left on the clock on attack. Looked like the game was just done. And then Frost Mountain comes up with those 2 pickoffs. If he doesn't find those, game is over. Team One are up 2-0 and they're on the verge of going on to the money match. So clutch plays like that from Frost Mountain, I think, are going to need to be key going into the rest of the series. However, I'm a little worried because Control was such an incredible beatdown for Team One. It's like, okay, you just take it back to Control. You need to have an answer for that for 0%. I think the first step is do not give up the Cap Jeff combo on Control.
Yep.
But even outside of that, I think Team One may be at their strongest in that game mode.
Well, domination race towards a 1-3 situation. Remember, this is our first of 2 matches in U, and we also have 2 matches from North America. It's Rivals Fight Night. Hulks are in action, and they're earning MVPs. 3 deaths, 6 deaths. These 2 are freaks.
Cooking. Honestly, look, I mean, Hulk does a whole lot here. There's like a bunch of reasons why the team up with Namor is a big part of that. So when you've got maps that have high ground or have those longer sight lines where Namor can set up and maybe like answer any flank pressure, he's great. Hulk on his own obviously is really important here. The fact that he, has a shielding ability that feeds into his ult charge, on destruction is very, very powerful, because of course, the Hulk smash just lets him do what he has already been doing, but with even more impunity, right? Go even more aggressive and be able to lock someone down out of the game, kind of like we see Emma Frost be able to do, albeit for a shorter time. So really powerful here when you've got high ground to work with. You've got a lot of movement that needs to be made here between up and down like there from Isidore. So I think the 0% seemed like a great Hulk team, one that's got to be respected now. And this Team One team, I think they've been put on notice. They're going to need to dig a little deeper.
The seduction into the punch is a fantastic combo. If only we could see the Thing throw some haymakers in the mix. Triple Vanguards, thing of the past. That was a 1.5 season thing. We're into season 2 and we got a map 3 loading up. Let's go to Burn It, T'Challa. Another, is this domination, Mitch? Did I get it right?
Yep, you got it right.
Nailed it. Let's get into it.
I wonder if like Hela comes out at all. I mean, I feel like it's just been untouched so far, which is pretty surprising to me. I think Burn and T'Challa is a pretty strong map if you want to play that slower style. However, maybe the vulnerability for Hela is just too great to these like super over aggressive flanking setups, whether it's the whole team up with the Namor, whether it's the Jeff Cap, maybe you're just getting swarmed on Hela. Maybe that's why teams are staying away from it. But we've seen it come out a lot in the past on Burn and T'Challa. We'll see if that's maybe just an artifact of the old meta, or if things have actually changed.
Jake, I have great news. Do you like great news?
Yeah, I love news. Especially when
did you know right now we have friends at Intel?
Oh,
it's
really?
true. Yeah, and our friends at Intel are hooking up the fans at home. All they got to do is go over to rivalsfightnight.com. If you do so, Intel is doing a giveaway with a brand new Intel Core Ultra 9 285K CPU and premium tickets. That's right, premium tickets to DreamHack Dallas. I'm heading there next week. One lucky person will win a new CPU. 10 others will get premium tickets to DreamHack Dallas. All you have to do, head over to rivalsfightnight.com to enter. It's simple as that. Dope stuff. Thank you, Intel.
I'm psyched. I'll be there in Dallas as well. We're hanging out at DreamHack, so come say hi if you get down there, especially if you're able to win yourself some premium tickets. I obviously go to the website and there's probably a thing to sign up for. There's might be an extra step there, but it is that easy. So yeah, big shout out to Intel partnering with us. Obviously awesome giveaway. They've obviously been, in the engine room of Rivals Fight Night since its inception. So it's really cool to be able to give back to you guys who give so much to us, including your Prime subs if you have.
Yes, all of your Prime subs. If you have a castle, we would like your crown. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Intel. And Intel reminder, I will be on site at DreamHack. Uber's going to be on site at DreamHack. Jake, are you going to be on site at DreamHack?
I am not going to be a DreamHack.
That's right. Jake is available to work your Intel booth at DreamHack. Sign them now. We are jumping into a game number 3 with some bans and protects, and they have already been, frequently getting rid of the group. We haven't seen a torch, and I don't expect to see it from Europe tonight.
Can we Bucky here? That might be like a chance to bring it back in. 0% tried it on Hell's Heaven. I don't think it was great. Obviously, the Cap team up can be fairly compelling, giving Bucky another option to reposition. Another button to press is always fun, but yeah, expect these first 2 bans to go as expected. And obviously Warrior Falls, for example, is the map for Jeff, so expect to see him be pretty prolific here. It's got to be a protect for Team 1.
We love Jeff. Last time they got rid of the Luna, they'll do the same thing without a Luna. 0% looked pretty comfortable on heals.
For Team 1 though, I'm thinking about last map, and they protected the Adam Warlock and then didn't use it. Yep. And they also banned the Cap, which to me those look kind of weird right now. They are going to get rid of the Hulk, so that's going to be a pretty significant change up from the last map. But I'm curious to see if they want to bring Cap back. I mean, they have the option to. I don't see why they wouldn't, because of how dominant that first game in the series was. And Naga looked great on the Jeff. The combo with Cap was immaculate, and 0% got kind of smoked. 0% are tempting them to do it though. They had the chance to ban it out if they wanted to, and there won't be the Luna team up, but it's still a threat.
I think Nightbot just Nightbotted itself. Ridiculous stuff is happening here on Rivals Fight Night. Once again, it's rivalsfightnight.com. It's pretty simple stuff. In the meantime, we do see the Mags protection, and on the other side, they'll make sure that Captain makes it through. You want to say this one for me, Mitch?
Yeah, Grass Alf Steifer.
I knew it was Grass Alf Steifer.
Thanks for the Prime. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Even in Germany, we have Rivals Fight Night.
Yes.
Global event, baby, for the people around the world.
Taking over the world. Why doesn't T1 have a name yet? Well, they were formerly known as Luminosity Europe. That family partnership ended, and now they're Team 1. And you could put your name in front of their logo for a few $1,000s, I bet, each week.
Okay, that's honestly pretty good.
It's a good deal.
Yeah.
We did it for free with Team 1. Blaney, what's up?
Jake, pay their salaries.
Jake, there's no Hellas for you, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they banned it out. Well, at least Hella's getting some respect in the ban phase. I do think Burn and T'Challa is one of the better Hella maps in the game. So maybe the Hella's out of the meta overall. You don't want it to be in the game. You don't want her presence, and it's Burn and T'Challa. So you just say, you know what, we're just going to ban it. Safety. Don't want to have to deal with that if it ends up being a problem for us. But 0% call the bluff, man. They're the ones that protect Cap this time. That's kind of wild, given how game 1 went. That is a huge surprise to me. But they're going to double down it. And it says to me that they want to play the Cap Jeff. I guess they just think they maybe they didn't execute well on game one, but it felt like a little bit more than a tiny execution gap on game one.
I think it
Reminder,
might
if you
be
missed
that they
any
want
of
to
these
ease it all.
games, they are available on YouTube.com. Shout out to our subscribers on Twitch, Boof and Blunts. It's Ro on the mic. You have Uber Shouts alongside Jake.
Thank you very much for Nick Zero. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, I mean, maybe 0% just want the cap was kind of what I wondered. Like Isidore obviously, clearly wants to play those more brawly based vanguards. They might not actually think to pair it up with the Jeff. So Oniro actually is going to be on the Star-Lord though. That is, we do not have a Adam Warlock pair up with, though. It's not the most uncommon thing, but obviously a little less potent as he could be.
I do think with Magneto out of the meta, Star-Lord could be a little bit stronger, right? Like can force a strategist ultimate, not just countered by Magneto ultimate as it was when Star-Lord was really at the peak of its meta. Isidore into the back line, taking some attention, but already getting poked pretty hard. Oniro, though, wins the fight, damaging on a Trust Me.
Honestly, impressive. That's a Blaster Barrage kill. They're playing this without the Magneto. Obviously, really helps someone like Star-Lord, be able to do that damage for basically free. However, frontline crumbling a little bit. Actually, Naman the one getting picked off, so no Loki to work with here, but T1 are taking their sweet time. Big cheese! Thank you very much for the sub. They're going to regroup here. It looks like the Bucky's back on the table.
Yeah, let's see how Naga gets in. I mean, the hooks could potentially always be a big problem. Cap, though, maybe one of the harder Vanguards to follow up on when pulled in. They're being harassed from all sides, trying to come up and touch this point. 0% really surrounding everyone. Great defensive positioning, posturing here at the back of the point, keeping everyone stable and healthy.
He's a little pushing up. Ever a nuisance here. Problem for Melio, who doesn't get any help. Somehow it seems like Crook doesn't have the bandwidth to turn there. We just get some more healing back onto the Psylocke, and now Team 1 lacking a key damage dealer. Winter Soldier, though, someone I'm going to keep my eye on here for Team 1. Of course, they have the team up. Invisible Boundary already getting thrown down, but done so defensively. 0% have one of their own. Lion Pro more than happy to have the later one, and a second one thrown down. Legacy hoping to tease some people out of this invisible zone, but Team 1 respect that seduction. Allowed to come through. So we had 4 invisible boundaries in one fight. That's Marvel Rivals for you folks. Doesn't get any better than that. Now, though, Rejuvenation Domain has to be popped here for Team 1. They've got both their duelist ultimates available, and it's going to be a Kraken impact first. Lion Pro's down, so the resets are going to start coming in. Freedom charge. Popped here by Isidore. Probably for the extra overshield, but that doesn't seem to be stopping Naga.
Yeah, the threat of these execute resets is massive, especially with the Loki clones giving that as well, and everyone is going to be wiped here.
Oh, they did it.
Getting the massive cleanup.
They did the little team up fist bump.
The fact that you cap there with 86% for 0% means Team 1 actually, even if they do lose the flip, they're going to get probably a Strange Portal retake option. So it's actually crucial that it goes off as quickly as it did for Team 1. That really does give them much better staying power and hope in this round. And 0% also committed everything to that fight. Team 1 still waiting with a couple ultimates. That cap ult is going to be incredibly powerful. Super hard to fight into that when you don't have ultis.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Gamers Last Resort. Thanks for the support. As Naga getting choke slammed early, but the healing is good. Contact lane's even thrown up for him there. The Guardian Shield helping heal him up, but eventually he'll be brought down. Melio, though, who has been instrumental in this game for Team 1, is able to slip in there towards that backside. And now you can see 0% are completely split. This will be dragged out a little. Legacy realizes that, so takes a nosedive off the falls. And 0% look for that reset.
Still, it's a long road to that ultimate charge. 0% don't quite have anything yet. They should be getting this Loki ult before anything really pops off too crazy. But Team 1 have the significant support ult advantage here, 2-1. So in a long fight, if they're able to trade these ultimates down, it's going to be looking very good for them.
All right. Backstorm already used. Trust me, just harrying for the time being. But 0% have been allowed to wrap here towards this right side. Set up a little bit of a staging ground. Isidore, you can see he's gone upstairs. Presumably to dig out any of those longer range players. Maybe trying to find, Fate. Get on towards those Vanguards here. You've got to be careful. The cap's a problem. And this does draw out the invisible boundary from Team 1, but they're about to get even. Here comes the seduction now. And a crucial silence there. Coming in on towards the Star-Lord. Trust me, just going to draw them forward. And now there's going to be another invisible boundary for Team 1. They've got into the lead now, and 0%, they're struggling.
That should be the round here. They're looking for these cleanup kills. Last to touch now. Cap is alive behind, is going to have to touch point, but pretty low already. And yeah, you're immediately on that for Melio. Knows that the touch is coming in. You have the ulti for Cap. He's trying to stay alive. He's so low. Getting a bit of heals now from the high ground. Invisible boundary, though, going to keep him up. Still some fight left in 0%. but it's so difficult. They're being focused by. They just need to live through with this invisible boundary, but the hard focus is enough to take down Line Pro.
That's the butterfly. Everybody just converging around that Guardian shield. It's such a dirty little counter to what Psylocke can do here. But Frostmadden is able to get rid of Fate. Here comes Isidore now. Bit of a problem. Freedom charge for Team 1, but they've only got 3 players left to work with, and this needs to be a big dance to the butterfly from Melio. Big ask. That is a lot to try and draw out of them. Pikachu, thank you very much for the prime. His Legacy swinging for the fence now, trying to shove in the direction of this Team 1 squad, but Melio has been dishing the damage. Beautifully done, and what a recovery. A little bit of whiplash for me, I'm not going to lie. But Isidore, who kept 0% in this round, eventually is going to fall. There is a Doctor Strange portal in play, though. However, it looks like drips and drabs only for 0%. Not getting out with enough numbers. Definitely no ultimates to leverage in this engagement. And Amelio just waiting for the opportunity to emerge, find extra damage on the Stranger's direction. And Oniro's shield is not omnidirectional, unfortunately. Warrior falls. Hard fought, but goes the way of Team 1.
Yeah, Team 1 with the staying power. Rajara with that ultimate, bringing it back. And like you mentioned, I mean, Melio continuing to pump damage down. I think 3 to 6 there was a really rough fight. But with the ultimate from Cap, right, stabilizing things for just a little bit, Melio and Cap are able to get the damage in and actually find those kills, turn the fight around. Trust me, big damage. Wow, like really taking over the lobby right now. That's a crazy stat line right there on Emma Frost.
Numbers-wise, kind of insane. What trust me is just popping off in that previous game. Honestly, if you're up against a Cap composition, the Emma Frost is probably the one you really want to be at full effectiveness. The only one that realistically has the stopping power to at least find windows where Cap can be punished.
I interrupt this conversation to do a sponsor plug. Hey, Puckett, how do you rank Rivals next to all the OG MLG shooters? Right up there with Halo 2, Halo 3 for me. That's HJF, baby. I say Rivals, top 5 game for me that I've worked on. It's been fun.
You grind it. I see you, bro. Every time I'm in Steam, maybe firing them some Rivals. Paquito is there in ranks. He's in the trenches. He's grinding. That's passion.
Damn, you're really calling him a trenchy out here, just in front of everybody, dog.
I spend my money. I don't go up. I don't go down, baby.
He's stacked with the Chrono shields, bro. He's rich.
Oh, buddy. Rajaro starting to swing here. A bit of pressure on the back line there for 0%. Plus those invisible boundaries are going to be a consistent factor in this game with both Loki and Invisible Woman in play. Lion Pro just can't catch a break, and that's the plan here, of course. Rajaro wants to make sure that he sticks to that Invisible Woman. It makes it impossible for her to have an impact on these fights. Strong start.
And Oniro's been pretty quiet on the Star-Lord since that opening pick of round 1. Naga's had, I think, quite a few more decisive moments, opening picks, key trades, and that ultimate, of course, being able to get the resets. Now you're coming in on this next fight. You don't have any defensive ultis for 0%. You have the Cap ult that could keep you alive, but you don't have that key strategist counter. And yeah, immediate aggression here from Melia forces out that Cap ult. Rajaro, though, Kinkin is out in response, got killed.
Rajaro dealt with here. That freedom charge is so effective. Look at the overshield the 0% have. Basically unfightable for Team 1. And Fate tried to spend some time inside those Loki domains, but was eventually forced out of them and taken down. It was good to see 0% break back into the game at a relatively early stage, but Team 1 are 1/3 of the way to their goal.
That's kind of a rare misstep from Rajaro, not able to get the ultimate off there. Gets heavily punished. I think if they had that Cap ult, they would have been able to out-sustain into that. And now they're on the retake at 0%. I would say in a great position with few ultimates to bring to bear in this next fight. Frostman thinking about overloading on that flank, but everyone from Team 1 is here up the front line, following Rajaro in with the charge.
And we dropped. Still a few seconds of freedom charge left. Team 1 topped up and they need it because their Bucky's under pressure. Naga able to deal with Lion Pro though as a cracking impact here. He's able to play extra aggressive because of that Cap ultimate, and so in he goes. Legacy drop, that's going to be yet another resetter. We spotted the Star-Lord in the background, but Naga says, no, probably not worth trying to go for that kill until the Star-Lord's got no choice but to fight and die on the point.
Great play there behind the Cap ult. Naga following up with the Kraken impact, getting the cleanups, and they're still sitting on that double support ult combo. So Team 1 have everything they need for stability's sake here. Just need to be a little bit cautious about getting caught around corners, getting pulled in difficult objective positions. 0% on the retake. Gonna open with the Emma Frost ultimate.
Oh, that's a nice little bionic arm. However, the peasants will be forced to kneel as the psionic seduction is drawn out of 0%. Nama also with an invisible boundary. Team 1 though got plenty of those ultimates. That is a dirty force physics, man. That was sick. Nama had nowhere to go. Fate able to follow up and actually find the elimination themselves. Yeah, there is how. You would not believe how many invisible boundaries this baby can fit in it.
Back cap. Hold
Tap the
on.
hood.
He needs it. If he gets this huge, I think Melio's going to be there in time to stop the cap.
Oh,
that's actually
Blaster Barrage would have been great, but that Guardian Shield kind of ruined Oniro's day.
Yeah, and you do still have Kraken Impact as well as the Dance of the Butterfly here for Team 1. They're trying to bait out some of the defensive ultimates. Cap comes first. They're surviving it now with the Regeneration Domain. No defensives quite yet available for Team 1. But the 2-at-1 Kraken Impact plus Dance of the Butterfly is enough to find the opener.
You see just how good Winter Soldier can be in situations like this. And we go trying to get a max purchase there. So the odds of resets are highest. That does time out though. So Naga, no more Kraken Impacts available. But that Galactic Legend really doesn't get the value that Oniro was looking for there. There's enough healing for Team 1 that they're able to survive that engagement. And now a celebratory freedom charge for Rajaro. It seems like when it comes to domination, Team 1 are the team to beat.
Yeah, they're so masterful on this game mode. That being said, they're going to have to win now. 0% is going to take them to a different map, going to force something different out of them. I guess you could think oh, we're going to go to game 5 and play domination again, but I don't think you want to let things get that close against this 0% squad.
That was fun, ladies and gentlemen. And we have another Vanguard MVP. Trust me, answering back. Pretty impressive stuff on domination. What is the difference for Rajaro and Trust Me when it comes to this game mode versus trying to push an objective?
Well, the thing is that like you're fighting over one location most of the time, right? Whereas on like, Convergence and Convoy modes, the actual surroundings of the fight sort of change. So when you're in one spot, like flanking is extra important. You basically have this 1-2 combo of Trust Me just trying to hold a front line and getting very charged up in terms of like, his damage output in doing so. Whereas Rajaro just goes and hits their back line very, very hard and just flanks them constantly. I also think the Winter Soldier being able to play alongside them with Frost makes it extra lethal for any tank to try and challenge it, because Emma's great in that matchup. You can lock them down. And also, while she's busy like kicking someone, Winter Soldier's got Bionic Arm. You can knock him up, of course. There's like so many ways you can punish tanks as Winter Soldier. So that little 1-2 combo I think is really important. But yeah, man, just sick coordination overall here by Team 1.
Yeah, there's a couple moments there where I thought Oniro was going to get it over the line with the Star-Lord ulti, but just great care from the Team 1 strategist, like really saving Naga, I think, crucially in one of those fights. Naga on Winter Soldier with these Kraken impacts. I mean, we've seen how potent this combo is at the highest level. When the team focus fire is on point, when you're synergizing and hitting down these targets together, that execution threshold is massive, and some of these opening picks are just like game-defining.
Looking at the numbers, 14,000 damage on Oniro. On the other side, Melio, 1366, had 12 more final blows. One team was able to finish in these team fights, guys.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Obviously, we saw a couple of situations where Team 1 are just using their Guardian Shield really well. There's a couple of duelist ultimates where there aren't strategist ultimates for Team 1 to just like nullify them, and they've got to get a bit creative. And often it's like, playing around the Guardian Shield is really important, because the Guardian Shield does not care how many people are around it. It's going to give that same healing per second to them. And Invisible Woman's like her standard shot comes out and back from her, right? So if you combine those and everyone's kind of clumped up, you can actually get a disgusting amount of healing throughput from her, where otherwise maybe you'd look to, Lunasona do that for you. So I think Team 1 really mindful of that. Fate very, very good at just, like probably barking out those orders and setting them up, to sort of play off that. And this here, like, good example. Look at that. Guardian Shield straight away. Oniro cannot... Normally, the Blaster Barrage is pretty good for you in that 1 versus 1, but Melio just has backup from across the map.
Incredible support from the strategist, and we have a 1-game advantage. It's going to be Team 1 on match point when we come back. Shout out to production. You earned this P-break. Ignore that text from your girlfriend. Games are on. Welcome back. It's Rivals Fight Night. This is round 1 of 4. Welcome to Team 1 versus 0%. The dance of the butterflies. With a whale!
I mean, it has feet also, by the way. I just want to, like, it's a land whale.
Can we take a look at that again?
Whale. Have you ever seen a whale's feet?
Or are they just like flipper clubs?
I mean, listen, I've looked for whale feet, all right?
We've been Googling.
It ain't out there. I got directed somehow to OnlyFans. I did not end up where I thought I would. So, yeah, look, I don't.
Whale feet
ain't gonna fly. Dicey ain't gonna fly.
And that's why Uber's bank account has been drained. But we're jumping into a game.
It's crazy, bro. They cleared my search history. I don't know what happened. It's gone.
It's so weird. It's so wild. No, ignore that subpoena. It's fine. We're going to the path. It's going to be a party, Jake, because I have a feeling that Zero is going to win their map pick again. Why? Because it's not domination. The path could cause similar problems that we saw back on Midtown. A lot of room in the sky, some really tough corners here as well.
I will say Midtown was close. It wasn't an easy win for them. They're going to need to put up another solid performance. And I wonder, for T1, are you going to throw another ban at Hulk? Are you going to get rid of that Namor team up, which was a bit of a problem for you? I mean, while Naga played well, I think it was clear that the Hulk strat overall was a little bit more comfortable for 0%.
I think they should, for sure. I think the Hulk ban, which you've seen them already mix in even on the first map, right? Before we sort of thought they had much data on it. Obviously, these guys probably screamed a couple of times, so have an idea. Take that out. This is the kind of map where Namor is obviously really good, but you know, we've seen teams go for a lot of Human Torch here. Flyers in general could be quite potent. We've seen Iron Fist also busted out on this map. Emma Frost should still be at the forefront of your minds. I think is just one of the premier options for, you know, that like pseudo frontliner here. And I think we're going to keep seeing group bans, guys. I'm going to keep it real with you. I'm going to keep it a stack.
I mean, this is maybe the best group map in the game too. So you really need to ban it here if you don't want to play it.
While we're waiting, a quick reminder, go to rivalsfightnight.com, enter our Intel giveaway. We're giving away 10 passes to DreamHack. I'm talking the good stuff, as well as a fantastic Intel Core Ultra 9 285K CPU. That's 285K, right, Mitch? I'm a mathematician.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about computers, but big numbers go burr. And
I like
that number looks crazy big, bro.
1,000. All right, here we go. The path is loading up. The band should be loading up. Our players, do you need longer to take your bathroom break?
No, the
What's
shaders
going
are just
on
compiling.
from game 3 to 4,
fine, bro. You know how it is,
Compile the
man.
shaders.
The
Compile the
shaders gonna get
shaders
compiled,
faster.
bro.
The
Compile
children,
them.
they yearn for the shaders.
The shade. Okay, I asked you guys earlier. Never mind. We'll get back to that.
I'm sure it was a really important question, though.
Final one, because we know it's going to be a Groot and then a Torch. Okay, how would Ant-Man work in the game?
What if Ant-Man is like fighting his own little battle? You know, you have like the two Ant-Mans are like micro.
Shrinks
and they're,
you
like,
down?
Fighting. They're like 1v1ing in like the tiny corner, and Hulk steps on one of them on accident, you know?
The health packs are the objective they fight for. And if your team controls it, it gives you extra healing. Do you know what I mean? But you have to fight for
Yeah.
it.
The Ant-Men are
that's
just
that.
1v1ing in the corner of the map, slipping around.
Okay, and then how would Ant-Man face off against 1 million ants from Rick and Morty?
He'd go big. He'd go big and just crush him.
Yeah,
Easy
I
mode.
can just
Easy
get
mode.
bigger.
Simple
People
answers.
forget
That's
it's
why
not
I'm
just
here.
like, yeah, Ant-Man can also be man and less ant. You know what I'm saying? I would just drop Dookie on those ants and then get off my life. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look at the Luna Protect here, by the way. The little subject change for you.
just
And the
a
Hulk protect.
log and leave. Is that what we're doing here? All right. Luna and then the Hulkster makes it through. So now are you forced to ban Namor? Do you want Namor for Naga on Team 1?
I think they should just ban Namor. I'm not sure Hulk is really playable without the team up. Likewise, though, 0% ban out the Jeff, so they don't want to deal with that Luna team
You
up.
did
with
get
Jeff.
MVP on the Hulk, which could be just dumb kid math here, but yeah, Namor's
No,
going
I think
Hulk, so.
I think honestly, like trying to protect Hulk is it's the best thing that we've seen from 0% this series, or at least the one thing I think that pound for pound had them standing out in a favorable comparison against Team 1. So
Team 1, though, they get the Loki Luna, which I think their strategists are super comfortable on. And honestly, strategists have been the strength for Team 1. They've been really stable, having great games across the board here. And they've got what they want in terms of that backline stability here for Yggdrasil Path. That's crucially important to be able to sustain and make these defensive holds. A lot of these fights really do need to be super clean for the attackers to get over the line.
these last bans are really important. So Line Pro is trying to get his invisible woman, which is fine, but this is where we start thinking about Adam Warlock. Yeah, and sort of dealing with that. Also, like Iron Man's still available. Like there's an option for the Flyer. Hela is still there. Cap is still in the mix as well. You might see that Team 1 just prefer to play Cap and not the Hulk here.
This is Iron Man ban. They want no.
I wouldn't be
Flyer
shocked to
business.
see the Cap ban either, though. I think Cap ban can make a bit of sense here if you wanted to not deal with the Bucky and go a different direction. It's going to be the Hela, though.
All right.
Also,
Long distance.
threat of Yggdrasil Path Hela is always real. I mean, I think Hela can always kind of like pop off and make plays and hit some nasty flanks on this map. But
Why
you're
does
free to
Mr.
play.
X want you to take your sunnies off, Bucket?
I don't know. People love my baby blues, but they don't understand how migraines work in bright lights.
Oh, yeah, facts.
Back on, cowboy. Here we go. It is map number 4. We're going to the path. Yggdrasil has always been a fun party. Some of the best highlights go to the very end. Others, well, sometimes teams don't get around the first corner. Mitch, do we get to a game 5? Is it time?
I think this is a 3-1. I think this is
I'll
a 3-1
say
for
it.
Team 1. Yeah. I just have a feeling. The way that this is played out, I think the pick of there's just so much on the table still that can be abused. I feel like pound for pound. I love my boy Line Pro, by the way. Evo, you're the GOAT. All right, don't get me wrong. But Team 1 have looked to be pretty scary. Thank you so much, Naga, for approximately changing your name. I don't really understand the tag before it. What is it, like a Billy reference? Okay.
I can't help you there. What I can help you with is if you're looking for a railgun, Havoc is a fantastic character who cannot control where his blast goes. Sound familiar, Mitch?
I played the 5th, sir. It's going to be the Winter Soldier here for Naga, though, as we kind of expected. So they're team up active with the Cap. This is what I thought. The Team 1 just didn't really want to match those Hulks, Jake, but I think they're like the cap play's been really good. Rajara obviously more supportively inclined, and helps, of course, that freedom charge gives that overshield out like an extra strategist ultimate.
I will say, I do think the cap ult is so much better than the Hulk ult because the ability of it to affect your whole team when you brawl together in these types of comps is really valuable. So Isidore has the work cut out from here on the Hulk, has to really show a lot of presence. And Naga doing a great job here, pumping damage in the front line. Already finds the first pick onto Legacy. They're looking for more.
I want to point out here that Tainted Voltage is actually a really relevant ability. You notice that Naga is trying to clip the Iron Man with it when possible. Frost Mountain will get grounded by that ability and be very vulnerable to like a bionic arm and an easy pickoff. So especially in parts of the map like this where the Iron Man is playing so close to the ground, there's a lot of opportunities to snipe him out. But he is empowered by the team up with Hulk.
Regen Domain forced out of Crook. There's an opportunity here, especially with almost Dance of the Butterfly being available for this fight. Rajaro taking a lot of pressure in the front line, holding it for the moment. Lunas no copied ult, and the first kill comes in, so opportunity here for Team 1 to just snowball over the top, and Linepro throws good money after bad there, throws that Invisible Woman ult down, and gets killed. This is going to be a full team wipe here. The attackers getting deleted.
Yeah, that's devastating. Committing an Invisible Boundary after I've already lost the fight. And that, again, it's a pretty important ability to be able to block that LOS. Kind of crucial. Nama, though, of course, has a Fate of Both Worlds ready, so you'll always have that to rely on. Team 1, very different strategist core, of course, as they want to bring the Loki in where possible. Kraken impact at the ready. Nama has to hold ultimate for that, most likely. Here comes the seduction, no straight away. Cross Mountain trying to reposition now, but it's going to be a Lunar Snow ultimate for both sides. Dance of the Butterfly concludes here as Honoro backs up, and Pulse Cannon. Oh, Frost Mountain, maybe too close. Has to play close because needs the healing from his Luna, but that's an ultimate you're going to wish you had back.
Melio into the backline now. Dance the Butterfly. Rajaro as well, keeping the front line stable. These two ultimates together, working miraculously. 0% getting cleaned up once again. Only 1:30 on the clock. This looks to be another team wipe. Full reset here for the attackers. Team 1 going to be able to regain at full strength. And you don't really have any defensive tools, and you're going up against the Kraken impact. This is really a dire scenario here for 0%. I'd say they have 2 fights, but they got to take this one so fast because unless you get just like the godly shutdown on Winter Soldier, this is a really rough spot.
1 minute 15 left. Switch over from Oniro here. Frost Mountain also couldn't get value off the flyers early. Now can they get a little bit of a pick? There's a combo here, of course. The Bionic Arm Force Resist can really drag someone out of position, but it's a little finicky, hard to line up. Isidore has to go for a Hulk smash here. In the meantime, Melio's taken down. Attention span being consumed here by the Hulk as Team 1 now need to deal with his Kraken impact or make use of it. Naga blown up midway through it though. Oniro pretty handy with the roster stern apparently. And this is a great little opening now for 0%. Trust me, no reason to use his ultimate, the only one remaining. And so Naga will set up a portal here for a retake attempt.
Hulk still works.
You have no position here. Are you even? I don't think he's going to get the portal there in time. Just a second too late. And he's just going to have to go back and reset here. Can hold the cart for just a moment, but yeah, needs to take that back spawn. Needs to swap. And 0%, they get it over the line. Nice attention grabbing play from Isidore, and everyone from Team 1 turned to focus farm. I think that's a bit of a mistake that they needed to get aggressive. But 0% find the way through, capping first point, but a lot of clock has already run down.
Love that though from Rajaro. Push there in towards the back line. Oniro dealt with pretty handily. So Team 1 now can re-establish priority. Start to find ways to abuse his high ground. Even if it's just giving Psylocke a decent, place to drop down from. Or God forbid, Rajaro to be able to cover more ground diving on in. And yeah, there's a world where you want to ignore the Hulk if you can, but his whole kit is designed to make that very difficult to do. So, chokeslam here, Rajaro, no chance to pop the freedom charge. That's why Emma Frost is so good right now.
Hook into chokeslam, but that's a big kill from Melio. Solos his opposite number here in the backline, now pulling a ton of attention with the clone as well. Forces the Invisible Woman ult, and still alive here. Still delaying, trust me. Meanwhile, killing them into the fight here, fighting through the boundary. Impressive performance there from Team 1. Just an absolute beatdown.
Yeah, I did. The Emma Frost gameplay has been really nice, but trust me, has just found a way to have outsized impacts over these rounds, just in terms of raw damage output. Basically, every E is connecting. Looks like all those crystals being shattered constantly. Making use of the diamond form there as well, finding good damage opportunities, building a lot of these ultimates up. There's another seduction just around a corner for them. 0% though, they are armed to the teeth. Could be a problem though. How many debuffs can Naga apply? I think that's pretty good. About 3-4 players caught out by that. Now he's looking for resets. But with that Fate of both worlds in play, no one's going to get low enough towards that threshold to allow for more impacts to be used. Trust me there. Clearly just wants to remain in the front line inside that diamond form, and he's charged up, ready to go. This could be scary. Seduction getting it popped, and Oniro gets drawn over towards Team 1. That should help them deal with it now. Is Legacy a little bit out at sea here as both tanks focus on the enemy Emma Frost that deals with them?
Oh, the freeze perfectly timed there. Just barely saves 0%, allows them to reset. They have not made any progress here on second point whatsoever, being just absolutely crunched into this choke. And Team 1 still have the double support ult for this fight. Big advantage. Despite the 4 ultis for 0%, I'd still rather be Team 1 in this fight. They have so much sustain. You need to find some burst kills. Maybe Frost Mountain could get something done, but he's just playing the frontline damage game.
Okay, that was a Seduction getting popped there. Frost Mountain picked up early. Tough times there for Oniro. Maybe he likes it. Here comes the Fate of both worlds. But again, hard to get these resets now. And Loki clones do help in that regard. Oniro, though, will be brought down. We are 10 seconds left in the round. 0% have really faltered here, Jake. Tough to make any further progress, but cast your minds back if you will to Midtown. It was a similar situation there, and 0% was still able to prevail. So don't write them off yet.
That's another big kill, though, from Melio. He's just absolutely spawn camming Frost Mountain. The rest of the team not faring much better. Cannot break this hold. And Team 1 gonna make that defense happen here, just inches into second point.
We're showing here for Team 1. Again, there's like one fight, I think, where Isidore is able to get that Hulk smash, where things get a little bit dicey for Team 1. But outside of that, 0% had to throw quite a different looks at Team 1. And ultimately, they ended up almost mirroring that composition, right? With the exception of that invisible woman that was not a pick that Team 1 wanted when, you know, Luna Slow is available, as well as Loki. That's where they want to be. And I think the right choice has been to play the cap and not try to mirror the Hulk here when they've, you know, not had anyone sort of ban that out. And I don't know, 0%'s protects now. As good as the Hulk has looked, the Invisible Woman seems a little narrow.
I gotta say, Trust Me has been the factor. I'm watching the highlights from a minute ago that just hit YouTube. He saves his 100-point charge by going into diamond form. After that, he pops the ultimate, keeps it for basically back-to-back team fights. They couldn't get out of their spawn for 90 seconds because he was just holding that front line.
Yeah, just a huge dominant performance. Has been outstanding on quite a few of these games. On the Emma Frost, such an important dominant. I mean, exactly, right? Like, he's top damaging the server on Emma Frost and almost top damage block, just a little bit behind Rajaro and the Vanguards of the other squad. But I mean, this is just a huge performance there from your Emma Frost. Team 1 look a lot more comfortable in this meta. And 0% had this idea with the Hulk Iron Man, but I think without the team up with Namor, I'm just skeptical of the Hulk as a character. I think the Namor team up is what really elevates it, what allows you to pump all that damage and deal with the Psylocks, deal with the caps in your flank. But without it, I'm just not convinced.
Yep. I think that's fair. Kind of talked about this pound for pound. Team 1 felt like they were a little bit better. Fate goes extra low here on the way out, but somehow Team 1 are able to withstand much of this poke damage. Rajaro does fall, but there's a Psylocke advantage, an edge to exploit here for Team 1. Lacey's trying to find the front line, but God, Trust Me has been astoundingly good on the Emma Frost today. Legacy probably gonna have to back up in a moment here. Gets their soul drawn out. They want to try and fight, interrupt Trust Me, puts them in harm's way. End up going pretty low, have to use that diamond form, and just so happens that Rajaro was in the vicinity, so easy choke slam, forced him back. But Oniro here has to reposition towards his own backline. And look at those health bars on 0%. They are buckling, they're crumbling, and Legacy is the first to go down.
Trust Me stacked. They're gonna go with the copy here. Need to use this Luna Snow ultimate soon to break out of this hold. You're still down 1, and now you're just fighting from a deficit, trying to stabilize Team 1 with the better support Stratus ultimates. What they're gonna do first here, copy Luna Snow, but such a better timing here for Team 1. They have so many chances to bring this back into the fight.
Seduction was being threatened there, so it's a Fate of both worlds being popped by Line Pro. So both of those Luna Snow ultimates being used in very quick succession, and Fate can hold onto his for a little bit later on. This is not good for 0%. In comes Isidore, though, trying to confer some of that overshield over to teammates if possible, but it's not really going to cut the mustard when all of Team 1 are ready to throw down. And Rajaro has a freedom charge of his own. Legacy low, taken down midway through that attempt at seduction. Melio, the cleanup crew, janitorial duties being carried out by the Psylocke now. And this is a last-ditch attempt here in the series for Frost Mountain. Nobody really affected by that dance of the butterfly. No follow-up. Kraken Impact will be the next solo ultimate to step up here, but that's being used on a clone only. Line Pro down. And there it is. Team 1 get that checkpoint. Not far from victory, and over 4 minutes to find it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to make this hold when the other team knows they only have to push a little bit. Team 1 not waiting for that, though. They want to get the cleanup. They want to just end things right here, right now. Regeneration domain is down. This creates another window for Melio to dive the spawn. He has ulti. Clone as well. Yeah, Iron Fist, good luck with this fight, man. Melio is just tearing them limb from limb, finishing off 0% and booking Team 1 their ticket to the money match. You have the Strange Portal. Melio's going to use it, though, to get back into the fight.
How convenient. Melio can use that to fall back to the rest of their team. Now, full commitment from 0%. They're going to dive in. Regeneration domain popped. Yes, why not? Get those numbers up, especially because your Emma Frost is kind of gapping you in terms of the damage numbers, and trust me, ain't done. Look at this. That is a lot of seduced targets there right now. Like a Sabrina Carpenter concert. Trust me, swinging. Full charge, of course, coming out of diamond form just to flatten people. And there it is. That second Fate of Both Worlds should be enough to seal the deal. Well, we're going to get over the line here, and it will be Team 1 advance to our money match to take on old foes, Virtus.pro.
Just a really impressive performance there from Team 1, front to back. They have a little bit of a stumble on map 2, but then the adjustment comes in the ban phase, and it's just lights out for 0%. Consistently behind in terms of the meta as far as like what they're playing, the picks, strategy overall, so much stronger. And then Trust Me, I think, was such a difference maker on the Emma Frost. But they were able to play the Emma Frost like all series long and just consistently outperforming, consistently creating winning opportunities. I mean, top damaging the server in some cases, which is kind of wild to be doing it that consistently on Emma Frost.
And I feel like just 2 weeks ago, Mitch, we were saying, wow, he's doing it on Groot. He's doing it on this tag. He's doing it on that Vanguard. Man's got it all. You look at the MVP numbers, 14 final blows and 25,000, 26,000 damage.
Melio was 39-1, by the way, elimination.
Oh my goodness.
That is disgusting Psylocke performance. Trust me, I mean, I don't know about you guys. I'm an Emma Frost main. I do like to get to play against Cap a lot of the time because, you know, being out if you can just stop him, he cannot shield, obviously, during the animation. So if people can focus him down, it is huge. But that play is unbelievable from Trust Me. Really, really impressed here by the Frenchman, and Team 1 get the dub.
I was always impressed by Sistroid's Hella, but I really like this Naga-Melio combo at the front line. Trust Me and Rajaro always strong on the Vanguards. And then we didn't really talk about it, but Fate and Crook, 2 deaths each, Jake. These guys stay alive no matter the game mode.
Yeah, this last map was a beatdown, frankly. Team 1 in full control. I mean, even first point, like arguably they could have even full held it, but whatever. They lose first. They make the hold rock solid on second. It gets even more dominant. Felt like when they were in that spot at the start of second, they just had it exactly dialed how to approach every fight. Even one time, I think Naga got cut out first by a chokeslam, maybe it was the cap, and they still keep fighting aggressive, right? Down 1. I think that's the mark of a confident, strong team that knows that, okay, we might lose 1, but we're still going to fight with full strength. And if you make any mistakes from there, we will come back. We will still be able to clutch and win the fight. And that's something that you don't see from that many teams outside of the top level.
Big shout out to Juriki, first time chatter, just spinning some GIFs in our chat. Shout out to everyone on YouTube as well as Twitter. We are live on every platform possible, and soon it'll be TikTok. Last night I was streaming from my cell phone, being like, do I have access yet? Not for 24 hours, sir. Jake, we're going to get there next week. In the meantime, though, do you think Team 1 has a chance of taking down Virtus.pro and surviving to next week?
They've actually always proven that they have a chance. They have a shot against VP. They've consistently taken maps off them, put the pressure on VP. However, VP has always been just that few inches ahead, whether it's the stability, the consistency. I will say this is a very different meta than many that we've seen in the past. I think Team 1 are probably pretty happy to see this development into a meta that is a little bit less stable, is a little bit more chaotic. I think that does play to their strengths a little bit better, but I wonder, you know, VP has also been a very flexible team that has attacked team strengths with the ban phase, and now they've got more bans with which to do that. So curious to see as we get into that next series how the ban protect phase goes in. How does VP see the meta? They've been a team that's broken the mold before and kind of led the way in terms of strategy.
Somebody's got to break Finzy's back on Emma Frost. It hasn't been done yet. Our MVP, though, tonight. Did it go to Trust Me? Did it go to Naga? Who did it go to? They had so many to choose from. It is Trust Me on the Emma Frost. She was back-breaking, keeping the beam at a full 100 charge, just dishing out the damage on offense and defense. The ultimate, I still don't know how to use it properly, but he seemed to shut down the opponents at the perfect times throughout these series.
It's interesting because obviously you're such a good like long sustained frontliner with the abilities to like stop a lot of those more mobile tanks, but your ultimate is best used on an enemy team's backline, because if you can prevent the enemy strategists from ulting and then have them just walk towards you, they're dead. So you really want to go aggressive with that. You really want to push through the enemy frontline when you're making use of that seduction. There are like a couple of ultimates that you sort of maybe would like to shut down elsewhere, but that sort of silence effect is very powerful. And you'd like to see the Frost, honestly, in some of these like single shield scenarios. It's tough against Doctor Strange to make use of some of those abilities, but you just choke him. Like, he can't do anything up close anyway. That's obviously where you're going to be advantaged. But she's awesome. She kind of does it all right now. But now what we're realizing is that she can put out a disgusting amount of damage too.
Yeah, it was like when Zarya first got figured out by Sinatra and friends. You can just steamroll with her charged up at the front line. Being able to juggle the beam through her diamond form is crucial. Jake, we take a look at the team overall. Team 1 without LG in their name, looking a little bit stronger this week.
I mean, they've always been that team that's next up in EU, and I think that trend is likely to continue. So far, all other comers have really fallen here in the Challenger map. As much as VP has been dominating in the money match, well, Team 1 has kind of always been winning in the Challenger match. They've not really let anybody else get a crack at VP, and they're going to keep that streak up. Maybe this is the week, though. I mean, VP, this is a very different meta for them. It's kind of a reset in terms of strategy. That being said, it's hard to bet against a team that has been so dominant, so many championships, whether it's here in Rivals Fight Night, Marvel Rivals Invitational, Marvel Rivals Championship. Virtus.pro has always won in Europe. They are incredibly dominant. Looking ahead to global events, really to face a stiffer challenge. And we'll see if T1 can bring that a little bit early here.
You know, Mitch, we have that giant leaderboard of how things have gone over the last 10 weeks. Virtus.pro has won 9 of the 10 weeks. The 10th week, it was this Team 1 squad while wearing the Luminosity banner, right? That was week 5.
Yes.
I believe VP
week
sat
four,
out that week too, though. So
yeah, it was week 4.
No, VP was on a plane, so they were gone. And then Virtus.pro week 5 comes back and steals the crown.
Yes, I mean, this is obviously a pretty impressive level of dominance. We actually see this in a lot of like early esports scenes, honestly, where like one team just seems to get it pretty early. But I think for VP, they realized that the big tournaments with the big prize money are still around the corner. So this is not a time for them to be taking their foot off the gas. And they've got the kind of mindsets. We know a lot of these players from the past in other games, they are not going to slack. So they're going to continue to be front runners and innovators in each metagame. And they definitely want to make an example of Team 1 if they want to keep that sort of undisputed top status this next game. I'd like to see a close one. Virtus.pro, like Jake said, find enough edges, I think, that they can take a Series 3-0, even if it looks close in-game. On paper, it just might not.
I'm going to go ahead and goad Finzi and Nevix here. Your opponent, not once, banned Groot. I don't even think they want Groot in the game, and once he was gone, they weren't worried about it. So you guys should probably just not ban Groot tonight and see what happens, Virtus.pro. Let's just get weird.
I miss Groot, man. Everyone bans Groot. I kind of miss Groot. Like, it's a little OP, but you know what? It's kind of fun. Like the playmaking on the walls.
Don't be scared,
Nevix.
Don't be scared. We're going to break.
Groot.
When we come back, it's the EU Championship match. Congratulations to Team 1. When there's no Groot, there's shields. Invisible ones, physical ones, magical ones, made by a mystical man who has weird fingers that he twirls in circles, and then gaping holes just expand and expand. And do you enter them? Do you leave them? So many decisions to make, Mitch. It's been a long week of work. Cheryl not answering her damn emails. But guess what? Cheryl's asleep. We're sitting next to her miserable husband while you're sitting in your chair ordering pizza and watching Jeff the freaking land shark gobble up 4 amigos and tossing them into a deep doom of despair. Burn in hell, you freaks! Burn! Burn!
Yeah, I said it's
Cheryl.
cold, but I guess it's magma. So, who is Cheryl? Who is Cheryl's husband? Wait, what is his role in all of this?
Cheryl's
He
the
sits in
latest
corners, I'll tell
Marvel.
you that, Uber.
Cheryl Cyclone. She's the latest member of the Marvel
gotcha.
Rivals cast.
Well
Yeah.
done. Well done. We are jumping into these games. I never know what those clips are going to be. And then you're like, how long do I have to fill? Shit, it keeps going.
Yeah, it's great.
It just
improv
keeps
practice,
swimming.
honestly.
So we're jumping into the big match now. Virtus.pro has patiently been awaiting since Finzi jumped in at the start of the show and made it clear that he was the very first person to subscribe for 3 months on twitch.tv/rivals fight night. But why does he keep subscribing? Because he knows the more he pays us, the more we'll pay him. $9,000 have been put in the pockets of Fi, Sparker, Finzi, Nevix, Saipe, and Dridro. It's been so fun to watch, but ultimately, we kind of know what to expect in a grand final, and it might become boring to the viewers at home. So, Uber, what's your challenge for Virtus.pro tonight?
I would say to try and find new and creative ways from clowning on their opponents here for a 10th week in a row. I think that this roster they're going up against, in my opinion, Team 1 are probably one of the teams that can actually offer them the greatest challenge. But this team, they don't like to mess around. They've got a pretty straightforward brand of rivals. They do play a bit of Thing in the front line. I don't know if it's really great time for Thing, but you'll see them trying to make sure there's no Human Torch. We have seen them go for the Jeff triple strategist look before. In the past, they used to ban it just religiously, but it's something that they started to work in a little bit more here, but it doesn't get much better than this. Saipe is just an insane player. Someone, for me, I think is a real standout on this team. Of course, Fire and Spark are incredible. There's no weak links here. You can't make mistakes against Virtus.pro because they'll punish you for even the smallest misstep.
Jake, Inconsiderate Raccoon wants to thank you for throwing his effing games, bro. Appreciate it.
My bad.
That's crazy.
Is the hell of drop off affecting your game? What's going on, Jake?
Nah, bro, I'm the GOAT. I carry.
Figured.
It was an imposter. It wasn't me.
Definitely not you. Jake's
never had a game I didn't
strategist
carry.
now. Yeah, he just heals.
No,
He
that's
just
cap duelist,
helps
baby.
people out.
I don't heal. I kill. I'm a born killer.
You are a Sparker through and through. Let's talk a little bit about Sparker's opposition,
like
because
him.
Melio was dropping 30s with ones behind it. Just one death in the final game. Uber, is he going to be the X factor to match up against Sparker tonight? Or who are you looking to carry Team 1 through this battle against the Juggernauts?
100%. I think that Melio is someone that needs to have a big game against this Virtus.pro team. Even Vincey's in the chat, like, oh my goodness, Melio, what a scoreline. So even some respect coming out from VP there. I think that, like, I want to see Trust Me take that Emma Frost performance and translate it into this series as well. Really show that level of dominance in the front line, because it's one thing to do against your opponents in that previous game, but doing it up against Finzi and Nevix, I mean, that's something that Virtus.pro would really struggle without having that level of dominance. Don't know what Destroyed is up to. Maybe there's like a substitution option there, but so far Naga and Melio has been working just fine for this Team 1 roster, but now they've got to give us their best. They've got to go up to 11 in this matchup.
Incredible stuff from Team 1. But now you're playing the big boys. It's time to find out what you got in store for us. We're going to Krakoa. That means there's going to be a bunch of portals and then everyone fighting on down low area. Trust me, just earned MVP. He did it on Emma Frost, but we also know that Finzi loves Emma Frost. Any chance that you try and hero ban her, or you just let her play out on one of her best maps, Jake?
I actually would like to see the hero ban put onto Emma Frost, but in the past, at least, I think the last time we saw VP, they were pretty happy to play the Emma Frost and the cap and like play towards this new meta, and so they weren't really attacking it with bans. I think VP, because they're so flexible, should probably try to take things off meta just to create a bigger advantage, but maybe they don't even need that, right? Like maybe they have enough of a lead in this series where they can just keep playing in the meta, get more reps in on what's the best strat overall. And they're going to open with the group ban, so far so good. Nothing really changed, but immediate responsive cap ban from Team 1, showing that they're coming into this series with a very different game plan.
All right, you play Emma, we'll play Emma. You want to play Thing or Magneto? Which one we allowing through, Uber?
I mean, I would probably try and avoid letting the Magneto through if you're not going to play it yourself, but this front line for Team 1 is more than capable of sort of going there. Are they going to go band for band with VP on front lines? That would be really interesting. Loki Protect here, no surprise. Virtus.pro just have to shrug their shoulders and allow this. That's fine. They've got the coverage. Their backline is extremely flexible. Cypek can go there if he needs to. And Human Torch will be maintained here for Virtus.pro.
Torch could be powerful. I mean, that was something that T1 got rid of in every game, so that the cost of that cryo cap ban doesn't mean that Torch comes through, which is also going to change the tempo. So we're already going to be seeing some change up from our first series of the day. VP have looked pretty solid on the Torch
as well. So Emma Frost is going to get banned out by Finzi and Nevik. So Virtus.pro saying we will square up with you on Magneto Thing, I think is what we'll probably be seeing.
I think you're right, unless those get attacked with bans. I mean, we are running a little bit thin on Vanguards right now with 4 Vanguards already banned. Could see more Vanguards banned out. I mean, you could really get this to a very weird place in the series.
We could go Magneto Venom as well. Like you can try and work like Venom, especially Krakoa, like some of the more open maps. Like what is it? Cradle is the more open one. There's a couple of stages we can make that work. Team 1, basically, in order to protect these couple of strategists, they have to let through a fair bit else here. The Virtus.pro wants to protect. I don't think they need to worry about protecting Psylocke. That's probably going to be
a Jeff game. Guys, we didn't even think about it. Jeff has not been touched. The Thing has been protected. Hefe has made it through. Does Virtus.pro have a chance?
Oh, they saw you, Puckett. They heard you. You gave it up, bro. You shouldn't have
waited another 30 seconds on the stream. I was trying.
I do think, though, for VP, I think you're right. It's likely going to be Magneto Thing as the combo here. I wonder, though, with Thing, I mean, typically, I think the Invisible Woman team up has been pretty strong for the Thing, has made it a more potent combo. But with Loki and Luna protected, can you really play Invisible Woman? I mean, I don't completely hate it, but historically, Loki Luna has been just ridiculously OP from a strategist lineup perspective.
Yeah, they're both running Loki Luna. I think that is what it's going to be. Front line's probably going to be similar as well. So it comes down to Sparker, Melios, the original storyline. Here we go, baby. Krakoa EU Championship match, week 11 of Rivals Fight Night. If you haven't already, drop a follow, drop a sub, tell your grandma we are live and the most attractive casters in the universe are making noises.
And that's why they say get a voice for radio. Otherwise, you know, or we be doing something else. Being a model or a public speaker or someone who actually, you know, had to interact with other humans. But here I am behind my mic talking to you guys at home. All roads might well lead to that Sparker-Melio matchup, as Puck sort of alluded to earlier on. Well, with VP, they've got such a defined style, and there are a lot of teams that do not want to fold the thing into their comps. They don't feel confident. You know, it's just a bit of a unique quirk that Nevix offers his roster. We'll see how they want to roll out with this. Again, unlike NA, Jake, we've not seen any Punisher brought in whatsoever. Maybe that hit scan pressure might be desirable to try and control this Human Torch, but Hela is also an option.
Both teams with a similar vision. Trust me, going back to the Venom, I mean, this is something that this team played for quite a while. So trust me, feeling confident on that. It's also going to be VP. They are going to go with the Invisible Woman, valuing the team up with the Thing. But I think both of these comps make sense internally. I kind of like VP getting that extra team up with Thing and Invisible Woman. I think that gives them a bit of an edge here. As Rojaro's getting bullied super aggro, has to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, the front lines are so different here. Trust me, doesn't really want to trade in the neutral territory, as we would sort of call it. Wants to find ways to get in the back there. Unfortunately, no knock up there from Trust Me.
He's in trouble, yeah. Every CD used and really nothing to show for it. Getting bullied out. I mean, you could be going down on Venom right here.
Honey Extra, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We appreciate you. Trust me, he's not able to be much of a disruption. This time, sticks the landing, but there is so much here to keep the back line standing, and Spark is going to double back and peel. Rajaro able to find Finzi, though, so it is a tank-for-tank trade in the end. Thing, though, for Nevix in the front line, still going to be a bit of a nuisance. Sparker playing that off angle, trying to be a little careful, as Naga has no choice but here to match this Human Torch. Team 1 are the ones threatening to cap first here.
Yeah, it's much better cap pressure from them, and Melio wins the 1v1 with Sparker. That's going to secure the cap. Trust me, is low, but the copied ult from Loki is enough to stabilize the fight. VP sent packing. Naga doesn't want to let them escape, though, continuing to chase, and looks like he's going to be rewarded with potentially a couple extra pickups here while that point just stacks up. So Team 1 getting that faster ulti with the Loki, winning the trade for now, but Fi over the top trying to bring this one back.
All right, good start here for Team 1. Supernova developed. Meteor M's, or at least for Rajaro, actually, is at the ready, but Virtus.pro, after just a trade of tanks in those front lines, end up losing out in the longer game. VP just trying to get the measure of Team 1 and trying to decide if they can actually win the Human Torch mirror against this Team 1 team. It's going to influence a band strategy for the rest of the series going forward. Here's Fate of both worlds for Drinkdro in response to Melio's ult. Now it's going to be double Supernova that comes out. First things first, his clones of the high ground are going to be cleared out. Fine now needs to turn his attention, though, down to the fight on the point. That was a Meteor M from Finzi. Somehow he catches out the Human Torch. A massive pickup now. Melio Rajaro hit by the clobber in time. Double start on the Team 1. Sets them reeling.
Should be a quick recap here, but Team 1 making it interesting. They're going to pop the Venom ult. They're going to come out. Naga on the Strange as well. So staggering, stalling, running the clock down. It's feeding a lot of ultimate back towards Virtus.pro. So the long game being given up here a little bit. Team 1 really valuing just a few more % of stall. Nice little body block here from Finzi, making sure no one else can come touch. Continuing to delay the game. Nice emote in the spawn from Rajaro. Fearless.
Nice little body block. This is some free percentage here. Virtus.pro finally getting themselves on the board properly. Sparker just going to try and find a decent flank angle as the now attackers, Team 1, have to make their approach. They'll have a Fate of both worlds available to them here via the Loki copy. And that'll be pitted up against the invisible boundary of Saipet.
Trust me, waiting for the moment to strike. This patience, though, is a little bit costly. The Thing is electing to just play a little bit more in the front line, and no holes being found. Here's the copy coming in immediately. Loki looking to potentially pop that ult. They want to delay it a little bit longer. Freeze, pooping as way. Trust me, and Fate somehow finds a kill onto Sparker in the chaos, fighting outside of that invisible boundary. Fi trading it back, though, keeping this in contention. VP, they've got to fight from inside this boundary.
Trust me here, looking right now over towards Fight. Really hard to interact with the Human Torch at the best of times here as Venom, but Trust me, he's going to do something about it. Does at least have the resilience pop when he needs it. Clobber in time comes in. well, leaves a little bit to be desired, if I'm honest. Nevix doesn't get the catch. This is a Loki clone, I think, in his purview. But Dredro at least has a fate of both worlds to keep VP out on the point and fighting. Team up ability used there by Fire. Supernova is now ready. And very quickly, Crook had to pop that rejuvenation domain. Meteor M doesn't get much charge. Rajaro now on the point, trying to dance among the columns of flame as Team 1 threatening a flip back, but it could be tough. Charge comes in. Meteor M for Finzi available. Dredro taken down by the symbiotic corrosion. And it looks like Team 1 have done enough to get back in control.
They're going to get the flip off. VP trying to back out, trying to stabilize, get one more reset. They've got 20 seconds left, so they've got the time to work this fight in. Just Dances of the Butterfly online. VP would love to get the distance 20% to that invisible boundary. Could be an opening for Melio to crack this open and potentially open up the series with a round win over VP. Saipe, though, very close, now 10% away. And somehow Sparker shuts down. Trust me, the sync is just not there. Team 1, coordination.
All right, 94% and counting. Not great for Team 1. A quick flip back here for Virtus.pro should be in order. Saipe trying to play by that Guardian Shield. And of course, invisible boundary eventually required to deal with that Psylocke ultimate. So decent exchange there for Melio, but there's a problem now. If they get picked off and Fire's able to take them down. Now Rajaro just needs to stay alive, and he knows it. Dance to the Butterfly here. Fate of both worlds will be allowing Team 1 to inoculate themselves against it, but big clobber in time. That's 3 players stunned up by that one. Nevix, an absolute nuisance in the front line. Highly disruptive, highly dangerous. The Team 1 remain in control for now. Sparker goes down. Rajaro finds a key pickup, but there's Fi throwing caution to the winds, diving in the direction of the Loki. Emilio is in trouble as well, coming back off spawn, it seems. Now getting chunked down once more. But Fate's ultimate is big. Virtus.pro have got to respect it. Back away, but now Supernova popped instantly by Fi. He's able to find Naga crucially. Melio out of the game, but Saipe is down. It's only one healer left here for Virtus.pro. Dredro needs to stay alive, but trust me, gets the corrosion he was looking for. Eventually he falls, but it's a trade that might well be worth it. There's no healers left here for Virtus.pro. Nevix eventually is going to get brought down. Another couple seconds for the team up could keep him in the fight, and Fi gets there with the damage. Virtus.pro without healers to speak of. Stay alive and get the flip.
One last chance for Team 1. If they have the portal online, if they can get this touch in time, Naga in a bit of trouble. He's going to slam onto the point, forcing that OT. TP back to the spawn, grabs a quick heal. Still overtime, still keeping this in contest. The counter TP, though, potentially stifling it, making it very awkward. They can't get into the fight. Rajaro caught alone. They managed to slip through, but the complexity of those double stack TPs was just enough, and VP wiped the floor with Team 1 in the final fight.
That is so funny. Great counter play there for Finzi. Obviously, one of the most cerebral, strange plays when he's in meta in terms of these ridiculous TPs. I remember it was like a Midtown map where he sets the TP up above the enemy team spawn, and they get blown up as soon as they walk out by all of Virtus.pro. So that was inventive. That really threw Team 1 for a loop. They ended up way off the point. And again, these Human Torches both putting out a ton of damage, but my eyes were definitely what Nevix and Sparker were able to get done.
I mean, Fi is also 20-0 right now, just unkillable. I think that partly to be attributed to Saipe playing Invisible Woman, the Fantastic Four team up. Looks great. The comp has a little bit more synergy overall.
He's a cheater.
Prioritizing the Venom. But I feel like the Venom, it didn't blow me away this map. I mean, it was like creating space, creating opportunities, but it wasn't really bringing the heat on its own. And I think that the team play from VP was a little stronger. They're very experienced playing on the Thing comps. It looks great in this map.
Alrighty. Time to head to our second round here. Close fight. And this is kind of what we were hoping for from his Team 1 roster. It's always felt like they've been the kind of squad that have forced Virtus.pro to respect them on occasion. VP, though, just a little too clean with it. Nevix a bit of a specialist on this thing. Gives him a whole lot more action in the front line. And honestly, the Emma Frostbear for Team 1 is tough. Trust me, it's great on Venom, but it's tough against this sort of backline comp to do too much about it, especially force physics from Saipe. Can deny you or drag you back as you're trying to get out.
Dude, Nevix is floating like a butterfly right now, just absolutely dancing on him. Jump back, Saipe forced into the invisible boundary a little earlier. Trust me, though, he's extremely low. Flankers getting punished, but they stay alive for the moment. Outlasting for now the strategy assault.
Oh, nice damage there with the crossbow bolt from Melio. Oh, a force Sparker away for a time. We've got a Venn diagram of Fate of both worlds here, so a lot of healing for both sides. Supernova coming down for 5. Well, that meteor gets screened off, but it was only 2 charge anyway. Nobody feeding Rajaro that extra damage. Now the eyes towards the back line. Big clobber in time. Crook absolutely flattened there by 5. Everybody just held aloft. Trust me, he's able to get on towards Dredro. Finally, that pressure from the Venom starts to yield some results, but Team One just losing out in the longer trades here.
If I'm not mistaken, that was just Focus Fire killing through the Luna Snow ult. Venom popping ult, but it's pretty suspect in this fight. I'm not a believer in that one. Yeah, he's going to get cleaned out. And would have loved to have that to help burst, especially given that there's no strategist ultimates available for VP. Wonder if we will see a swap in from Trust Me. No, just, yeah, throwing good money after bad. And the fact that VP, that's another thing we've seen from them that I don't know if anyone else in the world has done as consistently as they can. It's just without necessarily true combos, they're just focus firing through strategist ultimate, just by the coordination, the team play, the aim. That's something that very few teams have been able to do, but the fact that they can kill Crook like that completely turns around the tempo of the fight.
Supernova's here for Naga. He's gonna let go straight away. Now to set up some of those tornadoes towards the back of the point. Meteor M time. Naga has to respect it. Things have been going for him regularly. Cypher taken down. Trust Me gets in there with cellular corrosion. Naga dove deep in order to try and help out with some of these backline eliminations. Not bad for Team One. Pretty quick flip back, all things considered. Virtus.pro only getting 40% after a long drawn-out first fight.
The Magneto bubble keeps Naga alive. Turns around what could have been a little bit scary as a flank fight. VP on the reset now. Stabilizing, coming back to the spawn. Not many ultis to speak of for the defenders. Saipe, if he can get that invisible boundary, bring it on the point, that would be key. I think for Team One, they really want to force that strategist ultimate off of the point where they're able to hold on to the objective and still stabilize. They want to make this forward hold work. By the same token, though, VP, if you over-aggress on T1, you're going to get crushed by the support ult in the close range fight.
All right. Oh, I see that attempt to dance to the butterfly, but that is a very powerful invisible boundary. Naga now has to look elsewhere. Looks like Fire's actually trying to win that duel now that he's been topped back up. Team up, popped here by Nevix. In we go. Cobra in time came in. Not a significant knockup from that though, but Nevix, of course, can transition back to the rest of his team. Yancey Street charge as well, makes it hard to pursue him lest you be knocked up at his destination point. But Melio eventually was able to drag Fire down. And this will be a consecutive Team One win that puts them in the lead here.
It's a nice force of the invisible boundary, just poking it out, managing to stay alive and get the retake. Things going to go down as well. So VP going to be on their last legs with this retake. They've got a couple ultimates to work with, but Team One have bridged the gap for many of theirs as well.
And counting, 73. Supernova's up here for Fi. Crucially, Fate of both walls at the ready for both Lunas. So I don't expect there to be another more drawn-out fight. Nevix switching over to the Venom himself. Really values, some of that backline pressure. Being definitely struggling out in the open. Is a Meteor M that's going to shut down some of that poke damage. Rajaro lets it go. No big connect on that. Nevix was frozen up by trying to hit the backline, and here's that Fate of both worlds. Honestly, VP probably happy enough with that. See that drawn out at this point.
Benzie?
Oh, okay. Again, tough to get through the low-key durability. There's going to be melee with the dance of the butterfly. Sparker has to get active, and very quickly now, his team are being torn to shreds. Fire doubles back. Okay, gets rid of Crook now. This is winnable for Virtus.pro. Massive pick-off. Honestly, dance to the butterfly here for Sparker. Could have found something. It's going to be Trust Me going low instead. Saipe picked off, though, by the enemy Psylocke. Team One just doing a little bit better here. Lovely meteor dive in there by Fire. That is beautiful. Still, though, some fighting left to do. Melio, stellar in that round.
Oof, too close for comfort there for Team One, but they do get it done. Force us to a decisive round 3, and I feel like
Jake, did you just become Canadian? Too close for comfort there.
Too close for comfort there, don't you know? You know.
Sorry, keep
those Miller High Lives, eh?
I want to fish with that guy.
No, but I mean that was an impressive round, even forcing the strat change from VP. Nevix going over to the Venom, maybe feeling like the mobility is more important on that map. You check the stats here. It looks like, I mean, the Loki I think does charge the ultimates up a little bit more quickly, gets a little bit better of a tempo play. And having the Fate of both worlds, I think a much more flexible strategist ultimate, right? When the invisible boundary was forced off of the objective, that's a huge advantage for Team One. They force the ult, they back off away from it, and then, okay, you can use it. It's a powerful strategist ult, but it's not getting you into the fight. It's not getting you onto the objective. Versus the Fate of both worlds, where you could just move with it. And so that difference, I think, is played to the Team One's advantage that last round.
Quick note from the chat. Gustav says forcing Nevix off thing is crazy. You got to respect the way Team One's playing.
Yeah, I mean, this is why they also bring the Invisible Woman, is because they really want to abuse that team up, which is honestly amazing for Human Torch, but for things pretty crucial as well. Nevix is off the thing. So now, at least, like,
mellow down.
Yeah, you get past like the first stage here, but Virtus.pro now is still far from showing their final form, I feel. Mirroring this Venom comp. Like you mentioned, Jake, already first pick on Melio. A great start. Nevix is looking for more, though.
And the Strategist ultimate is online for Team 1, but they're not really creating any significant advantage. Here comes the Fate of both worlds.
Okay.
The Human Torch ult and the Venom ult. Fate, pause.
Yeah, brief pause here. Maybe connection issues for Virtus.pro. We'll be waiting on that now as Rajara is ready to get his team back into the game. Yeah, Nevik says, okay, we probably should be good to go here. We'll be sitting tight for the time being. And what we're seeing is 3 ultimates being popped simultaneously here by Virtus.pro. Visible Boundary, Supernova, and Feast of the Abyss, which you can sort of see on a screen here. So Nevik's looking really to get a little bit of burst damage here in this fight. Should be a good one for Virtus.pro. They just need to get a good clean flip. Where are we headed? Now, Symbiote. There we go. Finzi, great follow-up there as Fate got chunked by the Venom ult.
Should be a cap down for VP. Getting it done. I mean, pulling back so far, really running the clock down on the Strategist ultimate from Team 1. At that point, you're running low on resources, you're desperate to find some kind of a kill, and you just immediately turn with all 3 ultimates at once. So good coordination from VP, overwhelming with a big stack for the flip.
They spend pretty heavily there, but they know they're cycling into like a second smaller wave of these very powerful ultimates with Finzi, Dridro, and Sparker having their key abilities online. And again, if Nevix can get in and find a nice dive onto a Psylocke after she's already used her mobility cooldowns or her stealth, then you're feeling pretty good about it. This duel's going to play out quite a few times. Melio, pretty clean with it. Sparker has to get out. Remember, Everfrost banned here, so you don't have that extra layer of sort of survivability, I guess. As Psylocke with that clone.
Buys in the back line, harassing from the flank. Sparker now getting aggro with the health pack, maybe enough to stabilize. Meteor M from Finzi does get the connect though, shuts down one of the strategists, and Dridro in with the Fate of both worlds, keeping them alive on the point. Both teams down a player, but Team 1, they've lost a strategist, lost some of the sustain. They need to find some kills relatively quick in this fight. They will be running low on HP momentarily, and Sparker does have that dance with a butterfly if he can get in, if he can get that connection to the back line. Melio finds one, but they need more to get the cleanup. They need to solidify this fight.
Okay, Sparker's able to respond though, deal with Melio. So even on numbers, Virtus.pro down to one of those strategists, but it doesn't seem to bother them too much. Dridro is holding it down quite nicely here. Like that from Naga, sees an opportunity to go after the Psylocke. That's a tough ask though. Yeah, Naga looking to try and take out the Lunar Snow, but she's being healed as well by Cypher coming back off respawn. So this is Team 1 here. Probably should just try and regroup as soon as possible.
They're getting kind of baited into an overextension here. Meteor M and the Fate of both worlds used to survive through Fi's Human Torch, but he's getting healed up. He's staying alive and still pumping that damage. Fate of both worlds going to be running low soon here for T1. They're backing up. They're trying to survive, but VP have all the tools they need to double up on this aggression, take the fight in. Sparker held on to that Dance of the Butterfly last fight. 1 kill comes in for T1, but can they survive this Dance of the Butterfly? We'll see if Sparker finds a window to deploy it. No strategist ults on the other side. This could be a winning position, and they are going to double down. Fate of both worlds comes in, pushing into the backline.
Yeah, no flip allowed here. Rajaro is just going to have to take this damage. There's no escape, and there's no big healing ultimate available. It should be a comfortable flip back here for Virtus.pro after a bit of an underwhelming showing on Grove. Rather, on Cradle, excuse me. Spark over to bring down Crook all too easily. This should be pretty much wrapped up now. Meteor M there, really just ornamentation for Finzi. And Fate's going to try it. The Fate of both worlds. There's VP taking away your first map. Pretty hard fought, all things considered.
Yeah, nice stuff from Sparker, though. Such patience with the ultimates. I think that's something I've seen a couple rounds now from VP is they're willing to fall back and fall back and fall back and bend and bend and bend, but they don't break. And then when they do flip the switch, turn the aggression, T1 is thinking like, oh, we might be able to win this fight. We might be able to get the flip. We might be able to cap. And they're baiting them to that maximum depth where you just cannot back out anymore. You're in too far for T1. And so VP, really masterful map movement as a team there. I think, you know, individually, Team 1 is absolutely competitive and they're fighting really well in these death matches. Like Elio looks solid, 1v1ing a Sparker quite a few times there. But the team play, the ultimate timings is so sharp from VP.
Fi dropping the least deaths, most kills, and most damage in the lobby. Not a bad way to open things up. Sorry, actually, Naga had more damage, but it was darn close. Impressive stuff in the sky. Do we expect to see more of that? Because Team 1 made sure that Torch was the first ban every single game in the last series that they won, Uber.
Yeah, I think I have to go back to banning it first here. Naga is able to do a good amount of damage, but just doesn't have the same impact as Fire, not the same level of lethality. Has about half the amount of final hits over the course of the series. And, that's what the misconception is, I think, about Human Torch, is that, you just got to keep your cooldowns rotating, keep good damage there. But no, there are times you need to dive in, you need to go into core kills. Exactly. You need to put yourself with the Meteor Strike in harm's reach just to make sure that the powerful healing in Marvel Rivals doesn't just render you kind of useless. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. So I expect them to go away from this a little bit. I think they can lean into their Psylocke play, though. That's been a standout for Team 1.
Yeah, so Groot will not survive the ban phase tonight, but Torch, that was your one. Well done. Jake, what did you learn, though? As we went to 3 rounds, Virtus.pro doesn't normally let it get there.
That is true. I mean, round 2 was solid, and I think VP had to swap off the thing. They had to bring the Venom into the fight, which I don't think was their game plan, considering it wasn't the way they rolled out on round 1, and they did run it back for round 2 and round 3. So trust me, bringing out the signature Venom and kind of forcing Nevix's hand to take that matchup. However, in the end, I still feel VP put on a masterclass there in like the team play and the ultimate timing execution.
Right.
It's a little bit more subtle. It's not like something big and flashy they're doing, but how far they fall back when they have point control, how deep they let the other team extend into them. And then when they flip the switch, it's like very strong coordination. Everyone's hitting all at once and they just hit like a freight train and blow up the attackers here. So that is what makes me most worried of all for Team 1. Like on an individual level, they can absolutely compete, but Marvel Rivals is not really a game about individual deathmatching. It really is about team synergy, ultimate timings, positioning, and fight strategy. And I think that's where VP have cut their teeth. They have the individuals, but they also are just playing the game, I think, on a fundamentally different level. It's why I think so many people want to see this team in a global competition.
Yeah, I think Melio and Sparker are definitely going to be a joy to watch for any Psylocke mains in the chat tonight. They always put on a show, the flashy characters, but Uber, someone in the chat was asking, how do you finish kills when everyone's dancing, when both fate of both worlds are going on the point? How is one team actually finishing the pick?
Yeah, I mean, those periods, like, you aren't. Unless you have Wolverine, you're actually not finishing the pick in those moments. So you need to have, like, your cooldown saved for the moment that fate of both worlds expires, because you can't really, like, overload and lean into that amount of healing. Wolverine, obviously, removes that proximity effect, but there's not really a whole lot that can kill you through fate unless it's like a strangling prison combo. And then there's obviously like a burst damage component on the backside, like a well-charged meteor or pulse cannon shot. So you don't is the answer.
You don't. Happened very rarely. Virtus.pro, one of the best at somehow providing enough focus fire to get one of those picks. Team 1, you are in trouble unless you can lock up an early win in this series, get some momentum back in your favor. You're going to Central Park. So this plays a little bit like Midtown. How would you describe it, Jake? If you're trying to build your composition, are you going for verticality, or what are you doing to capture the first point?
I really think we got to see the ban protect phase here, because I think now in the game with 3 bans, it's like you really could go so many different directions.
Groot's
even
gone,
on
Torch is gone, so now we're down to 2 bans.
They might need to take care of.
I'm curious about the Torch though. Is do you ban Human Torch first? Because the fact that they opened with the Cap ban, Captain America looked like a solid tool in the toolkit for Team 1 in the last series. Opening with that ban against VP says to me that the Scrimbucks are saying that VP is insane on Cap, like that they prio that ban so incredibly high. I'm not surprised by. I think VP just don't want to play Groot. They don't want to deal with it, and maybe it is so OP if you don't ban it. But yeah, the Thing ban could work. The only problem is like, well, they beat you on Venom, right? So I wouldn't hate the Thing ban. I don't think it's crazy, but
it's just disgusting in the first choke on this map. Like, it's really filthy.
Hulk opening ban.
I don't think that was necessary. No one is going to play that against you.
Because you can always, like, if the other team protects either Hulk or Namor, you can always just ban the other one. Because I think that team up is what you're really worried about. This time, they're going to get rid of it. Maybe they thought VP was going to play, and they're protecting the Emma Frost, though, allows, trust me, to get into that comfort zone. It does also mean, though, Torch is in.
Yeah. I think that's where you made your mistake here. Being a little bit distracted.
I feel like Naga was also good on the Torch, though. Like,
he is, but
I didn't doubt.
Watch the healers, because I feel like those are the guys who lose in this scenario. And now we see no invisible woman. So what are you doing to keep Torch up in the sky? Luna Snow, and
she's gone. She's banned.
Yeah. Oh, it gets harder to keep them up, right? You can't give a star, you can't give a shield up there. Again, like C&D is pretty good. Like her heal shot is very sticky. So, keeping that heal up there is pretty good. But obviously you can't like give Dagger Storm to an airborne target or anything like that. I think unless there's something that's ultra hostile to Human Torch, like a Hela in play, it's probably still quite viable. And a Winter Soldier will be secured. This might be a cap ban again from Team 1.
I do think though, if Loki, C&D is the strategist lineup, I feel like this is a crazy Winter Soldier game because he's going to be able to get resets, Kraken Impact resets on the Loki clones. And then also Cloak and Dagger, while the ultimate is powerful and it also puts damage on the enemy, it's not as broken of like a raw healing ult as something like the Luna Snow ulti is. And so I think there's actually much more realistically a chance to kill through the strategist ultimates when you have a Winter Soldier on the field. So we could see those
blows incoming.
Yeah, we could see maybe a little bit more chaos, a little bit less reliable survivability when it comes to front time. They're going to ban the C&D, so I don't even know what strategist is going to play.
This time, Virtus.pro is getting rid of the cap, and Cloak and Dagger is gone. So we're forcing you to play what on the heels here, Mitch? Jeff the Land Shark.
Mantis
Eat him
probably.
up, baby.
Loki Mantis is. It's not the first time I've seen it. Honestly,
yeah,
Resurgence is
you're
pretty
reaching
good,
deep though for the Mantis. Mantis has not been very popular.
Okay,
yeah, I would rather have a Jeff than a Mantis. Mantis in the Puckett win rate is 0%. ZP and his friends, they say it's about 33% when she plays in a triple healer comp.
Damn, that is not good. Okay, so you may want to try and play some dive here, or at least like bring Venom in at some stages. Look, this first point is just awkward. It's very bottlenecked for the attackers, and that's why we see like Thing be quite effective there. Let's see the defender composition because this will give us the most concrete idea.
Raccoon
of what
Adam.
No.
Oh, the triple strategist comp could come in. You have Adam Warlock being untouched. Opportunity to play Star-Lord as well with that setup. VP playing into that team up. It's a classic one, an oldie but a goodie. And Team 1 they just value the Psylocke so highly that they're gonna give up the chance to have the Star-Lord team up. I disagree with this. I feel like Star-Lord is gonna be able to run rampant in this game. There's not much of an answer to him. It's just kind of up to Naga to shoot up on the Adam Warlock and deal with him in the sky. But with the Magneto on top of that, it's gonna be a lot of buffs for Star-Lord to kind of work his way through these front lines.
Psylocke team up is fine here, but it doesn't feel like it gives you much of an edge. Of course, here comes a blaster barrage in from Virtus.pro. Nevix giving over the bulwark. Got to be careful in that front line, though. Nevix has to respect what Trust Me can do. And yeah, Amelia found an off angle.
Yeah, Nevix got way too deep on that off angle. Really heavily punished. This is a deep extension, though, for Team 1. They need to do this clean. Self-res is available if you want to stay alive in the fight. I wonder, though, is Sparker even going to do that, or are they going to take the reset? Team 1 taking the opportunity to get a very punishing forward hold here.
Yeah, this is Trust Me, man. I'll tell you what, like Emma Frost.
Okay, Melio.
Trust Me is going to pop off. Looking pretty good on that front line already. Against, like, Nevix, Finzi. Trust Me obviously has his work cut out for him, but just how good he is on this particular hero definitely seems to give him a nice early edge. And also, we're going to have plenty of these strategist ultimates to work with. Fire needs to get pretty active, but it's tough to find good flank angles from this spot as attackers. You've got to boost up here to the high side. Can he knock these defenders off? Dude, Galactic Legend now at the ready.
Yeah, the Meteor M is a classic counter to it. Throws it straight in the air. Forced as well to another defensive ultimate, so 2-for-1 trade. Good for the attackers.
Fire also maintains some high ground position after the fact. The attackers are going to get in here. Another blaster barrage, but not really able to unseat the strategist from this high ground as yet. Rajara going a little bit low. You can see a lot of that Adam Warlock damage getting in there. Cocoon Revival available for the attackers. Don't forget about that one. Karmic Revival. Also, that ultimate can be made use of. Here's Trust Me. Nice little off angle here. Make sure he stays in revival range as Drinkro going down, but both menaces end up falling. Sparker doesn't fancy himself in that fight, but good healing comes in from Saipe to the rescue of Sparker. And eventually, Trust Me finds himself pretty overexposed. That's some nice damage there, though, from Naga. Gotta love it. Sparker's able to bring his team back now, and his Virtus.pro is set up with that Karmic Revival in a very forward position. They're able now to start to bully.
I thought he had the Blast Mirage there, I think, and then just on a second or two cooldown. And they're going to get a lot of last-second cleanups here while they try to cap. You see them defenders kiting away from the cap, thinking that it's going to keep them in this fight. VP prioritizing hunting kills rather than going back to the point They know that Strange portal is there, but the trades are coming in, even with the Strange. Trust me, finding some kills. Still, it's a very scrappy one. VP trying to duel it out, trying to make the comeback happen. Kick grabbed on Dr. Strange. They're trying to finish him off, but Fi is the one who goes down.
There's no play there for Fi. Galactic Legend mostly counted out by now. This Strange shield that's in play from Trust Me. So, different front lane look here off the Emma Frost, but was able to get back into the fight when it mattered. 55 seconds left of the round. Virtus.pro do need to make a play now. Here's that Soul Resurgence popped. Cook going to use one as well, though. Soul Bond currently active to stave off the burst damage that would have been dealt by the Meteor M. And that's an ultimate that passes without any sort of notable event. Sparker, though, headshot down by Naga. Cocoons himself back into the game, but they're running out of time. I have Agamotto with the ready for Trust Me. Waiting on it for a little bit. Cypher, of course, going to be duplicating an ultimate. Another Skull Resurgence active there for Virtus.pro. Trust Me's in an awkward spot. Very in the open. Here comes the Seduction. Thrown in there by Finzi. Good coverage on it. And there it is, beautifully done. We rarely see multi-kills off that Emma Frost ultimate, but Finzi finds the timing.
Res.
Big res, but they're low. They need healing pretty quickly here, Jake, and they're going to be forced off the point. 2 ticks and change now. Team 1 have got to get involved in the fight.
It's a desperation touch here. Strange holding on as long as he can. Meteor M over the top now. Nevix wants to put a period on this first point. It took them long enough. They will be able to get that cap in. And that was an insane fight from Finzi. Not only massive kills the ultimate, but also with that choke slam, canceled out the Eye of Agamotto from Dr. Strange in the animation. So Finzi, great read on the Emma Frost. Not scared to take this mirror. And trust me, has built up the Eye of Agamotto once again, but I feel like this is a bit of a bait staying on the Strange. I am a little suspect of this. I feel like the Emma Frost is such a stronger character. If you don't get value on the Eye of Agamotto, this is looking like a really scary fight, and there's some good defensive tools. You know, we have the regeneration domain to stave that off, and Team 1 are taking a rotation behind, but I don't like this move at all. The position looks pretty good here for the attackers.
Emma Frost can also break up that Eye of Agamotto with just throwing a shield in any which direction. Actually very good at breaking the LOS and canceling that ultimate out. Finzi stays healthy in the front line here. It needs to be a plan for Team 1 because they've got to get aggressive and try and contest this. Sparker clearly caught by the eye. Could be dangerous. Soul Resurgence, though, popped by Dridro straight away. So Virtus.pro able to outlast that ultimate from Trust Me. And now that Strange pick is looking less and less comfortable. Still, VP need to push up, get possession of the objective here and get it going back their way. But Ratatoska will remain at arm's length for them as Team 1 have to push into them. But this is awkward for the defenders. They've really overstayed their welcome, flipping the map in such a manner. But Naga going down now and a dirty little seduction there. Team 1 are done.
Oh, they got cleaned up there. Beautiful timing. Saipe copied that Mantis, held the ultimate for long time there, deploying it at the last second. TP is in here, but it's already kind of been bullied to an awkward position, trying to even touch. Whoa. Trust me, in and out there, able to get the reset on his HP and come back into the fight. Now Rajaro low, but with the Meteor Am taking, but not quite enough. 1 for 1, though. Still winnable now.
Yeah, Rajaro getting taken down. Fi's able to come back with Cocoon Revival. Karmic Revival now being popped here by Team 1.
Oh, they're so low.
They'll get raised, sure enough, but they will come out at half health. And Virtus.pro will be waiting for them. Yeah, that is ugly. Not great. Fate walks out, cut straight back down here by Fi, and it's just an uncomfortable position for that Karmic Revival to be. So Virtus.pro still on the road. Minute 45 left to play into this last phase of the map, and they're holding on to some really important ultimates. Soul Resurgence in this matchup has been pretty crucial. Tough to cut through that constant regeneration and overshield.
Yeah, Fi is feasting there into the res, right? Just getting kill after kill. Galactic Legend, one of the best values I've seen from that ultimate in quite some time. Trying to forward pressure, though, is Emma Frost. Almost getting pooped off the map, Finzi. Got to be careful, got to be watching that position. Is now the cart rolling through a really rough choke here for the attackers. How are they going to break this setup?
Right now, Melio, a little bit of an exposed position. Defensive blaster barrage used here by Fi to create some space. Yeah, Trust Me had to double back now. Back on the Emma Frost, of course. Soul Bond in place. Virtus.pro go a little bit more aggressive now with a seduction. Active.
He fell off the map. Did he get boomed?
I think he got seduced off of it. Is that possible?
Oh my. Maybe. I don't even know. Just somehow dropped into the drink, and that's unwinnable. I mean, I think he just lost his Mantis ultimate going into the pit. That is the dream scenario for VP. And despite first point being pretty rough, well defended by Team 1, since then it has been all VP in the feed. They have been dominating. No good answer here for the Galactic Legend. You have a Loki copy. That's the best you can do. Galactic Legend already going to force out those responses super early.
All right, here comes that seduction from Trust Me. Pretty good. No shields could be put in the way in time, apparently. The Virtus.pro
Wait,
will
they
allow
put everything
themselves-
though.
Jeez, did they ever?
They should have stalled that Magneto kill.
in there.
You could strange portal in. I think it's going to be tight though. Oh, they're not already on strange. Maybe it's too late.
Getting rezzed here awkwardly because of the karmic revival. Yeah, can't come out under cocoon form and get the cap. So VP almost able to finish the map there. Not sure what happened to the Mantis in that moment. Virtus.pro were able to get a ton of extra meterage off that just environmental elimination from one of the most important healers on Team 1's side.
Now we're in a break. Jake, can I ask you, what is the thought? Point 2 had the chat very confused. Why would Team 1 try and flank them with the strange portal?
I don't even think they strange portal. They just walked around. No, they just like walked to the left. Which
okay, so what is the thought process?
I feel like if you could stop the cart much sooner, then I could see the logic into it, because you're like, okay, let's get an extra fight on second point by stopping the cart like right when it comes out of that first choke. We could fight like in those small rooms, maybe like right after first, but that doesn't work because first point had 2 ticks and they still like staggered out and tried to make that contest work, which wasn't bad, but then trying to flip the map was just too greedy. Like they were way too late to stop the cart in a position where it's defensible. Flipping the map on defense can work, can be really good, but if you lose that key position where you want to actually fight, things just get really awkward because you've given up some very powerful defensive positions to VP who are on the offense. So that, you know, I think there's like a vision there for Team 1, but I think it's just a bad read. They should have known they were too late to do that. They should have just defended conventionally because it is a strong defensive point.
As Sugar and Memory said on our YouTube chat, it was definitely a choice. Back to you, Uber.
That's one way of putting it. One of the choices I've mostly enjoyed is actually Finzi taking this Emma Frost matchup. Kind of doing dirty on Trust Me, who I did have to switch to Strange for a while. Won't hold that against them. Sometimes you got to do what it takes to win. It is VP now on the defense side, looking to try and be stable. Team 1 looked really good on this first point. Able to get aggressive at times when they had to. Chase down the Adam Warlock, which is obviously the weak point of this comp. Not if you're Virtus.pro though, apparently, as Melio was just discovered.
Melio punished, Vi with the Bastard Blast, doing a lot of damage. They're in this flank. It's kind of hard to evict them though. Team 1, as long as they fight as a group here, yeah, I don't think VP really want to chase that, get caught in an awkward angle. They're just going to stay on point. So a bit of progress for the attackers. I kind of like this move from Team 1, but how are they going to progress this situation? Maybe coming out on that top left, flanking the point. I feel like this is already better than walking up the mid choke though, so I kind of like what they're doing.
I think their rotation's already miles better than what we saw from Virtus.pro on the attack side, but a bit awkward now as the map gets rebuilt. Yeah, Trust Me's like, well, I guess we're going to go for it. Oh, the Star-Lord caught. That's dirty. Sparker, though, deals with Crook. A reasonable minds may differ on which pick is more important. Fi cocoon back into the game, of course, as is Crook the Mantis. Soulbond currently active now, and this fight's about to devolve into utter anarchy. Saipe, though, has the Soul Resurgence for Virtus.pro, so they are well-suited to brawl right now. Galactic Legend, good timing for this. It's only going to be that domain from Loki that protects them, and eventually the damage is enough at least to move Team 1 back. Fido overexposes himself, is taken down.
Get the mass res. This is a winnable hold here for VP. Still no ticks yet on the point. Team 1 need to secure more. Res came in. Trust Me finds Finzi, but he should be rezzed as well. Fi now out holding the point. They're coming out one by one, but they're in a very awkward spot here, stuffed into the corner. Team 1 now taking a dominant position on the point. The retake comes in with the help of Finzi, ulting, but getting focused down. The focus fire from surround position is way too strong. You need a kill with this for Nevix. Almost getting that burst damage, but not quite enough.
Nevix out there on the point, but caught inside the seduction. Couldn't do too much there as Trust Me trying to push for more of those kill eliminations. The Dredro's off the map. Oh yeah, Team 1 absolutely deserve an early catch on this point. Their rotation was way better. And now we'll see that give it over. Team 1 still with 4 minutes 13 to play are on the road.
I like the VP don't die on the point though, even with the strange portal. They realize it's unwinnable, they hop back out, they get onto their correct comp, and then they're going to be right back into second point. Let's see the difference in terms of how they choose to approach second. If they wanted to, they have the time if they'd like that map flip option. But something to be said for just playing front to back here. Melio getting found on the flank, needs to get saved, get that Magneto bubble.
Up to the corner we get. Obviously, Dredro, Saipe hoping to occupy this high ground for as long as humanly possible. Soul Resurgence available for both sides here. I'll make it double if you look at Saipe's ult charge. Ready to go as well, but at some point, VP need to take a risk, get aggressive, come forward. They're trying to make this Star-Lord work for them. Fi obviously on that pick, whereas Team 1, they do have the side lock. Melio eventually brought down, and Here's our Karmic Revival now. There's a good chance for VP to push up and take care of some of these half-health targets after they get respawned, but they're not in position to do so. A lot of room there for Team 1 just to filter out those respawns and get them healed up, ready to fight again.
Looks like some lag issue at a key moment here, and this really is going to be a very decisive team fight. Team 1, consistently though, they've been the team that's forced to strategize ult earlier. I talked about this a lot in map 1. I think this is one of VP's strengths, is they really do understand how to get the most out of the ultimates and how to play such that you're forcing the enemy to ult first. So the Karmic Revival is used, and on top of that, you're layering in with the Mantis ult, and I'm like, it just doesn't feel good, right? You're using these ults, and now you're going to chase into VP. VP know the score. They know what's coming. They're going to be able to fall back, play this one nice and slow, and when they do respond with the counter ult, it's going to be devastating. Fi, if he's able to get that Galactic Legend off, it's going to be a problem for Team 1. They have the Meteor M, but will that be enough to actually stabilize them when the fight gets going?
Okay, 500 ping is the call here from our players. Obviously, both these teams are a mix of players from all across Europe. So hard to pinpoint what the issue is right now. I mean, very multinational rosters indeed, if I actually think about it. Destroyed, I think, is Lithuanian. Trust me, German player. Explains why I like him. A Hungarian, obviously, Crook. So, yeah, quite the mix-up here. Still waiting for that ready confirmation. I think it was Fate that called the pause here, so shouldn't be too far away from getting back in. Giddy up, folks. We're in the game. Now, we just saw the Karmic Revival out there from Team 1. Virtus.pro actually opt to give a bit of ground here. They do have their own Adam Warlock ultimate to spend. Again, looking for a Galactic Legend. This time, it pops off a little more. Getting Fate is massive. And oh, yeah, that's going to be a Cocoon Revival forced onto that Adam Warlock. Much better looks here for Fire. This is where VP can start to bleed some clock.
Melio was so great on the first point defense, if you can remember, all the way back to the start of that map. But when it comes to just the strategy overall, I feel like Fi is just getting the lion's share of the value, especially when it comes to the ultimate trades. I mean, with something like Adam Warlock, you can just use that Soul Link and you're probably going to survive through Dance of the Butterfly. So I'm a little bit worried for Melio. He needs to find some solo kills, which is a lot of pressure to have on something like the Psylocke on offense. You're like maybe desperate, maybe forcing some things, and it's not easy. You got to deal with Loki, Adam Warlock dealing with these flanks.
G1 still trying to wrap around. Here comes a Psionic Seduction towards the front line. Naga being looked at mostly there by Finzi. Awkward here for Team 1. And yep, Naga gets picked off. Been a little bit too long in the eyes of the Siren, so to speak. Sparker deals well as it was a push coming in from that side. And Naga might die a second time after that Cocoon does pop. Oh, yeah, that's rough.
Gonna take it to the spawn doors. Oh, nice little clean pick from Sparker. Card's gonna roll back quite a bit here. Opportunity for a little bit of a spawn camp. Trust me, tried to grab one. Gotta be careful for his own life, though. Even this goes to his spawn. VP pouring on the pressure. Couple good strategist ultimates from Team 1, though. They got a lot of stability in this next team fight, but VP aren't giving them any space, and Crook is already down. That's the ultimate you wanted to open with, so you really hard to get into this fight. They are gonna pop that individual res just to play the tempo a little bit faster here.
Okay. Force Cocoon there early from the team up. Dridro.
Oh, so
under some pressure here. Trust me, trying to get towards it, but that healing's good. Dridro, of course, had a soul resurgence, so like I said, I mean, Emma Frost is not killing anybody through that. Galactic Legend once more for Fire. He's been locking him up. Fate going to go down first, but the push up from Team 1 occurs at the same time. Allows them to account for Finzi and Sparker. Nicely done there from Team 1.
And mass res for Sparker. He could get this if he wants to come back into this, though. Maybe they're just going to take the reset, though. I think he didn't pop the self-res. He want to just come back, fight normally. They do have the Doctor Strange. They do have the mass res. But positionally, this is going to be a very awkward one for VP. Coming out with the Strange Portal, you never really feel good about that. Sparker, though, playing convention here, looking to get a very big res off. One already down. Sparker, when's he going to pop this ult?
Yeah, I think pretty soon. I'd imagine. Card getting awful close. Yep. Here we go. Sparker. Karmic Revival coming into play. Nevix and Dridro returned to the battlefield now, but the card's still on the move. Finzi brought back yet again after being taken out. But Fight is just dealt with, and unfortunately, Virtus.pro just cannot get anything going. Second wave of interlopers. And so Team 1 in a very winnable position now. A good minute and 45 seconds to get basically to the end of the map. VP weren't quite able to complete. Virtus.pro, though, looking dangerous when it comes to the Star-Lord ultimate, so much so that Melio is seen fit to follow suit, switching off the Psylocke. But Team 1 bringing some hard-hitting ultimates into this next engagement.
Yeah, this is a key one. They've got that seduction as well. Could be powerful on this bridge with the threat of the pulls off the map. Vi already taking the threat into the backline. Trust me, chooses to ignore. Coming in with a seduction, trying to pull people in, trying to just maneuver through this position. Everyone's taking a lot of damage. The Soul Link, though, from Sparker, great stability. Keeping all of VP alive as well. Dredro with that Mantis ultimate, stabilizing for the moment. Team 1, though, still have a nice bank of ultimates. They could really outlast into this fight.
Great meter in from Rajaro. Eats up most of the Galactic Legend. Now Fire has to worry about what comes back from Melio and Code's direction. Can't quite get rid of Fate, and now he's in a pretty awkward spot. Needs to cocoon back into the fight. Meteor here for Nevix, but awkward. No great chance to make use of it. There's 2 shields that he's got to worry about. Fido is back in the fight. Can they work with this? Can Finzi at least get some of these players in trance so that Fire can finish them off? Crook goes down. He just tempted forwards. And there's Sparker dishing it out. What a time to come alive. 30 seconds left on his attack side, and Team 1 are faltering.
VP giving up all the strategic depth they can, but they have the turnaround with those self-reses. Adam Warlock now. Looks like Naga is thinking about self-resing here in the flank. This is an interesting choice. Maybe you need to, but the position is going to be so fraught that he is going to go for it. See if VP are aware of this threat. I mean, you see it in the kill feed, right? But do you know where he is? No footsteps either being made here. Knows that if he gets caught, it could be big trouble. They have the Doctor Strange portal as well, so Team 1 are going to be able to get into this fight. They need to actually win it, though. They need to make it decisive. Saipe does still have that copy. Dredro with the additional strategist ultimate, and 2 kills already. VP locking this one up.
Okay, here comes that Karmic Revival from Naga. Can he get the rest of the team into the fight, though? That's going to be important. All of a sudden, Team 1 appear out of nowhere. Ready to throw down. Sparker doesn't actually see fit to back off to a safe spot and pop this ability of his own. Virtus.pro know they've got him dead to rights. A very, very close Central Park outing, but Virtus.pro outlast Team 1.
I feel like this flanking Karmic Revival is just a little bit of a bait, right? With like, you're getting like, what, 4 reses. It seems like it should be super impactful, but when you've already lost so many players, you're coming back in on low HP, you just never stabilize. And VP is just so quick to pounce on those early res targets and shut them down again. It's, you wonder like where Sparker has played a little bit more aggressive, like being that duelist, taking the fight to the enemy team, focusing on damage rather than positioning in the flank. I guess you're a little bit desperate to get that ult value for Naga, but really well executed by VP there in a few of those final fights.
What is his damage output? That is,
dude, 40k.
Not what you expect from a flanker. I guess it's just really effective and frequent blaster barrage use with Nevix backing him up with a Bullhawk, but still 40k on Star-Lord is kind of insane.
Yeah, that's definitely illegal damage numbers.
Ridiculous numbers. 46 and 9. More impressive. Saipe 33 and 3. 3 deaths that entire time. Just to put it in perspective. Fate 12 deaths. Naga 11 deaths.
Yeah.
Everyone getting bullied. And Mantis, by the way, 0% win rate.
Y'all need to peep the 21 final hits for Sparker, though. Like, that's actually effed up. Look at it. 23k damage.
Yeah, dude, Adam Warlock, I mean, that's a massive gap, right? But for Naga to come out and get out damaged that hard, I gotta say there's some strong things for Team 1. Like, I like some of their moves. I thought Melio was amazing on the first point defense. Had so many picks, nearly gets the full hold on first because he's just constantly supplying opening picks. The first like 3-4 fights, Melio's just ending them immediately with an opening kill. I also thought Team 1 had a better attacking strategy on the first point. Like, I think that's why they picked this map. Their rotation to the high ground was super effective. They kind of put Virtus.pro in that back room in the cubby, and the fight was so awkward for the defenders from there. I thought both of those were just better executed from Team 1, but a bit of a wonky move there. Thinking about that second point defense coming around to flip the map, giving up a lot of space. You think back to that as maybe a key moment where this map kind of slipped away.
Yeah, chat called it out. Shout out to the Smarties hanging out with us tonight. It is a 2-0 score. We have seen this before. Uber, let's take a look back at some of the key moments on the attack. It had to have been Trust Me and Nevix opening things up, just seducing everybody and breaking their backs.
Yeah, honestly, I hate to say it, but like, Trust Me made a great switch to the Strange, sort of on this defense side. That was really timely. It was a pull rule that was needed to help them contest here. It looked really good. Look, it's res comp, right? So there's a couple of like givens. I think the location of the Karmic Revival from Adam Warlock is really important because you need enough breathing room to get everyone quickly topped back up and into the fight. You can't do it too close to the objective where, like, we sort of saw Team 1 do it a couple times because they didn't have a safe spot on the attack side to actually set it up. Just in like the broken building right next to where the car was, which is just too easy for VP to push into and punish VP looked awful on their first point defense, though. Sick rotation from Team 1. I think they actually have to break the wall in, or they do something just next to that sort of first choke to get up into the tower and then onto the high ground. So they had 4.5 minutes heading into this phase of the map. And then they just got ground down consistently. Virtus.pro really able to put the pressure on there.
Kings of the Sky, Phi taking over. Virtus.pro goes up 2-0. They will now be on match point. The good news, though, Team 1, formerly Luminosity EU, they get to choose which map we're going to go to. And I'm thinking we might go back to a domination. Jake, you took them to a third round. Is that going to be back in play here? Because that was also the game mode you won quite a bit in the Challenger match.
I think it could be a good option. I will say I don't want to criticize Team 1 on a strategic front, because I feel like they came in, they looked prepared on Central Park. Mm-hmm. Maybe that map flip, like I think that looked a little bit bad from our perspective, but I can see the vision. I think it could work if you had a little bit more time and you stopped the card in an earlier position. I thought a lot of their moves that they showed on Central Park were good. So I won't criticize them. Whatever map they pick, I think the coaching, the strategy on that level has been solid for them. So I don't think I'm worried about them, whatever map they pick.
Stop. You're not critiquing. You're calling things out that other casters are afraid to. Do not stop. Do your thing, man. You're killing it. We're going to Midtown. Jake thinks you're great. Coaches, you're fantastic. Everyone is going to play the best ball as we go to Midtown, Uber.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this is a pretty fitting third map to take us to. We've seen, similar to Central Park, right? Like a lot of these first couple of corners that need to be rounded, defenders can really put pressure on, can really play forward, can sort of get in front of that attacker spawn even on this map. And that first hold is ultra important, because from there on out, it gets a little awkward for defenders. There isn't actually good high ground after that first choke. They, end up having to walk out from that building itself, and then you can snowball as attackers from there. So we see a lot of teams invest in heavy first holds, just try and get like 2 or so minutes out of the attackers there. And if you can do that, then you're in very good shape. And VP's got something prepared. It's also about like getting forward, denying that high ground from the attackers where the thing can really shine. Obviously, you want to try and set the rules of engagement to allow someone like Nevix to be put in a position to succeed.
North America, Team Envy has the record. The only team to full hold an opponent in their spawn on Midtown. Shikigami, sorry to bring that up again. Jake, damn. We're going into it, though, in a whole new season with all new characters in the mix. Is there anything that is a must-have on Midtown or a must-ban?
I do think Groot is pretty broken on this map. So, I mean, but VP's been banning it all series, so I don't really expect to see it. Curious, though, if we end up with flyers like Human Torch, who I think can be strong, but the map is also quite constricted at points. Like second point in particular feels a little bit awkward to get mileage out of those flyers. And I think with the 3 bans, the teams really have a lot of power to shape the match and to take it in the direction that they're most comfortable with. So I do think we'll have to see if there's just going to be any last minute change ups. If anything, it'll be Team 1, I think, to try to redress some of these issues and try to maybe you go a different direction with the bans. But there's so many threats on VP. They're already using bans, I think, on a lot of the heroes that VP would love to deploy into the server. So, I think this is something where you can't overthink it if you're Team 1. Like, yes, VP is edging you out. Yes, they look a little bit decisively stronger than you, but it's not a huge margin. You're not getting dominated. Both of these maps go to the wire. They go down to the last moments. Like if one fight goes differently on either of those 2 maps, it's Team 1's map. So I think for Team 1, you have to just think this is a long, slow climb. You're not going to beat VP with some weird cheese. You're going to beat them by just playing good, honest Marvel Rivals and just having, like, leveling up your team play, trying to catch up with how far ahead of the game VP is right now.
We have some Challenger stats here from production. These are the heroes that did not make it into play in Week 10. Storm, Black Panther, Moon Knight, Squirrel Girl, Thor, and Mr. Fantastic. Only 6 characters did not make it into play. EU will not allow Groot through. We know that's for sure. But can you open things up? Can we get off the Emma Frost? Where else could we go with some bans here, VP?
Yeah. So when I play Squirrel Girl, it feels OP. I'm just built different. I mean, on the Squirrel Girl, but
VP right? Hulk ain't going nowhere.
They could just let through Groot. Just see what happens, guys. You never know.
Nope.
It's weird.
Nope.
It's a best of 5. Come on, Virtus.pro. Next time. Virtus.pro has now made it 7 weeks in a row of banning Groot first. That's a record in its own right.
At first it was Wolverine, now it's Groot. I will say that the Groot wall, the Ironwood wall, is like one of the only basic skills in the game that potentially hard counters a strategist ult. Like if you split somebody off from the strategist ult and you just focus fire them down, they die really fast. And that, I think, introduces a level of chaos into the game where you really, you know, it's hard to rely on breaking some of these choke points. I think if the defenders like play perfect, they should just theoretically always win. So I think by getting rid of the Groot, you make the game a lot more dynamic and a lot more open to individual outplay, especially on the Vanguard front, where I think
you're
VP
saying
knows
they're
a lot of
doing
their strength
us a
is.
favor as viewers, Jake.
Yeah, I think actually the game is a little bit more exciting and dynamic.
Welcome.
There's no Groot in it. A little bit less of like a, you know, like some of the corner holding with Groot is insane. Yeah.
I saw a proposition for a tournament where you would not be able to ban the same character more than 2 or 3 times in a best of 5. I love that rule. Choose when you're going to use it. You don't have to spam it every time you go out here, guys. Just
because you would play Groot on one map, right? You wouldn't be able to play it throughout the series and make it this like super oppressive dominant force. So I personally think it's interesting for, I mean, I know people have talked about some of the experimental stuff added to Rivals and been like, I don't know if this is like great for the game, or I don't know if this format's better or not. I just think it's good that Marvel Rivals is already experimenting with the format.
Now is the time to try something, right?
Exactly.
Do it now before you get locked in.
Maybe it's not good. Maybe this format is better, like whatever. And like even something like adding more bans and protects, I think that's great. Like I think just keeping innovative and trying new things is just key to the success. What's going on in Pucket's room? I gotta know.
Oh, we got a mini Puckett on the way. Piper, you want to see Spider-Man? You're in the wrong place.
Yeah, I know we ain't gonna see no Spider-Man, unfortunately. That's not mini Puckett.
All right, go find mom. All right, send her on an adventure. Now we're on an adventure into game number 3. Virtus.pro 1 map away from collecting another $1,000. They sent home Alcancia, Berber, Patapim ×2, Luminosity ×2. Before that, it was Luminosity ×2. So that was 4 rounds in a row. Before that, it was Luminosity. So that's 6 losses potentially to this Team 1 roster, Jake. It's got to start to sting, but also credit for getting this far 6 times.
They keep grinding it though, and I feel like Melios looks great in this team. Like I don't want to oversell it, but I just feel like this Team 1 team is on the cusp. It's going to take time because, like we mentioned, like VP, they are continuing to grind. They aren't just like a team that's on top, that's sitting on their laurels, that is like overconfident. Maybe they're a little overconfident, let's be honest, but at least they're not typing in Twitch chat during the match, I hope. We'll see, though, if Team 1 can get it over the line. It's going to be a long road home for the reverse sweep, because not only do you have to win this map, which is your choice, you have a bit of control, you're going to have to win 2 VP map picks back to back. And that's going to be really the tougher test. Just getting the ball rolling, though, maybe the toughest moment of all, where VP are full confidence. They should just feel like, you know what, let's close it out here in 3 in style, as we have many, many times before. Going to Midtown, this is your moment, Team 1. You've got to stabilize. You got to stop the bleeding right here, right now.
Midtown game 3. Big shout out to Intel. Quick reminder, if you haven't already, go over to rivalsfightnight.com to enter in for the giveaway. We're giving away a brand new CPU, and we're also sending 2 fantastic humans to DreamHack Dallas. Rivals, Intel. What else you want?
Squirrel Girl on Midtown? That'd be about it, though, honestly. For the most part, I'm pretty satisfied.
Show me the tail. Observers, get off of the dancing.
He switched, brother.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked, boss. All right, out of the gates we go here. Virtus.pro, of course, we'll have this Human Torch. There's just too much to prioritize through Ben and Protect. And Human Torch, honestly, is able to slip through there happily enough. Virtus.pro felt like Fire has had the edge over Naga. And honestly, that's been true for much of the series. So this is where Melio needs to step up and find a way to gap your boy Sparker.
Interesting to see. Both teams, same read on the meta. Both teams have really a very similar perspective on the game to come through this extended ban phase and so often find themselves in the mirror match, but both also continuing to double down with full confidence on the Emma Frost.
All right, well, they get the rejuvenation domain drawn out. Sparker has to be happy enough with that. He's not really punishable after going for that dive. The next time around, though, that long cooldown won't be at the ready. Naga's picked off. Cypher's now actually able to knock him out of the sky, and that's massive. Now you've got that torch stiff. Look at Fire. All of a sudden, you play close to the ground. You ignore the potential for that enemy Human Torch to come in and third party you. Virtus.pro very cleanly converting off that pick on Naga.
That's a scary way to lose the first fight on Midtown. We talked about how important this first defense is. It's a place where, okay, you can absolutely get a lot of time off the clock. Now, Fi is just able to take this full back flank position. Is going to have ulti very, very quickly into the fight. At least Crook, though, has that low-key copy. That's going to stabilize things. Naga also sees Fi, so doesn't get ganked to the surprise. But hold on. Has to slam and kite back already. Virtus.pro dominating the skies a little bit.
Pretty on cooldown ability here. Will limit Naga's mobility somewhat. He's already used his get out of jail free card, so to speak. And Supernova's now in play. Tough for Team 1 to push out into this, but a Fate of Both Worlds copied by Crook will allow them at least to stand on even footing with Virtus.pro despite this very high damage over time. Naga's about to develop his own ultimate now as well, and that's the Meteor Slam used by his opposite number. So now, Supernova time. Meteor M here for Nevix, though, soaks up a lot of damage. And there goes Melio right under the nose of Fate with that Fate of Both Worlds active.
Nice juke there by Saipe. Stays alive. Crook, though, finds Sparker in the chaos. Finzi still holding onto that ultimate. Doesn't see the window to deploy it just yet. Now stabilizing a bit with a bit of HP. Could find the opportunity to turn things around. Sparker has that Dance of the Butterfly as well. Rejuvenation Domain has been expended. So some of the key cooldowns deployed already. Melio, defensive Dance of the Butterfly here, trying to just stabilize the fight for his team. But Sparker has the last ultimate. Now everything else has been traded. He's the one who needs to open this one up.
Pretty good ultimate to have when there are no strategists also available, that's for sure. In we go. Sparker trying to get as wide a net as possible cast here, and the damage is going to be tough to deal with. However, Team 1 holding out for now until Sparker actually gets in there with a silent crossbow and deals the death blow to many of these Team 1 players. Feels like the wind's gone out of their sails in a big way, whereas Virtus.pro flying high on a thermal, probably thanks to Fi's Flaming Tornadoes.
And VP just win that off the back of having 7 ultis in the fight because Fi got another ulti again, but it just shows how closely matched these two teams are, that the fights go that deep. They get the full banks expended, nobody making mistakes, nobody able to find that focus fire or catch anybody out. Fi, though, loves setting up on these off angles. He's got that snowflake from Luna Snow, so it's going to be a little bit scary. Naga needs to clear out this flanker. See, Fi's not revealing his position.
Close range
Good
damage.
reaction by Naga.
But that means now it gets a little bit scary. Okay, so Fi uses his quote-unquote escape to get out now. A bit concerned about what's happening in the front line, I think. So being a bit careful, using this cover really effectively. But the map is going to start to get broken up, and this central little platform eventually will be taken out. Rajaro's going to be careful. Glancing blow, though, felt by Fi. He still needs to respect. He has that snowflake on him now. He needs to deal with Naga. Once Naga's done, it's absolutely over. But he has a Supernova active now.
Magneto. Rajaro took a lot of poke there. Did stay alive. Tornadoes coming out from Naga, trying to finish off his opposite number in the Human Torch, but Fi is kiting out, surviving this. VP waiting out a couple key ultimates here. Copy as well came in from Loki on the defense. So many ults being deployed on defense, and VP are probably pretty happy about this, taking the reset. Getting wiped here. It is nice, at least, that you get all these kills. Maybe you can get a forward hold out of this for Team 1, but VP didn't deploy anything, and now they have a pretty severe ultimate advantage coming into the next engagement.
Okay, I mean, yeah, Virtus.pro happy just to let the door off. I think a fight had already gone down to the Psylocke before those big ultimates started getting drawn out. So Team 1, again, that becomes more acceptable if they use those ultimates to take a more aggressive position, a more punishing spot. Melio's going to go in here. He's a bulwark, one of those VP players. Fi's able to get enough health and shoot away.
I mean, VP are so patient. They haven't used anything yet. Now here comes the dump. Finzi instantly finds Melio, shuts him down. Jaro trying to get a connection. Nothing just yet. And the ultimate bank massive for VP. They want to clean this fight up and get that card rolling. Team 1 dying on the carpet. They're dying quickly. VP just crushing them. And it's really patient play from VP here to be up 2-0 in the series, on the verge of closing it out and winning, and to still be kiting, like creating these ultimate advantage scenarios, setting themselves up for the secured victory. That's the VP that I've come to really respect in Rivals. It's just how clean they play. They have insane individual players, but they don't rely on the pop-offs. They create the opportunity to win easily, and when the pop-off comes, it's a nice bonus.
And they create the opportunity to win predictably as well. I mean, you know this team, like their protocols are so good that they can replicate moments like that over and over again. Here's Naga. That's the bulwark breaking. Going after the Frost here, apparently, but that card is getting awful close. They've got to respect that. Cypher's going to have an ultimate here. Rajaro's under deep pressure now. He should still be able to contest because of this Fate of Both Worlds. Cypher's going to hold on to his. Ice Arts will give him the healing throughput he needs for now, but keeping Fire alive is really important there. And VP might... I mean, they can't really afford to lose too much more time. I think
they're going to go for it.
Lost for them. They've got to go.
Yeah, Saipe gonna just double down. They're down one, but with the strategist ultimate, pretty powerful. Supernova now coming out from the defenders. These flame tornadoes trying to dissuade the attack. Saipe looking to find an opportunity to get aggressive. Bulwark's gonna stabilize him, get him out of the fight. Trust me though, doesn't want to allow VP to back, and a chase, catching with the ultimate. Hard to find a connection here. Find to find the way in. Force marker, and Fade has bridged the gap to that Fate of both worlds. Redro close to his own ult. Delay coming in on the card as well. So VP still have another shot at this. Gonna delay, stall out. Finzi could come back on the strange if he wants to.
Yeah, probably a good idea there, Jake. He'll even keep half of it. Oh, that's a huge meteor. Anyone Fate go down? That is ridiculous. This is a scary one though as well. Rajaro's got it charged up, but it does not connect. Cook out of the game. Team 1 down to 2 players on the card. It's Rajaro, and trust me. Oh man, just when it looked like it was grim for Virtus.pro, Nevix cracks it wide open.
Nevix is actually the GOAT on Magneto, man. He is so insanely consistent at finding kills with the Meteor M. And Meteor M is strong when it's just used defensively, when it's eating, you know, some of the shots from the Supernova. You're not mad at that kind of a defensive ult usage. But the fact that he's finding a double kill in that scenario, I mean, feels like Team 1 have that whole dead to rights. Even one kill may not have been enough there for Nevix, but dream scenario getting to 3rd in Midtown. Up 2-0 in the series, wanted to clean up, cash that check, as you have time and time again. Our reigning champs VP looking to continue their winning ways.
57 seconds. Is that Supernova?
I am ready to put
Very good poke, but Cook is going to come straight through, of course, with a copied Fate of both worlds. It's an easy answer, of course, to Supernova, as it's more just a persistent ticking damage over time threat that's easily nullified by that ridiculous healing per second you get. Now, though, VP coming back into the fight. Sometimes, though, perfect is the enemy of good. Virtus.pro might not want to back up so easily now, seeing these ultimates even out from T1. They might look to challenge them anyway. Fighter was fallen down to a flame tornado. Not a great start to the fight, considering Saipe did commit a Fate of both worlds to it.
Oh, and they're able to kill Nevix as well through the strategist ultimates. This is great focus fire from Team 1. Couple nice kills, uncharacteristic mistakes out of VP, and they're absolutely going to capitalize. Melio steps in, steps out, stays alive. Finzi recommitting with ults. They know this is their last fight, but so many players are so low. I think this will be the hold here from Team 1. Desperation touches on the cart, but it's not going to be enough. So you've set yourself a victory condition and not much progress into 3rd to speak of. It's really just going to be like one last chance to make a full hold there if you do cap. So despite point 1, point 2 being played really clean and just strategically perfect from VP, point 3 they get shut down off the back of a couple mistakes, and Team 1 pounce.
Okay, still decent push for Virtus.pro. All things considered, we've seen them turn around on these sort of payload style maps and be able to put up a really impressive defense. Saw it in the first series as well, as they finished off with Yggdrasil Path, where they looked really dominant. Very, very hard to stop. Trust me, have another good game here. 4 final hits, of course, on his Emma Frost, leading the team. Whereas Sparker has given us what we've been looking for on this Psylocke. Really been able to be a difference maker, as good as Melio has been. And Fire just generally is able to find better edges than Naga, have just more output. Obviously, more of those final hits, but in general, more heal pressure being applied by this Human Torch, which is kind of his function a lot of the time in these games. Really keeps Saipe and Dridro honest.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a pretty significant accuracy gap on those two characters. Apply almost 10% better accuracy on the Human Torch.
Yeah, you don't normally expect to have high accuracy on that hero, but I think 30% is still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, just to be that much better. And I actually love this from VP. I'm a big fan of the spawn camp here on Midtown. And over the top, you don't see this coming.
Oh.
Naga just got crunched.
That's a great opener. Fire, of course, sets up the flame wall here. That, you know, Team 1 all take a pretty decent chunk of damage from initially. And if you want attacker side high ground here, this is the route you have to take. This rather circuitous one around the right of the map. Crook there got his soul extracted. So he'll be back towards spawn, and Virtus.pro have no reason to give this up. That's what we talked about coming into this match. Having a really strong hold on this first corner with natural high ground for defenders. It's really important to get the clock nice and bled.
Yeah, and every kill is doing exactly that, stabilizing. Rare miss from Nevix there on that Mag Cannon. Allows Melio to get out and stay alive, but Nevix is aggro holding. He's not letting Magneto in at all. Magneto needs a bit of support to move that position, but now taking the fight straight to the card. It's Emma Frost, trust me, under a ton of pressure. Nevix has been winning a lot of these trades on Magneto with the Bulwark on himself as well. He's absolutely stuffing this flank despite the heavy commitment of resources from Team 1.
Yeah, holding a bait almost solo here. Rajaro's going to commit pretty heavily, try and look past Nevix. The Magneto play for Virtus.pro's been good. Eventually, though, they're going to have to start to back up here, give some ground. Finzy's dropping low, getting a little bit more scrutiny than he otherwise would have liked on that low ground. And even Iceart's being drawn out of Dreedro to make sure that everybody is kept ship shape. Still, Meteor M around the corner. Virtus.pro, a lot of damage done on this defensive play, but they've lost fight. Naga finds their first and very important kill in this fight for Team 1.
Trust me.
Trust me, seen better days, though.
Yeah, and a little bit of trouble. Sparker, though, wins the 1v1 onto Melio. First ultimate now comes out of Fate. Fate of both worlds, stabilizing for the moment. VP backing, not bending. Refighting here in with their own ultis, continuing to chase him out. Team 1 have a big bank of ultimates, but they're really on the back foot right now. Trust me, goes with this ult, but is it really connecting? I don't see the value here. VP, great moves on the defense so far.
Nevix, though, went too low. Just up in the air, taking a bunch of damage from below. Trust me, he's fully charged up, ready to go. Yeah, another Fate of both worlds here for Virtus.pro. And there's a Supernova now coming out. Naga hoping to shut Fight down. He's low and he doesn't have great healing, but there is a Snowflake on him. See if he can get it down. Well dodged indeed. Okay, Psionic Seduction allows Finzy to get back in position on the car, but trust me, did not want to give the round up for free, but that Rajaro pick is massive. Fi chimes in.
They just didn't touch. They C9'd.
Oh, buddy.
VP, such a rare mistake from this team who's normally so clean, so dialed. No one was stepping up to hold the cart, and that's going to roll it forward. VP, because they win the fight, they're still in a good position to continue the engagement here, but they need a very solid second point. Almost a necessity, I think, that they get the full hold here. Sparker taking a bit of a risk on the flank is going to pay off, just barely wins that fight.
VP were in a position to win that fight, which is what hurts even worse.
Yeah, that could have been a full hold. Now they're going to have to scrap it back here, but I mean, winning the fight in a very rare position is also allowing them to continue to fight up here very forward at the choke on second point. Team 1, they're really just playing it all up mid. I think they should really take some kind of a rotation. Pushing up the mid looks super scary. Dance of the Butterfly now immediately in from Sparker. Forces a lot of defense onto Magneto. Enough to just barely keep him alive. Both teams, though, trading ults. And Mello shut down once again. Sparker has had his number here on this last attack.
Yeah, Sparker's able to see, I think, one is in Dance of the Butterfly. There's a counter push into his backline by Team 1. So as soon as he reappears there, he can just make a beeline for Melio, who had probably overstayed their welcome a little bit there. And crucially, Virtus.pro actually didn't use any of their strategist ultimates after that push. Team 1 need to wrap around. They cannot just force themselves into this choke, especially not now. This Fight of Both Worlds is fine, but it can be mirrored easily enough. Nice dodging there. I mean, Fight's got great mechanics, of course, with this Human Torch. Most of the time able to avoid getting drawn into that Psionic Seduction. But Sparker was out of the fight, so now we go back in. Finzy, Seduction of his own, mostly screened off there by the Magneto. Fate of Both Worlds committed twice in this fight. Saipair now, the second to bring big healing for Virtus.pro, but they're going to do something with the window it's given them.
And the trades are slowly going against VP. Nevix, though, strikes back with the Meteor M as he has time and time again. Finding that kill is going to take some of the wind out of the sails of the offense. You see Finzy smells blood in the water, starting to charge forward, looking for that choke slam, trying to catch some retreating players. Has to back off a little bit, needs a little bit more sustain. Shield keeps him alive, and these kills come in. Now it's the duelist from Team 1, finding the edge when they were down players. Key kills that are going to allow them to roll it towards the end of that second point. VP got to lick their wounds, back out, and make this last hold. And honestly, if this card goes to third point, I feel like Team 1 are in a great position to close out. So VP really going to feel the pressure, need to commit heavily at this fight.
VP really wanted another minute on this phase of the map, Jake. After that little mistake they made, of course, with the C9. Tough to bounce back from. Okay, I like this Psionic Seduction, but eventually the Loki cooldown gets online, and there's Rejuvenation Domain here for Virtus.pro. They've used that awful early in the fight, though, and they've used it defensively. So now they're still going to find a way to filter out. Mag Cannon is a problem. Rajaro can charge them up pretty easily with his blue walls being applied. I love this Dance to the Butterfly from Elio. Gets awkward out for Virtus.pro. BRM comes in. Where is the connection? Sparker gets into the backline and Cook is down. That could be the big one, Jake. Yep. Did not have that God of Mischief available. Now Team 1 look awful awkward. They have to give this up.
Oh, that's the dream kill. Like any other kill may not have been enough. Sparker bullied out of the 1v1, but doesn't go down and is now immediately re-upping into the flank. Melio is completely aware of that counter push, pre-spamming. He knows where Sparker comes. Both of these Psylocke really playing on such a high level right now. The walk-up is very difficult, though. For Team 1, you've got to be careful. Magneto taking a ton of frontline pressure here. You do have that Loki copy, but now Virtus.pro can match.
Saipair comes forward now. Fate of Both Worlds. It's the timely use of that ultimate indeed, but Supernova's now active from Naga. Finzy, though, down first. Trust me. wins the mirror in the front line. Where did Virtus.pro find other edges? 30 seconds left here for Team 1, and eventually these healing ultimates are going to expire. Cypers is done. He's forced to play off the point. Meteor ammo, that would have been big. Still good damage there on Crook. He's able to heal himself up rather quickly now. And Screen gets thrown up by Nevix. It's not enough. It's stall and nothing more. Team 1 will get their crack at trying to finish the map, but Finzi has a portal. I heard it come in. They're going to drop now as Fi enters the fight. This gets a little bit scary now for Trust Me. A Rejuvenation Domain going to be popped by the Loki, and Fi continues to keep these tornadoes coming. That Loki cooldown's expired, but Finzi went down in the meantime. Fi into the backline, forces out a Fate of both worlds though from Fate. He'll bring that in. Fi is so close to Supernova here, but is there enough staying power for Virtus.pro? Naga's out of the fight. Spark is on the flank, dishing the damage. The crossbow bolts are singing, and here it is. Fi just canvassing the cart with these tornadoes. Team 1 eventually running out of steam. Sometimes all it takes is a Doctor Strange portal to get you fighting fit to throw down for one last hurrah, and Rajaro knows it is over. Virtus.pro claim the series here. Yet another 3-0 and a staunch hold at the end of the map.
2-2.
What an immaculate performance there from VP, firing on all cylinders. A couple of those fights just clutched out. Sparker gets that critical kill on the Loki before the copy can come out. That would have been a decisive fight. Then they lose a pick in the next fight. It looks so dire. Nevix gets it done again under pressure with the Meteor Ab. And finally, Fi has to dance around and stall the cart by himself. Just pure movement, no ultis, no survivability, just dancing on them to get the 3-0 for Virtus.pro. And this is, I mean, I know they have won a lot of these tournaments. They have looked insane before, but VP showing that they are continuing to innovate, continuing to level up, ready to face anything that the world has to offer in Marvel Rivals.
Ridiculous run from Virtus.pro, their 10th championship here on Rivals Fight Night. Chat, give it up for the crew. Finzi, Nevix, Fi, Sparker, Tridro, Saipe. I can't choose an MVP today. The stats through the roof. Fi was in the sky. Sparker doing the damage on the ground. The Vanguards always highlight players. Uber, what did you love about this team tonight?
Look, I mean, they looked rock solid. I thought that the Sparker show is always on for us. Once more, though, Saipe looks pretty incredible, whether it's Invisible Woman, excuse me, or the Loki that they're on. Just a great output across the entirety of the series. I think this is a team that you need to target the Human Torch in some way, and then you need to sort of be able to beat Fire when it comes to like a mirror of Star-Lord, right? You can't ban him out entirely. I thought that was like one of the better looks from Team 1, right? Or on the res comps. You let Virtus.pro go back to their bread and butter, which was this Human Torch Psylocke setup, and I don't know who's going to get the better of them.
Shout out to 3 in the chat. I don't know how you got the OG 3 on Twitch.tv, but welcome here. You just witnessed another 3-0 from Virtus.pro. Jake, there's been a number of them. I think this is now 3 3-0s in a row. We got to take a look at the overall leaderboard because this has been domination from one of Europe's best, and everyone's asking, who is better than this team? 11 weeks, 10 wins. The 1 week they didn't win, they didn't play. Perfect in our tournament once again.
These guys are just goated, man. And what's so impressive to me is it's not just that like that VP is like this far ahead of the competition. I think this is a team that could be the best in the world, actually. Like they need to have that global competition to prove it. But there's so many aspects of the game that I just think they've mastered. I mean, it's great to watch because I just think they're doing everything right. From my perspective, there's nothing I see that I'm like, oh, they got to fix this. Of course, like, you know, Team 1 brought it to them, made it difficult there with like Melio, Naga both won a lot of their duels on the duel list, creating opportunities where it's possible to win. But VP just have such incredible depth, and even when the game looks difficult, even when the fights are tilting against them, they stick with it. They fight super aggressively, and they're able to bring it back and clutch in so many of those scenarios. There's a reason they've been the champion time and time again. It goes way beyond individual player. This whole team is incredibly stacked, and they really are playing the game as it's meant to be played, I think.
Uber, we have our MVP. Before we do it, we are 244 followers away from our goal of 8,500 followers on twitch.tv/rivals fight night. Over on YouTube, we are 200 subscribers away over on twitch.tv/rivals fight night. And right here, we have our MVP for week 11 for Europe, earning $1,000 and helping lead the team to victory. It's Nevix, the main tank.
Oh, I mean, very well deserved from Nevix there. And you can see it on Midtown especially. His control, the high ground on defense was pretty ridiculous, right? But also, like, he's the player that we see head over towards the thing, right? Which is pretty problematic for a lot of teams to deal with. remember, Team 1 were trying to play the Venom variant of their composition, right? Trying to like dive, trying to match the impact of like a more of a frontline tank in a different way, and that's a big ask for them. This allows Finzi to sort of flex over towards the Emma Frost. Nevix picks that up. Guy is ultra flexible, and honestly, like back in previous games where he was sort of a professional there as well, he'd like to play those tanks that had modality that would want to like turn around, get into the backline, peel for teammates. It's something that the thing obviously does really naturally and really well. So ultra flexible tank player Finzi always has been, so finds himself really at home on so many of these Vanguards and Marvel Rivals. Cool, calm, collected Nevix has been. So yeah, honestly, really impressed to see what he's able to show us here. And sorry, but he basically won the game with a couple of those Meteor M's for VP.
And that's why we had to give it to him this week. I mean, Fi and Sparker are always amazing, always firing on all cylinders. Saipe and Drijo, really clean performance, consistently on the strategist. But this week, I just felt like there were so many fights where Team 1 are actually turning the tide. They're actually, against all odds, starting to put VP on the ropes. And there were just too many fights where Nevix, with the Meteor M, I mean, that's an ulti that doesn't often get kills. It's actually pretty hard. You need to have like enough damage. You need to actually land the connection. It needs to be on the characters that actually get one shot by it. Like there's so many hoops to jump through there, and Nevix has been the one to do it consistently, to make it look like it is a reliable way to burst people through strategist ultimates. And that is game winning. I mean, I went with like the quality over quantity argument in this game, where those key fights, quality fights, are turning the tide of these maps and leading to the victory. If Nevix wasn't able to secure like that double kill Meteor M, this is a different series we're watching.
Great call out, Sir Jake. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Octavia Heel says this is the weekly VP paycheck. They're starting to get used to it. VP, how do we feel about next week or in a future week?
I want to hand it to VP that it is hard to stay on top this long. It is. True. It's one thing to win a championship. It's another to defend the belt week on week on week. Like everyone can watch your game. Everyone can watch these VODs, and believe me, they are like studying this. Okay, what do they do? How do they play? Like, can we learn from this? What's their strat? Like, you have a million targets on your back. Everybody's watching you as VP, and they're just still delivering beatdowns to all challengers who dare approach the throne here on Fight Night. And I feel like we rarely see that level of dominance. Shout out to Finzi, by the way, coming in, dropping the 5 gifted. Much love,
even though
brother.
we got player of the match stolen from him. That's crazy.
Stolen?
All right, Nevix put in that work this week. We gotta give some love to Nevix.
Line Pro, by the way, some superior glazing. Well done. Just coming in here, giving great credit to Finzi on the Emma Frost. He said the positioning, he shuts you down. As a support, calling out a Vanguard that was giving you issues, I think that is quite high praise. Line Pro, thank you for showing us your new team. Zero still got some room for improvement. Team 1, consistent there in Europe as a top 2, top 3 team, but they do not have the answer to Virtus.pro. The question is, does anyone on the planet Uber?
Not right now. I think they're the best team in the world.
We need that global competition so bad for VP more than anyone else, right? It's like we got to see them tested against your Sentinels, your 100 Thieves, right? Your Shroud-X's. There's so many big contenders in A that have been passing the crown around, constantly vying for that top spot, where VP have just been sitting and watching from the mountain peaks, of Marvel Rivals right here, just waiting for a true test to come their way.
It was awesome stuff tonight. Virtus.pro, congratulations on another W. Congratulations to everyone who got to witness that. And a reminder, over on rivalsfightnight.com, we have an Intel giveaway. We also have a special promo including Shroud-X. You're going to want to hear about Shroud and what he's been cooking for Marvel Rivals. It's Fight Night. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside Avast and ZP. We've traded out 2 new faces in a whole new region. We're going to North America with the same amount of money on the line, $1,000 up for grabs, and it's not going. Well, it might go to one of these teams. Envy or 100 Thieves. They have to get through Shroud-X at the end of the night. Avast, let's start here because we've got some fresh faces playing for Envy, but 100 Thieves, they were a household name and a Rivals Fight Night champion for a while.
I mean, they're still going to be a household name. We're not going anywhere. Honestly, we're going to be seeing a lot of them, I'm sure, in the future and as we move forward. But there has been some changes. Not for this team as much, obviously, but obviously we do have a kind of a new face with Billion coming on here, but everyone else is pretty much the same. I don't remember Billion unless they've a name change here. ZP back me up here, but I believe this is a
they were a substitute, and the substitute they actually may have changed their sub between here and now, but they weren't planning on playing Billion. Is where we're at.
Yeah.
Top tier kid is going to be my player to watch. TTK, always exciting on that Vanguard. Harvey and SJP are the backline strategists. ZP, who is going to have to carry the weight because Terra always seems to steal our MVP award.
I mean, look, I think you look at 100 Thieves, it is a complete team. And I mean, we've kind of gone through our different eras where it's like, it's all about the Vinny Groot. But oftentimes you do go into just focusing on the duelists. We talk about 100 Thieves, both Delina in, hella metas, or Terra just in general, one of the most versatile duelist players in Marvel Rivals. And look, I mean, it's a hero shooter. People tend to just, it's like duelist, do flashy thing. And everyone's just like, but I mean, it's true when it comes to 100 Thieves. These are the players that generally take your attention when 100 Thieves is doing really well.
Absolutely. That is a look at 100 Thieves. On the other side of this matchup, we have the blue team, managed by the great Tasmo, the #1 Scotsman to ever grace a hero shooter. We have Cal, Speedily, and K, Window, Kaluge, Month, and Nero. I know we're going to see Kaluge. I know we're going to see Window, but which two duelists will be in play tonight, ZP?
I mean, look, when you're talking about duelists, you got to look at Cal, you got to look at Speedily. Cal, of course, probably just one of the most impressive duelists we have ever seen in Marvel Rivals, where even earlier iterations of the Envy roster that may not have been as strong in the other roles, Cal was the most dangerous player on the team. And now they've backed up the Speedily, who may just be one of the most talented gamers on planet Earth. The ability of Speedily to just walk into seemingly any game and get #1 on the ladder is absurd. It's an Envy team that really has reworked repeatedly, and this may be their strongest incarnation yet.
Avast, were you ever #1 on a leaderboard for a game that not many people know about?
Technically yes, but Team Fortress 2 didn't have like public leaderboards the same way. They all had individual servers, so I was #1 on on a large individual servers.
Massive.
But that was a long time ago, very long time ago. Not quite the same as the global leaderboard, which Speedily has been dominating. And Envy, they've kind of built this a semi-old head roster, if we can say that, because these guys are all like 24, 25.
You're gonna be graduates of college. So, yeah.
They're not really old heads, but it is interesting when you see this evolution of the roster, how we've evolved, and now we brought in Nero, we brought in Kaluge, we brought in Speedily, we have Cal obviously staying with them. So it is very much an kind of a old school Overwatch roster that now we brought into this new Marvel Rivals environment, along with some newcomers like Window. So I do think, and Month. So I do think overall this roster is pretty exciting. Their evolution has been pretty good, and it's a team that we should look out for. And I really hope that when you look at 100 Thieves, since they haven't really evolved much on the roster side other than maybe the sub side, like, is this going to be a return to form for like Delina in particular? I think is going to be a lot of emphasis put on them, and like how can they match up against the Envy duelists?
Can I just say, as someone who's been in esports for 20 years, it is so dope to have Nade Shot's team playing Hastro's team and Rivals Fight Night for $1,000. They're across all of AAA esports, and they could be anywhere. They're here for a reason. They're telling you there's a lot of potential in this space, and they've got a lot of faith in these players in North America. 100 Thieves kind of shocked me, ZP. The first time they came around, I thought it might be a short-term visit. But Terra was a monster on the Wolverine. He showcases Winter Soldier. Hey, look, you're up here. You're up in the corner. There you go.
Another fan.
Yeah, we got a lot of friends here. But I felt like Vinny stole the show. With Groot not being played as much, is he going to be the player to watch, or who are you looking at, ZP?
I mean, look, you still can't discount Vinny, where, yeah, you look at Vinny, okay, overall, made a name on Groot, but anyone that's playing Groot at that ridiculously high level is usually versatile enough to make an impact on all the other Vanguards that are currently getting played. So not too worried there. And I mean, for 100 Thieves, look, this is one thing that people may forget too, is that you go back to their Mutants days, this is one of the most experienced veteran teams in Marvel Rivals. They were winning tournaments way, way back before you had organized orgs coming in and picking up teams. So if any team is good at picking themselves up and finding a new way as the meta evolves, it's gonna be 100 Thieves.
Good call out there. It's time to take a look at our maps, our bans, and protects North America. Not very quick on the sticks normally, ZP. Are they in the lobby to start the day?
Truthfully, I hope so. That's where I'm at. I honestly, I hope they're in lobby, and we've done everything possible to try and get them in there, but you know how North American players and their bladders go. Sometimes the players just, they go to the bathroom. It happened last night even again, where we thought we'd be good to go into a map 3 in our sister program, and no, we were not. We were just held hostage as 3 players went to the bathroom yet again. It's just the price of doing business in North America.
Oh, ZP, we're gonna start handing out fines. I came up with the system last week. Vast, did you hear it? You were here for that. Yeah, it's just $50. $50 for every 5 minutes you're late.
I mean, it's just the culture we have comparatively, like Europe, they don't have the Stanley Cup, like water bottle culture. Everyone here, we're addicted to hydration now. We're addicted to hydration. We're adding our little flavor packets to the water. Everyone's like, ooh, like, look at this. Like, I mean, probably not these guys, I'm going to be honest. I don't think these guys are the ones doing it, but I do think that it's definitely a slightly different culture if you ever walk in Europe and having to get water there, it's kind of a pain sometimes. So overall, like, I hope that they're moving a bit faster this week.
They're going to do great. I have so much faith. They have Hastro and Nadeshot supporting them. Why would they not? In the meantime, can we give a shout out to another org owner? Shroud-X was part of a charity deal where Shroud decided, you know what, now I have to actually put together this team and support him. And, well, he has grown his influence in the Rivals space. NetEase and friends are getting behind it. ZP, what's going down this Saturday?
That's right. It's the Shroud Gauntlet. We got 8 of the best teams around. They're all going to be playing against each other. 1 day, 8-team double elimination. We're not going to quite announce the teams here just yet, but let's just say if they've been a really good team, you're probably going to see them. Yeah, Shroud-X is playing. I can probably spoil that.
No way! He's playing in the Gauntlet? They're playing?
Unbelievably, Shroud-X will be playing in the Shroud Tournament. Yes, that is a little bit of a spoiler, but...
Chat, you didn't think I could do it. I can get you anything out of ZP. Hell's Heaven is going to be map number 1. ZP, is Virtus.pro playing? No, because they're not in North America. Is Envy playing, or are they scared?
Okay, you know what? We're not going to do the 20 questions here. Just... have faith that they're a good team. They're probably going to be there. And also, I could say this too, is that it's going to be a new
2 answers from you, chat.
It's going to be a fearless draft format too. Going to have some hero variety.
Wait, what does fearless draft mean, ZP?
Can't play the same hero more than once you play it in map 1, can't play it in map 2. That's all you get from me from here. That's it.
More will be announced later.
That is going to be fun.
Who's running the tournament? Are we allowed to say who's running the tournament? Like, is that?
Yeah, Shroud is. With the help of your fantastic casters on screen today, here we go. Game number 1, Hell's Heaven Envy versus 100 Thieves is loading up right now. Ladies and gentlemen, get your chat points in. Are you riding blue or are you riding red? I don't know what to expect of this Envy lineup. I've been told about Cal and how Hastra was so excited about this Hella player. Hella hasn't really been in the meta recently. On the other side, I remember Terra popping off with a Winter Soldier and Wolverine specifically were the 2 final end plates. Those haven't been used a ton. So, Avast, what's the expectations from our NA teams now in Season 2?
I mean, Human Torch, you've seen him, you love him. I mean, Johnny's here, he's home, and I think also you do see some Wolverine getting played, so you could see Terra make it back to that kind of like signature pick a little bit for him. But Human Torch, Psylocke is going to be a lot. You're going to see that especially with the team ups with like Emma Frost in particular, getting those illusions. So you do get to see some of the other ones. I mean, Winter Soldier got played in Europe, and now we can stop filling because now we can look at the actual draft.
Thank God. Players, you are almost fined. ZP, way to work your magic, my guy. Okay, we got our first ban coming in from 100 Thieves. Is it a group ban, or will we see the Rooted Tank make its way through? Okay, so Human Torch, normally one of the first 2 banned out. Envy, what does Kaluj not want to play against?
Iron Fist, apparently. They're talking about the strategist at this point, where the strategists do not want to deal with an Iron Fist just continually hunting them down for the entirety of the game. And look, it makes sense. If Envy wants to play a game that's a little bit more spaced out, give players like Cal more room to work with, regardless of whether they're on Winter Soldier or on the Hella, this makes a lot of sense because Iron Fist just introduces a whole bunch of chaos into the game.
Iron Fist has been wild. I want to know, like, who is the great Iron Fist player on 100 Thieves that you're afraid of? Is it Terra? Is it Delena?
I feel like if Terra is typically playing stuff like Wolverine, typically that's the player you're also going to shift. Like, someone that's like the more flex pick is typically going to be playing like Iron Fist. Like, if you have someone that's like a little bit more dedicated to like not like hit scan specific roles. But also, I mean, Terra has been playing a lot of Winter Soldier, so it's kind of up in the air of like who's going to play what. But I feel like Delena's probably not going to play Iron Fist.
Vinny got his Groot, ZP. That's a highlight for me. We will see Groot for the first time tonight. Mark him off the list, observers, as Hulk is also going to be in the mix. Psylocke has been protected. 4th protection now coming in from 100 Thieves, and it'll be Winter Soldier for Terra.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And also probably got to come in here, the Namor ban. I think if the other team shows Hulk, oh no, it's actually going to be the Warlock ban. Okay, 100 Thieves decide, no. We don't want to deal with res comp under any circumstances, which means that Namor very well may be coming on in for Envy.
We like this. I'm excited.
Pick your
That's
Luna?
pretty interesting. I mean, I look at this and I see a Luna band, I see an Iron Fist band, I see a Wolverine band. It feels very like, okay, we want to remove characters that we find like kind of annoying in a dive, and also we don't want them to be like too anti-dive necessarily, right? Like, we're not gonna have a Luna Snow. We're not gonna have an Iron Fist that's like pretty decent to like squishies and chasing them down. We're not even gonna have like some of those like really, really strong, like, I mean, there's no more band anyway, so they didn't have to worry about that. So this is an interesting setup for Envy when they protected Psylocke, which means that they might want to be playing like a very fast, aggressive comp.
Bang! It's game number 1. It's Rivals Fight Night North America. On the mic tonight, we have the great casters ZP and Avast. Sit back, relax, crack that brew, and enjoy some domination.
You know, Vass, as we get into this one, I'm really interested because I truly have no expectations in the sense that I don't know who's really coming out ahead here. I'm really bullish on the new Envy roster, but I'm also really bullish on 100 Thieves' ability to bounce back with a very veteran team for Marvel Rivals. So, I don't know. What about you coming into this? You got anything you're favoring?
I mean, I think for 100 Thieves, the one thing I worry about for them is that this team is really, really good. I'm just like, they really are. I don't even think there's anything wrong with the Winter Soldier at all. It just feels kind of old, you know? Like, there's no Emma Frost here. You know, we're not seeing Emma Frost. It just feels, there's no Human Torch. Like, it feels very old. Like, it doesn't feel like patch 2.0. It doesn't feel like season 2.0 to me.
Okay, old is an ugly word. We're gonna reframe this for better phrasing. It's vintage.
Sure,
it's a vintage team composition.
Yeah, it's
coming up for
limited.
100
It's limited. You know, it's a limited run. Not in production quite anymore. But you know, just overall, pretty much what we expected. Psylocke's Winter Soldiers across the board. Gonna be a lot of poke. Really not that fast, actually.
Well, maybe a little bit of a retro team comp, but for now, 100 Thieves fighting here with Envy for positioning. Both teams just trying out a little bit. Poke window under pressure. Same with Harvey. And you know, some of these fights can go a little bit longer here at Vast, with both teams right now really taking their time.
Yeah, this is definitely just the name of the game of, okay, we're gonna poke. Can we get maybe like a hook from the Winter Soldier? Can we find someone in the back line? And well, that's gonna be the find.
Yeah, speedily gets caught super early and now up 1. It's gonna be 100 Thieves trying to secure their advantage. Vinny was able to set up invisible boundary, though, going to be dropped by Envy, and this is more delay here where we've seen on this map in particular, you get delayed for a while. Terra, though, going to drop the Kraken impact. However, Strangling Prison out in response here from Window, going to slow things down. Another invisible boundary going to be dropped as the Loki clones come into play. And both teams right now back up to a full 6v6. Vinny, though, immediately going to find Cal and 100 Thieves. They've done enough now.
I mean, it's just two sides sitting there building ults for a solid like a minute of brawl, and then finally find a pick. Doesn't guarantee it. Every ult's having to be used pretty much. I mean, just Meteor Rims left on the field here. The leftover ults, you know, the Meteor Rim. Sometimes forgotten, but very important. You know, it's like the car. It's a car. It's like oil, motor oil in your car. You know, don't forget about that. Change it every 6 months, maybe. Something about that, the Meteor Rim. I don't know. We'll work on that. But either way, Envy looking for the recontest here. Hold on to a Meteor Rim. They're going to have another invisible boundary coming up here. So a lot of ults already been built because these fights are running so long. So the ults are going to be building, you know, fairly frequently here, even though the fights won't be that frequent.
Yeah, I mean, for domination, this has been a pretty long first stage here thus far. Hook, though, coming on in, snatching, forcing out the Meteor M instantly here from Kaluj, who's looking, and Cal, meanwhile, get the Kraken impact in on the Vinny. First pick here from Envy, but they lose Cal in the process. Back to a 5-on-5, 100 Thieves. Still in control of the points, still buying time and contesting. Now, speedily going into the back line, dropping the Dance of the Butterfly. Delina, though, able to get way more value into the back onto Month. 100 Thieves, they just disengage a little bit and still get value as they do it, Avast.
Ooh, speedily though, still finding some picks, but it doesn't really matter. Too little, too late. And I mean, really well played for 100 Thieves. They back out. They force some of those early off the Bionic Hook as well from Terra, so really good find. And 100 Thieves, I mean, it's looking like, you know, we were worried, like, what's their form going to be here? How are they going to look? Maybe we haven't seen them in a little bit, it feels like. They're looking still very good. Looking extremely solid across the board. Looking almost in a way, like, more measured, way less aggressive even at times than they were in the past. So now Envy in a situation where this is a very important fight. Lose here, you're probably in a last second just recontest restrain situation. You need something to go your way. You need some ults, you need a pick, anything.
It's more seasoned 100 Thieves we're seeing now, more grizzled, measured. But invisible boundary gonna be dropped here as 100 Thieves just walks in forward. Vinny real close to Strangling Prison, ready to drop it, drops it immediately after the build. Vinny, though, still under all sorts of pressures. Vinny gonna go down here. It is speedily working the outside, ends up with 2, and Envy finally crack the defense here of the 100 Thieves.
Speedily here, finding some picks as well again over and over, and speedily just, you know, a new presence, a new pickup here for Envy. Obviously has made their name known in other games, but looking extremely clean so far on the Psylocke. And now Envy, I mean, they have a lot of bank to make up, right? Their ult bank looking pretty good here. 4 or 5 ults coming up. But they have to win every fight and do it in a way that looks extremely economical, ideally, because 100 Thieves can just wait for the perfect win condition as they come on in to set up their poke, looking to just get anything out of them.
Oh, and what about the win condition of Terra just opened up with Kraken Impact? They find the opportunity on the window. They get the group down immediately, set themselves up for the 6-on-5, and yeah, Nero has to drop the invisible boundary immediately, and they still catch Terra. What in the world? Envy down players, able to get a few pickoffs. Even things out. Delina, though, could use Dance of the Butterfly into the backline, takes down Cal. Fight not necessarily completely over, make it a little bit scrappy, but it does buy some time for Envy.
I mean, that was actually an insane exchange for Envy. Look at the ults. 100 Thieves, that's 3 ults gone for them. They've committed a lot there, thinking they could break it open off the picks from that early pick from window. And Nero making sure to back up and stay alive. Really well played. And even though Cal went down, the Guardian Shield keeps Cal up for a little bit longer into the Dance of the Butterfly. So 100 Thieves come back in here with no ults, no positioning, and Envy, 4 ults in the bank for them.
You gotta look to Kaluj here. Kaluj in a great spot for a good Meteor M. Same with Cal. And now Envy getting forced back a little bit. Month gonna drop the clone boundary. And now he's
so far away, this boundary here, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit off. It's a little bit off, and window actually goes down, so Envy still hang on to some ults. Nero could drop another boundary here, down 1, and gets Harvey! Somehow, someway, Kaluj lands the Meteor into the back, sets up Cal for another 2, and Envy, they're gonna hang on.
I mean, what a great find, too. Envy, they back up from the boundary that was used. Maybe potentially a little early from just AP, just feeling some of the pressure. And they hit the boundary of their own from Nero, and Nero hits the force physics, finding SJP there. So this is so big here. 100 Thieves in a last-second recontest. Delena, maybe going to be the one to have to touch. Is going to get that touch immediately down, but I don't think there's anyone else here.
Yeah, I mean, Delina gets it in the overtime. Now 100 Thieves, what can you do down 1? You got Terra onto the swap to Spider-Man. We'll see if anything opens up there. TTK is Meteor M, and no, just gonna be saved for the next round. So interesting. 100 Thieves, I mean, they start out strong, they get first control, and they look really good on their defense, but Envy cracks them open once, and they can't get back in.
Now, Envy looked really, really good there. And the last-second mag cannon as well from Kaluj to deny the touch from Terra, who is on the Spider-Man. Just a little bit of little micro masterclasses from Envy there. Loved how you're using the ults. Loved, I mean, just in general, they looked great mechanically. So good showing again, 100 Thieves. Maybe potentially one of those teams where we've talked about at this point, it's a little late into the season, you know, after these hero adjustments that have been made. But a lot of teams are like, oh, maybe we're not feeling super comfortable in what, you know, some people are saying, like the new meta, like, but also Hell's Heaven still, I think this is a map, if there's any map you can justify maybe not running some of those more buffed recent picks we've been seeing, just because of how strong group continues to be, if you want to force that. So still plenty of opportunity here for 100 Thieves to bring it back. They hold on to a Meteor Rim, but Envy, the ult bank's looking good, using some Jeff tech to get out fast. So 100 Thieves, got to see something happening. We got to see, like, okay, what's the answer here? Do we go with an early Meteor M? Do we just going to save it because, you know, we're close to the Dance of the Butterfly? It's a good option.
I think it's the latter. I think you wait for Delina, the build Dance of the Butterfly, and you don't even necessarily use it immediately, but use it to get aggressive, and you can use it as an escape if need be. But here we go, first fight underway. This one, a little bit scrappier than the first on the last round. Both teams right now, again, on into it. Delina does build up Dance of the Butterfly. Envy sitting on a pretty big ult bank here, waiting for the opportunity to drop it speedily, though. Takes down Delina. Psylocke v Psylocke. Sets Envy up for the 6v5. Window just gets to walk on forward. Strangling Prison in reserve. And 100 Thieves, for now, getting pushed off the point. TTK gonna try and even things up. Meteor M, regen domain everywhere, though. Nowhere to really throw it. Strangling Prison, meanwhile, gonna drop into the heart of 100 Thieves. Sets up Envy for the first fight.
And remember what I said before this series started, ZP? I was like, okay, Delena, he was such a force for 100 Thieves on the Hela in particular. The Psylocke, I mean, he just unfortunately gets found there a little early by Speedily, right? It seems like he's been a little bit quieter. I think this is one of those moments where you need that pressure early, because losing that pick meant that Envy, they were not afraid to commit with the Dancer Butterfly. They force out the regen domain. They're able to get some ults out of 100 Thieves and then just have a much better Strangling Prism there for Windows, since the regen domain was already used on the side of Harvey. So this is overall Envy looking extremely confident, looking very, very good right now. 100 Thieves looking for the retest though. 4 ults in the bank. This is potentially a good option.
Gotta look to Vinny here. Early Kraken impact though from Cal. Envy trying to get a quick pick off here before it even begins. Cal still searching Vinny though. Gonna spawn here. Strangling Prison. Is the follow through gonna be there? Envy for now looking okay. Gonna clone out the invisible boundary. Still looking healthy across the board. And now Delina gonna end up falling. Gonna see Terra now come on over. Try and even things out here for 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves, you know, they're down 1 so far. Now down 2. Speedily gets to the backline, and they will have to go back to the drawing board once more.
I mean, Speedily's farming. I mean, Speedily is looking so good on the Psylocke right now. They even made sure that Terra turned for the Kraken impact to get the culling effect onto Speedily. Wasn't enough. So Envy standing strong here repeatedly. Gonna have 2 ults in the bank, still holding on to the invisible boundary for the Dance of the Butterfly. I mean, this is looking pretty rough for 100 Thieves. They have to make it through this choke, which is always so brutal here on Hell's Heaven. They have the setup here from Window. They need to find something. They need to find something. They can't let Speedily get another pick. They just can't let it happen there again.
I mean, Speedy's getting ready to dance. Speedy's sitting here going, okay, tell me when to go. I'm ready to put on the performance of a lifetime. Heads on here to the back. Dance of the Butterfly, good to go. Lets it rip. Begins dancing. It's 100 Thieves backline to very minimum effect, actually. Just has to walk away and gets crunched by Terra. Not impressed with the dance floor that Speedily tried to put down. And 100 Thieves with the early pick. They lose TTK. They can't keep TTK healed on up. Down 1 is 100 Thieves. 5 on 5. Terra, though, with the Kraken impact, evening things up here, Vast, when they need it most.
Oh, that was so crucial and really good peel there. I mean, Speedily maybe even getting a little too over-aggressive potentially, hoping there was going to be a little bit more contained. I really like the walls that come up from Vinny, try to deny some of the peel that was going to go out to Speedily there too. So 100 Thieves, incredibly good job at peeling Speedily, making sure they don't get anything, getting some picks. Finally get the flip here, but once again, we're in a situation where, okay, they need to win every fight. And this is just going to be very hard. You know, you have a ton of time bank to burn down. You have to worry about your ult economy, make sure to maintain it perfectly. As Envy, except for the recontest, they have a Strangling Prison too, which is always extremely scary. And at the very least, barring the disaster, you're going to force out a Strategist ult.
Also, Window has a way better... Oh, the Force Physics zone! Force Window out a little bit early. They take him down. Massive play coming on in from SJP. Drops the boundary right after. Envy down a Groot. Not the best opportunity for Envy right now to be in this fight, though they nearly get the point flip here, Vest, even down 1. 100 Thieves just barely able to take control. They lose Harvey. Actually, potentially winnable now for Envy. 100 Thieves gonna have way less to stand on their side. Vinny gonna feel pressured here to just drop the prison. Does it. Drops the prison. Falter gonna be there. Regen Domain comes out in response, and that is gonna be the end of that. 100 Thieves, again, they cannot lose this fight, or they lose the round, and Cal breaks it to the backside. Kraken impact, leading the way, takes down both Vanguards, and this might be Envy with map 1.
Well, you said they can't lose the fight, they lose the round. It's been done. It's over. It's been done. And just another really insanely good pick from Envy. Just finding Harvey there, that time from Colluge instead of Speedily, but just the damage was good. They had the regeneration domain for the Strangling Prison, even after really great force physics from SJP. SJP, I think, you know, kind of opened up that fight for 100 Thieves, and they just couldn't convert. They still couldn't convert it. Envy looking extremely polished across the board right now. I mean, this team's kind of looking like a force. I mean, the overhauls may be paying dividends for them.
Month and Nero looking very comfortable, ZP, I noticed. And then, of course, you have the pop-off highlights. That is up until you get to Lena in the backline. Vinny, he is what we knew he was, SVP, doing some fantastic work. Ultimately, you look at damage done in the lobby, 24,000 by Terra, not awful. On the other side, 20,000 nearly from Cal. And, of course, the Vanguard's reigning supreme.
Yeah, you look at the stat line. I mean, it does give you kind of idea of a little bit what happened here, where Terra still looked good even in a 100 Thieves lost. I think Delina definitely had some issues from Speedily. On the same note, when you looked at how some of the Psylocke mirror was being interacted with, not just in terms of just getting outright killed, but just some of the back and forth, I think, really limited what you'd normally see out of Delina, which is less on Delina and more on the fact that Speedily had a really, really good game on Psylocke. So the retooling of the Envy roster, to me, what this means is that, yeah, you might not be able to I remix reverse sweep anymore, but what about just a normal Envy sweep? Or at least that's the argument Envy's trying to make here.
Do you keep rolling with the Groot? You went off him at the end anyway for 100 Thieves. We're going to get into game number 2 here shortly, and it will be 100 Thieves pick. Avast, walk me through that first game. What did you like so far from Envy in particular?
Honestly, I like kind of everything. Speedily, definitely for a new edition, looks really, really good. I think Window looked solid. I wasn't like insanely impressed necessarily, but looked really good and held up against Vinny, who's one of those players like, oh, this is the best group player in an A, you know, right? When we talked about Vinny in the past on 100 Thieves. I do think what I liked for Envy overall was they looked solid across the board. They looked like they were getting picks a lot. They definitely did a good job of setting up Speedily and enabling that. And Nero as well, for being like a former high level kind of like DPS player, looks really, really good on the Invisible Woman. But, you know, conversely, so does SGP. I definitely think that for me, it just goes back to the crux of the issue a bit of like for 100 Thieves, like how are we looking in this new meta? And additionally, how does Delena look in the new meta? Because ZP highlighted the end. I think Delena played fine, but you look at those final blows, those final limbs, only 4. Definitely not getting as enough as you need for, in particular, a Psylocke, who's one of those characters and typically going to be assassinating people, going to be finding just insta picks with the burst, with the damage there, and it just wasn't happy, just being found, being caught, and you know you can do it.
Enough for both of the strategist alts coming out, or not getting picks in your, and I guess your neutral play? What do you need to see from a Psylocke when you see the damage? It's just 1,000 difference, but 12 final blow difference.
I mean, all that comes down to neutral play, because you look at the gold standard of Psylocke play, which would be Sparker over an EU. Sparker makes his presence known in fights, even without Dance of the Butterfly being used. But also, in a Psylocke mirror, you have a lot of these interactions where both Psylocks are kind of poking at each other, and even if you don't outright get eliminated by the other Psylocke, if you're on the losing end, you have to back out a little bit. You have to wait more to get heals, and the Psylocke that kind of won the trade gets more time to get better ult build and more pressure done at the same time. And I think between the two Psylocks, there's definitely, I think, a bit of a gap in favor of Speedily. And of course, you still have strategists giving you support all the while. It's not a direct one-to-one, but Envy was playing with the Psylocke better.
Small sample size, we should call it as well. We got a lot more games, I have a feeling, as this is a best of 5. The first to win 3 will go on to play Shroud-X, our returning champions for the NA crown and $1,000. Taking a look at the highlights, the early rounds, it was the new guy from Envy. Do we want to see him on more characters than just Psylocke, or were you happy with this, Avast?
I mean, I always would love to see them on more characters, because I think, in particular, when you want to test and be like, okay, how good is this roster? Plus, if we run the fantasy situations of like, oh, we finally get the international event, right? You want to see flexibility, because you don't want to necessarily have one comp to play against Virtus.pro, if such a thing were to say, when running these fantasy simulations. And more flexibility, always better. It's always better. So I definitely would love to see Speedily off the Psylocke here. But if this is going to be Envy's like bread and butter composition, and they make it work the whole time, then I mean, they're going to make it work, and they're going to get the value out of it they need.
Kaluge getting picked apart occasionally, but there's always more. You got Window in the back line. You've got Month keeping the team up with the copies, and Terra doing as much as he can on the Winter Soldier. The character may just be outdated at this point. The meta has evolved past a one-man hard carry.
Well, I think in this case, you had both teams playing Winter Soldier. I think Bucky's still pretty good, but I think you hit the nail on the head as like one-man hard carry. Winter Soldier is now more of a team player in the sense that the rest of your team has to contribute pretty heavily. You can't just expect to have one insanely good Bucky player and have them just run wild with the entire match. It's still a pretty important part of the team for some of the comps that will run it, but it is the amount that your Winter Soldier player is putting their thumb on the scale is significantly less than it was in the previous season.
All right, I have a challenge from the chat. Avast, are you up for this?
Yeah, it depends on the challenge, I'd say.
Okay, good answer. Great answer, by the way. Can you tell me by the end of game 2 who is the better Magneto, Kaluge, or top tier kid? TTK, the controller wonder.
I mean, I feel like that's a kind of a interesting question in general, because they've both been really good. So I mean, we're gonna pick one series and be like, oh yeah, they're the better one holistic. I think for the match,
just wants you to weigh in on it today, since they're finally playing against each other. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we can definitely we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, obviously. Because here's the thing about Vanguard. This is for the Vanguard cope. You know, if your team's not getting any limbs and they're just falling over, not your fault. Not your fault.
What are you guys doing?
Not your fault.
I'm
like, what can
everything
you do?
up here.
You know, like, what can you do? So I do think that's something that there is some cope there to be found. But we'll see we'll keep an eye on. I'm gonna keep a quick eye on it. I'll be ready to put a take in.
We do have the path ready, and if we have a moment before the bans and protects, which I assume we do because it's North America, we should remind everybody this Saturday we have more rivals coming your way. Shroud and Shroud-X putting together the Shroud Gauntlet. You're going to want to check that out. ZP has all the details, and if you don't follow Tempo ZP on Twitter, what are you doing with your life right now? ZP, what do they need to know?
Look, what you gotta know is that we're gonna have 8 of the best teams around playing against each other one day. Yeah, 8 full teams. A lot of them from North America, with one surprise team not from North America. One day, double elimination. You will see it all, the beginning to the end. And there's a lot of prize money, of course, at stake. $50,000 with $25,000 to the first place team.
50 fight nights of Avast on one Saturday. Shroud has so many monies.
So we're going to quantify into that way. Going to quantify every tournament and how many fight nights it is from now on. Like the Ignition series, like that's like Oh my God, that's
Bro,
like
that was
300,000 fight. That's a lot of fight nights. That's 300,000 fight nights all at once in total prize pool. That's insanity. So definitely a new metric to be measured there in Marvel Rivals. But it looks like next map too on sort of related to Marvel Rivals, I guess, is Yggdrasil Path.
Yeah, we've known that for like 60 seconds, but then nothing happens Avast. I've learned to be burned by North America, where they like tease you. They're like, haha, we can make one decision. Let me go take a poop now.
I mean, it really is just kind of like that in North America. I got nothing else for you. We do everything we can to get the teams in the lobby, but someone just has a bladder or,
I'm putting someone away this time. I'm calling you next game. All right, here we go. Bans and Protects, Iron Fist out again. This time it's 100 Thieves. It was Envy with that first ban last time. And there's the torch. Do we have them flip productions? Let me know, because otherwise we're staying consistent.
I mean, because also Wolverine, yeah, we definitely do. Good call out, because also the Wolverine Protect, I was like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure that
Tara likes this guy. Don't know who on Envy likes to run it.
That definitely makes sense. So Human Torch gone again already, which, I mean, this is a map where Human Torch has definitely gotten a lot of play, but this could be, the thing I'm worried about here, and we talked about, is like, are 100 Thieves just going to try to force like I don't think it's necessarily bad, but they're just going to try to force like a hella Wolverine comp or something, which is like, it just feels to me like, okay, we're past this now. Like we're beyond this. Like it's still like good on the map, but
no more Groot, no more Psylocke flanking to worry about. What do we protect here, 100 Thieves? You've got Terra, you've got your Luna. Now what are we gonna do?
Well, I think what you're seeing here is that if Psylocke isn't banned, she's too good to not play, but I don't think Delina necessarily wants to play on Psylocke. I think this clearly kind of tips her hand that they may be angling more towards playing with a Hela or playing with a Namor, or just, generally speaking, they did not enjoy the Psylocke mirror, and they've changed things up, but they're still going to be running the Wolverine on top of it. However, for 100 Thieves, you don't get everything that you want because they had to give up the Groot in the process.
Hulk and Wolverine, I'm just ready for this punch fest. Can you throw a thing in the mix? Let's get weird. Shout out to the Whisper of a Reason for using the Prime. It's not even their money. It's Amazon's money that they're giving to us. You can do it as well. If you hadn't used your Prime, simply ZP. How do they do it? It's like a little crown, right? Just got to click it.
Yeah, you just gotta click it, and you do it, and you do it for free. That's the most important part, is that you already have your Amazon Prime. You click the button for free, and it gives us real money to keep the show going. It is unbelievable how that works.
It's Cromulent, it's embiggening, it's map number 2. Thanks to Hexagram, our producer behind the mic. We have the great ZP and Avast. Sorry, Avast. ZP and
okay,
Avast.
so not the great Avast, but just the regular Avast.
No, we got the okay Avast is what we got. You know, it's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. We got Avast at home. That's fine.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll say we got the fantastic Avast is going up for it. And as we head
I just sound
over
like a magician.
Look, okay, you're being way too picky. We got the
Definitely don't trust that guy.
The picky and cromulent Avast. But either way, as we head into Yggdrasil Path, we're going to see a swap up here, and it's the Hela duel. However, I don't necessarily think this is full advantage. I feel like at most this is even, because while Delena has one of the deadliest Helas round, so does Cal.
Yeah, this is, I mean, and also I think it's Envy getting to force out this Emma Frost comp here a little bit, which, to be fair, I mean, 100 Thieves, I feel confident with them playing that, but a Hulk too, so they're getting the Namor team up as well for Speedily. So pretty interesting here, because I really still rate Namor on this map, especially when you have a Hulk team up. I think Namor is really good at forcing the flank fights here. So you're playing Cal into Delena, which is like, okay, I would say that's a relatively equal Hela matchup here, but now you have the Namor, and I really love the Namor to control the flanks. So much pressure is going to be on Terra here to just find picks early, and I mean, well, maybe SJP can be the one to find a pick early.
Well, all that Namor pressure is gone, because Namor is gone. And I think, to me, what really is going to set this apart is, I just feel like Namor puts a time limit on things here, which is that, can you find a pick with the Wolverine comp in time before Namor eventually wears you down with all the damages being put? And right now we got a little bit of abduction. High to the sky. Deep diving is Terra in the moment, and guess what? That's a gone Hulk. Hulk completely gone here as Envy just continues to try to make this offense work.
You know, I said earlier, I was like, well, 100 Thieves, it feels like they're trying to play like old. They're trying to play the season 1.5. You know, they're not playing the season 2. They're playing the 1.5. But if this just works for them, if this is just the optimal comp, then maybe it's just the right play all the time, right? Because Delena on the Hela is so good. They know how to play this space so well. They just added the Emma Frost. you can have the contest is, I mean, just another pick for Delana, just making sure that Speedily can't just get on the high ground for free and having Terra just get another displacement. I mean, this is for 100 Thieves. It just looks like they're so comfortable on this CP. Like, they look so insanely comfortable.
You know, I'm not watching Delena's stream right now, but I do feel like that's a moment where you just laugh and be like, you really gonna walk up to my high ground like that? As Cal says, he is gonna walk up to your high ground like that. I got his back. 100 Thieves off the pickoff now, 6-on-5. They get rid of the very credible Hela threat for a moment. 100 Thieves, though, plenty of ults in their bank here to stall this out, make a window of opportunity, but Terra goes down! Terra unable to get the abduction, and now both duels down. You just see Envy really pushing the issue.
Trying to take as much space as possible here. And Cal, very smart, recognizing the flank presence here that could happen for Delana. The duel goes on, had to use the Astral Flock.
Sonic Seduction being used here by TTK to give 100 Thieves a little bit of breathing from the head on out. Backed up by Fate of Both Worlds with SJP. Vinny, Meteor M, looking for anything, doesn't find it. Envy, burning their ult bank internal. Mega Hurricane coming out here from Speedily. See how much damage that is gonna reap into the 100 Thieves backline. For now, 100 Thieves, though, completely okay, still healed up. The Fate of Both Worlds being cloned out by Harvey, but Window from downtown lands Meteor M. And that should be the first point of Astra, at least it's looking real close.
I mean, what a find there from Window. I mean, literally finding the window right through the gap in the Mind Aegis as well for TTK. So they make it through. I mean, such an important find. Maybe that fight could have gone a little bit longer. There was still pretty bad spaces advantage there that was going on for 100 Thieves, considering they were forced into the corner. But now, Envy going to take some very aggressive position. I love the Storm pick here. We kind of highlighted at the end with the Omega Hurricane, but you can use the aura to just take these really aggressive fights, especially if you're playing into the Wolverine. Having another flyer, it can never really hurt necessarily. And so for Envy, they're going to be using the aura to the max advantage, try to take very aggressive fights, try to stay out of the range of Terra, and get the most value they can out of the aura.
Well, as Puckett is highlighting, you know, how versatile is Speedily? And so far, across 1.5 maps, the answer is very, very versatile. Building up Omega Hurricane pretty darn quickly here as 100 Thieves continue to get progress on the convoy. Envy still, right, or rather, Envy game progress on convoy. 100 Thieves still looking to find their footing. And Speedily has the Omega Hurricane built on up. Gonna drop it into the back line. He goes. And already you got the preemptive Fate of Both Worlds gonna be dropped here by SJP. One pick off though already found here. Harvey goes down and Envy just working like clockwork at the moment of Ast.
Kaluj going down though, maybe a chance to just backed up, but really good find from Delana. Keeps him in the fight as Cal almost finds Delana there on the flank. And now 100 Thieves, they can play it a little slow here. They can play it slow, look for some picks. They don't have to push their advantage necessarily as Terra going to go back in, find the leap, and Nero gets taken out.
This is exactly what 100 Thieves needed. They needed to slow things down a little bit. Delana being surgical with some of these pickoffs, and look at all the terrain that they're going to get here out of this, where Envy had them on the ropes. They've gone through this very difficult choke point, and they're just getting staggered bit by bit. And I do wonder if this is the end of Storm here, where Speedily's just had a rough last minute and a half. I feel like the swap could be coming.
It could be. I think they're going to try to commit because they're close to the Mega Hurricane. I do think for them, they just need to make sure they're not losing picks, right? Because you don't want to front face the Storm into a bunch of this damage. Okay, committing with the Sonic Seduction early from Kaluj. 100 Thieves are going to back it up and pop one of their own.
Both teams getting told to kneel, but maybe way more effective for 100 Thieves as Terra goes in, pulls one to the back line. Fate of Both Worlds going to be invested by Envy to try and keep people up. Meanwhile, you got Vinny, Meteor M, looking to the backline, regen domain, gonna negate it. Omega Hurricane, though, coming in here from Speedily. Terra is down, 100 Thieves down one. Omega Hurricane looking for more. 100 Thieves on the back foot. Delana gonna take this guy here, Goddess of Death, laying down the bolts, trying to buy a little bit extra time here for 100 Thieves. Cal, though, lays his Goddess of Death in a much more devastating spot. And this is looking like Envy might have the second point. The picks are going their way.
And this is exactly what you wanted to get if you're Envy. I mean, 100 Thieves gonna get caught here at the choke, not gonna make it back in. Are going to give it the Fate of Both Worlds there from SJP as well. So this is a really good find from Envy. He's going to get some late stagger picks. Going to get that ult out. And now, it's going to be chase on. And I think this is very important for Envy where, yeah, Speedily got caught, but I don't think you need a swap yet. And now maybe a swap needs to happen because Terra going over to the Iron Man here. So they've gone to secondary flyer. There's not really going to be some easy wins here for Speedily to just play into. It's going to be a little bit more contestable. Though I do say that, like, you know, relatively even matchup between the two, though I might even favor the Iron Man just a tad, just because that focus beam is, they're still going to use that Goddess, or rather Goddess boost and the Aura of Thunder, just get some extra damage here on the corner.
Envy right now trying to maintain their advantage, looking for it here in the neutral. Both teams a little bit drained as far as ultimates go into the fight. Kaluj, though, first to build. Sonic Seduction ready. Narrow, though, finding Vinny super early. This is looking good for the Envy offense. And 100 Thieves, if you can, you just kind of back off. And Kalu's saying, no, we're going to stagger. Drops a Psionic Seduction, and the fall through is going to be there.
Cal watching for these flanks. They know that Delena's probably trying to make Sneaky happen. There's such good awareness. Really good awareness there. Such good awareness from Cal. He knows all the tricks. They just know all the trick. They can't even touch.
Ridiculous. That final point was just so methodical from Envy. They get a pick off as a result of Kaluj going in, dropping the Psionic Seduction. They get additional staggers off of it, and it's done with the timing that 100 Thieves, as you mentioned, they don't even get to touch at the end.
And I think this is what we talked about a bit earlier, is that, you know, 100 Thieves, they're going back into a comp that maybe felt a little bit more comfortable for them, putting Delena back into the Hela, which is like their bread and butter, something that we've always loved them to see. But problem there, I mean, I guess to be fair, it's like a little bit of a swap there, but overall, it's like Cal knows these tricks. Cal's going to be watching this the whole time. Cal, they always are going to know what's happening because they are an extremely good Hela player. So this is not like a free matchup for them at all. So I like the Storm pick. I like how you're playing this. I love the aggression as well, where Kaluj just taking that heads up play of like, okay, there's not going to be any setup. Let's just run forward, drop the Sonic Seduction and spawn so we can keep that snowball going. So 100 Thieves, I mean, they're looking like a little bit behind, I want to say, comparatively to Envy. They're looking a bit behind as we head into this new sort of patch, this new era of Marvel Rivals.
How are you feeling about the composition here, where you're pulling out the Iron Man, but the same note you're going, no, actually, when it comes to our Vanguard play, we still want to stick with Magneto and Emma. We don't actually need any team up, not necessary to bring out Banner, even though Banner is very allowed to be played at the moment.
I mean, I don't think Hulk is, Mr. Banner is required to show up on the field here. I mean, considering that Envy's not even playing him themselves, you know, anymore. They're just playing the Magneto. So I do think it's not totally required to get value out of the Iron Man. It's nice. It's a nice to have, but not totally necessary, because especially when you deal with like just the brawl here of these streets, Hulk requires a very particular, like, okay, how are you going to play it? Do you have a really, really good Hulk player that's going to make it work? Just because he doesn't bring that just consistent value that maybe a Magneto or even an Emma Frost does.
Well, Terra able to find the early pick here. 100 Thieves in the neutral, 2 quick pickoffs. That's gonna be a quick retreat from Envy, and it's done with the timing here, Vast, that the recontest from Envy is actually gonna be very, very awkward. And to lose first point this rapidly on Yggdrasil Path, you don't see it happen all that often, and they're gonna have to go for a portal for a recontest, and we'll see if it works. If they get pummeled out of the portal, it could be horrific for Envy.
And they use the portal to make sure to block some of the damage, just turn it the other way. Using it as a shield, and Window gonna find SJP. That's a lot of sustain off the field there for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, but TTK in turn getting the entire Envy front line out of there. Who's gonna stay in touch? The answer is no one. 100 Thieves respond with an even quicker take of the first point, and now they're getting staggers on top of it. Really nice bounce back here for 100 Thieves, making, you know, the early pick Iron Man still work.
And this is where I'd maybe want to see a swap from Speedily. I think you can still make the Storm work here, but when you're playing the double flyers, like Iron Man is so good, especially when you're playing these like very like brawly comps, because you have the Unibeam, you're gonna have just the overdrive as well to keep you in the fight. Like very, very powerful in terms of just brawling. And Storm brings a lot of value with the aura too, but Iron Man pretty good in this duel on the corner. And you're gonna have the, more importantly, just the pulse cannon, which it could be an instant fight when sometimes comparatively to the Omega Hurricane.
I think Pulse Can's one of the most impactful ultimates in the entire game. If you can land it in Delena, you gotta think his trigger finger. Again, all sorts of itchy here in the moment. TTK opens up here, Psionic Seduction. Vinny is down, so if you're gonna do a Pulse Can to try and even things up, you gotta do it soon. Terra, though, gets on the Nero, went to the flank to the backline, got one of the strategists out. Very, very winnable here for 100 Thieves. Pulse Cannon comes on out, TTK able to get one, but the Omega Hurricane Meteor M combo in from Envy evens things out, and now puts 100 Thieves more on the back foot.
Oh, and with the Goddess boost too, this chase is going to be so good for Envy. Finding Harvey late, might find some more. They are going to find SJP, so both the strategists down. So now Envy get to hold this corner again. And for 100 Thieves, what looked like a really great first is stalled here, but on the second, traded the ults as the Gearmeister. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Thank you for supporting the channel. You know, we talked about the primes earlier, but never forget also the most important hack, the mom's credit card hack. Never forget that one. Never forget that one. But Envy here on the corner. Cal just gonna look to control the flank, and 100 Thieves now gonna have to look for some answers to break it open. They are some ults of their own, so they do have some options. Maybe they can set up, just try to get a Meteor M on the field, just try to counter this Fate of Both Worlds.
I mean, I think right now they'd also love for Terra to just get something in the neutral. They do! Terra able to take down Cal super early in the fight, almost as ordained. And Delina taking advantage of it, getting speedily right after. 2 down now for Envy. Clues dropping the Psionic Seduction, the very little impact. Narrow's Dance about to be ending here as Luna. 100 Thieves, a big ult bank, good to go, and TTK wants to get some staggers. Gonna be dropping the Psionic Seduction in turn. Envy being forced to give up ground, and Kalush cannot get away. It's like 100 Thieves, real close now to getting the second point.
Gearmeister, in case they missed it, I didn't. Thank you for the sub.
We said it. Actually, we're professionals here. But now, weakness happening. Cal gonna find SJP, and this, I mean, I have so much right now. So the Unibeam gonna be used, but Cal's gonna find another, gonna take it down Delina. They never try to keep contest here on the point is Envy. What a good recontest, and I have to give a lot of credit back to Kalush there, who, when the Sonic section goes out for TTK, commits to the diamond form, runs past it, and just buys a little bit of extra time for Envy to regroup, recontest, come back in, and Cal just gets a really good flank there on the Hella. So now, 100 Thieves, a little bit less than 2.5 minutes on the clock. Ult Bank burned out a bit, and it's looking a little bit more desperate now.
It's looking far more desperate. I mean, you go into the next fight, you can open with Fate of Both Worlds, and that's about it. The rest of it is just pure on ult building. And how many times can you go to the well and go, Terra, we need something. We need you to get pick as Hella. One more time, that's all we're asking. That is where 100 Thieves are at right now. They need Terra to find something to really get this started, because otherwise they are drained at the moment of Vast.
Cal trying to pressure here on the flank again. A little bit of counter pressure in return. And this is some path, it's some classic, you know, Yggdrasil path. Both the duelists gonna be flanking, gonna be fighting. Looking to find a poke out, looking to find a pick in general. As Cal gonna lose the peak that time.
Yeah, and Terra does it again. 100 Thieves. It's the same old playbook. Terra, do something. Terra did something. Got the first pick off. Sets up the 6-on-5. Harvey gonna go on in with the cloned Luna ult. 100 Thieves applying all the pressure they can. Envy responding with the Luna ult of their own. And now 100 Thieves gonna delay it a little bit more. Add an extra dance here from Harvey. Into the sky, Terra goes. Goss to death. Looking for pickoffs. Meteor M doesn't want to feed it. Waiting. Meteor M is used. And now the barrage continues into the backline. Enough to find the strategist in the back. Septalina for the final kill. And surely you would think 100 Thieves gets the second point now.
Vast, the storm isn't the answer, right? I feel like she's just getting picked out of the sky.
I don't think so. I made the call out a bit. I think you get a lot of value because you're playing a brawl composition here. Both these teams are playing a flyer brawl, right? So they're playing really tight. They're playing, you know, maybe the Hella goes for a big flank. And you're getting value. And yeah, there it is. Speedy's going to swap to Iron Man. They've had enough. I think they've had enough there. But ZP asked, you know, surely they don't have to go to Terra again. And they do. And the well of Terra is extremely deep, it seems, right now for 100 Thieves. It's continuing to just get picks that they need, get those neutral picks, gets a lot of value as well with the Goddess of Death. So now, 100 Thieves rounding the corner. Going to hold on to the Meteor M. But some saving graces there on second there.
All right, so Envy, the Iron Man response. 1:45 left here for 100 Thieves to keep Yggdrasil path going to even up the series.
Thank you, Spaceman, for your 3 subs.
What is needed. And we got the 3 subs on it. His bucket is called, but speedily right now. The pulse cannon, good to go. The ult building is over. Where will the cannon be shot? Envy right now, being patient. Both teams playing in the neutrals. 100 Thieves, they pray to the altar of Terra once more and pray for deliverance that can only come in from Hella in the moment. But it's a little bit of a waiting game right now for that divine answer of Vast.
Well, both Ironmen just playing the little bit chisel, playing some ice chiseling there, getting rid of the terrain for a bit. As the poke, I mean, for Envy, they're not necessarily pressured to commit right now. They have the time bank advantage. They know they have lots of ults to continue to build here. As Delina going really deep on the off angle has to be saved.
Going up, and it's time. Pulse cannon drops in the middle. No, not going to get what he wants. Meanwhile, Envy, Meteor M out from window. As Cal finds the opportunity, takes down Terra. Terra will not be the deliverance this time for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves still investing. Vinny up to the eye, going for the Meteor M, connects, hits 2! It's a big 2-piece for Vinny, and that keeps 100 Thieves in the fight and may let them extend out this map.
And there's no ults left for Envy here. They might get the Sonic Seduction for Kalush to maybe keep them in. Cal's going to be coming back with the Goddess of Death. So they have some options to try to delay a bit longer here. All the shields being used to try to deny the value just a bit. Speedily coming back on the Wolverine here, ZP. Looking for maybe a last-minute Hail Mary here.
Terra, though, saying no way. Goes into the eye. Sky, Goddess of Death, ready to go. Takes down Month. Cal, though, got SJP down at the same time. Both teams down strategist here. Cal, Goddess of Death soon the fade. Trying to get one more hit and goes into the backline. Gets Delina. The mid-air shot. up and over and brings Month back into the fight with the passive. Envy for now holding on. 1 second left to go. And that is going to be it.
Wow.
Envy taking Yggdrasil path up 2-0 now over 100 Thieves.
And Thug, nasty. Thank you so much for the prime as well. And I really just have to highlight again just how good Cal has been on the Hella. And we've known this. Like, this is not new information. Like, Cal just continues to be such a difference maker for this team. And I love the heads up swap from Speedily. Like, Envy looking extremely flexible, looking really good across the board. The setups are great. And 100 Thieves just struggling a bit here, I think. I think it's clear that there's a lot of star power on this team. You're seeing, plenty of ability to finish limbs, to set up fights. But I mean, just look at Cal comparatively. 15 final hits. I mean, not ignore the damage numbers, just 15 final hits in general.
It's a lot of final hits. There's no other way of talking about it. And, you also got to give it to Envy here for their hero versatility, where, again, I'll go back to the question that Puckett asked, what can Speedily play? And the answer so far seems to be everything. Speedily can do it all.
If it does damage, I'll play it. Speedily dishing it out on the other side. TTK, great game. 20 kills. You had 6 final blows, 30,000 damage, 54,000 damage blocked. It's not enough. Who do we need to see more out of on the 100 Thieves side of Vast? Is there an individual or a role issue right now?
I mean, honestly, I do think, like, you look at Terra and Delina, like, they're both still putting up some numbers. I think Delina's still being a little quiet so far in the series, but across the board, I don't think this is a skill issue. This is not like a players falling behind issue. It's just currently, it doesn't feel like they're playing, I would say, like I said, season 2.0. They don't feel like they're playing season 2.0 right now. Like, Envy feels like they are. They feel like they're playing, like, relatively consistently across the board. It seems like they're definitely getting the most value they can out of the Emma Frost and being super aggressive there. It just seems like 100 Thieves are a little bit behind of getting the max value now the meta has swapped up a bit.
Everyone is still feeling things out. There's a big tournament on Saturday that both of these squads would probably like to get ready for. We have a fantastic showdown thanks to our friend Shroud. It's the Shroud Gauntlet. 8 pros, 1 Shroud stream, May 17th, produced by some of your favorite human beings. You may be watching a few of them, especially the guy with glasses on the far right. Totally might maybe be involved. He knows the teams, guys. He can tell us the teams. He just won't until we all bully him or tickle him or send him key lime pies. What makes you happy these days, ZP?
I mean, look, Puckett, a lot of, my weaknesses, especially when it comes to food and drink. I mean, the reality is that if I was over your house right now where you've been testing out the grill, you give me the break and, maybe 1.5 steaks, if that.
Ribeyes will be grilled up in seconds. All right, we take a look at some of these highlights. Cal was dishing out the headies. Delana doing it as well. Namor, he used to be everyone's favorite go-to character. Kind of got pushed out of the game early.
Yeah, Namor not as prominent. I mean, Envy tried to make it work initially there, and I still think it probably could have, but they decided to just stop committing immediately and just go for that Storm pick. And Namor definitely just not quite as strong, not having those slowing squids, not having the monster spawn there with the team of the Luna Snow. Still a very good pick, but not nearly as much of a, like this is a triple S tier pick,
Right. And we didn't see any Storm last week. That was 1 of 5 characters. We still haven't seen Squirrel Girl, but I can now officially check off Storm from our list. We're looking for a Squirrel Girl. We're looking for a Moon Knight, a Thor potentially from North America. We got work to do.
I think the problem with why you don't see a whole lot of Squirrel Girl is that at the end of it, when you have a character whose main archetype is a lot of spam damage, you are inherently feeding the other team a mass amount of
good from Hella right here.
And strategist-wise, you just can't have that. So that's why Squirrel Girl can just kind of hurt you in return.
All right, too much ultimates for the backline. The strategists are kings. We keep this rolling straight into a game 3. If there isn't a decided winner by then, aka if 100 Thieves wins, we will go to a commercial break. So chat, lock in. This is going to be a good one. We're going to the hall. We can play all kinds of different comps on this one. Avast, do you want to go poke? Do you want to go bully brawler? What are we thinking here for the hall?
I mean, typically we've seen Human Torch get played. We've seen, Hella, Punisher, even some Wolverine, Iron Man. It's a little wide open because of how strong, how big this map. We've even seen Iron Fist, right? Honestly, this is a relatively open map in terms of like what teams want to play. Realistically, I mean, this is going to be 100 Thieves kind of deciding again. Like, I would love to see them try to play something a little bit new. It doesn't feel like, once again, that they're playing anything that's different. Maybe they try to finally bust out the Human Torch, try to protect that or something, but they've typically just been removing that. So maybe it seems that they're not comfortable at all. Because, like, okay, so there's no Human Torch. What does it take you to? Let's try to utilize like the Iron Man again, because I feel like there was something there. There's also been almost no Psylocke being played like whatsoever, as Puckett's house or someone's crashes like in
Yeah, that's my bad. I'm just knocking shit over. So I have the list: Squirrel Girl, Moon Knight, Thor, Storm. Now checked off. Mr. Fantastic was the missing one. I couldn't put it together.
Fantastic
Who was it?
Not. They're not coming in.
He doesn't
Mr.
live up to the
Fantastic
name.
is not coming in. Yeah, he's not. We're not gonna see him. Unfortunately.
We got some interesting questions from Pengy57. Puckett, do you squirt Heinz ketchup on your hot dog? Yes, I do. We jump in to Envy versus 100 Thieves. The bands are coming out. Fresh ZP and Iron Fist will not be played against Kalush today.
No. Iron Fist is immediately taken out. And also, I think for 100 Thieves, I'm going to go against the grain a little bit and say, I think you kind of do the draft from last game, if you can. I actually think it wasn't that bad for them, and the reality was the last map kind of came down to 1 or 2 fights, and realistically, I think you played the Hella better. When you look at what happened in the Hella matchup, even as good as Cal was, at the very end, as good as Cal was, Terra was the one that was continually making plays for 100 Thieves, and I think right now, if you're going, hey, Terra, we need you to make hero plays to keep us in it, I think you enjoy forcing it to be more of a Hella matchup, if at all possible.
Bam. Winter Soldier locked in. Enjoy it. It seems like they're just going to give Terra one of his fun toys in that first protect. And then on the other side, Envy is just going to say, hey, you like to run around on your Psylocke, right, new guy?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Envy loves to play a little Psylocke here, especially with Speedly on it. Looked really comfortable in the first map of Hell's Heaven. So, you know, with Human Torch gone, Winter Soldier protected, I looked under Thieves and be like, okay, what can you remove from Envy, right? Or what can you do? Okay, Emma Frost. Guess what? Season 2 character. They're gone. I'm just saying, it's a repeating pattern here for 100 Thieves. Well, it feels like they're going to be a little bit more comfortable playing something that's just a bit more their style, a little old meta style, maybe. Then so removing Emma Frost is always good because you remove the team up from the Psylocke, you remove Emma Frost yourself, and lock in the Groot. So I mean, this is it. This is like we're going back to vanilla. It's vanilla 100 Thieves. It's here. They're doing the reboot, the remaster.
I'm not mad. This is the style I like. Winter Soldier, well, group play. Get that Flyboy out of here. ZP, what do you want to do if you're Envy?
Well, I think it's interesting for Envy because they're still going to run the Psylocke, and looks like they're going to run the Hella along with it, but the Psylocke won't be quite as overpowering because you've taken out the Emma over on the 100 Thieves side. So I think for 100 Thieves have kind of made the calculation, okay, actually, refine the deal with the Psylocke that you're almost certainly going to be playing from Speedily, but we're going to make sure that it's a little bit weaker. You're not going to have the team up. And I think in response, I mean, it could just be a Bucky Hella comp that's coming in front of Thieves, and then you put Bucky, for the most part, on anti-Psylocke duty. And it could actually work out pretty well for 100 Thieves. I don't hate this composition.
Yeah, I just want to throw it out there. If the chat wants to officially sponsor Wardrobe, we will dress up in the dude's robes. We will, I think ZP is ready to dress like someone from Lord of the Rings. He's got hobbit feet. Avast, I look at you and I just think instant, like, elf king. What do you think about Hall?
That's so nice of you. That's so nice of you that he would say that. I could be a Celebrimbor type, but overall, Hall Jalia. I doubt we're going to see any elves here. Probably no orcs. I think more than likely
we're going to see a panther.
Call that.
There's a panther on this map.
There is, but we're probably not going to see Panther played. If anything, ZP is probably right on the money. It's going to be Groot. It's going to be Hella. It's going to be Bucky. Maybe a Psylocke. Oh, okay, they are going to try to potentially put Delana back on the Psylocke here to mirror, potentially. Obviously, a little early to say for sure, but Delana didn't look extremely comfortable on it, but maybe just needs a second go-around.
We got Envy playing Puckett's favorite hero in all of Rivals Fight Night, the Mantis. Puckett, what do you think?
0% win rate. Suck this L.
All right. Well, you heard it there from Puckett. Had to get that last little bit in because he is definitely the biggest fan of Mantis on planet Earth. We're getting into it here at Vast. 100 Thieves looking to take the map and extend the series. Envy, meanwhile, looking to book their ticket to fight against Shroud-X for $1,000 and the potential of being the Rivals Fight Night champion.
And this is the one comp I kind of just overlooked here too, but it is a classic, is triple res, right? You're gonna have Mantis, you're gonna have Adam, you're gonna have Star-Lord, so you have a very mobile comp. You have a lot of ability to put out a ton of damage early with the Mantis. Every 100 Thieves are going to have to play very, very careful to make sure they're not losing anyone early to picks. And Cal's on the Atom, so always hard to do.
But okay, they take down the Atom though in turn.
He's gonna rest.
He's gonna rest is the problem.
Yeah,
so it's not. It's unfortunately it's not quite as impactful in what we're seeing. Also, up the counter for Speedily and Heroes Play. But Speedily now in the Star-Lord as Speedily's versatility hard to match. And in over the top after Blast Barrage finds Vinny. Delina though making a case, takes down 2 in turn. Perhaps not entirely over, even though Envy is working at an advantage right now, Vast.
And Galactic Legend is available here too, but Nero immediately down, Month down. The fight running really, really long here. I think even with the Galactic Legend, the problem here is that Delana can just go invisible. Yeah, I can go invisible, block a lot of that damage, and now 100 Thieves is gonna have the recontest here available. Vinny going to the Doctor Strange. I really like the aggression there from 100 Thieves. They made sure to just commit. And this Cloak and Dagger is a really good find. I like this a lot from Harvey because, okay, obviously Loki is off the field, but having some of the vulnerability, some of that power from Cloak and Dagger is something that's really powerful. Only Shikigami has been using it consistently.
Window looking to make his presence zone, drops a Strangling Prison, and the follow through is tremendous. 4 dead after Window setup. Stick a fork in this point. It's done. Envy takes the first point.
But I think a decent defense over 100 Thieves. Made sure to get the Galactic Legend out, got rid of Boundary, got rid of the Soul Resurgence, so a couple ults out of the way. They're gonna come to this next fight like looking relatively strong, relatively healthy across the board. Is Envy try to continue the offense here. And 100 Thieves is where you want the stabilization to happen, right? Because lose this fight now you're in a snowball situation. Envy gonna have a ton of ults in the bank. Oh, a lot of the pressure on the Speedily, but it doesn't go down.
Speedily gets real close to get taken out and does not. Instead, goes for a little bit ult building, dives into the back, Blaster Barrage, leaves, gets ready to set up for his Galactic Legend coming on in. 100 Thieves, meanwhile, would love to slow this down a bit. TTK got picked off early in the last fight, has Meteor M, and Meteor M, of course, will be popped in response to Galactic Legend. And where's it gonna go? TTK looking for a target here. Same as Kaluja on turn, Meteor M versus Meteor M, and both Meteors hit. No one is off the field. Invisible Boundary fading though, here for 100 Thieves. Vinny, Strangling Prison, good to go. Vinny gonna be looking for target, and the big hook it on the Window. Window brought into the blender, and yet still alive. The support is there as Monk able to drop the Invisible Boundary, keeping it all alive. And meanwhile, Envy turned the fight, speedily able to get 1 on the Terra. Delina turning back in turn though with TTK and 100 Thieves in the chaos. For now, have control, but the Karmic Rebirth of Ast, the pressure, it's not gonna end.
What a good Karmic Rebirth there from Cal. Cal saw the fight happen, make sure to play really far back. And that's kind of thing about Karmic Rebirth is that it is a very powerful ult, but honestly, it's kind of a bait sometimes. I think Jake said it during EMEA is that, okay, now you're down a player who's trying to play really passive. So you really want situations where the fight has like broken down. You're not losing too much from losing that player who's playing very passive. And now 100 Thieves trying to set up another defense here. Speedily, yeah, another Galactic Legend has been farming them.
Check his PC. Check his PC.
And also, he just does enough poke to set up Window for another 2 eliminations. Envy just rolling on through. Second point in their favor. A whole 4 minutes for third. They are going through Hall here with speed, Avast. And now the swap comes in. Delina has seen enough. Iron Man now going to be played.
They're doing it with Speedily as well. They're doing it with both. I mean, Speed and Speedily. They got it. They got it both in there. The really displeased coming out from ZP with that one is now Envy still trying to move forward, and they're gonna find an early pick. Yeah, Window gonna get caught. Great find there. It's 100 Thieves looking to set up here on the corner.
I mean, when you get the pick on the Groot that early, you look at the movement going up between the 2 teams. 100 Thieves is like, all right, back it up, back it up. On the same note, you don't want to go so far forward that you give up a pick, but now more of a reset. You see Speedily going to the back, close to another Galactic Legend, nearly dies. Was super deep, but 100 Thieves, they got it near a completely full ult bank, and now they're gonna use it. Strangling Prison into Kraken Impact. Fall through though, may not be there. Clues drops Meteor M as a little bit of distraction. Cal takes down Delina at the same time. Envy for now withstanding, and now here comes Speedily into the back, dropping the Galactic Legend, looking for a pickoff wherever it may be, but for now, not finding anything here just yet. Galactic Legend is gonna fade. 100 Thieves still on the convoy.
But look at the bank. I mean, it's 100 Thieves. I mean, they need to rob some ults right now because currently they have nothing in the bank. Envy gonna walk on forward, try to set up anything here. They have the Strangling Prison, they have the Karmic Revival, and there it is.
Wait.
Strangling Prison, blocked?
Wait, did it hit a shield?
I think it hit a shield.
Yeah,
I'm almost certain that hit a shield.
Yeah, because otherwise it's like, where to go?
I think it did.
comes on in, right place, right time, negates the strangling prison. One up, all wise is 100 Thieves. TTK looking to seize the opportunity. Kaluj down, and the meteor M's huge, takes down 2. Good reset for 100 Thieves.
A little lucky, or perhaps a very good play. Well, maybe we won't know till we see the replay later, because that happened so quickly. If that was just a really, really good block, came out from probably TTK just to block that strangling prison. We don't really know. We don't know yet, but Envy looking for the reset, still holding on to the Karmic Revival, close to a Soul Resurgence, close to another Galactic Legend. Speedily has had to have popped like 6 of these so far.
But what about the legend of not hitting your ult and just taking someone down the neutral? That's a legend of Speedily really I'm invested in right now. 100 Thieves down 1 here off the rip. Gonna have to drop the visible boundary, the buy time to get up to a full 6. Envy looking to take full advantage. Window getting real close to a strangling prison, but also real close to death as the lead is able to finish him off. Speedily though, Galactic Legend gonna be dropped here. Looking for some in the extra. Cal was able to bring back Window into the fight. 2 down from the Galactic Legend. Speedily looking for more. Envy pressing the advantage, and this may be it.
And just such good aggression there. The Strangling Prison gonna be used from Vinny, trying to find anyone, but unfortunately they have a counter Strangling Prison. Even with the pick, it should be enough to get these picks. For Envy, yeah, it's exactly gonna be enough. What played a little tight to the chest, but Delana makes it back with the Goddess of Death. They do have the Guardian Shield keeping Terra alive on the point here for a long time. Delana could get enough picks. Delana could do it.
Yeah, Delana got multiple picks. Now the respawns are coming back in for our Thieves. This one is not over yet, and now time is ticking down for Envy. 1 minute left, and that's not the Vinny Groot. That's the Vinny Captain America. That's probably about to get swapped back to the Groot in like 2 seconds.
I imagine, yes. Oh. Venom. Swapping to the Venom here. I mean, luckily he's gonna keep that ult charge in between the swaps. So Venom here to keep maybe some of the pressure onto the backline here for Vinny when they come through the choke. Just set up the dive, set up the cellular corrosion. And Delana with a hero play and really good pocketing there from SJB, who continues to be just a standout strategist player for 100 Thieves. The Guardian Shield's keeping Terra alive, the Force Physics. And they have some ults here for this last fight, so we are now officially at last fight territory.
Galactic Legend opened here and answered by TTK. But as the Meteor M good to go, as we've disjointed time a little bit. We did a time skip back in the moment. But the Meteor M is dropped by TTK. No one taken down. Speedily still finding Vinny off the Galactic Legend towards the very end. As Envy works with the advantage. They don't touch. 100 Thieves doesn't touch while they still at 4.
Oh, Dormammu, Speedily, I've come to bargain. Let me touch the point. Speedily, I've come. We're doing some time skipping here. Perhaps we can go back and bargain with Speedily, the time god, yet again. Because I mean, that's just unfortunate. I mean, the Meteorium gets popped too, just trying to absorb the damage for Speedily. They back up, get walled off from Window, which is, you know, funny, aptly named Window getting the walls. We're gonna love this one. I mean, everyone's gonna love this one. We're just really coming up with some great ones here. Yeah, everyone's groaning in the chat.
You just got the puckets stored. I just want you to know that's
not a good sign. When I'm getting the dads, when the dads are sorting, it's not good. It's not.
You got me deep in the dad bod there.
Oh boy, oh boy. But okay, 100 Thieves not out of it yet. But when you could have drained the clock to 0, and you know, no one touches. It's not great, but still not out of it. We'll see what their attack is gonna have in store. But Envy, they've set themselves pretty well here. Have asked for potentially 3-0ing 100 Thieves with this brand new roster that, you know, seemingly has been custom crafted to play.
Definitely. I mean, this is just, I mean, it's looking like an Envy masterclass currently. I mean, the 100 Thieves looked pretty decent on the defense, honestly. So I like you just saw a couple more of those hero moments. They looked a little bit more comfortable. As Envy, they're looking to get a little troll with it. They're gonna have Kaluj pop the portals in spawn just to make it annoying to get out. Always fun.
I do enjoy how the portal tech has evolved. My favorite was VP earlier today, where you drop the portal to just deny the other portal. Yeah, just top tier evolution of strange portal gameplay. But for now, it's all quiet right now at Vast as we set up right now. 30 seconds though off this attack already. 100 Thieves truly taking their time.
This is a really long setup. I mean, they're using Delana to like portal to like put TTK behind them, and now he's like back. A really, really long setup coming up for 100 Thieves. So, I mean, it's a minute off the clock just doing some fancy footwork of it. I mean, it's the Harlem Globetrotters of Hollow Jolly offense.
A little bit of extra setup. We'll see if it pays off, and maybe Window getting pummeled early on, but the support is going to be there from Envy. They get window, build up nice. Now, okay, maybe not. Too much damage coming on in. He was healed back up, and then he was bursted right back down. Delina with 2, but it's a full team effort where this is vintage Delina here on the Hella. One pick after another. Getting that one with the aid of Vinny, and also going to be a very first attack for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves, I mean, even with maybe some questionable rotations, worked out. Sometimes, you're just going to like, it just felt like, dribbled around the ball a bunch and then just dunk. Just going to dunk on him, like really just up in your face, because Dylan just gets those picks necessary. The aggression was great for 100 Thieves, so going to have the Eternal Bond for Harvey, already having under the Kraken impact, and 100 Thieves, I mean, pretty just a very healthy bank in general. 5 ults on the board.
Early Galactic Legend here, gonna be dropped here by Speedily. Looking to mix things up. Force out the Meteor M. TTK drops it long. Does not connect. But Speedily, Galactic Legend a little bit longer. Able to take down TTK, was a little bit overexposed after the Meteor M. One up is Envy. And they're gonna force out the invisible boundary for 100 Thieves, but it's a very defensive invisible boundary here, Vast. It's very far back for the convoy. Terra takes one step out and dies.
Yeah, and Envy, I mean, I was about to say like maybe like potentially an overinvestment, but it looks like they just wanted to really force out that invisible boundary from SJP, just trying to put the extra pressure on them to get like a pick, and SJP finally pressured enough by Window just popping the Strangling Prison. And now that's what Envy exactly wanted when they committed the Galactic Legend, is they wanted to remove some strategy tools, they wanted to get some time off the bank, and now 100 Thieves needed to recontest down a really important strategy tool.
Speedily up over the top. Again, a constant menace on the Star-Lord. But, okay, this is looking a little bit difficult for Kalush. Kalush has to drop the Meteor M as a defense maneuver and still gets taken down. Mid-ult by Vinny. Down to Vanguard now is Envy. And the Karmic Rebirth going to be bringing Kalush back up. Will bring Speedily right back up in turn. But the momentum of the fight here on the convoy is all 100 Thieves at the moment. We'll see if the Rebirth can turn the tide. Strangling Prison coming out by Vinny. Looking for the last bit of cleanup. Calvo able to take down Terra. And Envy not out of this fight yet. The Karmic Rebirth actually giving pretty significant value. Now the Strangling Prison in here from Window, but Delina does not care. Finds Cal, Vinny onto the counter group pick, and it's still all 100 Thieves here on the point.
Great ult trades there for 100 Thieves, and Terra, I mean, committing, trying to get some value from the culling effect of the Kraken impact just goes down, but 100 Thieves played it so excellently there. Made sure to deny Speedily's value, and I really was about to say, like, okay, Envy, they're about to have a really good hold here, but 100 Thieves keep it going, gonna hold on to another Strangling Prison coming up, a Meteor M. They have a Wombo combo if they desire, and Envy with nothing in the bank at all. Not a single thing for this recontest.
All right, Speedily back into action here, 40%. May as well be 100% with how things go, but Strangling Prison dropped here early from Vinny, and the falter's there. Narrow immediately down as 100 Thieves now working with an advantage. Narrow going to be brought back up, but while Narrow is down, they get Kalush, so the picks are still meaningful in flow of battle here in the fight. Speedily desperately trying to build up the Galactic Legend. May not be able to get it before the team falls around, but Terra ends up falling. Terra mid-Kraken impact gets punished by Cal. Cal with 2. Cal actually going wild right now on the Warlock.
And so important too there, because Month, as they walk forward, manages to get the invisible boundary in time. Even off those picks from Vinny. Vinny going so aggressive, using the Strangling Prison early to try to isolate some of those picks. They got the vulnerability too on a Speedily just to force them off the angle, but they couldn't close fast enough for 100 Thieves before Month builds the invisible boundary. And now Envy, they're in a really good situation. Sub 2 minutes on the bank for 100 Thieves. They have 4 ults on the board, soon to be 5. And 100 Thieves just struggling a bit to get through this. And this is one of the value, too, of just the triple res comp. You have a lot of fights. You have a lot of fights that you can give picks. You can be so aggressive, knowing you have the extra sustain to bring someone back. As Speedily, he's in.
Yeah, and because there's no Meteor M, TTK didn't have it. It just goes to the back and instantly takes down Strategist. Kalush drops his own Meteor M, takes down Terra. And Avast, not only is this fight likely over, but you look at the time, 100 Thieves, they are a minute 20 away from elimination.
You see, you get the pick, doesn't really matter. It's fine. Just bring back with the Cocoon. As Envy, gonna look to chase, gonna look to maybe, can they find a stagger? Can they find anything late? Looks like no, but that's just more time off the bank. More ult built for Envy. And 100 Thieves back against the wall now. A minute remaining. Strangling Prison's up. Goddess of Death, SJP with the invisible boundary, so they have some options. They just need something to happen.
Facing elimination, 100 Thieves need to make something happen. They need to make it happen fast. Vinny has Strangled Prison to go. Delana nearly dies in the neutral. TTK, though, able to build up the Meteor M. Terra, a little bit under pressure in turn. 100 Thieves moving forward. And now the time is here. Vinny dropping Strangling Prison. Delana finds Speedily and gets the fall through off the prison. Delana Selena all over the kill feed, but the Karmic Rebirth gonna be dropped here by Cal. Envy gonna try and make it work here, not give up second. Is Rebirth gonna be effective this time? It's looking like no.
So once again, we talk about the double-edged sword that is Karmic Rebirth, right? Like, okay, you get everyone back alive, but everyone's kind of in a little hallway that you have to come back and touch the point. The one benefit there for him, besides just a time that was off the bank, is that last second test window does get rid of the invisible boundary of SJP, right? So like, just the fear from SJP, 100 Thieves were like, we can't risk it, we need to get the cap. So they do get that strategy rolled out. So now you're gonna have some good options here to potentially just set up with the Galactic Legend in particular, to try to go really aggressive. That's exactly what we're gonna do.
Speedily opens here in the back. Galactic Legend. It is all ult on deck here for Envy. Meteor M getting tossed out by Kaluj at the same time. Terra gets caught in the crossfire. Galactic Legend over. Speedily though, farming towards his next 43%. Nero though gets caught by TTK. And does not look like there's a cocoon to bring it back. Oh, there is a cocoon. Nero is going to be brought back on up. Wait a little bit.
There's always a cocoon.
But is there going to be enough momentum here for 100 Thieves? And they get Kaluj. Not going to be a cocoon for that one, as 100 Thieves still has momentum in this fight. You take a look at Window. Window barely able to stay alive, still getting forced back. Builds up strength in prison while it actually takes on Vinny, who digs a little bit too deep.
Oh, and Vinny, I mean, such a disastrous pick there too, because 100 Thieves could have kept the fight going here a bit more aggressively, forcing out the Strangling Prison. But now Envy get to hold it, right? We get to a last fight situation. They need some strategies ult soon, and SJP is going to have that invisible boundary. So Envy, they need to be aware. They need to be hopefully tracking those ults, as they're trying to put a lot of pressure here onto Terra, who's made the swap to Strange.
Yeah, and he's gonna have the Agamotto good to go. Final opportunity for 100 Thieves, looking to stave off elimination and extend the series. Envy looking to get their intro into the money match to face Shroud-X. It's all coming down to this. 10 seconds left to go. 100 Thieves looking for the opportunity. I have Agamotto. Do you have what it takes here, Terra? On the Vanguard swap, Galactic Legend popped over here by Speedily, looking for picks in the back. Harvey gonna drop the Eternal Bond. TTK has the first pick off the Meteor M. I have Agamotto still being retained. The pick is brought back via the Cocoon, or no, via the Karmic Rebirth. And now the Invisible Boundary gonna be dropped. Invisible Boundary keeping them alive. I have Agamotto finally gonna go. Hits two. Narrowed down off the Agamotto. Can you get Window two? Vinny drops a Strangling Prison right on after. Is the fall through gonna be there? It is. Month goes down. TTK right there. The Vanguards of 100 Thieves leading the way as Selena sweeps the skies with the Goddess of Death. 100 Thieves not done yet.
And we're going the distance. Taking it all
Well
away
done,
here
ZP.
for Envy 100 Thieves. I mean, ZP, he's got to let him catch a breath, you know? Let him catch his breath. That's why he's the GOAT, you know? He belts it out there. And overall, I mean, you look at these teams here, much better showing for 100 Thieves. I like the triple Vanguard swap, also pretty interesting into kind of this res comp in general, because you're almost playing a triple duelist to a degree, because you do have both, like, you know, with an Adam Warlock and the Mantis, it's a lot of extra damage on the field. So even though it is strategist, you do, especially if someone like Cal on Adam Warlock, you're doing so much damage here. Just look at the stats too. I mean, it reflects that. I mean, look at the damage that Cal's putting out on a strategist. Like, pretty comparable. I mean, both the strategist picks, honestly. I mean, obviously not quite as much as the duelist, but not bad, all things considered.
You know what I got here? I feel like Puckett is just rubbing his hands here, being like, Mantis gonna lose? Mantis gonna lose?
I know, he's waiting. He's waiting.
Oh, he's
Suck
waiting.
it, Mantis. Hold the L.
He's got it ready to go. And also, I mean, when it's all said and done here, Vast, not really much of a tangible difference. 1 minute to a minute and 6 seconds. Effectively even as we head into extra rounds here. Either team's game, and at this point, it's also really a little bit volatile, right? Because you're not guaranteed to have your first attack work, especially on this map. Both teams did have really good first attacks back in their first offense, so it could be long overtime versus overtime, or could end rather unceremoniously. But because they're a little bit behind in time, it is going to be 100 Thieves on the attack first. We'll see what they got.
Probably can't do anything too fancy this time around. Not gonna be doing anything crazy with the portal. So instead, just walking straight up main. Gonna take this very aggressive fight. Envy not making any swaps. They do have a very, very strong front line. Knowing that they do have the Winter Soldier, they have something to potentially just find a hook. Envy walking back in.
Vinny and TTK getting very, very low there off the beginning. But now, 100 Thieves have healed back up. They're going in for attempt number 2, and they nearly got the pick on the Kaluj. Kaluj, super, super low right now, but they're not able to finish off. However, the walls coming out from Vinny look absolutely beautiful. Sets up Delena for 2. And 100 Thieves, the perfect opening here, Vest. 2 quick pickoffs with the wall control from Vinny. They're gonna get this going.
Nero gonna get the cocoon, but Envy unlikely to recontest this, considering that obviously down players, not very worth it, especially with the cap, also with the point being capped, of course. So Envy, send them here for their next fight. Hold on to the Invisible Boundary, hold on to the Galactic Legend. And for 100 Thieves, this is where they have to really be aware of the pressure from Speedily, where they're going to look to try to just set him up, put him on the offense with a Guardian Shield, get some ults, ideally out of 100 Thieves. That's Envy's game plan here. So they need to get something out of them, either from Speedily or just from the neutral. But 100 Thieves walking forward aggressively.
And it forces out the Eternal Bond. However, he also gets immediately sniped out of the sky. Delina says this is a no-fly zone. Stops the Legend in his tracks. However, Collusion Meteor M takes down Delina. Terra responding. Kraken Impact finds Nero early here. Resets may end here and now, though. Both teams a little bit wounded. TTK
interrupted.
Meteor M of his own. Agamotto. Karmic Rebirth gonna be dropped here by Cal, and that's gonna keep Envy in the fight of Ast.
What a hook from Terra. Interrupted the Strangling Prison from window. They didn't get Strangling Prison off. They didn't get the Strangling. The hook comes out from Terra there. Post Kraken Impact. And the well of Terra, it runs so deep. It might like go through the other side of the earth.
Observers, can we have it?
Can we go back and see it?
Very like Victorian child asking for porridge coded.
At the end.
Delina goes down. Cal getting the pick very early. So no Delina, no Goddess of Death. 100 Thieves with 5 players here, but Terra about to have a Kraken Impact, and Vinny so close to Strangling Prison here, CP. They could have the combo.
Hey, we said back on the last map, do you pray the Terra when you need deliverance? The answer may be yes. Off the ult interrupt, off the soon-to-be Kraken Impact. Terra, can you be the hero once more? Great damage in the neutral, coming out here from the Winter Soldier, and now dives on deep. Can he find the reset? 1 reset already here, 2, 3, Terra coming in clutch when 100 Thieves need it most.
And Delina makes it back there with the Strange Portal too, just to be behind them too when the Strangling Prison goes off. A little perfect moment there. You could really feel full body chills. It really felt like Avengers Endgame.
This was such a genius plan. You let them finish with 6 seconds, knowing you're going to get to attack first, push it all the way in overtime, and then full hold them. You're going to look amazing. Great plays. Great plays.
The intentional C9, the advantage we never saw coming. But right now, it's fair to say I don't think Envy saw this one coming. 100 Thieves staying alive, keeping the momentum on their side, keeping the convoy moving on forward. And we'll see where this one ends. Envy desperately trying to hold on. Galactic Legend dropped here by Speedily early into fight. Doesn't find much. Now it's going to be Monk having to drop the Invisible Boundary. Keep Envy in a secure spot. Window drop the Strangling Prison. The low results. Delina meanwhile hits floor. That's a 4-man eye of Agamotto. And Terra is there to clean up. Finds Nero right after. Envy taking serious damage in turn. Nero comes back up here. Off the cocoon though. They're going to drop the Mantis Soul Resurgence. Envy getting a little bit of overhealth. Trying to stabilize here in the moment. But guess what? Here comes Terra. Kraken Impact has been used. Can Terra do it again? The answer is no. Envy able to find some stability, but that convoy of Ast went real far.
100 Thieves giving hope. Giving hope to the fans, giving hope to the team, wanting to see them to return to form. And I mean, what a good swap. Oh, I really thought the 4-man Eye of Agamotto was going to do it, but Envy, the strategist, really good job peeling there. Everyone stays up even with Nero getting caught, and for Envy, this is still a really far distance to push on Hologelia. I mean, for a minute, this is a very, very far push. So it is not an easy push here that's going to be happening for Envy. And 100 Thieves off the offense there potentially saves them here in the series.
So 100 Thieves effectively, you stop and think about how this panned out. They get maybe about 4 or 5 fights, and all they need to do is win one of them to extend the series and force a 4th map. You gotta like those odds right now if you're a fan of 100 Thieves. And you also gotta like those odds if you are prepping your Mantis Slander immediately after this map.
Gotta like those odds if you're also esports betting, you know? You gotta like those odds too.
God forbid.
remember, do never stop gambling. All gamblers stop right before they're about to win big.
Look, the only gambling we do around here is channel points, where admittedly there have been some travesties in the channel points.
Big. Mike, are you in the chat tonight, Mike? He's living out in my RV tonight.
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, we are getting into it. Envy, a tall order against them here and now. And we'll see if they're able to match one great offense with another. 100 Thieves, meanwhile, this could be the breath they need to keep the series going. And you gotta look at Terra right now. Vast has been the hero so many times so far tonight for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a huge difference maker for 100 Thieves. And no swaps across for either squad, so keeping it pretty consistent across the board. as Envy just going up here from the high ground, looking to contest, take them off this initial high ground. They're just charging up, throwing tainted voltages that way as Envy making the long rotation, the March of the Envy over here.
As this could be the final game in this series, quick reminder, we are just 10 subs away from tonight's sub goal. We are 500 follows away from our follower goal. Help us reach these goals to unlock sponsors to pay our observers. We love you.
Pretty accurate.
Very
Pretty
important.
accurate across the board, but also 100 Thieves, the neutral game pressure has been ridiculous. Speedily finally says, we're running out of time. I got built some ult. And Envy, they drop the invisible boundary here on the point. Vinny, though, gets focused down between Speedily and Cal. They put Vinny in the ground. And now 100 Thieves down 1. Terra has a Kraken impact. You have the invisible boundary. They're going to use it. They decide they want to fight here. Now the Kraken impact. It strikes deep. Terra does it again. Takes down Nero. Looking for another reset. Gets the other reset. Nero back to the fight off the cocoon. But Terra is renewed, reinvigorated, and still looking for more again and again. Speedily taken down. And another reset comes on in from Terra. Everything is going.
It keeps resetting.
Terra, he can't be stopped. He just
It's infinite. It's literally infinite. He's getting another. He can't stop. He's gonna get another. He's gonna get another, isn't he?
No way.
He's gonna get another. Here it comes.
He's so close.
Oh, it's over. It's over. He couldn't get it. He couldn't get it.
And finally, Terra goes down. Was that enough here? And the answer is no. Vinny swaps to the strange, drops the Eye of Agamotto into the abyss. And despite Terra having his back break, it's not enough. And Envy gets the convoy going here in overtime.
I mean, Terra just is a legend. I mean, realistically, Terra just does so much for 100 Thieves right now on the Winter Soldier. And I really like the commitment there for 100 Thieves. I mean, they could have just said, okay, we're going to reset. We're down 1. We have plenty of time in the bank. But they said, no, we're going to commit. We're going to drop the invisible boundary. Let's take the fight. And now Envy, they had to commit a lot of resources into first. They're in OT. They can't afford to get off cart at all. There's so much pressure on them just to stay near that objective. And so for 100 Thieves, with the Goddess of Death about to have another Kraken impact for Terra, this is scary for Envy.
100 Thieves only need to win 1 fight, and they probably have about 3 left in the tank. 1 good neutral pickoff would be good, but uh-oh. Fear him. The boss music arrives. Terra, Kraken impact is charged and good to go. Terra, can you do it one more time? Can you do it? Galactic Legend can be opened up here by Speedily. Answered in turn by the invisible boundary. So for now, nothing too much going to happen. Kaluj, meanwhile, Meteor M into the abyss, doesn't get anything. Delina now going to the sky, dropping Goddess of Death bolts all over. And here comes Terra, Kraken impact used. TTK got one with the Meteor M. Delina, death from above raining as Terra gets a little bit of cleanup. And we are going to a map 4, 100 Thieves. They're not done yet.
We deserve it. We deserve it. The people deserve it. It's Hastra's birthday today, but he's going to have to wait to celebrate Envy. It's now your map choice, but first we get to revisit the highlights of Vast. You were nervous for 100 Thieves. I could hear it in your cast. But then you became confident. When did that flip?
I mean, when Terra started doing stuff like that, I think that's pretty much it. It's like, I feel like nothing has really, they haven't brought out anything new. They haven't brought out anything that's like, oh, I haven't seen this before. But when Terra just pulls out a Winter Soldier performance like that, I mean, here, sure, Delina and them, pretty equivalent final hits. But you look at the damage, and in general, typically Hela is going to be getting way more final limbs than a Winter Soldier. So the fact that they're equalized and the damage difference there, I mean, that's a pretty great performance overall. And 100 Thieves just making it work for them, just making like a comp, like, okay, this is our tried and true. We're going to get some value to this. We're going to go to the Well of Terra. We're going back to the old Terra cow. We're going to milk it dry. Like, we need more. Terra, please. We need some more Winter Soldier.
Can we talk about the 6-figure club? All right, we've got 100,000 damage blocked by Vinny. We've got 100,000 damage healed by Harvey. Any other triple digits you guys see, or 6 figures? I'm told we have to keep it moving. All right, big numbers are coming in chat. Keep your eyes on it. We're going to start keeping track. We haven't had too many reach 6 figures on the show. Big moves by 100 Thieves keeps a minute, and we have our highlights rolling. Let's take a look at these while we do it. Big shout out to all of the subs. Spaceman with another gift. Max V Phantom gets us to 230 subs. And of course, we just saw one coming a moment ago. Shino Budakaki.
Hey, I gotta say one thing here, Puckett. You have not done the thing I expected you to do right away. Because guess what? This is the first map that Envy came in and played Mantis. And your Mantis slander, I mean, the floor is yours, Puckett. What do you got to say?
Listen, I don't need to say it. I've been preaching it for 10 weeks. Make it 11 weeks now. Get her out of my game. I don't want to see her on my team. If she's on the enemy team, I'll take your SR for free. Get her out of my game. Let's save us all 15 minutes.
We love a good bit of Mantis slander, honestly. And realistically, I do think the triple res comp, I don't think it was a problem at all. Like, I think this was still pretty well played from Mimby.
No. Mantis sucks.
Oh, yeah. It's the Mantis. Yeah, that's right. It's the Mantis. But I do think for 100 Thieves, this was just a masterclass for them in terms of, like, 100, Terra and Delana just looking good across the board, right? Everything looked great for them. I do think just continuing a lot of value for their backline. And this is a comp they just look so comfortable on. But it worries me still for 100 Thieves, because I'm just worried about, like, as we get further and further, is like, is it possible to only play Winter Soldier and Hela on every map with their ban, if you just ban out the other picks? Like, can you just do that? Can you force this even with some of the changes? It's possible.
I feel like we haven't been talking a ton about the Magnetos in this series. I'm keeping my eyes on this TTK versus Kaluj battle, chat. Don't think I forgot about it. We're up over 1,500 viewers over on Twitch.tv. On YouTube, we still are climbing. And we're also live on a number of our casters' personal Twitter channels. If you guys didn't know, we put our little lower thirds in it. You can follow us on social media. You can support us there, or you can just show up every Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern. We start with Europe, NA immediately following after. And yes, Shroud-X are playing tonight. They're waiting in your championship match for North America. They will play the winner of this series. 100 Thieves not done yet, trying to force the reverse sweep.
Also, I just love how long the highlights are here, where the highlights here way longer than norm, because we just had a way longer map than the norm. I mean, that's about as long as a Marvel Rivals map gets, but dear Lord, it was entertaining on both sides, pure and simple, but you got to give it up for Terra and just some of the ridiculous Winter Soldier highlights we just got.
Yeah, do your friends a favor. If they missed tonight's broadcast live, find our YouTube channel, Rivals Fight Night, hit the sub button, and send them this link. They're going to want to see that game 3. We're going to a break. The players need to pee. Our observers are allowed to eat once tonight. Don't go anywhere or you'll miss plays like this. The big purple ball flying over the shell. It lands on the tiny dancer. Or does it? Yeah, actually took out a Magneto as well. What a shot. Well done, guys. Keep it going. First. Welcome back to Rivals Fight Night, where chaos is king, and where men with hula hoops on the back of their robe climb stairs on their way to a giant circle defended by a woman with flashy blue fingernails. We got a Vast and ZP on the mic. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and we are partying because it is a game 4. Tara said, we ain't done yet. We pushed it into overtime. They almost got 6 points. But now it's Envy's choice of map, and Avast, the chat's starting to turn on Envy. They're already saying, Windows shattered. He's broken. It's gonna be 100 Thieves and Vinny walking away with the dub tonight.
I'm liking the wordplay in chat. So far, we're gonna keep it up. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it getting advanced. Now we can do algebra next. We'll turn it into a learning situation. But overall, for Symbiotic Surface, I mean, it definitely puts a lot of pressure on Envy. I think because this is another map where, you know, Hela's pretty good here. You can make the Winter Soldier work. You could try to just continue to force this composition. So for Envy, it comes a question of, okay, do you just want to try to potentially force more of these pocket picks out for 100 Thieves, right? Do you want to try to potentially target the Winter Soldier? You want to potentially target Hela again? I don't think you really need to target Hela considering you're fine to put Cal on it, but maybe Winter Soldier.
Yeah, you ban Winter Soldier, he busts out the Wolverine, but the Wolverine doesn't have the claws that he did at the end of 1.5. Trying to think of what else is in Tara's arsenal, because it was Punisher. It was he can play any flying character. He can play Wolverine. He can play Winter Soldier. I feel like shutting down Tara might not be an option. Do you get Vinny off of the Groot though? Because I feel like when we saw the big plays on that push, it was Vinny completely walling off Kaluge or taking out just a Vanguard or two.
I think there is some wisdom to the idea that you could ban Groot and make things a little bit difficult for 100 Thieves, because when you think about the front lines that they like to run, they do really clutch on the Groot more than anything else. They have way more versatility in their duelist line. I think they have way more versatility in their strategist line. So yeah, I think if you're Envy, maybe you give it a shot. But also, Envy-wise, they don't want to deal with an Iron Fist. I think they find it very annoying, and as a result, they give 100 Thieves some good protects that they could come out with here. Although, again, I think they may protect the Bucky, given what happened in the last game, because if you're Envy, I think you take out the Bucky if you get the chance. You don't want Tara to do that again. And now,
does Winter Soldier cancel out a Psylocke Avast?
Not
or does Psylocke have the edge over Winter Soldier? Because I feel like Punisher, Psylocke's just whooping my ass.
I think it depends on the comp. Honestly, it depends on the comp, depends on the map of it. But realistically, no, it's not like a complete counter. Psylocke is still pretty mobile. It's kind of hard to have a complete and total counter to Psylocke to a degree. I do think if you're playing Flyers, or if you have the Demore, those are all pretty decent into Psylocke, but obviously those aren't going to be on the field necessarily. So Psylocke could still get played. You can still see Psylocke get played a lot, especially because Envy has shown that they really like to play Psylocke, obviously. And okay, protection this time on the Loki, which I think was actually a pretty interesting ban for the previous series for 100 Thieves, or the previous map, because they made sure to remove the Loki. They're like, okay, we do not want to have anyone playing the Loki.
Now you have to ban Luna, or they go with Adam here. So we're gonna see multiple fates of both worlds. A lot of dancing. It's like 24 seconds of invulnerability. If you don't play this game a lot, the Luna ultimate is the one that just pauses a team fight, right? It gives your team the edge. When you have the Loki, you copy that and you just keep the dance party going over and over. An Invisible Woman now out of the mix means that's probably going to be on both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how it is right now. I mean, Loki Luna is probably the strongest strategist combo that we've seen historically in Marvel Rivals, and it's that good for all the reasons you just say, Puckett, is that it will extend fights out a long period of time, but where teams can really make the difference is what you do when neither team is dancing, what happens at the end of the ult cycle, or what happens at the beginning when you're looking for picks in the neutral. But heading off the Symbiotic Surface, this is Envy's pick, and for the rest of the series, it will be their map pick, so they get 2 cracks at it to take the series away on home turf.
Avast, I'm looking at this with no Emma Frost. That means you get no Psylocke team up. That was the first protect from Envy. Are they kind of hard banking on Speedily to find success?
I mean, to a degree, I think they're always kind of hard banking on it if you're going to sign a new star duelist player, but typically, I think you can definitely still trust in Cal to get the big moments for them. And, we've been tracking in general, just like how the rest of these teams do. Nero consistently finding a lot of value and finding picks of their own, and you still have a very strong front line. So I don't think you really necessarily need one player to be the backbone for Envy right now. Comparatively for 100 Thieves, I do think this is a moment where, you know, I think they're sharing the load a bit more, except for the last map where Terra, you know, can make it happen. I do think that Envy maybe not as reliant on one player.
Taking a look, Vinny opening things up here, 400 Thieves, and to an extent, I do think going the Symbiotic Ursa is a little bit of a risk, just given how much Groot can do here and how Vinny at times is a bit of an artist and how the walls get set up. 100 Thieves moving forward on the attack, not going for anything ridiculous flank-wise here just yet. Delena, though, working to go a little bit off to the right. And Vinny, I think right now, with Ash just letting the cooldowns reset, waiting to set up more walls.
You'd be exactly right. I mean, just going to try to wait it out, come back in, pressure the point here again. And the aim of the game is just
Audacious JJ with the sub.
Thank you, Audacious JJ with the sub. Well supporting the channel, but it's just more poke, and more poke, waiting for some ults to get built or maybe someone to get caught with a Groot wall.
It's gonna be some dancing that's coming up here. Although Terra, the super quick Kraken impact build goes to the back. The wall to support it, and it's right before the Luna ult comes on in as poetry in motion here for 100 Thieves. Gonna get some resets here, courtesy of the Loki clones, and Terra looking for more, spacing it out, waiting for the Luna to stop dancing. Still has one more Kraken impact in the tank as 100 Thieves try and make the most out of this pick on the window, but the Luna dancing, the resets keep happening. Terra has spaced out properly again and again, and once more 100 Thieves off the combo play from Terra and Vinny likely have the point.
I mean, they just can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with it where they're just getting consistent value. And they're, you know, this is what we talking about too, about Vinny also being such a strong group player and how, you know, maybe when we make these swaps, these new metas, that do we lose some of that star power? And they're like, no, actually, we're not gonna update. We're just gonna refuse the update. We're gonna play more Groot. We're gonna keep playing Groot, and we're gonna keep Vinny on the Groot to continue to set up the value for Terra, to set up the value for Delena. And so that's gonna be the first point down. Someone's still on the bank here, and Envy looking to set up the recontest to make sure to deny 100 Thieves some of this early high ground potentially.
100 Thieves, I mean, getting through first point often can take a while, so making the first attack that efficient sets them off on a good thing. Oh my goodness, the pull in onto window, followed up by the wall, immediately down. Takes Terra with him, so it's not completely without merit. TTK though drops Meteor M in the back, finds Cow, Dance the Butterfly here from Speedily, tries to make something of it, only gets one before falling. Still a fight that Envy has the momentum, or that 100 Thieves has the momentum on.
Now 100 Thieves trying to chase after the Dance with Butterfly for Delena. No one goes down though, but they can still potentially just chase forward, knowing there's no bulwarks. Looking for a wall, looking to find anyone. And 100 Thieves still keeping the momentum going. So well played for them currently. And you know, we talked about that tracking between like Kaluj, TTK, the Magneto duel in chat earlier. Right now, I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to purely Magneto, TTK might be on the better end of it currently. I do like Kaluj's flexibility, but Envy here, finally making it back in. Gonna have 4 ults on the board.
Kraken impact, good to go here for Terra. You know how deadly that can be. Vinny hanging on the Strangling Prison window. Nowhere to be found here so far. And they're gonna open Fate of Both Worlds.
Oh no! What was the Strangling Prison from Vinny? I think he hit the wall, ZP!
I think he did too. It just did hit on point. Still though, something that 100 Thieves may be able to work with despite the rough opening. Fate of Both Worlds being used here by both teams. And now Terra, can you do it again? Can you fix a mistake? Well, guess what? You got the Strangling Prison used to ground you. That is one way to handle the Kraken impact. Window held that with Terra's name on it.
I mean, overall, that's just it's just a tragedy. I mean, realistically, a tragedy occurred with the Strangling Prison. Hit the lip of the wall. I'm not sure. Maybe they jumped on top of the cart there a little bit. A misclick, a missed input, potentially. But overall, now is Skyrim Gentrifier. Thank you for the prime. I wonder which faction. I wonder which faction they support. You know, are they a Dark Elf? Are they a Nord? I'm not too sure. You know, but overall. Sleepy though, gonna find SJP.
You just go to the inn and you just replace like the pots with like golden pots. It's like, yeah, we need to class this place up a little bit, but either way, we're up and over.
If you have a better name than Skyrim Gentrifier, please stop on by Rivals Fight Night and drop a sub.
I
so
bet they love the
live.
Dark Elves. They love the Dark Elves, 100%. That's for them.
Okay, Terra goes in and I went to the wrong side. I went to the logo there, and I put myself back in time for a second. So I'm caught up again. We're where we need to be.
ZP, I've come to bargain. I've come to bargain because 100 Thieves are here, still trying to push opposite Speedily. Again, finding the pick. And we've talked about Speedily a lot here on the Psylocke and just the value it brings. And we talked about how Envy, they're not really relying on anyone, but I mean, if Speedily just keeps on getting pick after pick, that's definitely something you can at least be consistent with.
TTK, Meteor M, not gonna get the values looking for. Speedily gets Harvey into the back, and yeah, I mean, Speedily continually just kind of hitting 100 Thieves where it hurts. Meteor M here from Cluj, looking to end this fight here and now. Only a minute 20 left to go. Meteor M is gonna get value. Looks like no. 100 Thieves though. Strategist ults are drained, and you got Speedily going into the back line with Dancing Butterfly, but Harvey was there. Gets the Strategist ult up in time, keeps them nice and alive. Strangling Prison out from window. Now being responded here with Vinny. Both prisons have been used. Both teams still at good HP. When will the dancing stop Terra? Here on the Strange. Eye of Agamotto good to go. Harvey is out of the fight. Terra, do you still try and salvage this here? You do. You drop the Eye of Agamotto. You hit. What a freeze. Speedily is involved. Do they get a fall through on it? No, the regen domain keeps everyone in a decent spot. They get narrow a little bit after, but 100 Thieves still trying to make it work. They get Cluj on the end, and it's actually kind of working out here at best.
It is, but they've had to invest just so much here, and Speedily still being a menace on the high ground, finally taken down as Envy needing to back it up, and even with some of the heroics, Envy just having to back on out. I think they're gonna have to give it here. Even if you manage to get a touch, you're just gonna be feeding ult charge here to 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves finally capping there, but a long time. Some heroics coming out. Great Eye of Agamotto from Terra too.
Game 5 is brewing, chat.
It is. It's definitely brewing. I mean, some chases happening, some final limbs, some staggers for 100 Thieves as well. Just gonna make sure to keep the momentum.
Yeah, and this is kind of catastrophic for Envy. It's a massive stagger. It's going to be giving up more room here on the third point, where usually you can really delay things a little bit more. So very, very tough situation to find yourself in right now for Envy. And to me, all eyes got to be on Window here. Window needs to not get hooked in and find a good prison on the rim.
Now 100 Thieves looking to set up 4 ults on the board. And Envy, they need to find a solution here, because right now, I mean, 100 Thieves, even though it's been kind of last minute at times, they're doing a really good job of getting value. And Delane in particular, even though he's been a little quiet, just continuing to sort of own the flanks at times. Is now getting the prison out.
It's kind of a big prison, and the fall through's even bigger from Terra. 4 off the Kraken impact, but it was Vinny that set the stage for Terra to clean on up. Envy, a full team wipe off the combo. And the convoy continues to move forward. Envy still has what they need, the recontest here. They get recontesting here. Oh, they don't touch the wall from Vinny. Nick of time there, Vast.
Oh, and speedily pops the Dance of the Butterfly. And when you're ulting, that does not count as a contest. They even had month go Jeff to try to get the bubbles out so they could make it out of spawn. It just wasn't fast enough. But really, the Wombo combo that came out from Vinny, just making sure, I mean, even investing TTK's Meteor, which I think was also a big reason why Terra was able to finish all those limbs as well. And the Strangling Prison, just really good heads-up awareness from the Vanguard line for 100 Thieves. And now, I mean, just look at Terra, bro. 10 final hits. Look at this guy.
And it was a team effort, though, because I think a lot of the key pickoffs were set up by Vinny. Not only the Wombo combo, but think back to the very first point where you just have the wall from Vinny that actually sets up the Kraken impact.
There was.
To take down Window.
Oh, there's the missed wall. That's. I know you're currently glazing Vinny right now, but there's the missed wall.
Okay.
So very unfortunate for Vinny. But you're right. You're definitely right. Vinny on the Groot putting up a really the OG Vinny performance. What we expect out of him on the Groot. And TTK continued to give also just a really good supportive role. The bulwarks have been great, following up there with the combo too. So really what you want to see out of the 100 Thieves frontline, which is when we talk about some of those most elite teams, in particular like teams like Virtus.pro, Sentinels, like you see like a frontline that enables so much to go on, is generating a lot of the limbs and damage on their own. And typically that has been 100 Thieves frontline, but they've been a little bit quieter recently. And I think this is finally a return to form.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves that they've powered up over the course of the series, and again, if they do complete the reverse sweep, somewhere Puckett's gonna go and be like, well, you brought this on yourself when you played Mantis. Not because Mantis is bad per se, but
it's because she's bad. 0% win rate.
There you go. Either way, we're swapping sides here. We'll see what the 100 Thieves defense has in store. Envy on the attack, looking to prevent a map 5, still dreaming of that date later tonight versus Shroud-X.
So now, Envy still looking to do the approach. No swaps across the board. Neutral fight. Is Envy trying to set up? Trying to play here a little bit on the flank, but these walls set up for Vinny. They can test from Terra. They're not going to let them in for free as the regeneration domain forced. So probably not going to try to commit now after this wave because he won't have anything to save anyone. That ability, especially getting that cooldown nerf, made it a little bit harder.
A little bit of mischief going on here. Gonna be a little bit of dancing coming in here from Harvey. And right now, I mean, you're okay with this for 100 Thieves. You love a longer fight here, even if you don't end up winning it. But for now, very winnable here. Both teams, though, gonna start a little bit of dancing. Vinny dropping the prison. Here comes Terra in on the combo. The fall through is gonna be there. Once again, 2 dead off the prison. And I gotta say here, Vest, it feels like Vinny has come alive. Great prisons, better wall setups over and over again right now for 100 Thieves.
Definitely. I mean, Vinny, it's been a player that you've looked at in the past for 100 Thieves to ensure that they're getting a lot of value setting up the rest of the team. And he's definitely doing it right now. 100 Thieves committing the combo. Gonna hold off for now. 3 ults off the board. And Envy, they didn't commit anything there, right? Like, okay, let's try to like maybe use a God of Mischief, stay in the fight, force something out. So that's what Envy wanted. They wanted to get some ults out of 100 Thieves. This is their kind of their opening now. Knowing there's nothing huge on the field for them currently. If this is a failure in this moment, this offense doesn't go well, I mean, then it's a little bit troubling for Envy. I mean, 2 minutes left on the board.
Terra lives. Terra takes down speedily. I think it was a little bit on the flank. Punishes. Now Clue's going to try and make up for lost time here. Meteor M, guess what? Regen domain is everywhere. No one's getting dunked. However, you got Window investing in with the Strangling Prison. Cal now looking for the fall through the takedown Loki. The counter Meteor M from TTK though comes on in, finds Cal. 100 Thieves handling this beautifully. The fate of both worlds coming in for SJP, keeping people alive as Selena dances a dance of death into the back.
Game 5.
And another great wall too from Vinny to follow up. And you know, I talked about how TTK here on the Magneto sets up there. What a good find for TTK. And a really great region domain as well from Harvey, making sure that there's no value gets found from Meteor M. One of the combos there to make sure, like, okay, while it's active, you're not going to be getting a limb. And Envy, come back in here with a minute remaining on the clock. They haven't got a Mischief. They have a Dance of the Butterfly, speedily just not had the chance to use it yet. But the problem is you're walking into another one of the Vinny's Strangling Prisons. And you're just going to have to use a God of Mischief to keep everyone up just for that combo right there. By that time, 100 Thieves probably going to build some more.
Speedily, you have been the hero earlier in the series. Do you have it in you here once more? The dance is good to go. Doing a little bit of Psylocke poke here from the outskirts. Meanwhile, Vinny has a Strangling Prison. You have to work around that. Into the back we go. Dance the Butterfly running in the neutral, takes down Terra. Public enemy number 1 out of the fight for 100 Thieves. Off the assassination of Speedily. Doesn't even need to use the ult for it. Terra, gone. Seeing the Kraken impact over him, but Vinny, though, was able to punish Cal. I think he used Strangling Prison while that was coming on in. They're able to get 1 pick off. And now Dance the Butterfly going to be used here by Speedily, trying to keep things going as Cal picks off 1, but Selena picks off 1 in turn. It's getting a little bit scrappy right now, Vast.
Cal getting saved narrowly there by Nero. But a little bit deep almost, but gets saved. And Speedily just being the moment, being the hero here is Selena. Committing the Dance of the Butterfly, gonna go down, not gonna get a lot. And Envy finally, torturously getting this cap. And, you know, I said Envy doesn't need to rely on Speedily. It's okay. But actually, I mean, maybe they need to do a bit because that opening pick really, I mean, gave them the opening there because there was a chance they still might have turned it.
And it was so patient too, right? He's waiting for the Loki lamps and then the Luna ult. Then he finally gets his turn. Envy, don't win this map. The chat wants a game 5.
Puckett, agent of chaos. But he's not wrong. The chat absolutely wants a game 5. We'll see how this one goes. Clues, though, just drops some Meteor M. Does get too much from it. Window holding on to the Strangling Prison. 100 Thieves, tools that they're hanging on to right now, including the Kraken impact. Wombo combo. Window drop the prison here first. Harvey immediately down in turn. The fall through is good. Off Window's prison. And, oh, Vinny invests. Vinny drops the prison over and hit. I mean, TTK is able to get 1, but that's an interesting decision going in here for 100 Thieves. And Window ends up falling, and they're making it work a little bit here, Vest. More than expected while still down.
There are Cal, though, getting some cleanup picks. They keep the cart moving, and that was actually an insane reaction, Strangling Prison from Window. I mean, Window getting caught there, just immediately investing it, getting some picks out of 100 Thieves, and forcing them to commit for that fight further. And for Envy, that's not a terrible exchange. Get some cart time, get some ults out of 100 Thieves. As Selena's made the swap over to Doctor Strange. So now you see a counter.
Yo,
what
how does Groot use the internet?
I don't know the punch of this
he
joke.
logs on. Go ahead.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Well, okay. 2 picks here from Envy to kick things off. 100 Thieves already a bit of trouble. I mean, you got dancing here from Harvey. It's going to delay. And, okay, Vinny drops the prison again. And a fight was only rough, but TTK gets the Meteor M. They invested all for the Vanguard Wombo combo, and it pays on off as Terra's now in on the magic. Versatility and spades for 100 Thieves, and gambling that actually works, Vast.
Well, you know what I say. You know what they say about gambling. eventually don't never stop. All gamblers eventually win big. And for overall for 100 Thieves, I mean, I like the swaps in general because they went for a very fast recontest. They wanted to just force out some of those bulwarks from Kalush so they could set up the combo, and the combo works out perfectly. And now Jelena, the only one with the ult there on 100 Thieves, it'll be a very, very strong bank. But I imagine for 100 Thieves, they're not going to try to give them too much breathing. They're going to try to go aggressive. Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, cancel. Well,
it got completely canceled. He got nothing from that. Meanwhile, Kalush goes, this is how it's done. And, okay, drops Meteor M, doesn't get much. Dancing taking place right now for 100 Thieves, trying to keep in the fight. Speedily though, into the back off the dance, finds Harvey. One up right now is Envy. Overtime in progress. Envy, if they want to avoid a map 5, they cannot fall in this fight. They're up 1 here so far. They're looking for TTK. TTK again low. Here comes Cal, cracking impact. Finishes off 2 with the execute. And Envy stays alive for now, Avast, but they have a long way to go, and they got no more margin for error.
In an OT situation, can't get off point, no ults, and you're having to deal with, I mean, the Dark Child is going to be available. You're going to have a Strangling Prison. There's going to be a lot of ults really up for 100 Thieves. They could even just play it slow, just wait for a traditional Meteor M combo. But no, Terra going to go early.
Dark Child it is.
They don't get
on in, and okay, a little bit problematic at the beginning, but recovery coming out in here from Terra as they try and make it work. If was able to get Window in the middle of the chaos, Terra into the backline finds another, and 100 Thieves, they are gonna stop Envy here and now. Not before they get to the point though, so a minute left here from Envy. A lot of time for 100 Thieves to force a map 5.
Yeah, I think I think they were kind of hoping they were going to get a contest there, because I don't even know if they necessarily wanted to stay on the Magic. Maybe they're just done it for the recontest and they were close to ult, but now they're kind of locked into it for the spawn hold. Not necessarily bad. As 100 Thieves playing very aggressively on the doors. Envy though, sub 1 minute remaining, so they have to be kind of careful.
Jelena just looking for the Eye of Agamotto that can end it. Vinny, so good at the Strangling Prisons here so far. Into the back, Jelena goes,
canceled again.
Again, the Agamotto gets absolutely stuffed in the back line. However, TTK says, that was a distraction, the Meteor M, that was the main course. I'm gonna force feed it to you.
However, I mean, the ults for 100 Thieves, there's 20 seconds on the board. The cart is very close to the spawn. Speedily has to make sure not to go down. Gonna stay up. Envy, you're about to have 3-4 ults on board here because this cart is so close to the spawn doors. There's plenty of time for Envy to go to the recontest.
10 seconds left here for MB, trying to prevent a map 5. Are they gonna be able to do it? Kaluj back on his bread and butter. It's Kaluj on Strange. You talk about retro for 100 Thieves. How about retro for Kaluj? Walks on forward, ready to channel the power. Eye of Agamotto good to go. Tries to bait out some responses here. Hanging on the whole way through. Meanwhile, you got the Dark Child over and in, drops it, hits 3. It's a 3-man Eye of Agamotto, and Envy is there in the fall through. Takes down 2 here so far. Might be what they need to keep this one going, Avast.
Kalush making moves happen. Really good job with the bait too, keeping the levitate. But 100 Thieves, they don't want to give it up. They're committing them. They're making sure they commit more. Dance and Butterfly had to go out for Speedily just to finish up here on point. A little bit of a fear pop there, thinking like maybe we can stay in this fight a little bit longer. And a relatively expensive fight for Envy too. The fight just went for so long, and 100 Thieves, that's exactly what they wanted here. Because we're in this OT fight. They know they can just burn some ults out of Envy there, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. A lot of pressure currently onto Cal, onto Speedily to make sure, okay, can we find an early neutral pick? Maybe we can get a wall from Window, just anything. Anything to just isolate someone early, because there's just nothing in the bank. But Kaluj, look at this, portals on the doors, but they still have time. They have time though. They definitely still have time. It just will put a little bit of a damper in it.
Groot sad. Groot in jail. Finally, Groot able to get back on out. Makes it so if Envy can win this fight, they will extend the series. However, you got to stay out of jail. And Vinny right now looking to put you in on any charge possible. The Strangling Prison ready to go. Walls at the back line, setting things up. Jelena ready to dance. And Vinny, when are you going to let this fly? Window, gang poked on down. 100 Thieves still waiting. Strangling Prison going to come in. Is fall through going to be there? TTK, Meteor M, good to go. Terra gets cracking it back in time. And the fall through is going to be there. I hope you like map 5s here, Vast, because that is where we're going.
Final score,
100 Thieves, I mean, they can play. If there's one thing they can play, it is a Magneto Groot comp. That is something that they're feeling very, very comfortable with. And I loved the play from Vinny. You highlighted him continuously there. And even at the end, making sure to just the position of a Vanguard General can put pressure onto your strategist line, right? So he went for a really aggressive peek. He used some walls and he walks forward. And Nero's like, oh no, like, is he going for the Strangling Prison? Like right now? Like, is it time? And they put so much pressure on them where they feel the idea like, okay, we're getting hit. Vinny's really aggressive. Let's go for the pop. Let's pop the Fate of Both Worlds, and they don't have it for a later situation. Now, obviously, they're still gonna have the Wombo combo there. It's still like gonna typically burst through that healing, but very, very good positioning from Vinny.
Guys, that was so fun to watch. And towards the end, I saw a magic. That was the highlight of the day for me. But then I switched over. Terra MR is streaming right now. So if you want to watch one of the best duelists in North America's POV, you can hear just his comms. You don't hear the rest of his teammates, but he will be live streaming his run here on Rivals Fight Night. Want to give him a shout out. Also, it looks like he's grown 3 more inches on that mop of a mullet he's been growing. Well done. The dirtier you look, the better you play. It's a secret in the gaming universe of us that us elders, we've been passing down to the youngsters.
Is that true? I don't know if that's true, but I mean I think it's hygiene is very important, players. Okay, so
Brush
make
your
sure
teeth,
to
kids.
shower, brush your teeth.
I don't know.
I'm not saying that Vinny doesn't, but
we don't have to call it any names. I'm thinking about some of the legendary OWL apartment stories. And the reality is that some of the best players actually lived in toxic waste dumps. If you stop and think about it, it's true.
that's true, but that's behind the scenes. You don't see that in Perrin in the appearance. That's more so like you open up the door and you see like
Gamers sexy. You should date gamers. Gamers are clean and know how to shower. Going into a game 5, we got Envy versus 100 Thieves with Dace Cheskin coming in with the subscription. Thank you for your Prime. Remember, Amazon already has your money. Why not give some of it back to us through them by using your Prime? If you're getting free deliveries at your front door, like your grandma sends you 3 times a month, you can simply use your Prime. Avast, we're going into game 5. The chat wanted this. Can we watch the highlights again? Because we have a whole lot of Terra in here, but then you highlighted the sleepy one speedily coming in with some fantastic dancing of the butterflies.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a great map for all the duels players. For me, really, the name of the game here was, I think the 100 Thieves Vanguard line looked really, really good here. Minus that play, minus the wall strengthening prison that came from Vinny. I mean, TPK
cool.
ended up with I think he ended up with like 16 final limbs in this, just because they were constantly setting up combos. So in general, this was a really good setups coming out from the 100 Thieves front line. So even though there's a lot of highlights coming out from the duelists for both these squads, I think there's a 100 Thieves Vanguard masterclass.
Yeah, they're always set up. You can see the Luna damage boost is there. We've got Strangling Prisons. We've got Meteor M's falling on top of their heads. The combos come through, but it's Terra's screen that shines the brightest. Cal had a few highlights, but we didn't see anyone rocking the old school X-Men pants as well as Terra did.
No, not at all. And I mean, look, that look is a classic. It's vintage, as you might say, as 100 Thieves basically have been in the maps they have won. And to me, as I look at this, I think for Envy, you're on the verge of elimination now. You the verge of getting reverse sweeped. It used to be the I remix reverse sweep, and now it's just the Envy potentially getting reverse sweeped. And at some point, you have to look at what has 100 Thieves been doing really well at here. And yes, Terra's been a problem. Vinny's setup to all this on the Groot has been the biggest problem that Envy has had, bar none. I think you chop down the tree. I think you take a page out of Virtus.pro's book and you burn the forest down going into the next map.
Come on, ZP. You don't want to see more Groots in North America? I'm loving this Groot v Groot battle up front.
Hey, I'm loving it. It's just what you got to do if you want.
What is Window better
Lorax
at,
does
though?
not
If you remove the Groot, what do you want Window to flex over to? Because he's the new guy alongside Cluj, right?
I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, I would say he's by far the newest amongst them. I do think also, okay, it's Hazard. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for supporting the channel. The observers are going to be eating good tonight. We're going to give them a couple more grains of rice. But
asparagus?
Overall, yeah, maybe
potatoes.
some asparagus with it. No meat, no proteins, though. But I think for Window, I don't really know his hero pool good enough to say like what he potentially might play outside of the Groot. Realistically, he can play the Groot. I have a hard time believing he can't also potentially like flex onto some of the other more traditional picks. The problem also is that when you have such a good like Strange player, like Doctor Strange player with Kaluj, like it must feel kind of like a bit of a pressure of like, surely will Window even play that if they're gonna make the swap? Would he play like a more secondary tank? Maybe he plays like an Emma Frost, but Kaluj also plays that. So I'm not totally certain what Emma Frost, or rather what Window's hero pool is in complementary to Kaluj's necessarily. So it is kind of an interesting question.
We have not seen any Fireboy, and we will not, says 100 Thieves, the first band coming through. On the other side, Iron Fist.
It's gone!
No! They went with the group. By the way, we also hit our sub goal. Thank you very much, everybody. This is episode 11. All of our episodes are up on youtube.com/Rivals Fight Night. You can check out some of our action there. Max v Phantom challenging Golden Boy for the highest gifter over on Twitch. We're also live on YouTube and Twitter. Back to the bands. We see once again, Speedily is going to get his Psylocke protected. Now you'll probably see Terra get his Winter Soldier. That was kind of what I thought might happen here. Is the Winter Soldier as good without the group rooting everybody together, Avast?
It's still pretty good, but it definitely takes a hit. I mean, because depending on what Hunter Thieves might play, they might even try to pull out like the OG, the 1.0, like a Doctor Strange, like Magneto composition with Emma Frost gone, with Groot gone. Like, it kind of feels that way potentially. So I do think like it's kind of an interesting look here. Can you make that work against teams that have played? It kind of worked, I think, back in the day because teams were not very good. You know, everyone's evolving continuously. There was a lot of like not very much split pushing. You need to be masters of the split push. So if you don't have the group to kind of set that up, I don't know if the Winter Soldier is going to have as much impact.
Can NA play Venom, ZP? We saw Nevix, the best main tank on the planet, forced onto a Venom earlier.
And I can play it. They don't really like it that much. I mean, even going all the way back in the day, it was more of an EU thing. I don't know if we're necessarily going to see it, but there was a world where teams like Sentinels would run Venom all the time. So every now and then it rears its head in NA. I don't think we're going to necessarily see it here. Probably going to see more in the Magneto end of things here. You know, Magneto into Emma. Well, not Emma because Emma's banned. So the Magneto though, for sure.
Avast, you didn't miss it. You saw that sub, right?
I did. I saw the sub, and once again, you know, the observers were at another vegetable. One veggie per sub of the observers. They're going to be eating
asparagus,
real good.
we got potato. We will give you 3 pea pods, observers.
So it's going to be the Adam Warlock band too, as well from 100 Thieves. So they really don't want to play against the res comp into Envy. They want to see Cal on the Adam Warlock, and it's really a question of what does Envy want to get rid of? Like, I don't know, like a cap?
Captain. Yeah.
Okay.
So they wanna,
cap.
Don't want to deal with some annoyingness. They know that Vinny doesn't have his Groot. He might take out his anger with a Captain America. Not happening, they say. Quick reminder, what is up next are NA Grand Finals. Who's playing in it? It's going to be Shroud-X. They won in week 10. They will be playing the winner of Envy or 100 Thieves. So if you're just joining the stream, thanks for being here. Hit the follow button. Let's jump in to game number 5. The NA challenger is Burnin' T'Challa. On the mic for this one, we have Tempo ZP and Avast_O.
He's not wrong. No, those are our Twitter handles, Avast, and he's got us dead to rights. Where you can, by the way, follow us on social media. That is how it works. But Burnin' T'Challa, we're ending here with domination, and Vinny doesn't get to end with the Groot here, Avast. So gonna be a different look coming out from 100 Thieves if they want to complete the reverse sweep.
Yeah, very different look, which is why I'm like, I look at the bands. I'm like, are they just gonna pull out the OG? Like, are we just gonna play like Mag Doctor Strange? I really don't think it's gonna be happening. Yeah, it looks like maybe Vinny could be seeing a little bit of Venom play. It's much more likely to see Envy play that because Kaluj loves playing Strange. I mean, is the Strange player, right? Like, known for just busting it out. I wouldn't be shocked to see if 100 Thieves want to play a little bit more mobily, keep Vinny on that Venom, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. So it's going to be Kaluj back on a signature pick and Vinny moving over to the Venom.
It's going to be interesting because you get way less control for 100 Thieves relative to before. And in fact, Envy still gets pretty reasonable control again, that they're okay running double shield with the Strange and the Magneto. So see how Vinny makes this work where you've gone from basically playing a builder to, Cal just killed both supports. Both Shroud is dead. Okay, Cal, please calm down. It's over. Like, they're already dead.
I mean, Vinny literally, Vinny sat on top of the statue and just watched 3 people die. Like, there was like he didn't even get to go. Like, is it my turn? Do I get to play the game now? Or is it like, or you still have it? Like, your big brother still has the controller. And it's like, okay, my turn. Like, come on. Like, I'll go. Like, I'll play next. It's like, no, after this level.
That's completely ridiculous, is what we just saw. So 100 Thieves, not the start they were looking for. Incredible neutral presence in from Envy, and Cal doesn't.
What are you supposed to do about this?
Die.
What are you gonna do about this? He's not missing.
Oh.
They are not missing. Cal is literally not missing. I mean, Delana is just taking a peek and immediately taken out. I mean, they're fearing him. He's in the trees. They're in the trees. They're hearing the sounds of Cal just all around them. Delana has, I mean, they swapped. Terra's gone Wolverine. They said Delana has swapped, but rather Terra has swapped. They said, like, okay, actually, we need to do something about this.
That's ridiculous. Everything about the opening of this has been ridiculous and completely cow-pilled. As we're seeing here. Now, we got... Oh, okay. Vinny goes in, goes like, I will pressure him. No, Vinny, you will simply fall. Delina, though, does get one pick off in turn. 100 Thieves now going to burn their bank. Meteor M in from TTK, grabbing one as Terra gets one off the dive. So, 100 Thieves striking a little bit deeply here, not getting dominated neutral for this fight. Envy, though, still delaying with Fate of Both Worlds, though. You'd think they would be okay just leaving and going for a reset.
Wait, they committed. Wait, Cal solo forced the God of Mischief and just got the God. They solo forced it. They literally solo forced that all. I mean, that's an insane find there from me. I mean, they did have to trade out their Fate of Both Worlds there. Maybe came out a little late, but that's a really good find still from Mimi in that fight. And now this is where the Venom comp should be getting a lot more value, especially with the Wolverine for 100 Thieves, because you can control these chokes really aggressively. You shouldn't be letting them get any of these off angles, in particular Cal, or I mean, and even Speedily too on the Psylocke. So this is where 100 Thieves have to make sure there's not an easy find for Envy.
Well, again, the God of Mischief being used here by Envy here early on. And okay, a little bit of dance coming in. Cal, though, under all sorts of pressure from Delina, returning some of the power in the neutral, but Speedily is there, makes it unfair fight, takes down Delina. Envy up one here so far. Harvey gets cut on down, and with 2 down, even with cool. Okay, TTK is actually making this a little bit more competitive. Takes down 2, has the Meteor M, but the healing is not necessarily there. It's just 100 Thieves getting forced off the point.
I mean, sure, they've gone the cap, but here comes the recontest, and SJP continues to be such a silent carry for 100 Thieves. Just what a good freeze onto Speedily. TTK going to the Meteor fights too. Oh my, dude. We talked about the debate earlier. Fuck it, we did, and I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to the Magneto, I think TTK is the controller gameplay is really, really good when it comes to Magneto.
And it's not just TTK there; it's also the teamwork to take down the regen domains before letting it fly. The timing from 100 Thieves there was absolutely sublime. And as a result, we're even things up here. But here comes Kalu. She's got an Eye of Agamotto, and that at times can be problematic for anyone on the opposing side.
And there isn't a bionic hook, you know, no instant cancels outside of maybe SJP, just gonna hit like a freeze. So there isn't a lot of options necessarily to deny it quite as much. As if he's going for the poke, looking to set up a lot of ults here on the board, is trying to find the kidnap of Kaluge, but Bulwark's available.
Kaluge going to the sky. And if you're 100 Thieves, you know the eye is coming. It's just, what is the timing going to be? Kaluge getting forced on back, and 100 Thieves, they decide, go, go, go. We're diving on in. Envy responds to the Fate of Both Worlds of their own. Kaluge gonna drop it, only hits Terra off the Eye of Agamotto, and Terra's healed back up, so Eye of Agamotto not gonna get too much done. Vinny dropping his ult in turn. Window with the Meteor M. Speedily was able to take down Terra. One up right now is Envy. Cal goes to the sky, so is Delina. Into the back line we go. Speedily, dance to the butterfly, strikes deeply, gets both strategists, and surely this sets up Envy for the round.
Very expensive fight, though. I mean, 100 Thieves are going to have a contest potentially here with the Doctor Strange. There's an option here because the cap's just not going to happen. They still have some time to burn off the bank. So Envy, nothing here. And this is still a little scary depending on if they are able to keep eyes on Terra, because Terra's going to be looking for the flank, potentially just looking for the touch. Exactly what they're going to do. But frozen, gets the touch, stays alive.
Yeah, freeze is nice, but the follow through not there. 100 Thieves, they earn themselves in our fight. Delina and Cal both strike, but Cal gets into the back, deals with and also reses the strategist that got picked off to begin with. Way better exchanges here for Cal, gets SJP in the end. And Envy, at this point, 100 Thieves running out of time here in the first round in map 5. And Envy now 1 round away from the money match and the showdown with Shroud-X.
And that's something we have not seen a lot of recently, is that team up with the Loki, with the Hela, and Cal just being the difference maker here for Envy. Getting that pick, and like you said, it was a much better exchange because they bring back their Loki. You know, Month comes back. And now for 100 Thieves, it's do or die, last round potentially for them. And Envy, I mean, the comp is looking great for them.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right.
I feel like the homework was done already for Shroud-X. Okay, if I'm playing 100 Thieves, I ban out their Groot. If I'm playing against Envy, is there a star you gotta ban out?
Okay.
I mean, I think Envy still looks really comfortable on the Psylocke. If you don't want to run Psylocke yourself or you feel not great about it, I think Psylocke is a perfectly reasonable ban. But also the two teams, I think Shroud-X is more comfortable playing some of the newer threats like Torch than 100 Thieves seems to be. So I think it'll be a different series if it is Envy versus Shroud-X.
Yeah, that is coming up after this. Winner will play Shroud-X for $1,000. It's your Week 11 North American Championship. But right now, Challenger Final.
Also, another good ban here, ZP, is just, I don't think there's very many teams in North America could ever match Cal's Hella, you know? So a Hella ban could work pretty decently. You know, there's only like really two teams I would feel like are super targeted there, like 100 Thieves and Envy when it comes to Hella. But now,
Energy?
keeping our comp, yeah. But even still, I think I'd rather take the two potentially, even though I do think Energy is very, very good. But Envy, holding on to the same comp, no swaps across the board, except Vinny on the thing here. It might be a clobbering time.
Meanwhile, Kalush has Ivagamoto, gets abducted. How's the Kalush gonna do? Oh, Kalush is gonna die. Kalush immediately taken down. Terra making sure it happens. 100 Thieves at a big advantage in Envy. They decide to delay here. They're gonna go with Fate of Both Worlds, and oh, Loki goes down! Month went down after using the Olivast. Huge pick off here from 100 Thieves.
And it's a really interesting swap here with the thing as well on this point in particular, because okay, you're gonna be using those in battle leaps to give the damage reduction, but just get a slight nerf. You know, it's only 20%, 25%, I should say, of that damage reduction now. But just continuing to set up this really aggressive plays for Terra, getting pressure, and also because you're playing so much Brawl, you're getting cleave there with the right click. So Envy looking to recontest here, 4 ults in the bank. And for 100 Thieves, they're going to be looking to just fight really, really aggressively, letting Vinny and Terra just be kind of this 1-2 combo.
I think conversely, you look at Envy right now, you still gotta be having all eyes on Kalush. Staying up here with the Eye of Agamotto, 100 Thieves, they know it's coming, they're looking to play around it. And 100 Thieves right now, back a little bit, Kalush up into the sky, into the back line he goes, the Eye is gonna be channeled, it's dropped,
That's
it's
a zero,
absolutely nothing! Kalush hits nothing, meanwhile Delena strikes, finds Cal, Terra punishing Window in turn. And with Kalush getting nothing, it's going to be so difficult for Envy to turn anything in this fight. They're down 3, and Vinny, he's a swinging.
I mean, this is actually a really heads-up swap for 100 Thieves, because they've made essentially a 2-man army. They're going to walk around, take very aggressive fights with their high health pool and their sustain, and then because their supports are so mobile, they can just place a split. If they're keeping the heads-up eye on Kalush, I mean, the Eye of Agamottos aren't going to get a ton of value here. And so Envy looking to recontest, not much in the bank. I mean, they'll get another Fate, they'll probably have both strategies, they'll probably get another Goddess of Death. But for 100 Thieves, they're gonna just want to take another aggressive fight and just look to set up Terra again here with the, with just the last stand.
If you're Envy, you're going to Cal and go, can we get some of the Terra magic? Can we get a pick in the neutral? No, you're good enough. Do what you did back on round 1. Get some free shots here on the Terra, not the worst opening. Nearly gets the Wolverine pick. And now, if you're Envy, you gotta move quickly. 95% time running against you. The freeze from downtown puts some pressure on the Cal. Regen domain forced out. 100 Thieves in the neutral working really, really good. They force out the Fate of Both Worlds here from Narrow. And so far, looking very healthy in turn. They get their own fade up. SJP immediately pops it. And look at TTK, the hero so many times here on Magneto. About to get the Meteor M. Up and going. It's clobbering time from Vinny. I don't think Vinny hit anything. Vinny hits absolutely nothing at the clobbering time. Now TTK answering. Meteor M trying to take advantage. Also gets nothing. The Vanguard ults for 100 Thieves do not connect. Window punishes terrible. And here comes Envy. Kalush hits 2 with the Eye of Agamotto. And Envy, can they get the fall through speedily? It takes down SJP. And Envy might have done it to extend this out.
Maybe, but Delena finds Month late, so there's still a chance here for the recontest. However, then he goes down, Regen Domain out, so the sustain not too strong here for 100 Thieves, and I think this should slowly be the closeout now with Delena going down. Don't have to worry about those picks. And 100 Thieves taking Envy to the brink here, and now Envy has to play perfectly. We've been in this situation before, where you're just on domination, you're just like, okay, I need to make sure, like, let's remove all the ults from Envy rather. They can play, they don't have to worry about playing perfectly as already. Window getting caught, has the Meteor M to get out.
Yeah, not the greatest here from Window. Meteor M though would be a great clapback if it hit. Does not hit though. 100 Thieves back out. Need one more fight to force the ultimate round here on the final map. Envy, meanwhile, holding back. Nero can extend the fight out here. Fate of Both Worlds likely going to be used here early. Terra gets his passive popped. Nearly goes down. And now, has the last stand ready to go. 100 Thieves still looking here in the setup. Here we go. Vinny drops up and over. You get the dance of the butterfly in from Speedily, trying to get anything, just forces out SJP, but that's a massive eye of Agamotto for Kaluj. Redemption, 5 people stunned, 2 immediately down, and feast or famine right now for Kaluj.
Under Thieves still committing ults here, though. I mean, it was a 5-man clobbering time going out from Vinny, but unfortunately, they didn't have the damage. They didn't sustain a little bit of an overcommit. 100 Thieves, what would have been potentially the opening they need, but wait, Kaluj, frozen, caught. They need to save him. They can't.
Uh-oh, 100 Thieves here, off of the stagger. TTK comes in, drops Meteor M, does not hit. However, with the pickoff on the Kaluj, now a window of opportunity opening here for 100 Thieves. 72%, trying to extend out the series. Envy, 25% away. Delina able to chase down Cal. 100 Thieves now making this work. They sense blood in the water. Fate of both worlds gonna use this. They rush over in the Envy. Envy having the strategist all of themselves. Speedily though, getting super, super low here. Look at Speedily here in the left, does get healed just in the nick of time. Envy desperately trying to restabilize 100 Thieves. Their dancing is about to come to an end, and Window could do it, could end 100 Thieves here and put Envy into the money match. The Meteor M is ready, so is the Dance of the Butterfly. Terra poking here to the back, last stand. Good to go. Window though, still prodding. Kaluj going for a little bit of ride. The last stand is ready. Forces out the regen domain. Delina though, meanwhile, finish off Kaluj. Kaluj dead. Delina to the sky. And what is going to happen here, Delina? Looking for the shots. 100 Thieves, 99 to 99. Window though, Meteor M is huge. Backed up by the Dance of Butterfly. Envy, this could be it. 100 Thieves on the ropes. TTK low. Terra low. Vinny about to fall, but Delina still fighting fine speedily. Delina gets another and reses up Harvey. This is not over yet.
Envy now in a last-ditch situation. They do have the Eye of Agamotto, but SJP continuing to hold on to the Fate of Both Worlds, so they have an option to stay alive for a little bit longer. There's no combo yet. TTK, though, hold on to Meteor M. They're going to commit the Fate of Both Worlds, and right now, ZP, I mean, it's just a dance. Can Kaluj set up this Eye of Agamotto? Can they set up the fight?
He's going on in, Kaluj. First one was 0, last one is 5. What's this one gonna be? Dives on over.
0.
0 again for Kaluj, does not connect. Meanwhile, Vinny goes up and over, hits 2, speedily dead from the Eye of Agamotto stun. Delina on the finish. 1 down now here from Envy. Muff continuing the dance. And is it gonna be enough? Terra off over, able to dive, get Kaluj. 100 Thieves trying to take control of the fight. Can they force the final round? They might have just done it.
It's long. It's taken a long time, but the OT spawns are high. No one's coming back. No ults on the board for Envy. And 100 Thieves, I mean, they've taken us to finally, I mean, this is going to be the last round of this, and it's going to be an absolute banger. I mean, Kaluj just trying to play that dance for so long, trying to set up the Eye of Agamotto, completely countered the bulwark, saved there from TTK, just denying any of the value.
One of the best dominations we've had on Rival Fight Nights, and you are all in store for a whole nother match after this. Is the NA Challenger match here, week 11. Fight Night, Envy, 100 Thieves, final round. Winner plays for $1,000 next.
And also at stake, if 100 Thieves is able to take this round, this would be the reverse sweep of Ast. They would have brought themselves back from the brink where Envy looked dominant, taking the first 2 maps. We could sing nothing but praises of the new Envy roster. But in this case, you wonder, do you have to teach an old dog new tricks? And the answer may be no. 100 Thieves winning a lot of this, more old school style.
No, it's not. It's gonna be bubbles for speed, unfortunately.
You won't
get there.
Coward.
They will not. They will not. No real swaps across the board. But however, 100 Thieves looking like they actually want to roll out with TTK here on the Doctor Strange early now. So they made a bit of a swap. Vinny going to the Magneto. So they want to mirror here. They want to have the Doctor Strange. They want to have, which makes a lot of sense because you can block a lot of the sight lines here. You can be really aggressive up to the high ground, get some value. The Eye of Agamotto really good into the chokes here, but definitely a bit of a change up here for 100 Thieves. Something we have not seen in a long time.
Also right now, just seeing the Hella versus Hella battle, both respecting each other a little bit, neither full committing. And now, both teams trading out in the neutral game right now. Window going to open up here with an early Meteor M. Kaluj got Terra down early. Meteor M forces the rest of 100 Thieves back. So Envy going to get first control of the point here. Speedily looking to make it a little bit more devastating. Drops the Dance of Butterfly. Hasn't got anything else with it as SJP counters with Fate of Both Worlds. Delina, meanwhile, into the sky. Dropping damage from Hella from above. 100 Thieves, they feel this is winnable. They're going to drop another dance here from Harvey as they rush into Envy. TTK, Eye of Agamotto. It only hits Cal in the back. That's all they get. Kaluj, meanwhile, drops his eye and gets nothing. Not great if you're here for Agamotto. Meanwhile, Terra, last stand into the back. That's enough to take down Kaluj. And now 100 Thieves up 1, moving forward to Envy, starting to push Envy off the point speedily. Goes though and gets Harvey into the back. 2 down here as Envy still maintaining control.
Speedily making so much happen here too, just getting those aura heals away from the idle aura. And despite Kalush going down, 100 Thieves losing those strategies, losing the sustain, and Envy, they get to stay here in this fight and Speedily making a gigantic heads up play. So 50% in the bank now for Envy. 100 Thieves, I mean, they are definitely fighting for their tournament life. Obviously, both these squads trying to make it to the finals and would be a legendary reverse sweep. 2 meteor rims out on the field, nothing much else, but they have to be worried because Speedily's farmed up another Dance to the Butterfly here. There's no strategy ults for 100 Thieves.
If Speedily has been ult tracking well, this could be as free gets. 100 Thieves running out of time. They've come so far, but may fall here at the finish line. Meanwhile, Envy trying to stay alive. They can't! Kalush cannot get away. The focus fire, good enough. Sets up 100 Thieves. Up 1. TTK takes down Window. The Vanguard's decimated here from Envy. And this should be a point flip coming on in speedily. There's only so much you can do. And now 100 Thieves are on the board, but Envy have asked potentially just 1 fight away from being in the money match.
And Envy, they have all the time in the world, sort of, to do it. Because relatively, you know, comparatively to 100 Thieves, because they have a lot of time bank to work with. Their ult bank is pretty good here. And for them, the name of the game is, okay, let's get in. Try to find a favorable fight. If we can just force ults, just remove some of the bank here for 100 Thieves, that's still fine for us. We're going to have some recontest opportunities. And if you see a really great opportunity when you've already got something, some picks on the board, even better, you can commit. So now Envy just taking this higher ground, going to be looking for the peak, trying to set up speedily, trying to set up some players just behind, put the pressure on multiple angles.
Meteor M here from Window. Does it hit? No, goes over in an SJP. Just dancing away, Delina now going to the sky. And they're gonna find anything here. Gets Kaluj in his face and knocked out of it. TTK meanwhile into that gets 2 speedily though. Dance to the Butterfly gets 1. Terra taking down Window has kind of made this a little bit more winnable now for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves up a little bit more on the point. They find speedily at the end. And have asked, this is setting us up for what could be one climactic final fight.
Kaluj gonna go down a little late. Some of those late stagger limbs for 100 Thieves. And TTK, what a great eyeball Gamoto. I mean, the flexibility coming out here to swap from the Meteor, rather than the Magneto, to go over to the Mirror Kaluj and the Doctor Strange, getting tons and tons of value. But Kaluj holds on to it. Envy, 3 ults on the board, so they're going to have some options for this upcoming fight, but they have to be worried because here's the thing. Okay, you have a strategist ult, great, but guess what? Terra with the last stand. Well, if he goes down, he won't have it. Never mind. What a find there from the duels for Envy.
Terra getting caught. Envy up 1, and what could be the final fight? The reverse sweep at stake now for 100 Thieves. Can 100 Thieves still make this fight work speedily? Getting poked down, still going into the back line. Look at the pressure on the Delina. Gets mugged by the 2v1 in the back. Envy adding on to their advantage. And 100 Thieves, every ult now being burned as TTK gets 2. What in the world?
Jeremy, thank you for the sub.
That is ridiculous. TTK with 2, Vinny with 1. The Vanguards for 100 Thieves going wild when they need it most. TTK takes out Kaluj. TTK unable to be stopped here on the Strange overtime.
They can't touch.
And the 100 Thieves, the reverse sweep is real. They will go on to fight Shroud-X. Envy,
Whoa.
they drop it.
Whoa, 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 Avast, what did we just witness without Groot? In a game 5, 100 Thieves wins the final 2 rounds in a domination. Did Envy blow it, or did Thieves just clutch up? Chat is saying they may be the best desperation time team in Rivals Fight Night.
Backs against the wall, they make it happen. And I mean, this is just, to me, the story of a Vanguard line coming alive, right? Of this front line in general for 100 Thieves, where they seem kind of quiet. They're like, okay, Terra, they're doing a ton of deadlifts. We're not seeing much out of Delana, who's obviously been solved, but it's not really that same Delana that we know and love. And then TTK and Vinny just kind of power through there, even you see in the final round, but just in general, you see just the flexibility coming out, the value they're getting on their respective roles. And for 100 Thieves, that is the name of the game for me, is just more so these frontline players, these Vanguards for 100 Thieves, looked incredible by the time the series ended.
While we're sitting at 1,500 viewers, quick reminder, we are just 250 subs away from the Avast Squirrel Girl cosplay. We are getting there. We are nearly at half. We're at 239. We need to get 500 ZP, but I feel like episode 15, we're going to be seeing nuts. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's where we got to go. It's what the people want. It's what the people demand. But my, oh my here, the fact that we had a reverse sweep in such a dramatic fashion, just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Let's take a look at some of the best moments here. And I got to ask, was it Terra? Was it Delana? Who are we giving credit to? Because I feel like without that pick on your Hella, bringing Harvey back into the game, this is all over in 2 rounds of Ast.
For sure, and I do think that overall, I think it's kind of like a game of 2 parts, right? A tale of two series. Because at the beginning, Terra is doing a lot of the work for 100 Thieves, clearly very central to the value that they're getting. But the heating up in general and just allowing this reverse sweep to occur is because the front line, the vanguards for 100 Thieves, like I said, really started getting so much more value, setting up a lot of more picks, getting a lot more just limbs in general, and just denying a lot more value for Envy. So I look at this and I say, like, okay, for me, the hero as we reach the end of the series is probably TTK, Vinny, that front line just in general. But Terra, honestly, without him, they probably would not have made it that far.
Shout out to SJP, some fantastic highlights from our strategist. Don't normally see that. Harvey, phenomenal performance on the low key. The highlights, though, came from the guy who can play Magic. He can play Wolverine. He can play Winter Soldier. He can bully you no matter where you take him. I have a feeling Terra's going to earn our MVP. We're just compiling all of the best footage. ZP, though, was this the best series we've seen? It's actually TTK. All right, well deserved to the Vanguard player today.
It's got to be TTK. Look, Terra was ridiculous, but the clutch from TTK, especially the final map, in a fight that looked like it was all but over, lands the Eye of Agamotto, picks off 2. I mean, TTK was ridiculous on the latter half of the series, and the story for me was the Vanguard players aren't Thieves in the end. And to your other question of was this one of the best series we've had? Absolutely! It's a reverse sweep, but both teams looked phenomenal from map to map, and it went to the ultimate round in Marvel Rivals, map 5 on domination. Both teams had a round. It came down to the end, 99-99. It does not get closer than what we just had here tonight.
Incredible play from both sides as it was Envy out to a hot 2-0 start. 100 Thieves learning as they play. They take it the distance. The reverse sweep is in. And now they get the honors of playing Shroud-X in our NA championship matchup. Looking at the highlights, though, there were so many great moments. So many different heroes were pulled out. Once again, the Venom came out for a moment from Vinny. Didn't work out as planned. They go back to the tried and true Magneto, Strange. You called this at the start of Ast. And some of these ultimates were the game changers with the Eye of Agamotto, catching people off guard.
They were. I mean, TTK just always been obviously a very standout Magneto player, but making the swap over here towards the Strange and looking really good into Kaluj, who's been kind of like a lot of people like, oh, Kaluj, like one of the best Strange players in North America, and no slouch for TTK because look at the final hits, 14. Obviously a lot of setup, right? And also an incredible amount of damage too. A lot of
same
setup.
Damage block as Kaluj.
Sure to remove
You're looking at what, 10,000 more damage dealt and 8 more final blows. That's a standout performance.
It is, and they're removing the regeneration domains as well. They're making sure to just pick those off for a month. But TTK just remained a very, very central part for why I think, and especially towards the end of the series, are warmed up. I mean, you look at these 2 rosters in general, and you see kind of the parity and the fun parts across the board. I mean, they have to be saying to each other, what are we, some sort of Marvel Rivals, perhaps? Like at the end of this one, after the map 5 reverse sweep?
Yo, I'm so excited for you guys on Saturday. Once again, ZP, you guys are going to be casting a phenomenal show. It's going to be called the Shroud Gauntlet. It's going to be put on by some of our people doing the production here unofficially. We don't know if either of these 2 teams are there, but we do know that our champion, Shroud-X, is going to be there. What's going to happen once we go into this new band system where I can't keep playing the same characters? Is this where Terra is truly going to shine and we're going to see like the true test of our strategists? What do you expect to see come Saturday?
I expect to see great things is where it's at. I think it's going to be unpredictable. It's going to be fun. And more than anything else, you're going to get some variety and just a stacked day of Marvel Rivals action. So yeah, I mean, this right now, this is the appetizer and we are eating good, but the best meals are still yet to come. It's a great week to be watching some Marvel Rivals.
It's been a hell of a long show already, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just getting started. This is not 8:30 p.m. We're almost at 10 p.m. and Shroud-X is ready to party against 100 Thieves. Reminder, the Shroud Gauntlet going down May 17th. Check out Shroud's Twitch for more information. In the meantime, Kaluj learning the new heights and floors of the Eye of Agamotto. So close, buddy. Just out of reach. Oh, that's the one that he nailed? I thought you were showing me the one he didn't hit. That was the huge one. Nice shot. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rivals Fight Night Week 11, and it's Why Not Speed Caston's birthday in the chat. Happy birthday, buddy. Here's a TTK bomb for you. 100 Thieves blasted past Envy. It took them 3 rounds in an hour and 45 minutes. But we got through that game 5 past Envy, and now 100 Thieves is playing Shroud-X. Avast and ZP on the mic tonight. And Avast, we should start this show by showing people the rosters. Who do you want to talk about?
I mean, they've probably seen 100 Thieves at this point. Let's talk about Shroud-X. You know, they're currently the ones that are waiting 100 Thieves here in the finals, in the final matchup. And this is a team that looked really, really good last week, obviously. And they've had a slight roster changeup because obviously we still have the Window. Yeah, we still have Window on this one. They're not there. They're not there anymore.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous. He's like, I'm back. You thought you got rid of me.
He's playing both sides. He's playing both sides, honestly. That's so smart. So smart for them over
If you were Window, though, and you weren't getting 100% play time, do you regret your decision? You played very close for Envy in a game 5, your first matchup here.
Definitely not. I mean, if you're Window, in general, if you're a player, I think if you can go to a team, especially a team that's strong like Envy, and you can get a lot of play time and look good doing it right, because Window did look very solid. I think overall, and he's gone. And he's gone now. I think
all right,
overall,
producers, we'll talk about your champions who are hosting a tournament on Saturday. It's Doomed, Vision, Impunity, Dogman, Fidel, and Nuxter. I love our producers. They don't even have to speak to us. They know what we need. ZP, Dogman, and Impunity are good. Who has more pressure on the fragging front, Doomed or Vision? Who do I need to shut down?
I mean, I test from when Shroud-X took down FlyQuest. I would say Doomed. I think Doomed, the explosive power that Doomed has is absolutely ridiculous. But in general, I feel like every aspect of the Shroud-X team has really leveled up over time. And also, I gotta do a quick throwback here. Why do so many people have May birthdays? My birthday was back on the 10th. DDK's was like on the 11th. You were on the 7th. We got Why Not Be Casting with the birthday in chat. We got Hasbro with the birthday.
Right now. Right now is his birthday. It's crazy.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Everyone got born in May.
Yeah. Why Not's birthday may or may not actually be today, but we're going to celebrate it tonight at Vast. Here we go. We're going to Krakoa. It's a map with portals. We've seen some Emma Frostings. Trying to think of what else has been a mainstay. Psylocke. Psylocke has been a mainstay on
Human
Krakoa.
Torch. Human Torch? Been a lot of Human Torch, which we have not seen played yet. And that's going to be kind of the interplay here for these squads. Is like, is 100 Thieves going to be able to make it through, I feel, through this series? Not playing any Emma Frost or Human Torch, like, at all? Like, can they really force that through against a team like Shroud-X? Like, I don't know. It's going to be kind of interesting.
ZP, I'm ready for this first domination. Are our players ready? Do 100 Thieves need an hour and a half break?
I mean, hopefully not, but it's an A. It's an A, where maybe 100 Thieves is good to go, but Shroud-X could be the ones in the bathroom. Who knows? But what I will say is that given that 100 Thieves went out of their way to ban Torch every single map in the last series, I don't think we're going to see Torch on Krakoa. I think they have just snuffed the flame out, and they just decide, nope, no Torch, not now, not ever. That is our one primo ban that we just don't want to deal with, no matter what.
All right, I'm looking through here. I got a Harvey. I got a SJP. I got a TTK. I got a Terra. I got a Vinny. Who's missing?
Well, that would be all of 100 Thieves. So, I mean, you're missing all of Shroud-X currently.
Harvey, SJP, TTK, Terra, and Vinny.
Oh, wait, no, you're right.
Delena.
You are missing one. Delena.
No.
If we could get Delena out of the bathroom and into the lobby, which I found out by going over to Terra's stream to see his lobby, we could start this show.
I give a little leeway.
Does he have a Twitter? Does anyone have his cell phone? Let's blow this guy up. There is one human holding up the 1,500 of us ready to party on Twitch and the 2,000 over on YouTube.
I love it. I love Puckett's dedication to just ruthlessly investigating who is holding up the broadcast. We got a schedule, and God have mercy, Puckett's gonna keep us on the schedule. That's how we're at.
He's in the game, baby. That's all we got to do. Intimidate. All right, Avast, let's get to our bans of protect, shall we?
Well, I mean, now that he's in the game, we still have to get to the ban protect phase first. But I think ZP probably highlighted it correctly in that it's gonna be, you know, maybe Human Torch banned the whole time. Yep. I mean, Delena's got to still get into the lobby, make sure everything's set up. And like I said, I'm giving a little bit more leeway because they did just finish the reverse sweep. You know, they probably had to go to Tostito's bathroom or whatever the hell it's called in the 100 Thieves compound. I don't know which one it is. But they, you know, they had to, like, make sure to, like, get it all ready again. And so I do think that for them, I'm going to give them a little bit more time than the average in a team, but it's going to be human.
True or false?
What's up?
All bathrooms have a bidet at the 100 Thieves compound in Texas. That's the kicker.
No idea. I have no idea. I could not tell you. I'm going to go. I'm going to say false.
He's correct. There's one without.
Okay. Wow. Most of them do have it. That's actually kind of impressive by North American
they'll
standards.
heat your seat, my guy. And we are getting this match heated up. It's time to light the fire. ZP 100 Thieves with the first ban. We'll get rid of Human Torch.
Yeah, they're not lighting any fire. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay. They don't respect Shroud-X playing the torch. Shroud-X doesn't want. Wait,
switch it. Switch it. We got it wrong.
Flipped? Is it
we
flipped?
got it wrong.
Hello. Like sanity check. Like
sanity check.
authenticity check. It's
correct. Saying it's right. So
maybe they just had like a gentleman's agreement, no flyboys at the start.
Maybe
you pick one, we'll pick another. Star-Lord?
Maybe. I mean, that's
Does
crazy.
he make it through?
So a Rocket Raccoon Protect. I mean, okay. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like they were playing this a lot earlier, so that makes a lot of sense for Shroud-X.
This is actually used on both sides because Doomed is a nasty Punisher, Terra is a nasty Punisher, and it looks like Vinny gets some walls to protect.
Yeah, Vinny wants to continue to alter the landscape to his liking. And also, look, 100 Thieves, we're seeing an insight into their draft strategy here where they know their opposition, and this is a ban strategy that is very tailored to what Shroud-X is good at. It's not the Virtus.pro strategy of just do the same bans regardless because you have no respect for any of the teams you play. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so we're seeing some respect bans going both ways. You get rid of the Punisher, so that's saying, Doomed, we're afraid of you. On the other side, they're saying, okay, Terra, put your claws away. We don't want to deal with the Wolverine. So these protects are probably going towards Strategist.
Potentially.
No,
I mean, they could also be,
Star-Lord.
I mean, they're going to protect the Star-Lord. So I think if anything, they're looking at this and like, okay, we want to play a flyer composition for Shroud-X still on Krakoa, which has been a pretty flyer-heavy map. I mean, 100 Thieves might not want to try to force that because typically it's not been something they've really cared about, is that they've always tried to force, like, they've been very ground war focused, you know? They've said land, sea, and air. No. We're more of a land type of composition, mostly land. And so I do think for Shroud-X, that's where they've been going for, is a flyer.
Pick your hero.
I respect the bans on both sides. So you're going to get a Star-Lord, but you're not getting the cocoon from Adam Warlock. The Psylocke comes in to make sure that Terra is staying on the Winter Soldier, and maybe you're going to force a Hela from Delana. Here we go. It's game number one on the mic for this one tonight. We have Avast and ZP. This is your North American Championship match. It is week 11. It's Rivals Fight Night. If you haven't already, hit the sub button, hit the follow button. Tell your grandma we're live, just like every Thursday, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. Take it away, boys.
You know, Puckett, before I fully let you get away, we got an important question for you from Finzi, off on Virtus.pro, one of our first subscribers. Finzi is still awake and wants some of your ribeye, Puckett. That's what he wants.
Finzi, come to America. I will slaughter a cow in your honor.
There you have it, Finzi. The invitation is yours. Puckett just got a new house. He's got a nice grill to go along with it. He is living his best life, and he will cook you steak if he likes you. But Avast, we're off and into it here, and it's interesting because it's going to be Krakoa, no Human Torch, and Shroud-X that decide, no. We don't want to deal with any of that flying business.
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, they've said, okay, actually, never mind. But to be fair, maybe it just could be the round, but overall, gonna be kind of just equivalent mirrors across the board. But Terra on the Iron Fist rolling out this time. So a little bit of a difference here from Terra. Says actually going to be stepping away from the Winter Soldier, playing a little more Iron Fist, which to be fair, the map very, very large. You have a lot of opportunity to navigate, maybe try to find your way to the backline to those strategists. So 100 Thieves playing a little bit differently than before, looking to set up Terra, have Terra be a bit of a chaos maker in the backline.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also a different look because Iron Fist just got banned by Envy all last series. So we'll see what Terra has in store. Whose back is going to get massaged from Iron Fist, just doing a little bit of chaos, and in he goes, up and over. The bell's been rung here, and for now, just a little bit of pressure onto the front line from Terra. In and out, and now, a little bit of a reset.
A little bit of reset, get that new change of the fire, which now does a little bit of percentage health now for the map. How cool is Terra just running around, punching like crazy, gonna find impunity as well. I mean, Shroud-X kind of just falling over slowly as, okay, we paused. I was wondering what's happening here. I was like, what's going on? I was like, it feels like there's something's missing here. Like it feels like it's a very slow fight.
We're back. Here's a quick pause, and we are back over and in. But, some of the comms may be, he's punching me in the face. How do I stop him from punching me in the face?
The big job from Tara here. I was listening into his stream. He is on hella spotting. So no matter where she's at, he's the one who's got to call her out, and then they'll jump in as a team. Keep your eyes on that play.
Yeah, that's just some irony
right?
that the guy named Vision is actually the one that is getting seen, so to speak, here
So true. Yeah, there's a lot of irony going on. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Because you just have such a big, wide open map. You have the ability to just navigate here with the Iron Fist, which maybe this makes sense why Envy was getting rid of it all the time, because they really like putting Terra on this and just trying to like mark the hella potentially. As Vision, I mean, going on the very long flank, I don't know if they have any sight on this.
Well, maybe it was like we saw the Iron Fist off to the right. Therefore, Vision, you will go off to the left, and we'll just buy you a little bit of room. But Vinny, Strangling Prison, good to go right now. 400 Thieves, 100 Thieves, a lot of ults in the bank right now. We'll see what is going to happen here. Delina right now, here on the ground, able to take down Fidel. Vinny, Strangling Prison has been used, was used for that one pick-off. Meteor M, going to be used here from Dongman, takes down one. First sign of life here for Shroud-X. Are they able to add on more? Here comes Terra, pops the ult, Impunity already down. And the Iron Fist right now working out pretty well for 100 Thieves, but from downtown, Vision, the Goss of Death, open up a little bit of opportunity now for Shroud-X.
Point pressure here for Shroud-X. They have to be worried that Terra's still alive. So it was a lot of that bonus health too. Post ult, exactly right. Yep, bonus health still keeping Terra on the point, giving 100 Thieves a chance to maybe recontest. Selena goes to the strange, set up the portal, but Impunity going to do the counter portal, and finally swap here for Shroud-X. And Vision with that really long flank, it works out in the end, gets some value there. Gonna hold on to two ults as some final limbs, some stagger limbs coming out for Shroud-X.
Upside here for Shroud-X. 100 Thieves pretty drained at the moment. I mean, Delina's gonna be able to build up a Kraken impact relatively quickly, but at the very least, you're not getting thrown into the blender in the next team fight.
No, I mean, for them, really the name of the game is like, okay, can we build the God of Mischief? Can we keep the marks? Can we keep some of this vision, funny enough, onto the sightlines here? And that's exactly what they're going to do. 100 Thieves, they see it, they call it out. Shroud-X rotates, looking to set up the Kraken impact, knowing 100 Thieves doesn't have anything in the bank. And they're fine to play it slow.
It's like cooking brisket right now. Low and slow is where Shroud-X is at the moment, but 100 Thieves, they're here on the setup. And at what point is Vision going to look behind and have Terra directly at him? But for now, Terra not really interested. Terra more interested into the front line. 100 Thieves playing it slow themselves. Going to drop the Fate of Both Worlds here from Harvey over and in. Vinny drops a Strangling Prison. Instead, though, the Eye Motor from Impunity hits 3 or 4. And Shroud-X coming on in with the Meteor M. Dongman again connecting. Takes down Delina. Doomed. Kraken impact. The cleanup in from Shroud-X, who's now coming alive.
And Shroud-X played that so well, just played it patiently. Waited for the ults to be used, tried to force out, tried to get the pressure to just burn the Fate of Both Worlds, which they do. And really that Eye Motor from Impunity is pretty interesting because also it denied Vinny the chance to just continue setting up walls to set up that Strangling Prison post usage of the ult. And we're in like a final recontest for 100 Thieves. They need to make it back to the point here. They don't have a portal. So it's very likely that maybe they're just trying to get Terra here unless they can get one of the Vanguards at the point in time. But it might be Terra looking to go for the contest, get some of that bonus health.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're hoping Terra can be the one to set this one off. Terra, over in, has the ult on deck. Is the one to start the engage here. 100 Thieves now moving on in with the Fate of Both Worlds, SJP, giving them the support they need. But now here we go. Terra gonna pop the ult. A little bit of damage here in the back. Takes down Loki. Takes down Fidel. The strategist just cleaved through like soft butter.
I mean, just nothing in the bank here for Shroud-X, and just one living Chi sent to the back, getting just the extra bonus health too from the Harmony recovery, which means they get the contest. And now Shroud-X, I mean, they have to get a touch. They need to get portals, but they're already Vinny walling off the portal, saying, "Actually, you're not coming through there for sure. Can anyone get on point in time?"
No.
The answer is no.
Very back and forth round, but I think we got a little bit of a glimpse there, Vast, of why Iron Fist wasn't allowed to be played by Envy in the last series, because I don't think it feels good when one ultimate gets used and you just see both your strategists get turned into mincemeat by Fist.
This was awesome, guys. I was listening again to his stream, and Terra sets it all up. He says, you guys walk main, I'm going to put pressure on the strategist. And then he lets them know when he's about to go. Everyone jumps on point. He pops his ult. Round is over. but that went down to the wire. I don't feel like that trick is going to work every time.
Well,
Maybe
realistically, I mean, it's kind of like there's to be fair, what else are you gonna do on Iron Fist at times? I do think that like you're playing kind of a game of like you're hunting down and looking for your opposing duelist, but other than that, what's your secondary objective, right? You're looking for strategists. You're trying to get to the back line. You're trying to just make sure to keep that pressure up because it's not like you can miss, and you're really, really mobile and you're pretty healthy. So realistically, if they stay on the Iron Fist, he's gonna be used to contest the point a lot, to keep value on the back line, to keep your pressure on the back line. So I don't know what other strategies there really are for the Iron Fist outside of hunt the duelist and hunt the strategist.
Well, Terra had a lot of success in round 1. We'll see if that is repeated here in round 2. Shroud-X right now taking a look at the Groots. Punity versus Vinny. Vinny, the Strangler Prison good to go.
He's here. He's here.
He's got this vision. Up, over, into the strategist we go. Terra being an absolute menace right now to the backline. Forces out the regen domain. It keeps the fists flowing. Forces out the fate of both worlds. And now decides, gonna start punching a tree. Meanwhile, Shroud-X, they counter dive in the 100 Thieves. Take down 3 and 4. The Vanguards from Shroud-X take good advantage of the opportunity.
And just a pretty decent ult bank there for Shroud-X, really, but definitely a ton of pressure once again from Terra. But 100 Thieves going to look to come back in knowing that they're, okay, we're not going to deal with the God of Mischief. We know we're going to not have to deal with the Goddess of Death. So we do have some good options here in the bank. And watch for Terra again to set it up, because right now that's kind of like the name of the game. Outside of setting up the Strangling Prison for the combo, it's really just Terra looking to put pressure. And for Shroud-X just playing that game of cat and mouse. Like, can we make sure that they can't get onto our backline?
Take a look here, both groups of Strangling Prison ready to go here. Harvey gonna open up here with the clone Fate of both worlds. Doomed, a little bit of danger, decides I'm gonna use Kraken Impact, get a little bit of a higher point of view, get a reset off the clone. TTK drops a Meteor Ram, doesn't get anything from it. Doomed, still working, Dongman off the Meteor Ram, able to grab one. Giving Shroud-X a key pickoff in the fight. Delina ends up falling in. We still got resets here from Doom, by the way. Up, over, he's gonna get that here. One more reset perhaps, right now not really in execute range. Grabs hook though, a little bit after. Still looking for Magneto here in the neutral. Dongman able to help finish it off. And Shroud-X maintains control.
An expensive fight. Pretty expensive fight though for Shroud-X, but I mean, overall, 100 Thieves committed a lot themselves. And I think this is sometimes also where if you have a team that's really, really good at pressing the advantage, well, okay, Vision getting caught, maybe peeking a little aggressively. No Hella here for the poke early, so 100 Thieves can try to get in pretty fast. But this is kind of that game when you're playing with the Iron Fist that you're sometimes not going to have much finishing power. But I say that Fidel going down early.
No ult required, by the way. Terra just right place, right time. May have gotten a little bit of help from Delina. Who knows? But right now, just kicking the crap out of Impunity in the back. Impunity, though, getting healed all the while, still not down. The supports and backline of Shroud-X do a decent job of keeping the Vanguards alive. Dongman now under pressure is going to get healed right back up in turn. But now, Terra popping the ult, looking for more. Delina down. Shroud-X actually doing a great job of disengaging and getting some value. The ult nearly down here for Terra, but still able to find Knock before it fades. It may not be done yet. Pops the ult, gets both strategists. What more can you ask for?
Not much. I mean, Vision's still getting a lot of value, and Doom getting another set of resets. I mean, the Shroud-X duelist line here, they're getting a ton of value. They're trying to break the Meteor too. Yep. Knowing TTK will not be able to live for that long. They can't even make it through the portal, and I don't know. I look at this and I just feel like that's kind of the issue here with this comp to a degree. And I think Shroud-X played it really well. Is that, remember, when you're playing an Iron Fist, you don't get as much burst damage in general. You're not getting that pressure. You're really relying a lot on the setups here. That's going to come from Terra. And Shroud-X are doing a really good job, in particular Doomed, just marking out, but not just Doomed, just marking Terra and making sure he can't set up without having to use like a Harmony Recovery, get some back some of that health.
Well, I also think what's happening here too is that you're giving up at times when you're doing these long setups to go on the back line. While you're doing that, you know, normally someone like Vision would have to deal with another player trying to hunt them down at the same time in the neutral, like firing back. And effectively, you have Terra making into a quasi 5-on-6 until Terra hits the point of going into the back line, and that can really impact the flow of battle between the two teams. So, you know, in a sense, I feel like for 100 Thieves, some of these engages need to happen quicker before Shroud-X is able to put themselves in a really good position.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Very fair point. Very fair point. Is tied up here 1-1 on Krakoa now. 100 Thieves just recently fought their way up through the lower bracket. Rather, not really, but more so the challenger bracket. Be here in the finals. Domin holding on to the Meteor M. There's going to be fade up with World, so some ultra both sides here. Potential for a bit of a long, drawn-out fight here on the flank.
Right now, both teams playing the neutral game, but the question is, where is Terra setting up? Because you run an Iron Fist comp, just wonder, where is Iron Fist at the moment? Under Thieves, though, trying to make something happen here now. SJP, Fate of Both Worlds. The push-in is happening, but Fidel answers in turn. So both teams a little bit of dancing. Vinny looking for the opportunity here to drop the Strangling Prison, same as Impunity. Meteor M out here from Dongman, who's been deadly so far. But now Vinny dropping the Strangling Prison, and the fall through this time is going to be there. 3-4-0 right on after.
Able to race that a little bit faster there for 100 Thieves. Ults get traded, and Vinny just finds the opening. So now first cap goes away. 100 Thieves had to invest some, of course. It's not like Shroud-X walked out of there with a completely free fight. And this is where you start to look for the value of, okay, Terra, we have control of the point. You know Terra could be a nuisance into the backline, just trying to mark some of the duelists potentially, just keep some of the pressure on. And Shroud-X is going to have to be worried about, okay, where's Terra going to show up? How are we going to make through these chokes, right? Because you walk through, Terra's going to be above you, just constantly up, using the geometry to drop down onto your backline to just go for the long flank.
While this is going on, though, no actual pressure is being applied at this moment. It is the one downside of running the Iron Fist right now, is that, you know, nothing is happening up until Terra is actually engaged. There's a little bit of the presence of fear, but here we go. Terra popping the ult, up and over. Regen domain is forced out and then immediately cleaved out, and Nuck is just dead. Why is Fidel hugging Nuck all the while? They're both just getting cleaved down at the same time, and that's about as clean gets.
Yeah, I think in that scenario it's tough because there's no strategist, so it's up for Shroud-X, so you just have the regen domain. So it's hard because, like, do you play it split? Especially because when you're trying to walk through the choke. I mean, this is the value, though, of like, okay, we had an ult, Terra's up, but now there's no living chi, right? You don't have to worry about that. You get to walk back in here knowing you're going to have some strategy ults available. And this is where it gets a bit tougher because you already see some of the hunting that's going down where Vision looking on the flank for Terra is, what is this? Terra is going real deep trying to find someone.
Yeah. So it just says hello to Nuck. Meanwhile, though, while this is going on, Vision was able to find the pickoff on the Harveys. So Shroud-X working at a huge advantage because here's what happened. They're able to go forward. Terra isn't even in the fight. So effectively, there's a period there where Shroud-X effectively has a 6-on-4 while Terra is repositioning. Fair enough. Going into the front line here, trying to buy 100 Thieves a little bit more time. 100 Thieves drop the Fate of Both Worlds. TTK, Meteor M looking, connects! The front line response from 100 Thieves is good. And at 94%, the first map may about to be theirs. It had its ups and downs, but the Iron Fist does pay off here, Vest.
It does, and I think also, like, that is one of the benefits of an Iron Fist, right? It's like, sure, you lose some of the frontline finishing power, but what you do gain is a lot of sustain and just pressure because, okay, you're down one, but guess what? You have to remove the Iron Fist still, and he's getting the bonus health. He's getting so much sustain. He's so mobile, right? He's a threat constantly to some of your squishier heroes. So I do think that's one of the benefits of running that Iron Fist comp. It was a little bit hard for Shroud-X to just remove them from the point.
I saw someone in chat say, I need that skin. If you have the Season 2 Battle Pass, NetEase would like you to know you too could look like that Iron Fist. Also, shout out not only to our events on Saturday, Shroud-X will be participating in the Shroud Gauntlet, but we also have a giveaway on the channel tonight, ZP. Before the highlights, can we talk a little bit about Intel? They're giving away a brand new CPU, and we're also sending 10 people to DreamHack Dallas. It's going to be a party. What do they need to do, ZP, if they want to get in on this Intel giveaway? Is there a website or something I could check out?
Well, yeah, it's rivalsfightnight.com. We got all the links in chat, and we are going to be giving you free stuff. Intel loves giving away free stuff. They love supporting esports here. And look, this is just how it is. Get your ticket to DreamHack, or get a processor, or get both. Why not both? Two great things that go together. But also, on that same note here, Puckett, if you're Shroud-X and you're looking at what you want to get yourself some Iron Fist bands. Keep your strategist alive.
Iron Fist at the end of that game, Terra yelling, I am the Kung Fu Master. You too could reach another level with the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K CPU. All you gotta do, rivalsfightnight.com to earn it. Avast, we didn't see a lot of Iron Fist in weeks 1 through 10 of Rivals Fight Night. Is he a character we should be expecting more of? There was a reason it looked like Envy was banning him out last match.
I mean, some teams have definitely been prioritizing him a bit. I mean, there has been obviously some of the changes that have happened, right? Where, okay, he's getting less max health, but he's getting faster health recovery. He does more damage now as a percentage health, so he's better against the Vanguards. And he also has some decreased cooldown. So overall, he's just kind of a overall buffed hero. And it brings a lot of pressure to the squishies. It does increase damage now to some of the Vanguards. So some teams prioritize him. Actually, you know what? We're going to be Iron Fist teams. We're going to try to utilize them in our lineup.
I thought it was just Winter Soldier. and Wolverine and Hela and Namor and Punisher. But no, he also has an Iron Fist. Terra continues to impress. He's not the only one. Doomed with some nice highlights. Vinny looking very comfortable back on his Groot. Do we expect Groot to be in all 5 games of Ast?
I mean, that's kind of a question for Shroud-X if they feel like they want to try to force the Groot into 100 Thieves every time. I would say in general, Groot's still one of the best heroes, one of the best Vanguards in the game, if not, potentially the best. I do think for Shroud-X, it seems like if they're willing to roll it on map 1 with the Groot, maybe they're going to stick with it for the rest of the time because we've seen a lot of Emma Frost on Krakoa in the past.
Right.
So maybe these North American teams just kind of prioritizing the Groot play instead of some of the Emma Frost play.
ZP, we've got 4 games potentially left, or we could be finishing in just 2 more. It's Shroud-X's map pick, though, and we've seen this team on the show. They've pulled off a reverse sweep of their own in the past. So what do you expect to see from the team on their pick? It looks like they've already chose the Hall of Dajalia. Will be map number 2.
I think one of two things. They're either banning Groot, banning Iron Fist, or doing both, because what we've been seeing from 100 Thieves is that they will protect Bucky above all else with their first protect. So again, this is also another why not both situation. You can take down the Groot, you can take down the Iron Fist, and look, I mean, Envy, that set them up to where they nearly took down 100 Thieves in the final map. It was a good ban strategy, even if it didn't necessarily work out at the time. I do think that's the way to approach this 100 Thieves lineup and take away some of the stuff that they love most.
Big shout out to Riley Reed. We are now just 262 subscriptions away from the Avast Squirrel Girl cosplay. It's going to be phenomenal. You all can witness it live once we hit 500 subs. Avast, have you started to pick out like your overalls yet? You got the outfit picked out? You did the visor?
Everyone's been clamoring for it. They've been clamoring for it. So, we've all been working with a stylist for a long time because I know everyone's been really wants to see that one. We're going to pick like possibly as possible the tightest, most revealing clothes because everyone wants that for my school cosplay. So can't wait to be featured in the next
throwing those details. I feel like that's that's what you want, right? We want a very good cosplay, so we're gonna do our best over there. But we're inching towards the goal as 100 Thieves inching potentially closer towards winning Fight Night here. Yeah.
And I do think that the Hall of Jolly is a pretty interesting one because it's another map where they could try to force the Groot again, right? Where Groot, especially if Shroud-X don't want to ban it, Groot's another great pick on this map.
100 Thieves, I know it's early in the game, but we got to get a coach in there to fix your guys' comms. They're a little bit whiny on all sides. We got another torch band coming through. Muffin with the subscription the right way, using Amazon's money to pay and feed our observers. Thank you all for using your Prime subscriptions. The Muffin most recently. We see no Iron Man. We see no Torch. It's the exact same so far. Do you protect a raccoon? Or, okay, no. They're going to go with the Star-Lord or earlier this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the Star-Lord protect is a little bit interesting. We'll see what 100 Thieves protects. Probably the Groot coming on in. So I think if you're Shroud-X, you respond to the Groot protect, and that's it. No martial arts. You take down Iron Fist. Here and now, this is when you do it. Shroud-X.
So I got a note from chat. All 100 Thieves bans are protecting the play of the Iron Fist. Okay, so with this Iron Fist ban, maybe you don't need to do that decision with your final 2. I'm not an Iron Fist player. I don't know what I need to ban out when I jump into these games, so I'm learning fresh. Avast, what have you learned so far?
Well, I've learned that Iron Fist is definitely banned. So Iron Fist is definitely gone. It's out of there. It's not going to happen. For 100 Thieves, then it's just a question of, okay, we know there's flyers, we know there's a Rocket Raccoon, so there's a chance that you could see like some really aggressive compositions coming out for Shroud-X. And I imagine, if you want to play into flyers, you want to have a Hela potentially. You want to keep that on the field here, especially if you put Delin on the Hela to look really good on it. So going to be seeing some protections in that front, maybe. Oh, it's going to be the Wolverine protect.
Punisher coming through. I think that's what you see the pun ban.
He's getting banned. I almost feel like here for Shroud-X, they're not even intending to be able to play Rocket. They just want to get the ban used on Punisher, is what I feel like is happening here.
Yeah, maybe. Just remove a ban from 100 Thieves entirely. Just utilizing that protect. That's an interesting idea. I feel like Rocket could still definitely work. But definitely, remember when we started the meta when Rocket was kind of like the new hotness. And now we're not really
his ult's amazing. It's the best support ult. We need the strategist.
Definitely falling out of the meta a bit here. It's actually going to be the Winter Soldier.
Okay.
Dodo.
Okay. All right. So we got no Winter Soldier, no Punisher. We've saved some claws, and we've got no Iron Fist. So Terra's playing Wolverine, maybe a Magic. And then we expect a bunch of Star-Lords? Is that the game plan here, boys?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the game plan. And look, some of this banned strategy coming in from Shroud-X was clearly we're going to take away some of Terra's favorite toys, but you didn't get to take away the Wolverine. So we'll see if you have a plan involved for that. But look, taking down, especially the Iron Fist, absolutely the right move here for Shroud-X as we head into our second map.
Boom. It's game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. I am on my way out. Before I go, quick reminder, it's rivalsfightnight.com Intel giveaway. Get the 285K CPU. Thanks to Intel.
That was actually that wasn't going to be the unrelated statement I said, but also thank you so much, Intel. The unrelated statement I was going to say was that we do have the new season 2 Twitch drops as well. In particular, we have those coming up. I think the Chronovium spray. So, just some extra drops coming onto the channel.
Not to be confused with a Chrono Shield, by the way, because that's
not to be confused with the Chrono Shield. No, the Chrono Shield, we're not giving those away necessarily. Those, I don't think you can give those.
You can only buy those. You must buy them.
No, there's no buying them. You get them for free. It's quite the opposite. You can only get them for free. Where that's at.
The worry is if you were to buy them, but they're not going to be happening there. But instead,
buy them.
No, okay.
God. Okay, we're gonna put Plunkett to the side for a while here. Now we're taking a look at Terra.
To sleep.
He's busted out the Wolverine. Back over at season 1. Look for Wolverine.
I mean, it's just Wolverine v Wolverine right now. We got 2 wolves on the field here. Okay, there are 2 wolves inside of you, and also here on Hall Dajalia.
And well, now there's just one because Finale's taking down Terra, who not quite in the absolute best position there. So 100 Thieves, they're on the attack, and you're down to Wolverine, and you're down Magneto, and you just hold the S key right now, Vast. That's where you're at.
Yeah, there's nothing else really to be done. I mean, you get some early picks. Selena here on the long flank, going to be looking to set up again. Come up here, see if they can find maybe someone just hiding, because Vision, they're kind of aware. Vision just sitting here on the other side. Both these Hellas, currently, they're having a bit of a staring at the wall contest, both waiting for the other one to peek out.
Yeah, Hella chicken, as it were.
Oh,
and
well,
here we go.
Vision waited longer.
We wait, we go. The Soul Drainers out, and Vision wins. Vision, knew what was coming, takes the battle, and okay, for 100 Thieves. Are they backing again? Is this where we're at? I mean, you might actually have to back again, but okay, they're still gonna try and make something work here. Harvey, they drop Fate of both worlds, and they have faith that Terra will find someone here in the Wolverine, even down the threat of Delina, but 65 or 5v6, not necessarily the easiest road to take. Vinny, though, can drop the Strangling Prison, does not get the fall through he's looking for, and instead gets abducted. Wolverine says, I'm a hug a tree. Brings it back over the other end. And Shroud-X still looking very, very healthy here so far, and time's starting to become a problem for 100 Thieves.
As Doomed committing the last stand here into the corner. Actually, very, very dangerous to commit that smart because the way they invest the choke, they have no LOS to their backline. Oh, a little bit of a misplay there for Shroud-X, thinking they could just find those late limbs there, but they couldn't, and they were out of LOS from the entirety of the rest of their backline.
Yeah, I mean, you going deep, especially against a group like Vinny, not the greatest. Just the potential of just getting locked in, it's not great. Now, for Shroud-X, do you try and stall here and delay? They do. They lose impunity immediately, though. So already with the portal, things aren't great. Meteor M, though, from TTK, just throws it in Hella's face. Doesn't actually do too much. And Vision instead picks off one here from the Goddess of Death, takes down SJP. Pretty solid pick. Delina, though, able to take down the strategist in turn. 100 Thieves still with more momentum here on the point. Very, very close to getting the capture. Shroud-X cannot leave the point even for a moment. That's okay. We got Captain Delay here over and in. Otherwise, that was Captain America. Dogman, though, ends up falling. 100 Thieves adding on to their lead. How much longer can impunity delay? Strangling Prison. Gonna try and make short work of it. Delina here on the fall through. But Shroud-X doing a great job of adding some time here at best, even though the fight is probably going to be lost.
That's his secret, ZP. He can do this all day. And by it all day, I mean for another like 5 to 10 seconds of delay there on the point. And Shroud-X putting a pretty decent fight there for first. Getting a lot of cap there. Literally. As 100 Thieves move forward here, they're going to be holding on to the last stand. And with no strategists on board, I mean, it's one of the situations where you're kind of at reticent to be like, oh, like, I would love to use this, but I guess I won't be, because actually, never mind, because Terra's dead. You won't be using it anyways.
And that's the thing, when you're running a Wolverine comp, especially Wolverine on the offense, and your Wolverine dies, your offense kind of goes with it up until the Wolverine is back in. You don't feel good because every movement you have is planned around the Wolverine doing something. And the Wolverine's not doing
Exactly.
anything.
You're saving the bulwarks, you're saving the walls, you're kind of just using everything. It's last stand used aggressively this time from Terra, trying to open up the fight. Said no one's going to go down, and Vinny's going to go down and turn.
Yeah, Vinny just got kidnapped, got thrown over into the Shroud-X side and chopped on up. Doom, though, not done yet. Up and over. Goes again for a pick. TTK tries to open things up. The Meteor M doesn't quite get it. And the ult bank for 100 Thieves starting to get drained. They lose Terra, and Shroud-X not looking at all really hurt at all at the moment. And they end up with another 2, now 3. 100 Thieves back to the drawing board. 2 minutes left here on the second point.
Struggling here a bit. I mean, just it's also pretty interesting to drop the last stand as an opening. Just try to remove some of the walls, some of the cooldowns early for Shroud-X, get some of the strategy ults. Fidel, though, going to hold on to the Fate of Both Worlds, come into this fight, so they're still going to have some options. Just a counter here for Terra. As Doom lurking, waiting.
Wolverine versus Wolverine. Dash versus Dash. Last stand still up here for Doomed. Waiting for the opportunity. Instead, going to get taken for a ride by Terra. Strikes first, takes down 2. Dogman and Fidel both out of the fight. 100 Thieves. Way more momentum on their side. And just look at the S key usage here, Vast. The immediate disengage.
And I mean, it's immediate, but they're still going to get some late limbs. So Shroud-X losing impunity, so they won't have the walls. They're going to have to wait. It's going to be pretty hard to get tested. It's likely going to have to be Doomed. Looking for the touch. It does have the last stand. Maybe they can try to like peek Dongman out there. 100 Thieves just holding onto the choke. Doom going to get the touch. Going to go down.
Doomed out of it. 100 Thieves keeping momentum going. Vision, meanwhile, they go to the sky and immediately get ripped out of the sky. But also, Delina ends up falling while looking at Vision. Nuck able to finish it off. Opportunity here for Shroud-X perhaps to keep holding. Vision under pressure. 60 HP, able to get out of dodge. Meanwhile, Strangling Prison can be invested here by impunity. No pickoffs coming in front. Vinny, his Strangling Prison still good to go. Dongman tries to put an end to this. Meteor M up over the top. Doesn't land. Meanwhile, Vinny dropping the Strangling Prison. His fall through going to be there. Doomed on the other end is able to get 2 as Vinny wonders, where's my fall through? Where'd it go?
Really well played from the duel set for Shroud-X. So once the ultra leapfrogged, okay, Vinny pops a Strangling Prison, and Doomed was holding on to the last stand the whole time. Used it as a way to peel for the rest of the team. Just remove those players off the Strangling Prison. Is though Terra gonna try to kidnap Vision. Almost gonna find them, but Delena and Terra both gonna go down. And now it's 15 seconds on the bank here, ZP. They have to just go for a very, very late contest.
Okay, they have to go to TTK. Go, hey TTK, you got MVP last game. Can you kill their entire team with 1 Meteor M? Oh, we'll see. No.
I mean, even if they do, I don't know if it's gonna matter. I don't think they're gonna touch. Yeah, not even gonna touch. Even if you got all 5, all 6, it was Jover. It was extremely Jover. And I mean, really, really well played there for the duels for Shroud-X. I love how they played that. They were just making sure to just constantly utilize the flanks, wait for those ults to get traded. And some pretty interesting Wolverine play where I feel like the Wolverine gameplay has evolved so much when we first started watching ACP, where it just felt like kind of like, okay, we're gonna brawl all the time. Now it's turned to a bit more of a cat and mouse game with how you just kind of like engage with the Wolverine.
Yeah, I think Shroud-X right now is kind of happy to have this Wolverine mirror. It's worked out in their favor, and attack-wise, they don't have to go far. I mean, you're not guaranteed to get the first point here on Hall, so overall, still the opportunity for 100 Thieves to just have a really good first point hold and go up 2-0. But based on what we've seen here of these comps interacting with each other, Shroud-X has just looked a bit more composed across the board.
So 100 Thieves looking for answers here. Definitely not the worst situation. I mean, Hall Jellia obviously it has always been kind of a tough map in general to push all the way through.
Can I interrupt real quick? Question from the chat. How come when pro teams play, they play mirrors? AKA, they run the same characters. Why do we see that?
Well, the reason why you're going to see that in most cases is the fact that teams know what is good in certain combinations and permutations. When you have X amount of heroes out of the game and not available, people just kind of know what's going to be the best comp to play in that situation, especially if the strengths of both teams are kind of similar. You know, people have a really good grasp on the meta and what to swap to when certain things are off the table.
Yeah, it's John Meta. John Meta visits the teams in their facilities and they say, hey, this is what we're going to play. And as ZP said, a lot of teams, some similar compositions is going to be apparent and a very strong strength in them both. And for both these squads, they love playing both these sort of style of compositions. You might see it a little bit different in EMEA, but right now, Groot, Wolverine, Hela, you know, Loki, we all love it. Magneto, these are some of our standards, our staples of play.
Pretty long neutral fight going on here. Really, right now, it's the waiting room. It's the when's Wolverine gonna grab someone waiting room, and right now, it's over. We got a quick grab here, a quick stash, and Terra slices down Impunity. Shroud-X first attack, losing their Groot early. You know, this is a situation where you go, okay, maybe we do start backing on out because Terra's gonna look for another one here in just a moment.
But they're doing a really good job of not losing anyone else late. Backing up, they're making sure to keep the flames contested. Terra still searching on the flame, trying to find one, but getting pressured out a little bit by Vision, which is so important here when you see some of these setups on this long neutral fight. Is just, can they remove Terra off one of the off angles?
Nothing. Doomed went in, went for fishing, came out with nothing. That's basically what happens to me anytime I go fishing. Not great at it, as it turns out. But
Skill issue? Skill issue?
It is 100%. Well, it's also a money issue. You know, I don't go to the good spots. You know?
You word, ZP.
Meteor M, though, from TTK, hits pay dirt, finds Nuck. 100 Thieves, up one right now. Vinny decides to double down, drops the Strangling Prison, but so does Puny at the same time. Finds Delina. Both teams down one. Here comes Terra. Terra, what you got right now? You got yourself a group. You brought him on over, and that fishing trip was successful as Terrible finds another 2.
And it's getting dangerous for Shroud-X. Getting very, very dangerous. I mean, not a lot of fruit from utilizing that ult from getting the Strangling Prison. They are going to manage to rescue them, to rescue Nuck, get him out of there last second, so no more staggers. But no ults in the bank here for Shroud-X. They need to come back in, and they need to find anything, realistically, because you come to this next fight, ZP, you look at just the timing. A minute 30.
Wolverine
okay,
dance.
we take one fight. Now we're just at pretty much in a last fight territory. Maybe we need Strange to recontest. By the time this fight occurs, this long neutral poke, we're in a last fight situation already. Vision trying to find one, but does he know about Terra that's hiding? Well, he does now.
Both Wolverines were dancing with each other, going, yeah, I'll take you for a ride, bro. No, bro, I'm gonna take you for a ride. You can hear it. The multiversal Logan battle. Doom, though, able to chop down Vinny. Good start here from Shroud-X. Ready to go up and over. 100 Thieves, what is the response going to be? You got TTK, you got Meteor M. TTK, you got one in you right now. No, TTK is just getting pummeled and down. Got frozen and then focus fired in from Fidel. So 100 Thieves down 2 right now. Shroud-X, the best look they've had so far here on the attack. Dogman in trouble says, no, Meteor M, slam dunk, goodbye.
Now all they have to do is just deny the portal, make sure they can't touch. Late picks going the way is Dogman looking to try to just body block. They're gonna have a wall too, so I mean, sure, they'll get a little bit of extra contest, but I mean, they're committing more. They want to go for the last stand and the Defender with Worlds. They're throwing, I mean, I would say probably some bad after, I mean, some good after bad here.
TTK, you've killed one, but at what cost? I mean, okay, Delina gets one in the back. Surely not. Surely, wait.
Uh-oh.
Can they actually keep stalling? This would be ridiculous.
I mean, the captain's here. Captain's here. Vinny is 60%.
Captain stalls back. Harvey takes out Doom. There's absolutely no way. This is a catastrophic throw in from Shroud-X, but also an incredible comeback here from 100 Thieves. It's only 2 seconds left, and Shroud-X, they have to rely on a portal as Vision comes in, gets immediately mugged by Wolverine out of the portal. There's no way that this just happened. What in the world? We are now in overtime, and Shroud-X is on the brink, about to go down 2 maps to 0 now to 100 Thieves.
I mean, the recontest happens again. They are going to have the God of Mission, but I mean, it's just a stagger, right? They're down players. There's no ult on the board. They're about to have a freedom charge as well for 100 Thieves. I mean, it's, I mean, just disaster class, unfortunately. Shroud-X, it looks like they had it in the bag. It was just the portal they had to worry about, but they managed to make it out, get the contest, and lose players to those picks. I mean, just a really unfortunate situation for Shroud-X.
That's not how I saw that ending, especially in the spot they were in. That's unbelievable, quite honestly.
Give Harvey your MVP. Another Loki. Well-deserved honor. Let's take a look at some of the numbers as 100 Thieves are now 1 map away from $1,000 and reclaiming the Fight Night crown that way they wore, what, 6 weeks ago? We take a look at the numbers. Vinny dropping some bombs again as a Vanguard, 22,000 out of Terra. You compare that to the other side. Vision was able to put up 20k damage, but the final blows, I feel like it was a one-sided affair with the boys from 100 Thieves able to get it done. What was the difference at the end? Why aren't we seeing Shroud-X with a 1-1 score next to their name, ZP?
I mean, look, they had a massive advantage and just did not play around the Strange Portal recontest all that well. I mean, you end up giving up a kill to TTK. Delina's able to find one with the Goss of Death, and it just kind of snowballed away from them, and it felt a little bit sloppy. But also at this point, I think we got a curse going on in RFN. Maybe we can get a graphic that's talking about it, but there's anti-home field advantage right now for RFN where the champion always loses. Is what's going on right now. It's
North
actually
America has been chaos.
Unless it's EMEA. And Virtus.pro still holds it there. Okay, that's fair.
100
Yeah,
Thieves was able to first take the crown from the Sentinels back in week 2. They wore it against Envy. They beat Shroud-X in week 4 and then again in week 5. So they have been our champions for the early part of Rivals Fight Night. They get their chance to reclaim the throne from Shroud-X, a team that they've beaten twice. Will it be 3 times clean? They seem to have their number, even with a new roster.
If we can keep out here a sec, just to go through the cycle of pain of champions here for Fight Night North America.
Please.
Shikigami loses the Sentinels. Sentinels next week loses the FlyQuest. The very next week, FlyQuest loses the Shroud-X, and now Shroud-X is on the verge of losing to 100 Thieves. Clearly, you just get a 1-week rental as champion, and that's it. That is how volatile North America has been. It is actually ridiculous to see.
Wow. Kind of crazy numbers here. What is that, 6 weeks in a row? And we're on week 11. Will it continue? 100 Thieves looking to seal the deal, but it'll be Shroud-X's map pick. Walk me through the highlights here. And can Doomed keep up with Terra on the Wolverine play?
I mean, I definitely don't find this to be like a huge like individual gap. It definitely felt like Shroud-X just lacking some of the tempo, lacking just I think the ult economy, the focus fire, especially because I mean it just really more so. I think their defense pretty solid across the board here, right? I think Doom did a pretty good job. Shroud-X in general did a good job of just making sure to deny value to Terra. But you get to that first, they should have capped the first there at the end, but they just couldn't clean up the elims fast enough. They couldn't deny the portal, and that's something that you just had to do.
Keep your eyes on the Hella at the very end. Picking off both strategists makes the job a little bit easier. We saw some slam dunks coming in. TTK coming off an MVP performance in the previous round. Keep your eyes on our off tank, but honestly, I feel like it's going to be these duelists until the end of time. Keep your eyes on Doomed. Keep your eyes on Terra. ZP, anything you've learned tonight? Has NA evolved in their strats, or are we just going back to what used to work?
Well, NA, if nothing else, is a lot more volatile in their bans than EU, where, look, you can set your watch to how predictable VP is. VP is going to wake up, and they're going to chop down a tree first thing in the morning, and they will never deviate, regardless of who they're up against. Whereas in North America, clearly teams do a little bit more target banning on what they think the other team is good at. They're more willing to go in the different comps and more willing to go, okay, we'll do Wolverine this game, Iron Fist the next. Or, you know, we'll just bring back Bucky and act like it is season 1 again. So you do get a lot more variety right now in North America, but whether or not it's the right way to play the game or not, with all the volatility at the top, who knows?
All right, I saw some slander in the chat saying Shroud created a team and then he doesn't even watch party him anymore. Guess what? Shroud is saving himself for Saturday. Why, ZP? Because on Saturday, it is the Shroud Gauntlet. You can check out over on twitch.tv/Shroud. 8 of the best North American teams facing off for $50,000. We expect to see Shroud-X there. 100 Thieves probably going to get an invite after tonight's matches. It's going to be a good one. Avast, are you fired up for this show?
Extremely fired up. Even with my extremely, I think, Korea-focused schedule myself, I've got to be up in time for that one because it's realistically kind of a downtime right now, right? For Marvel Rivals in general, where there's not as many tournaments going on. It's just kind of us, right? Which is pretty goated, let's be honest. We do have the sauce. But it's nice to see another big tournament and Shroud putting that on. And I'm sure it's going to be a really exciting event with some of the best teams you'll probably see in North America, if not globally.
It's going to be dope. Shroud is going to be talking about the gameplay. You're going to see his favorite team and all of your favorite teams in action. Symbiotic Surface is in action for map number 3. And if I remember this one correctly, we had quite fun with Terra busting out a magic at one point. We saw a whole bunch of Winter Soldier agains. What is going to make it through on the duelist front? And do you keep protecting the Groot? It seems to be working for Vinny, Avast.
It does. I mean, if you can keep the Groot in, 100 Thieves love it. I think Shroud-X, maybe it's time to start thinking about like, okay, well, we removed the Iron Fist, and I think ZP highlighted earlier, like, okay, they're trying to do things to essentially make Shroud-X have to like remove the Iron Fist, right? Which protects our other picks. And that's kind of one of the benefits of like, at the very least, even if 100 Thieves don't feel super confident in like playing like Human Torch, Emma Frost, etc. If you feel really good at least with the Iron Fist comps, and some teams don't want to play into that, you still have another alternate angle that you can force your protect bans to the other team to kind of like go to that angle and protect your main composition.
Uh-oh.
Same old until we get to our first protect, and then an Adam Warlock comes out. So are we going res comp here, ZP?
That's right. You're going to get your favorite hero to slander, Puckett. That's right. I think Mantis is going to be...
Thank you for sending us to bed early.
Mantis is going to be on the menu. And look, I'm not super pumped about it either because I do think against 100 Thieves, you're going to Symbiotic Surface. We literally just watched Vinny open up a clinic back against Envy 1 series ago on this very map with Groot plays. Vinny looked the absolute best he did that entire series on Groot on Symbiotic Surface, and you let it through in the draft?
Play Penny, you cowards.
As much as you hate Torch, I don't know. I think you let it burn, overlaying the forest, just run you over. I don't like not banning Groot here, given how good 100 Thieves looked with it just 1 series ago on this map.
Luna Snow is gone, Rocket Raccoon is gone, and that kind of eliminates the Punisher ban requirement. Mantis and Adam Warlock are going to be saved. Is there a reason, like, would you want to get rid of a Star-Lord at this point, and you just let it through?
I mean, if you feel confident playing into the res comp, I don't think you need to, but if you just want to put a kind of just make them mirror you could just get rid of the Star-Lord right here, right? Because you protected the Winter Soldier.
Like, you did 2 protects, and I'm just going to shit on your whole comp right here with 1 ban.
It's very possible. Like, I feel like, because also 100 Thieves, they played their composition into Envy earlier, right? When they were playing a triple res composition, and they performed fine, right? Like, it doesn't seem like they're necessarily super worried about how to do that. That's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, well, they're
all right,
not worried about it. Okay.
Big brain protects here. Let's see what you do with them. Mantis and an Adam Warlock, but maybe they were just baiting them in for something different. Let's wait and see what Shroud-X has in store. Reminder, this is their map selection. It's loser picks here on Rivals Fight Night. ZP, thoughts on the final ban? 3 seconds, go.
Final ban. Look, I think it this. What?
Nothing,
okay,
nothing.
There's no answer would have been good here, clearly, because I was never.
Yeah,
I
guess there was never going to be a. To be fair, like, what were they going to ban at this point, right? Without potentially hurting themselves, because the only option is like, okay, maybe you get rid of like a
Jeff
Loki to get Harvey. No, I think it'd be like a Loki. I think it'd be maybe like a Loki to get Harvey off the Loki, but I feel like, you know, for Shroud-X, they also enjoy playing the Loki if possible, and it might not make that much of a difference for them.
We've seen a little bit of Storm tonight. We haven't seen a Thor. We haven't seen a Squirrel Girl, a Moon Knight, or a Mr. Fantastic. Everyone else has been in the mix. Oh, a Black Panther has also been missing. But other than those 5, everyone else has been played here in Season 2. It's the NA Grand Final, potentially the last map of the night. 100 Thieves looking to score $1,000 and take home the throne for the 6th time in 11 weeks of Rivals Fight Night.
You know, Vest, I don't know where you stand here, but when it comes to the underplayed heroes and where there could be potential, I think there is some room in just pure on, just direct to the wall dive that I feel like there's room that Thor could work every now and then. Probably not the entire map, but Thor, of like all the heroes listed, feels like the one that, you know, maybe could work in some specific circumstances and, you know, is for the most part still getting ignored.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. I feel like teams just probably just haven't experimented with that much. They haven't really put a lot of time into it in general. But 100 Thieves, we know they put a lot. Well, actually, to be fair, this is a slightly new look. Emma Frost plus the Cloak and Dagger with the Iron Fist. This is something 100 Thieves have not pulled out yet tonight.
Iron Fist is out, so it's going to be a different look for 100 Thieves. Last time we saw it here, and Terra right now swapping targets pretty gracefully. First was looking at the Vanguards, now back the other way. Terra darting to and fro. 100 Thieves creating a lot of chaos here on this first attack. Shroud-X a little bit on the back foot, but still reasonably healthy. And the Mantis, though, is still being played one way or another, and Dogman able to get the first kill onto Terra, so they deal with the Iron Fist, and Puny gets followed through there. 100 Thieves back to the drawing board as we start, and, you know, Triple Strategist, I actually think is not the worst idea versus an Iron Fist.
No, it's definitely not, especially when you can have as much damage and you have the CC from the Mantis. But it is rather interesting because, like, 100 Thieves have typically, like, this is a Groot map, right? Like, we've seen a lot of Groot being played, and this is the first time they're not playing any Groot, right? Now they're going to make the swap. Vinny going to swap on over. So they're doing something a little bit interesting. Maybe just going to have those that sort of bulwark play, but they're keeping TTK on Emma Frost. So they're going to keep the Emma Frost up, have the shield to play some of the off angles, but they won't have any bulwarks for Terra. They won't have any of those shields.
I see Terra just be like, no, I don't need any of that. I'm good. Like, just throw me in there. As this goes on, Impunity strangling Prison to open out the fight. Is Fall Through going to be there? Impunity gets the bubble wall under assault. Shroud-X dropping the Soul Resurgence in here from Nuck. All ults on table right now for Shroud-X and 100 Thieves. Not really too flustered by it. Meanwhile, look at Delina. Has the Kraken Impact ready to go. They're going to use the clone ult here in from Harvey and Delina. What do you got? Harvey's dead. Harvey is just mushed by the Meteor M from Fidel. Just absolutely takes the wind out of the 100 Thieves attack. And yeah, they may have to take a step back here, Avast.
They'll definitely have to take a step back. I mean, this is the situation again where it's a little bit harder to get Terra into these very strong positions. You won't have a bulwark either to protect some of your supports from the Meteor M's. They're going to come out. So a lot of pressure here goes on to TTK to be like, okay, can you take an aggressive off angle? Can you set up a Psychic Sphere? Can you maybe get something for the Psionic Seduction in general? But Dominant's going to have the bulwarks available. And, you know, when Terra commits, you just walk around out with a bubble.
Terra getting low, able to get out of it. Regen to main though, gone, and here comes Terra into the back off the last stand. Cuts up 2 with the aid of Delena. The Kraken Impact last stand combo, but Karmic Revival in play here for Vision. Still very winnable here for Shroud-X. Probably one of the higher value Karmic Revivals we have seen in the sense of not having immediately get punished. Delena though, still got the resets over and over again. Delena coming out and saying, you know what? It's not just Terra that can play the Winter Soldier.
Okay.
We got to think about this.
They got to revel in it. They got to revel in it a bit.
Wait. Terra's the one that paused it. So Terra just ripped them apart and then paused the game after. I mean,
I think he's reveling in a bit. Maybe he's like, yo, I gotta savor this one. Maybe check the streams bucket. Are they dapping? Are they dapping up over there? What's happening? Are they clapping?
Yeah, they're definitely dabbing. He's like, yo, let them think about their comp swap. They thought I was gonna run Iron Fist. Iron Fist without a Luna apparently becomes the diddler. Wolverine, never known to diddle around. He's always using those claws for real damage. Well done.
I do kind of, I mean, clearly, someone probably disconnected. I doubt it was a flex pause, as it were, but
100% flex pause. This is the bad manners. What's the worst case scenario? He's on the phone. He's calling each of them individually and telling them they're trash.
He's like, guys, there's an important alert that just came on your phone, and then you look down at the text message. It's like, yeah, you're bad, lol. It's like, what Terra, what are you doing, man? Like, can't do that.
I get so confused with what's going on the screen when Terra or any other Wolverine is there, especially the Wolverine with the top hat. It's like he just gets full of rage, and then a bunch of slashing happens, and all of a sudden you're missing an impunity. You're missing some kind of giant tank that used to be made of roots and groots. It's currently 2-0. We're in a tech pause. ZP, do you have a player update for us?
I do. Vinny crashed. Vinny was just sitting here and could not handle the aura that Terra was generating in the moment. Just saying there's like, I'm just a tree, and look at this guy. He's in the air. He just took down 4 people, and oh, my computer just crashed. Well, this is where it's at.
Well, there's only one way to deal with this, and that is to give them an instant forfeit. Fast forward to game 4, yeah?
Yeah, clearly. That's like a reasonable comp ops decision to me.
I don't know if that is. I feel like what would be better is we wait for Vinny to come back here a bit. And definitely, I like the swap ups a bit. Like you said, like they don't have Luna Snow. Maybe you're not going to have the Iron Fist any longer. In general, I don't know. I look at Shroud-X, and I feel like when you play that comp, when you're playing into that long, you really can't let Terra just run that wild, you know? And just some of the usage of the ult there, like they had to pop the bulwarks really early too into Terra as well. It means that, okay, Delena was free post-ult. So
yeah.
For Shroud-X, when you look forward, when you look to the next points, you have to be worried because the Terra threat, it remains very, very real on the Wolverine.
Yeah, ZP, I just noticed something. Luna's getting closer to you, bro. She's warming up to you.
That's true. That's true.
I haven't touched anything.
Of course you didn't. No, it was definitely Luna who adjusted the camera.
Puckett, I do have an update for you, though, from here, is that Vinny's internet is out, and we don't have an ETA, which means we are either heading to unlimited fill or a short break. The choice is yours.
I'm down for unlimited fill. Chat, send us all of your questions right now. In the meantime, let's earn some subs. We are 252 subs away from the Avast Squirrel Girl cosplay. He already has his overalls picked out. We have not chosen a tail provider yet. So if you know someone who is a furry, into furries, knows how to make costumes that would make Avast feel more furryish in his Squirrel Girl outfit, please let us know. We are accepting all potential offers. ZP says I have a $1,500 budget to make this happen if we get to 500 subs on the channel. ZP makes the loss.
Make what? The cosplay
exactly
happen?
what it was said. Yep.
Although,
We're
you
gonna
know,
make the
I would
cosplay out of
say,
that budget? Okay.
hang on, if S did get into a Squirrel Girl costume, it would not be the first time that he got into a costume of a
That's
furry
true.
creature. Because there was one point back in the day where he wore a Chuck E. Cheese costume at BlizzCon and wrestled Reinforce off the stage. So, I mean, wearing like fur costumes is, you know, it's old hat.
Okay, can we
Well, first
talk
of all, it
about
was
this?
off-brand.
Vast, how did that thing smell?
Oh,
And
it
was
didn't smell like anything at all, to be honest. It was just fabric.
Okay, so
it
like they
smelled
gave
like
you a
nothing.
newish mascot outfit.
I mean, I have no
himself.
idea. They could have pressure washed it. Like I have no clue. I mean, they, you know, now it's such an outfit, like it wouldn't, you know, I had to pay like $1,800 for it because, but I think currently, like back then, it was pretty easy to get them, and I do think it was brand new. And also look at that, we reached our follower goal of $8,500. And we're getting even closer to the, you know, the Squirrel Girl cosplay, which we promised for sure. We definitely promised that
100%
one.
happening.
And then I'm gonna
500 subs.
wrestle you. I'm wrestling you, Puckett, next.
I'm
Next
very
person I'm
strong. I've been lifting while you guys are like yapping over here.
wrestling. Oh, okay.
I've stolen my
What was
wife's purple yoga dumbbells. I'm just,
Oh my
okay.
God.
we're getting yoked down here, boys.
How is he
Like,
so
where's
strong?
Puckett? I'm on the floor. I'm doing push-ups. I'm getting crazy down here. Yeah,
He's
I
got
did-
dad
I-
strength,
I thought it
real
was just
dad
the Hulk.
strength.
That was that strong. That's actually insane. But we're back in game. Hey, by the way,
did you know Sarah who subscribed? Screw the game. Sarah, thank you for the subscription. Thank you very much. Back to you, Tara.
Yeah, back to Tara shouting out again every 2 seconds, where, by the way, the fight is over and 100 Thieves have taken first point. That's where we're at.
Plat Chat apparently has a tail left over. I need the background story on that, Edric. Thank you.
I don't even know what. Oh wait, I know what you don't want to know about that one. Don't ask about that one. Well, okay. Overall,
Send the DM of the link. That's all I need.
that's a tragic tale. Shroud-X though, holding on to 4 ults, about to be 5 here in the bank. Doomed. Kind of over the flank here, just gonna be testing the point and getting abducted.
Yeah, you just immediately brought back. Oh, actually, no. He actually won it.
Got a last stand.
He was good.
Sometimes
That
you gotta
was all according to
all
plan.
good.
Except slicing up 3. Doomed enjoyed every last bit of that. And 100 Thieves now gonna be taking a quick reprieve.
So Shroud-X here, off the last stand. Really well played there from Doom, making sure that even though get caught, just has that available, knowing there's no bulwark. Or actually, I guess there are going to be bulwarks now. TDK onto the Magneto. Strength of Prison going to be up as Shroud-X looking like they want to go first with their walls really aggressively.
Shroud-X trying to set the tone of battle here. Strangling Prison out from Vinny. No immediate pickoffs. Instead, Dongman.
Oh, what a
Meteor
find.
M, able to find one. Deals with the Eternal Bond. Or, no, the Eternal Bond was out. But deals with, you know, the potential Eternal Bond like 20 seconds from now by just taking out the cloak.
It's true.
Easy.
Now Shroud-X holding the corner here again. No ults in the bank now. So pretty depleted. They have to worry about the last stand. They have to worry about also just some strategy ults coming out here for 100 Thieves. Shroud-X kind of play it really slow. Hope for maybe a neutral find here as Terra on the long flank. Hunting.
He's
Doesn't find
looking.
anything.
That's the last stand good. And a little bit of Wolverine versus Wolverine here in the corner. Slice and dice both ways around. Terra walking on forward. Last stand, still good to go. Meanwhile, TTK drop the meteor, gets nothing. Delina, meanwhile, on the other side, gets a whole lot off the follow through. Set up by Terra with the last stand. 100 Thieves find a way through.
And this is why you have to fear the Terra Wolverine. I mean, Terra doesn't even get the initial find with the leap. Gets pressured, makes it on out. The rest of the 100 Thieves going to walk forward, give him the support he needs. And there's just a last stand out of the regeneration domains. Finds 3, finds 4. And there's a really strong position for 100 Thieves to hold here because Shroud-X, they're going to have to walk on in. They will have the Karmic Revival, so they'll have some options to make it through with these strategy results to at least make it out onto the point. That's Doom going to get the touch.
Shroud-X up and over. Impunity. Early pick on SJP. So down to strategist to 100 Thieves. Probably about the worst possible opening you can imagine here. And 100 Thieves, the question is, do you invest resources? I mean, Vinny usually says yes. Like, Vinny says, like, we're down 2 people. I don't care. Strangling Prison. Doesn't actually happen this time, though. A little bit more restraint coming in from the Thieves.
It was a really good split contest too there from Shroud-X, where they make sure to send Terra, or rather they send Doomed from the alternate angle along with Dongman, so Dongman can just donk walk over. Just make sure to remove the generation domain for Harvey as Strangling Prison committed here.
Oh, well, you get the shadow, and then you get the claws, is what just happened there. Doom goes in and just cuts 100 Thieves to pieces. It wasn't even the shadow coming in from Shroud-X. Just, Doom didn't care.
Can they get a touch here with the portal? If
Nope.
they're running. They're
Whoa,
trying to get there.
absolutely not.
Nope. The answer is going to be no. And you really don't see a Strangling Prison Last Stand combo too often because you would think like, oh, there's your 2 ults that are just going to put people in the same place, the same location. But if you want to move them from point A to point B, not a bad choice. Is Shroud-X going to hold here? And that's a very strong hold here for Symbiotic Service 2ZB because typically the holds, you're going to find them happening either on first or on last. And second, a little bit more pushable than other parts of the map.
Yes, but also remember, we could just be repeating the second map, where if you remember how the second map went down, Shroud-X, they had a great defensive hold at second, and, well, things just didn't work out on their attack. So, yeah, we'll see where things go here, all in all, but, you know, if you're Shroud-X, you still can't take anything for granted. You need to not only take first efficiently here, just continue on through and wait, that's a Moon Knight. Tell Puckett.
That
It's
is
probably
Moon
not
Knight,
real.
but it's also Nuck. It was Nuck on it. That is one of the
Yeah,
strategists. They will not be staying on Moon Knight
There's
even
a
without
Jeff.
with the
There's a
buffs.
DPS Jeff.
No.
Jeff is possible, but also not going to stay, unfortunately.
It's the coolest skin, Jeff, by the way. You don't have the Jeff with the underside pink stars. What are you rocking?
I mean,
Nice, it's nice. The Jeff Jammies.
that's the upside being a land shark is that if you're a normal shark, you can't really wear pajamas. It doesn't work. But if you're a land shark, it makes sense. Like you don't have to be, soaking wet all the time.
I know people eat shark fin. They eat chicken feet. Would you eat shark feet?
No.
I mean, sharks don't have feet technically. I guess only Jeff. You'd only
Jeff has 4 of them.
Jeff,
Also,
you'd
it's
be
like
eating
I
Jeff
enjoy the
feet.
fact that Jeff can walk. I don't want to permanently cripple Jeff. That's messed up. Regardless, we're going on
I
in.
kill my food. I don't just name it. All right, back to
Oh
you.
god! Oh god! Oh, I'm glad we clarified that point. As
Now we
impunity.
know. Now we know that Puckett does not have just pure cruelty in his heart.
We walk on in.
Box with only a front half left in my garage.
Quick self-res coming in here from Vision. The Shroud-X try to keep up the pressure here. Early pick, though, does put them more in a bind as Impunity. Trying to set up the walls here in the right place to get someone down here. 400 Thieves and TTK starting to get a little bit low. This is where Emma goes down. Emma, though, gonna get the support from Harvey. Regen Domain comes on in, keeps Emma alive, but Doomed is able to take the Wolverine versus Wolverine. Finds Terra. Up one now is Shroud-X. Puny, a little bit low, able to back on out. Vinny now in a bit of danger and turn. Low HP for Vinny as Harvey tries to keep him alive. Should be able to keep him alive for now, but is Vinny going to be able to build a meter M? We'll see. Shroud-X turning up the heat right now, Bass.
No, Strangling Prison used right there, plus the last stand. Probably going to be enough here. I mean, all 100 Thieves, they're so low. Delina wanted to commit. Going to use the Dance of the Butterfly. It does force out the Solar Charges there, so Nuck not going to have it. And Shroud-X definitely going to get the point here. And, I mean, almost kind of a disaster there for Shroud-X, because if the fight run a little bit longer, TTK is going to have the Sonic's Resurgence. It just doesn't have the pressure on him, but get the clean up here. Hold on to the Meteorium. Hold on to the Karmic Revival. And 100 Thieves, they're just stuck in a situation where there's no Groot on the field, right? They're playing with the Simmer Frost. They're playing a much more, like, heavy brawl, not relying on those walls to look for the isolation, which means also there's less to set up Terra.
100 Thieves having to defend here on second for 4.5 minutes if they want to take the throne from Shroud-X in a sweep. Difficult, though, to do. Shroud-X looking real good this map here thus far. Eternal Bond on deck. TTK, though, able to take down Impunity pretty early on. And you know what's interesting to me here, too, that we haven't touched on too much is the fact that 100 Thieves, of all places, you'd think they'd be running the group mirror. But instead, they still got Vinny on the Magneto.
Yeah, they definitely still, I mean, there's TTK on the Emma, Vinny on the Magneto, so I mean, it's just, maybe they really just value the pressure that can brought from Emma Frost from the brawl, because you do build that damage really quickly. But Meteorium invested, trying to find one through the Sonic Deduction, can they? Yep.
SJP had toe out of the regen domain there, I think. Counter Meteorium comes in from Vinny, does not get anywhere near as much. Delena here on the Strange now. Portal should be coming in a moment. Meanwhile, Terra up and over here on the Wolverine, able to take down Impunity, looking for more. And I mean, 100 Thieves plus the Portal here can probably delay for a while and even take control back of the fight. Harvey's gonna invest Strategist ult, and Terra just gonna walk on forward. Still 3.5 minutes to go here at best. A very long time to defend for second.
Yeah, Shroud-X, they have tons of time in the bank here. So when you see these ults getting traded, like, yeah, some of the trades have been pretty bad, but for Shroud-X, they know they're just playing for that one fight, right? And this could be the fight. Strangling Prison's up, last stand's up, no strategist available. for 100 Thieves, no Shroud-X ults rather, and they're looking like they want to take this fight really aggressively, knowing they have the advantage.
Mantis ult. Oh, look out, everybody.
The haters
Puckett's
arrive.
not
The
a
Mantis
believer.
haters arrive.
Wow, did you guys see any final blows?
Wait, Nuck just died after. Puckett is actually the master of
Suck it,
Caster
Mantis.
Curse. The Caster Curse is real. Meanwhile, Delina in the back goes with Melgo gets stuffed by impunity. No eye being released when you just die, so it doesn't even matter that Nuck ends up falling. And now, 100 Thieves, though, still in and around the point, able to take down Dongmin. Shroud-X still a little bit split off as impunity. Wrong place, wrong time. And, I mean, that's the burn time off the clock. Only 2 minutes left now for Shroud-X.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more dicey. I think they need some options here because TTK is clearly just brawling really well, and they're just keeping consistent contest here on the cart, right? So they're making sure they can't get past. Okay,
put the
Bucky
Mantis
making the
away.
call already.
They put the Mantis away.
Call with
It's a
Mantis
clean
being
dub.
gone. It's doable. I mean, they are going to swap Doom over to the Psylocke now. So they said, we're done with the Wolverine entirely. Vision on the Winter Soldier. We'd rather just play like a little bit more standard comp here in the trenches. Look to just set up some combos, have Doom just fight on the flank versus look for the leaps.
Their ult bank is so bad, and they only have 2 fights left. This is actually not good for Shroud-X at the moment. 100 Thieves, if they can play this economically, they have Shroud-X in a real difficult spot. Dongmin, though, see if they open up with Meteor M here early. Shroud-X, if they can wait a little bit longer to ult, it'd be good. Nuck, real close to being able to get a clone Eternal Bond out here in just a moment. About to get the God Mischief, and it is up. Nuck immediately pops it. Dongmin takes down Delina. So 100 Thieves down 1. Terrible, though. Was able to find Dongmin. Dongmin couldn't get into the healing, and now you're down your Magneto. In Strangling Prison, though. Gonna be used here from Impunity. Is Fall Through gonna be there? No, it's not. Eternal Bond giving the loss. Terra ends up in there 2, 3, 4 follow-up coming in for 100 Thieves. And Shroud-X down to their final minute. 100 Thieves on the verge of taking it in a sweep and being your new Rivals Fight Night champions here in North America.
I mean, Shroud-X, the bank is not that good either. They have to walk through a Sonic Seduction, the Meteor M. I feel like they're going to also have, you know, their own Dance of the Butterfly. So the problem here is that you want to use your strategist ult potentially aggressively, but you have to be careful of the Meteor M. But you also need to protect yourself from both of these ults here, from both Delina and TTK. So the bank is just pretty slim in general for Shroud-X. They're going to have to play this kind of slow. Ideally, maybe just find a pick early. They need something to remove this disadvantage. And that'll do it.
Yeah, they got Terrible down. I think they're going to use the Eternal Bond early. Just try and secure the advantage. Doomed to the back. The dance. Good to go. Meteor M. Going to be dropped here by Vinny, though, trying to even things out a little bit. Meteor M does not connect. Sonic Seduction from TTK. Also not getting what they want. Shroud-X up 2. Moving forward. Drained on ultimates now. So is 100 Thieves. Delina super low. Terra super low. Terra is down. And that is going to be it. Shroud-X extend the series. We're getting to map 4.
It was dicey. It was a little dicey there for Shroud-X towards the end. I mean, luckily they find the early pick. If something goes a little bit differently than exchange on the flank, they could have lost Doom, but Doom just says, screw it, I'm committing the Dance of the Butterfly solo there on Delena. And Shroud-X gets their first map here on the board. And that was close. It was really, really close. We could have been a 3-0.
Imagine if they never played with the Mantis.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, that does fit the slander narrative. It really does.
We would have been to this game so much faster. On the game floor we go. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 3. Dongmin dropping another 20k damage. It's 50,000 damage blocked though by Impunity, and on the other side, well, you got some strong numbers from TTK and Delena, both over 20k in damage dealt. I felt like Terra running around on the Iron Fist may have dropped his numbers. Final blows, the lowest we have seen of the evening, as Delena now leads the lobby this game.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, to be expected.
I don't know why on the map, which arguably some people may say is the strongest group map in the game, that you have one of the best group players in the game play Magneto. Not actually a huge fan of this for 100 Thieves. I mean, clearly they wanted to do Magneto to give more, more oomph to the, to the Psylocke in this instance, but it's not worth it. You got a great Groot. Run with the Groot.
Got a great Groot. Use the Groot. Well, we got time for 2 more games, and we are going to give our producer Solomon his first break of the night. If you guys are enjoying the show, reminder, it's put on by the community for the community. We are supported by you guys. Drop a follow, a like, spread the word, because we have plenty more in your NA finals. Avast, ZP, Shroud-X, 100 Thieves continues after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rivals Fight Night, where we have land sharks with 4 feet and a big mouth, swallowing and spitting.
Yep.
Take your time, Jeff. You can do it, buddy.
Boom.
The release. Getting hot and heavy in here, Avast. Bet you didn't think you'd see a very slow motion land shark jump off with 3 opponents in his mouth. It happened.
No. I mean, I could believe it. I could believe it. I mean, it's Fight Night. Anything's possible. Fight Night. Magic happens here. That might be someone else's slogan. I'm not sure. But either way, it's. I think it's going to be an exciting match because we're at the potential. We've already seen one reverse sweep. We might be able to see another. Maybe.
Chat,
Just maybe.
I have a favor to ask. My Mandarin sucks, but there is a Fight Night China on Wikipedia. I need to hook up with this crew, and we need to have a China versus America versus EU Fight Night around the world. ZP, I know you got connections globally. Can we make this happen?
Well, what I'll say is that in terms of Fight Night brand, that is not us. That is a completely different thing. Is where
Not
that's
us
at.
yet, but we're going to acquire them with all of our chat dollars.
Okay. That's right. But it is important that does not affect us where that is at. But in any case, looking forward into the game here, what I am excited on to see is for the coaching staff of 100 Thieves to crack the whip and go, Vinny, you've had your fun, but you go back to the tree now. No more Magneto for you. You're back to group, especially with the other teams running group.
You know, that like skinny little shield that disappears. Not as cool as your giant walls that were boxing people in and just allowing Terra to eat them apart. We're going to the path once again. We've seen some interesting play, some Storm gameplay brought out earlier by Envy. Don't think we're going to see that here on the path this time around. For 100 Thieves, though, what's Terra going to play? What's getting banned out this time? And will we see Iron Fist on a 3rd map? He had a short appearance on map number 2. Or sorry, map number 3 as well.
You could. I feel like it's unlikely because of how big. I mean, I just don't think the Iron Fist has typically been played that often. You could see it. And it kind of depends. Does Luna Snow make it through, right? Because like without the Luna Snow team up, obviously you lose some value there. You don't have the Snowflake either for the Idol Aura. So there's multiple different options here. I feel like 100 Thieves, they love to sort of converge a bit on like, oh, we're going to be playing around a Hela. We're going to be playing around the Winter Soldier. We're probably going to have ideally our Groot and Magneto. Like that's where they want to go towards. It's really a question for Shroud-X is, do you really want to mirror that style of composition, or you want to try to change it up a bit, right? Do you want to have something a little bit different as you head here into your usual path? Because it feels like the mirror has not been favoring them so far.
Korea JD, I don't know who you are. Do you know ZP? ZP, do you know Korea JD?
I do not think so.
He told you to STFU in the chat. Guess what he gets?
What's that? What is
Should I give him mod powers or a timeout? Mod powers or
VIP. VIP of that guy. VIP of that guy.
What's going on? This is ridiculous.
Korea JD, I'll make you this trade. You use that prime on us, I'll VIP on you. All right, let's jump into this one. We got a game 4 coming our way. It's going to be a great time. ZP's excited. Avast is even more fired up. Our players, they may take a while because we gave them 5-minute bathroom break. What does that mean to them? Shave their legs.
Easily 10 minutes. 10-minute
Start cooking your ramen noodle dinner. You got a lot of options. ZP, this is why back when I was a tournament org, like a man running the operations, bullshit on breaks mid-series, bro. You started the game, you finished the game. You can pee when you're done. All right, but he's done. Jumping in.
You ran into a big rant right before, and they're back. They're all back. But I mean, this is the question here of, are they, obviously we've seen Iron Man gone every time, right? 100 Thieves are like, we never want to deal with this. Does Shroud-X like target like a Wolverine or maybe even like the Luna to just, immediately remove the Iron Fist? Or are they happy to kind of like let it lay as it is and just, maybe we just keep the mirror up? Waiting. Human Torch. Should have expected that one.
Pretty
Should have expected that one. They've been banning Torch every time.
Two strategists have been banned. Two strategists have been protected and a Star-Lord protected in this slot. They've been trying to run the res comp is what it's looked like, but it's just not been allowed through.
It's not been for them.
I think in this case, you don't mind repeating it because it worked out for you last map. And yeah, it took them a while to get here, but they're going to repeat the strategy they've done on the only map that they've won here so far. For 100 Thieves, though, do you take anything away? Do they ban Mantis Pucket? Is where they're at right now. Do they take away the thing that you think they do? They do ban it Pucket.
They did it.
They don't let the Mantis be played.
Oh,
just
boy.
so you know.
100 Thieves, they were giving you the win if they played the Mantis. Just saying, not a real threat, bruh. Maybe use that on something that hurts you. We'll get there. I don't know if we even need to ban anything. Just open the board up.
They banned Groot. They banned Groot.
Vinny,
They
sorry,
banned it.
bud.
I mean, they did it. I mean, honestly, okay, this is what I like to see from Shroud-X because I feel like playing in these group mirrors, it's just not been working out for Shroud-X that well. Like, it's tough, especially when you're playing to a tank, you know, Vanguard like a Vinny. Like, this, it's a hard matchup, and I think removing the Groot is an interesting way, at least, to try to change it up a bit and make 100 Thieves have to swap. I mean, we've seen 100 Thieves obviously play TTK on, like, Doctor Strange and, like, Magneto, so, you know, they are obviously going to be flexible enough.
Call the bluff, by the way, and don't ban Punisher. I feel like Shroud-X actually doesn't want to play Punisher. Okay, they are literally picking Rocket here to bait the ban on the Punisher to protect the actual things they want to play. I am very convinced in this situation. At 100 Thieves, they just don't want to deal with the risk of potentially having to deal with Punisher, period. And I sort of get that, but I actually feel like you could call the bluff here.
Chad, thank you for having my back. I had a feeling I was going to get asked not to work on the next show, but you guys will make sure that I have a job after I get fired from my real job. We have Avast, we have ZP. Finally, the bans and protects are over. Can we get this game 4 started? 100 Thieves versus Shroud-X. We're going to your soul path.
We're up and over. You know, it's been a day of this. It's been ups and downs, both broadcast-wise, game-wise, sub-wise, where, by the way, we are close to another goal, I think. So, yeah, you know, throw the sub, use Amazon Prime. It is actually free. What else you got to use it for? But as we hop in to the path, 100 Thieves, should they win here, they would reclaim the throne. And it's been like 6 weeks since they last had it, or thereabouts. That sounds about right here, Avast. But it would also perpetuate the cycle of the defending team not being able to defend when the time comes next week.
I mean, you can just tell that
Reverse sweep.
it's hard. It's starting to falter here a bit as we get later into the night.
Reverse
it's not built
sweep.
to the
Reverse
DGen
sweep.
hours.
Reverse sweep. Reverse sweep. Reverse.
That
You
was
got it this week.
It is true. And look, reverse sweep, I do feel like in general, in any sort of sporting event where it's possible, people do love themselves a good reverse sweep. It is just, it's good. Good
It's always nice. Always nice to get a comeback story of sorts. As Shroud-X choose to run this Hulk. I mean, they're playing the Namor here, right? So they're worried about the potential Iron Fist, which Terra rolling out here for 100 Thieves. So they're having a little bit of an anti-dive setup. Namor always been pretty good on the Yggdrasil path. You can control the flanks. And gonna have Impunity just try to cycle contest around, take these fights. And especially considering they're running an Emma Frost here for 100 Thieves, this isn't really a more standard front line. I mean, Terra already down.
I mean, Vision making the Namor look real good, and there's a reason why the Namor is usually respected when there's a world that it could be played. And also, I do love the choice of using it here on path. I do feel like this choke is one of the best areas for Namor in the entire game. So, I mean, the Shroud-X comp really does make sense.
So when you're playing Hulk,
it's great.
Oh, sorry. When you're playing Hulk,
What's up,
do you just punch the entire time? Is there ever a reason not to punch?
No, you're pretty much just charging, punch, and you're pretty much just charging, leap, and punching. There's really no reason not to, you know?
Like could you just set it on caps lock and let it just punch for you?
I mean, theoretically you could. It's very possible. Polk
I
is
am
all
getting
about just,
so
like,
bored by
jumping
watching
around.
you, Impunity. I'm sorry, brother. This is painful.
Look, Impunity.
It's whole gameplay.
It's stamina. It is absolutely unbelievable stamina. Also, we got some dancing going on here. 100 Thieves trying to make this attack work. Harvey, the cloned Fate of Both Worlds, Vinny, looking for anything with the Meteor M. Up, over, connects, finds Fidel. The fall through going to be there. 100 Thieves may have gone through the first choke point here, and Vision gave them a little bit of trouble at the beginning, but they find an answer to the Namor in the end.
Yeah, they can't find anything with the Hoarded Proteus, unfortunately, so they don't get any immediate pickoffs. Impunity, I mean, getting a little bit of extra contest here, has the Indestructible Guard, has the Regeneration Domain, is doomed. Trying to take some pressure here off on the flank, but I think this should just turn it around. Though, Terra gonna go down.
Still a possibility here for Shroud-X. The portal letting them get good recontest over and in. Delina up at this guy. Gods to death, looking for anything right now. Just gonna get pulled out of it. Is able to get some healing. And Beauty though. Gonna drop the ult. Go in a little bit deeper. However, getting pummeled in turn. Immediately put back in the Puny banner. Is Puny gonna fall here? Do you get the finish? You do. Delina, make sure that the Hulk is gone. And her Thieves look at the recontest in a hurry. No portal to worry about this time, but they lose Terra, who swapped onto the Iron Fist, went to the back, and ran afoul of a squid.
I mean, it's such a scrappy contest here for Shroud-X. I mean, they're going to have Eye of Agamotto. Doom still keeping pressure here on this flank. Hornet Proteus is upper vision. They have some options. They have a lot of options, in fact, to try to make it back here onto the point.
Eye of Agamotto dropped here by Dongman into the back. Fidel able to take down Vinny right on after. And Shroud-X, they fully restabilize here. Vast and Heart Thieves, they're down to a minute. This could be the crumble.
And 100 Thieves just can't remove those players from the point. They couldn't remove them. There was just cycle contesting for so long, and because Vision has so much sustain here, they're using Doom to just go stealth, just go to the flank, and keep this side pressure up as well on the flanks. 100 Thieves just could not finish off any of those limbs on point fast enough. Sonic Stars is going to be up for TTK, so they do have some options of potentially just to roll them here in the corner. They do remove a lot of these cooldowns, remove a lot of these shields from Shroud-X to maybe get some extra value here from the Gauss of Death. Or the
TTK. Get the Cyanox actually good to go, but first, time to choke slam Doctor Strange off to left lane, able to pick off one. Now to use Cyanox Seduction just to make sure 100 Thieves in the driver's seat. TTK does drop the Seduction, and Vinny walks through the doorway with the basketball, shoots two.
That's a 3-point play.
That is. I mean, that's got to look good on the fantasy stats. It's got to look good on the fantasy stats there. So now 100 Thieves finally, with 5 seconds remaining, gonna get this cap, gonna get first. And that's a really good first defense for Shroud-X. I mean, that's giving hope for if you have some hopium for Shroud-X, for Shroud in general. This is the potential reverse sweep indicator. It's looking good. The futures. So now, what was it?
The Versus stocks. The stocks are going up.
The Versus stocks. Yeah, I like the futures. You know, stocks, futures. You know, whatever beans, gourds, whatever you're trading. You know, you can use it. You know, gold, silver. The Shroud-X. Looking for the next recontest. They are going to have the Hornet Proteus potentially to burst through some of these heals, but maybe not even need it.
Vision just saying terrible. Your free subscription to life has expired. And just getting some really good Namor burst where, you know, I kind of missed this to an extent. I feel like it's been a relatively Namor free day for the most, but Vision showing why Namor, okay, and Namor's also gone. Delina just thinks about it. So, Caster Curse still in effect. 100 Thieves off the pickoff, back to full strength. Shroud-X down the Namor, and for now, just about a little bit of delay, and they take down Vinny. It's a pretty good start.
Gossip committed here for Delina, which is kind of interesting, but it looks like, I mean, Harvey even uses the God of Mischief. 100 Thieves committing a lot into this fight where it seems like they really don't have the advantage. They don't have the damage they need, and the Sonic Seduction could be pretty terrible because they could find multiple picks late, just keeping the stagger going even further.
It's a really nice Sonic Seduction. Ends up resulting in 2 getting extra staggered and a full reset here, where Shroud-X is in control of the second point. Our Thieves is gonna have to regain all that territory. And they're running out of time here, Vaz. It's only 1 minute left.
1 minute left into the Hornet Proteus. I mean, the Fate of Both Worlds, the Dance of Butterflies. So there's multiple threats here to this backline. SGP gonna have to pop this Fate of Both Worlds at a really crucial time. I have to make sure not to get caught. So the strategists here for 100 Thieves need to be aware of this Hornet Proteus. They need to be aware of Doom because they're gonna put a lot of pressure on them.
Terra, though, off the Kraken impact. Got Dogman super early before he was able to be saved by the strategist ult. Horn, Whale, into the back, hits 2. Fall through in Vinny and Harvey, though. Not going to be there. Kraken impact used again here by 100 Thieves. Moving on forward is Terra, takes down Fidel. And this is 100 Thieves now, taking advantage here on the second point. Only 15 seconds, though, or 17 seconds remaining here, Vass, so still room for Shroud-X to hold off here on second.
I mean, you know what? It's just an eventuality. Eventually, 100 Thieves duelist line will always revert back to a hella Winter Soldier. You'll just see it over and over and over again. Always come back here as early pick onto Harvey. That's a lot of strategy. That's a lot of sustain.
It's over.
The field.
It is almost certainly over unless there's some miracle portal walking to that door. I don't think they have time to even do that. That is a ridiculous engage coming in from Shroud-X. And now they just need a little bit of cleanup. TTK, one of the last ones left on the point, and Hulk is showing you the door, is what we're seeing here. TTK, though, walks back up. Someone please take down Emma. Okay, thank you. That is the end of that. And again, we have what we've seen for the third point in this series, a Shroud-X defense that ends in the middle of second.
I've seen this one before. I've seen also 100 Thieves roll out on not Winter Soldier, Hela, and in back there before. It's all cycling back to the beginning. And currently, Shroud-X looking pretty poised here to start the reverse sweep, CP. I mean, this is not a very tough push necessarily. Like, yes, Universal Path is... It's a tough push. It's a tough push. Don't get me wrong. It's a tough push. But it is not the hardest of all pushes, right? Like, when you consider, like, how far they have to go, the win conditions are pretty good here for Shroud-X. Like, obviously, Universal Path, relatively defensible map. But considering how Shroud-X looked on the defense, I mean, you have to have a lot of... You surely have to find, like, a lot of confidence, I think.
I do think, though, this is one map where you can get just the fuller hold on first. So if you're Shroud-X, you need to do everything to maximize your chances. And one thing I'm going to say here, though, that may be terrifying, and I'm not trying to make a pun here, is that we do have Terra on the Namor. And given Terra's versatility and how Terra's made everything look good tonight, being able to run Namor on first here on Path, that is going to be a pain for Shroud-X and a real challenge for Doomed to deal with.
And I think this composition for Shroud-X as well really makes a lot of sense for them when you just want to have an explosive offense here. You have the Hulk just disrupt, let your Namor fight the flanks really aggressively, and Domin's going to take a lot of this front pressure here on the Emma Frost. It's a really good brawl comp. 100 Thieves, though, going onto the Namor of their own, so they are going to have a little bit of ability to just stall out a bit, trade some of this damage.
100 Thieves bending but not breaking, actually giving up a lot of room to Shroud-X right now. So Shroud-X able to get the convoy through what's usually a pretty sticky area from the get-go here. 100 Thieves trying to play a longer game right now, trying to give Terra a little bit more time to look for pickoffs. Shroud-X, meanwhile, able to move forward. Doomed looking for opportunities on the back. Impunity up over here on the left flank. We got a little bit of Hulk v Hulk fisticuffs for a brief moment.
I mean, look at the pressure. Look at the pressure here, too. The whole, just keeping this pressure on the flank there for Shroud-X. 100 Thieves not letting them in for free. The fight still breaking down here on point. It's just poke. It's a lot of poke right now and a lot of Hulks jumping.
Yeah, it's going to be Loki's dancing is what we're about to get here. Doom, though, takes Delina down. First pick in for Shroud-X. The horn, though, is blown from Terra and does not connect. Shroud-X up one here so far. Sonic Seduction in from TTK, trying to set up 100 Thieves for any pickoff. Meanwhile, Doomed into the backline, dance to the butterfly. Is it going to cut true? And the answer right now appears to be no. Terra still here on the Moor, looking for pickoffs. Meanwhile, into the backline, Doomed able to find Delina. Takes him on down. Shroud-X whittling down 100 Thieves bit by bit, piece by piece, and Doomed puts it over the top, a three-piece in the back.
Oh, Doomed using the clones too, those illusions from Emma Frost and the team to get more damage. Just in the back, firing, just absolutely unloading there. And 100 Thieves look like they want to go for the portal contest. They're gonna make it onto. They're gonna make it here onto the cart. Gonna buy a little bit extra time, but surely Shroud-X, the focus fire should be good enough here. We don't want to see a repeat, right, of what we've seen in some of the other series. And so, like, it is gonna be fine.
I mean, TTK goes down immediately. Horn, though, blown. Delina able to take down one.
Oh, wait a
100
minute.
Thieves, surely not again.
Surely.
Well, we'll see. I mean, are we repeating history back from Hall and Doom to saying, no, I wasn't on Psylocke back then. I wasn't here taking down all your dudes. Doomed, making it look effortless right now on the Psylocke. 100 Thieves, I mean, they go for delay. They got the double dancing going on, but the one dance of death that keeps happening is from Doomed, and he hasn't even pressed Q.
And this should be the cleanup now. Finally, slowly but surely, 100 Thieves, they committed a lot of ults to keep the delay going. They're sending more bodies, more and more and more. But it's not going to be enough in Shroud-X. I mean, they're going to build up a whole other ult bank. They're going to have another, like, 5 ults for this fight, but 100 Thieves got some good time off the bank here. And this is where it's the worrisome part. It's the worrisome part for 100 Thieves, because the recontest is going to happen, and Doomed is going to be set up on these chokes, along with Impunity. 100 Thieves have to be hyper aware of some very aggressive plays that could come out.
I think they knew they had to full hold right there, because this is such a far walk from your spawn.
It's really hard to hold here for 3 minutes when you've given up first, especially when you've been just getting pummeled in the neutral right now from Doom. Oh,
what?
Wow,
that was a random. That was a random freeze. It was random.
That is ridiculous. Even still, like, it still happened. And now Doomed, forced back, was setting up for a really good flank. Instead, has to back up, get a little bit of heals. Doesn't get the dance of the butterfly timing they were looking for. And now, Shroud-X still moving forward, still with an opportunity. Doomed Once he gets healed back up, is going to go in. TTA is down. Dongmin able to finish him off. Harvey unable to save even with the clone dance. 100 Thieves down a Vanguard here. Nothing really looking to save them. Maybe Delina here with the Horn of Proteus. And the Horn is going to come out right now. No,
He's not
Delina
getting
just
it.
smashed dead in the water. Shroud-X. They say, you know what, reverse sweeps, it may be in the air, and we're starting to feel it here and now. They have 100 Thieves on the back foot. They are about to force map 5 after being down 2 maps. We are going to a final definitive map 5 to end the night.
Impunity, I understand the Hulk
insane.
pick now. It makes sense.
Well, Hulk has always been good. It's always been a very good hero, one that we've seen banned a lot, honestly. And, you know, many times your ranked teammates just removing just for the fun of it, even though, like, you have to be pretty good to play Hulk, all things considered. I just overall, Shroud-X, I mean, I can't believe we're seeing a second reverse sweep here tonight for NA, for North America in Fight Night. It's just insanity. The grit is fantastic for Shroud-X, and I really love some of the swaps that are happening here. I feel like that they're trying to just play to the map strengths. I think the Hulk was a really good idea. I think Emma Frost using them more, just trying to fight for those flanks a little bit more aggressively, to where denying 100 Thieves the opportunity to have like a Wolverine, you know, and just make sure that they can't have a Iron Fist set up in general. Shroud-X looking very, very solid.
Those Hulk exiles. Brazier in the chat says, or Brazier, I should say, did you see that Loki alt exile? That was nutty. ZP, he's more than just a big angry man. The Hulk, Disruptor, the Whale Dodger. He can do it all.
I think Hulk is probably one of the higher skill cap heroes in the game in actuality, just because of how you can use exile and how the ability to go in and out and like pick your moments. And unfortunately, I don't see a ton of Hulk is usually banned. But also, I'm gonna say one thing here. Simple math that's going in here for 100 Thieves. 2 of the maps you won, you had Vinny on Groot. 2 of the maps you lost, you didn't have Vinny on Groot. Well, if you get the opportunity, maybe you protect the Groot. Simple. To me, it seems pretty simple. Straightforward.
What are they prioritizing, if not the Groot? What have they been grabbing every time? Is it consistent?
I mean, they've
We'll
been
have to wait and
removing. I mean, it really depends. I think they've been removing, honestly, just trying to remove some of the target bans to the side of Shroud-X.
Let's take a look back first here. This was my highlight. I did not know you could go under the arch and the ball will just clip through and give you a double kill.
You can.
Yeah,
They'll follow you anywhere.
You get that sometimes, and man, oh man. You talk about highlights here. Can we just focus on Doomed and what
Hallway.
Doomed was able to do here on the Psylocke? Just turn this into just a slasher movie, essentially. Just
Oh my
back here,
gosh,
like,
what a
oh
setup.
god, it's brutality.
Having the illusions from Emma Frost are so powerful in that situation.
Yeah, originally I thought that they were just a distraction. Then I heard they do what, 70% the normal damage? So quite the dish out of damage in a narrow hall. And then you were calling it. Doom basically was just sitting here with no one looking at him for 90 seconds.
Yeah, free farming is what we're at here, where it's just like, I don't have to press Q. That's not required. I'm just gonna hit it. Like, how in the world did that happen there? That was actually ridiculous.
Shroud-X running the thick boy syndrome. We saw the Hulk, we saw the Emma Frost, and now we can see another reverse sweep on the horizon. It happened last week. It happened earlier today with 100 Thieves coming back on Envy. 100T can't let it happen on Hell's Heaven. This is their game 1 bread and butter in the past that they lost earlier today to Envy.
Yeah, I mean, I think for 100 Thieves here, the problem is that, honestly, it's a long day. This has been a long day of games for them, right? You're starting to get tired. I'm not even going to necessarily blame 100 Thieves if, like, they're losing some of the momentum, right? Because after you're doing this much and playing this much, it can definitely start to drag at you. So if they manage to clutch it up here and stop the reverse sweep, I mean, what a sign for just overall 100 Thieves looking pretty good heading into some major tournament.
Okay, so I was asking, what do they protect? They have been protecting the Groot. The time they did not, they got punished. So 100 Thieves, they've learned their lessons. Vinny gets his roots. The Groot is back in action coming into this final game. That's my prediction. On the other side, Human Torch, and then we'll save Adam.
I think it was
What's the Adam
Shroud-X.
Warlock all about?
Well, I mean, they like res comp. I think, especially with players like Vision that can just be on the Atom, it's good. But 100 Thieves, they open up with the Atom ban. If you're Shroud-X, dude, just take down the Groot. Expect the fact that they're gonna protect the Groot. No, you just fear Torch. You actually just fear the fire.
They do. They fear Torch that much. Like they really. And I think for the Adam Warlock, obviously, it's like for that triple res comp. So 100 Thieves, they don't have to play that. They want to get rid of that entirely. So now they're in a situation where Shroud-X are not going to be able to potentially get rid of the Groot, and Groot can be protected again.
Iron Man slips through, so not banning, or sorry, for banning Adam Warlock allows the Iron Man. Now you get your Groot, but how do you deal with the Iron Man? You got to ban a Hulk, right? Minimize the damage from the Iron Man?
Yeah, I think it gets rid of the banner too. Or rather, it gets rid of the Namor.
The Namor, yeah. It's a 2 for 1. 3 for 1. Exactly Impunity just kind of whooped your ass on that hero too, so I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. That's a good point. And Iron Fist's gonna get banned, so they didn't want to deal with that either. I wonder if they try to protect like a Rocket, maybe try to like force them to have to like drop another ban that direction. It's possible.
Finally, Doom gets to show you why his Punisher has been banned.
Oh, they are going to.
Again, I do wonder if you just call the bluff here and you do something like, truthfully, after the last game, okay, 100 Thieves is protecting Psylocke.
Yeah,
I was gonna say after what happened to Doom, maybe you ban the Psylocke and you go, we dare you to play Punisher, but I just think they're afraid of the possibility of the Punisher.
This Winter Soldier square up. He's so excited about this right now.
Yeah.
Doomed versus Terra, Winter Soldier, and then I mean, Vision, do what you want, but good luck, my guy. I feel like we have 100 Thieves with the duelist edge. When it comes to the Vanguards, you got Vinny on his Groot. You took Impunity off his Hulk. How are we liking the Magneto play from Shroud-X? And is it Emma Frost you pair with him?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think like this is something that they've clearly liked playing the Emma Frost. It's something that they've been pretty comfortable at. Plus, if you're going to be playing Psylocke anyways, you get some value. And the Magneto, you get value from that team up. Honestly, a relatively even ban phase here. I think 100 Thieves probably a bit happier considering that they get to walk out of this. Winter Soldier still in it. They made sure to protect the Groot. And this is a very strong Groot map in general, Hell's Heaven, because of how strong those chokes are. So probably feeling pretty confident if you're 100 Thieves.
Chat's calling for Hella watch. If we see some Hellas obs, please put the lady with the long distance daggers on our screen. On the mic for the final fight of Rivals Fight Night, round 11. We've got Shroud-X taking on 100 Thieves. Ladies and gentlemen, on the mic, it's ZP and Avast. Show some love in the chat.
Avast, it would be a first here for Rivals Fight Night to have back-to-back reverse sweeps. Shroud-X, they got pummeled in the first 2 maps. They have come back stronger than ever. But if they want the W, they have to go through a brick wall made out of wood, which is Vinny now on the Groot, the one thing that they have not been able to beat so far tonight.
And already, I mean, we're seeing some portal shenanigans take place. A lot of portal shenanigans take place early here. Dom's gonna make it on out. I mean, that is actually crazy. What insane play there. And now Shroud-X, I mean, they're fighting around the portal still. They're playing so aggressive here.
I feel like that's my fault. It's like, they got to get through Vinny. And they're like, yeah, and what?
And
he's gone. He's absolutely gone. Ridiculous first fight from Shroud-X, getting control here of the point. So next one goes here for the Thieves.
So now 100 Thieves, they are going to have to recontest into this Iron Man. So Vision going to be dropping a lot of damage, a lot of poke as they make this cross from the match. And for Lena, you're going to be looking for like, okay, can we remove them off the off angle? Because they have to be worried about the beam. They have to be worried about this poke in general from the Iron Man, forcing things like the regeneration domain.
Well, 100 Thieves have been banning out the Iron Man all night long, and now they might wonder, why didn't we do it here when it was all on the line? Terra down, but Vision has been getting a lot of damage in here in the Iron Man. Finally, gonna get picked off here by Delina. Shroud-X, though, still in full control of the point, and they have ults they can cycle here, Avast. Nuck is gonna open up here with the Fate of Both Worlds, and Fidel can follow up right after, and you gotta keep an eye on both Impunity and Dogman. Good to go here on Vanguard. Dogman moves on in. It's Ivagamoto only hits Vinny, but it may be enough. Vinny is under the gun right now, eating all sorts of damage, is able though to get healed back up. Strangling Prison from Impunity doesn't do too much. Now the Thieves come on in. They're burning their ults. TTK looking down. Not gonna find here at the meteor round. Meanwhile, Terra though, with the Kraken impact, finds on the Nuck, gets the reset, and 100 Thieves slowly but surely starting to get control back on the point.
considering how expensive this fight was, though, I think you're gonna be pretty happy if you're Shroud-X here, because you're gonna get nearly like 70+ % here on the bank. Sure, you're gonna lose this cap now, but the old bank for 100 Thieves, not gonna be particularly good. You're gonna walk in with like another Eye of Agamotto for Dongmin. That's a pretty decent first cap and first couple fights there for Shroud-X.
I was going to say, that seems like the opening strategy may win you this game 5. Looking back, the portal play, Shroud-X, big brain in it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really well-timed portal that took down threat number 1, arguably, 400 Thieves, which is Vinny on the Groot at times. And now, Shroud-X on the recontest here. Objective, build a little bit of ultimate. Look to Dongmin, put your faith in Agamotto, and see where it's gonna go. Dongmin now has the eye. Doomed working on the flank. Dongmin moving forward. Now under a whole lot of pressure, and Delena goes down even while Dongmin is just getting punched through his shield. That is a little bit ridiculous. Up 1. No Eye of Agamotto having to be used here just yet. Dongmin walking on forward, being able to take down Vision. Back to even 5 on 5. Eye of Agamotto finally gonna be used. Hits 2. Hits both Vanguards. Is Vinny gonna go down? The burst is there. And Impunity. Make sure Vinny goes down after the ult setup here from the Strange.
Great find, and most importantly, because they removed that, they're not have to worry about the Strangling Prison or the walls for Vinny now. Shroud-X gonna have some ults available in the bank to counter Delena. They need to find a pick here. They don't want this fight to run really long, though, necessarily.
Lane was able to take down Vision here. 100 Thieves doing anything to try to hang on to the point. 75 to 75 is actually quite even in overall progress. Vinny coming back over. Has a Strangling Prison ready to go. Vinny looking for the stuff. Shroud-X actually pretty drained right now. The Strangling Prison comes in. All through is there. 3 down after the prison from Vinny. And 100 Thieves maintains control.
And that's why you didn't want the fight to run long. Because guess what? Vinny's just going to waltz on back, drop the Strangling Prison. And they didn't have any of the strategies needed to combat it. And they need to get the touch. Can't even get a portal there in time. 96, 97. The answer is going to be no. The answer is going to be no. Oh my God. Literally last second. I mean, actually, split second there on the touch. I can't believe it.
Well, Tara says, let me welcome you with the Kraken Impact. However, no kills here just yet. Did get 1 reset, and the kills start coming on in. Again, hits 2. However, Pulse Cannon from Vision hits 1, not enough to even the score. Won't be a second portal, as 100 Thieves look to take this first round away here, Avast.
It was a very valiant last effort, but they even did a little TikTok tech there.
Yeah, it's cute.
Drop the Pulse Cannon through the portal. A little TikTok tech coming in, but not enough. Eldritch Monument going the way of 100 Thieves, the first round in general. And 100 Thieves, I mean, it's why you got to get rid of the Groot against these guys. They just know how to play perfectly around the Groot for Vinny.
We got a comment in chat here from Kava guys saying Avast has the power to cast 2 reverse sweeps in a row. It's actually all your fault, Avast. I'm not sure why.
That's so true.
Yeah.
That's so true. Kava guy, thank you.
Energy.
Okay, I'm not even in the Park Ranger outfit, but you know, I do feel like I have the positive can-do attitude of a Park Ranger. Someone that would do very well in nature.
Is that normally the attitude of a Park Ranger? Is that just a stereotype because people saw Ranger Smith just get habitually taken for a ride by Yogi Bear?
I think a Park Ranger,
Smith.
if you have to deal with the public a lot, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of adverse situations. If you don't have a can-do attitude, then you know, how are you gonna make it?
We are 251 subs away from the Avast Squirrel Girl cosplay. Thank you for your subs.
The most important goals of all, but also now for 100 Thieves. 1 round away from deterring the reverse sweep. Shroud-X, you've come a long way here so far, but you still gotta find an answer here to Vinny on the Groot. Not gonna be able to portal snipe him the same way here because you're not on Doctor Strange. Change up here from Shroud-X. Groot, Magneto, up and over 100 Thieves. Their bank looking way more fearsome of us as we head into this first fight.
Alright, bit of a roll. That's from both. There's gonna be the late Strangling Prison, but regeneration remains up. Everyone should survive, but nope, not quite. Terra getting the resets. And I think 100 Thieves, I mean, they have a lot of space. So they're gonna get another pick. This might be first fight going the way for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves, they just came in with more resources and they use it appropriately. Next fight for Shroud-X looks a lot more terrifying for 100 Thieves, but anytime you can get first control and domination, you are real happy, especially when, if you win this round, you are the new champions here at Rivals Fight Night.
Especially because you're on Groot too. I mean, just another yes and to throw on to the winning the first fight victory is that you put the walls up, You get to the early poke. You get to set up Delana on the flank. For Shroud-X to use a lot of ults just coming in here onto the point in general. And for Shroud-X, I mean, especially considering they still have the Iron Man, they need to make it through the choke. They need to set up the flyer without trying to take excess damage here.
They're taking a lot of excess damage here. The poke damage from 100 Thieves in neutral, actually ridiculous. Impunity in a little bit of trouble. However, the counter poke pretty good, forces out the regeneration domain. Vision has the pulse cannon ready to go. Impunity already opening.
Gotta kill the wall.
Prison. The falter's not there. Vinny drops the wall. It's a great wall from Vinny, making room, and an even better prison, setting up Terra. Come on in with the Kraken impact. 100 Thieves, 50% of the way to being your new champion.
And you know, I look at this Iron Man as Terra. I mean, just gets the reset's gonna make it on back. Sure, Doomed will get a late elim on Delana, but it's just kind of the issue for the Iron Man in general is that it's hard. It's hard to get max value on this map unless you're controlling the point because you have to make it through the choke. The Groot's gonna be able to block up so much of your LOS, and they're already gonna make that swap with Vision going back to the Winter Soldiers. Doomed still on the flank, looking for the smoke. Says, I don't want any more smoke, actually. I'll be leaving.
Actually nearly dies of smoke inhalation. It's just a little bit too much. But 80%, 100 Thieves, potentially the last fight they need. And here comes Terra, lands the hook. The Magneto bubble is there. However, is it gonna be enough to fully save 100 Thieves? Take a look here. You got TTK over with the Meteor M. Shroud-X dropping the strategist ults. They need to stay alive. 90%. They cannot lose this fight anymore. Delana could be the dagger in the heart. Into the back. Dance to the butterfly. Is Delana? Is there going to be a pickoff here and now for 100 Thieves to hold off the reverse sweep? And no, Delana ends up going down. Impunity finds the pickoff. Vinny, though, over and in. Drops Strangling Prison. It ends up with 2. You got Terra. You got the Kraken impact. What more do you need if you're the 100 Thieves? Up and over they go. Doom, though, able to get one more pick. Vinny on the Doomed, takes down the threat. We are in overtime, and Terra taking fate into his own hands. Overtime starting to tick on down. 100 Thieves. Have they held off the reverse sweep? We got a portal, and we got one last contest in here now from Shroud-X. Vision in, trying to make the most of it. 100 Thieves still looking good. Terra finds Impunity, looking for more. Down goes Loki. Terra is going to clean up the rest, and 100 Thieves are your new champion here at Rivals Fight Night.
And just, I mean, it's just Terra, the well of Terra. We've talked about it before, just making sure to turn moments that look like it could go badly for 100 Thieves into wins. And really, even more so on top of that, Vinny on the Groot, just being such a huge difference maker, getting so much value again out of the Strangling Prison, getting those limbs, and set up from Terra, from getting the Bionic Hook earlier. It's just this synergy of the two, getting so much value in this composition between Terra and Vinny. And 100 Thieves, I mean, this is an insane feat in general, because not only is it a reverse sweep, which is one, hard, but they've done it after already doing a reverse sweep.
Yeah. They could not have had a longer path to victory overall. And I gotta say, comes back down to Terra at the very end. When 100 Thieves needed him most, he returned.
There's like 3 people on Twitch that I sub to. This channel, of course, with my Prime. But I also give Terra my $5.99 because I want to get better at this game. And I feel like he teaches every time he plays. We take a look at the overall showdown. 100 Thieves jumping out to the 2-0. Shroud-X taking us the distance. But a game 5 means a new champion once again. And ZP, that is now 6 weeks in a row that we have had a new champion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just where we're at. It is a cursed position. You are guaranteed to get knocked out the next week is where we're on NA. Very opposite of EU, where VP right now has had immense job security, where they just have won and won and won, whereas in NA, again, you look at the cycle here. You got Shikigami losing the Sentinels. Sentinels loses the FlyQuest. FlyQuest loses the Shroud-X. And now Shroud-X continues the cycle by losing to 100 Thieves. New champion each week. You gotta love it.
Out of the 11 weeks, 100 Thieves officially your champion 5 times. Congratulations on reclaiming the crown, but there is some parity in NA. In EU, there is one team. They go by the name of Virtus.pro. Everyone else is playing catch-up. I never know who's going to win at the end of these games of Aston. That's part of the fun of tuning in, especially the bans and protects. I know they take a while, but once they're done, the impact has been phenomenal.
For sure. I mean, North America, they don't have tenure. You know, in Europe, they still have tenure. VP, they've got it. They've got it as the continuous winner. Right now, NA, definitely a much more of a jumble. And it shows, and also it's a good thing, too, because I feel like these teams are constantly one-upping each other and evolving and maybe making changes to their rosters too. And I feel like comparatively, even though Europe has a lot of movement, it's not quite at that level where anyone's able to even touch or look at VP. And comparatively, North America, everyone is hungry and willing to win.
Let's take a look at our MVP. Who was the top dog in the 100 Thieves matchup tonight? It's gotta be Terra, flexing across all of the different heroes. Most devastating when he slams his fist again. The Kraken impact, a 2-0 clean finish in a game 5, and some ridiculous highlights along the way that include the new Season 2 Battle Pass skin for your Iron Fist. Did you know you could look like Terra? All you got to do is call out Hella and then jump on the supports, right, Avast?
Yeah, obviously. That's all it takes. Like, you don't have to do anything else. Just show up and it'll be fine.
Terra with some early plays on this. Is this a character that has stay in Rivals? Because I feel like we haven't seen a ton of Iron Fist, but he was definitely able to cause some problems early on.
I think it's a character that does have like some pretty good power to it, but it's also a character that I also think gets banned at times because people just don't want to deal with it. Like, I'm not sure how much it is Iron Fist is actually super strong and how much it's a very annoying play style to play against where teams will go, I don't want to deal with this in this game. Like, it's too annoying that you're willing to play this. And while we could learn to play against it, it is easier to ban it. Overall, though, clearly Terra was able to make the Iron Fist work and just very comfortable on heroes that involve a lot of melee combat, on top of being comfortable on anything that involves ranged at the same time. I mean, Terra is just Mr. Versatile.
Yeah, I would like to see this skin banned. I'm tired of his Undertaker-like top hat. He's been suited up.
Why do you hate his hat?
He looks great all dressed up. Logan, he's aging gracefully. It's time to shine. Honestly,
I think he's aging gracefully here too.
If you're gonna dress up as the Undertaker, you need to have a choke slam, and the only one who can choke is that lady, Emma Frost.
You know what? He's got a good point. Wait a minute. Give this man a true. Give this man a true right there. But overall, Terra has been, I mean, there's not much more praise to be said because he's just a multi-dimensional threat, and he's someone that just makes it happen for 100 Thieves a lot. And I feel like with kind of I would say kind of a slight downgrade of like how important Hella is in the meta comparatively, having someone that's still so flexible and such an it factor across the board for 100 Thieves is such an important part for this roster moving forward.
Some fantastic highlights, some incredible comebacks. 100 Thieves were down 2-0 to Envy. They come back, reverse sweep, start up 2-0, almost have Shroud-X climb back on them until this finisher, the game 5, a 2-0 round domination as you had to battle Vinny, and if you get past him, you go through the fist of Terra. He is tonight's MVP for 100 Thieves, who banks another $100,000 divided by 100, split 6 ways amongst the fam. ZP, it's been a great night, but these players get a great opportunity to earn some real money in just 2 days. What's going on Saturday?
Well, what's going on Saturday, if the teams are involved, we don't know the teams involved aside from, you can probably just assume Shroud-X, is that you got the Shroud's Gauntlet going on Saturday, and it is going to be a day packed with Marvel Rivals action. 8 pro teams, some of the best in the world, fighting each other here. Double elimination the whole way through, $50,000 at stake. You're going to be able to catch it. Of course, Shroud will be co-streaming it the entire day long at twitch.tv/Shroud. Other channels information will be forthcoming, but it is going to be an awesome day for Rivals.
Absolutely. And Avast, we're not allowed to leak the teams, but Shroud is. When is he doing it?
Tomorrow, which I believe we have a particular, perhaps, I think it's just tomorrow. Do we have a more
just follow Shroud, at Shroud
just
on
follow
Twitter.
Shroud. Yeah, Shroud will let you know. Shroud will let you know. We're not allowed to. We've been put in the cages, and they said if you do anything, we will.
Is 100 Thieves playing ZP? Our champion's gonna be there?
I don't know. I mean, I do know, but I don't know. I can't. You are forcing me to lie right now. Or no,
you're gonna make him. You're gonna make him leak or lie. One of the both are bad.
Golmar response bucket is what I said.
All right, guys. We've all been working cleanly. It's time for us to wrap this up. Give a big shout out to everyone at home. Also, thank Intel for making this show possible. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, we hope you win this. Go over to rivalsfightnight.com. Intel Core Ultra 9 285K CPU up for grabs. Not just that, we got 10 tickets to DreamHack Dallas. I'm gonna be there. ZP's cooking brisket. Avast is about to roll up. You're nearby now, right, Avast?
I am, and I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there.
It's gonna be fun. Come meet the fam. Come meet Intel. The Extreme Masters booth is gonna be fire. And yeah, I think that's it. Can we leak anything else, ZP? Nothing else we can leak, right?
No, it's the leak, but you should check the link. You should go to rivalsfightnight.com and get yourself a free processor. It costs nothing to enter, and you could walk away with some good stuff, or get that DreamHack ticket and do an impromptu trip down to Dallas. It's gonna be great.
Thank you all for watching. We need to go raid somebody. Chat, if you have a good idea, drop it in right now. It looks like my guy Tara just signed off. He is celebrating with the team, so we got to find somebody new. In the meantime, thanks for watching. We'll catch you next Thursday and on Saturday for the Shroud Gauntlet, baby.